Chapter 1. Outside the window, artificial white clouds floated leisurely, while a ray of sunlight pierced through the glass, illuminating the face of a young man still lost in slumber. The blinding light jolted him awake from his deep sleep. Bai Lang rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned as he rose from his bed. What time is it?" Stretching languidly, the half-closed eyes of Bai Lang clearly indicated his oblivion to his surroundings. Is he still asleep after pulling an all-nighter yesterday? Pathetic, I've managed to survive 3 days. After a prolonged silence without a response, Bai Lang silently scorned. What the hell, where am I? Upon fully opening his eyes, he finally realized something was amiss. This was certainly not his dormitory, as everything around him felt strikingly unfamiliar. Wait a minute, I distinctly remember sleeping in my dormitory last night. Has my brain gone haywire from 3 days of sleeplessness? Bai Lang closed his eyes and slapped his face, attempting to shake off the disorientation, yet nothing changed. At that moment, a wave of dizziness surged through his mind, nearly causing him to collapse. Suddenly, he found himself flooded with new information. Phew! After a brief moment, having digested the influx of information, Bai Lang took a deep breath, his trembling hands betraying the turmoil within. Damn it, I've actually crossed over? This is absurd. Poor girlfriend I just got involved with, I wonder who that bastard will take advantage of her. Indeed, Bai Lang had gleaned from the knowledge in his mind that the world he currently inhabited was no longer his own. The owner of this body also bore the name Bai Lang, and he too had succumbed to exhaustion after an all-nighter. One couldn't help but acknowledge the uncanny fate they shared. The world Bai Lang now found himself in was called Blue Star, remarkably similar to Earth, yet distinct in that it had achieved complete unification, devoid of national and ethnic boundaries. Its technology surpassed that of Earth significantly, akin to a futuristic version of Earth. Furthermore, Blue Star had long entered the cosmic age, confirming the existence of extraterrestrial beings, including various alien races such as the Modo clan and dwarves. Brother, you really are impressive, I must commend you. Bai Lang silently critiqued the former owner of his body. The original owner was a reclusive shootout, the sort who would prefer to die within the confines of his room. Well, now he had indeed fulfilled that dream. Though both had perished due to sleeplessness, there was a notable distinction: the duration of their late-night escapades. Bai Lang had only lasted 3 days before meeting his demise, whereas the original owner had endured nearly 5. Sigh, how did I end up crossing over like this? Bai Lang quickly accepted this new reality. As being an orphan, he had few ties left on Earth. I recall there's a game currently trending on Blue Star. It seems to be a combination of PUBG and LOL. Suddenly, Bai Lang's eyes lit up in bed in his past life. He had been utterly obsessed with gaming and was quite skilled at it. Both the wildly popular LOL and PUBG were his forte, with him having achieved a top-tier rank in LOL and consistently placing within the top 10 across various PUBG servers. Some esports teams had even shown interest in him, but for various reasons, he had not pursued a professional career. This game sounds like a fusion of PUBG and LOL, doesn't it? As he rose from bed, Bai Lang murmured to himself, then began searching for the gaming headset, eager to give it a try. The advancement of technology had naturally propelled the evolution of gaming. The virtual games depicted in novels had long since become a reality, allowing players to immerse themselves through headsets or gaming pods. This is absolutely exhilarating. I never imagined it would actually come to fruition. Bai Lang couldn't help but exclaim, having envied the gaming methods described in online novels during his time on Earth, and now he could finally experience it firsthand in his new life. Eagerly donning the headset, he pressed a button on its side, and his vision momentarily darkened before brightening once more. Wow, this is incredible! Bai Lang shouted as he found himself in a space reminiscent of a gaming lobby, surrounded by various games that the original owner had downloaded, with the most prominent being the currently trending game, PUBG LOL, which had been the cause of the original owner's demise. Let me see what this game is all about that captivates so many players. With that, Bai Lang clicked on the PUBG LOL icon, and as he did, the scene around him began to shift. He found himself in a small armory, surrounded by piles of bullets, grenades, and an array of firearms. Most astonishingly, he recognized them all. Wow! AWM 98K M416 Scarl, AKM M16A4. Bai Lang named each weapon with ease, as they were identical to those in PUBG, and as a seasoned player, he could not possibly be unfamiliar with them. Could it really be? As the thought crossed his mind, Bai Lang hurriedly opened the virtual screen in front of him to check the game's background information, and after quickly scanning through, a satisfied smile crept across his face. According to the background details, the game developers had drawn inspiration from past wars to create this game, wherein players could only use weapons long deemed obsolete. The other rules closely resembled those of PUBG, with the exception that each player could carry a unique skill. Closing the background information, Bai Lang couldn't resist clicking on the skill descriptions, already harboring a gut feeling but unable to resist the urge to explore further. Swish! The skill page appeared before him, showcasing an array of skills, causing Bai Lang's mouth to twitch in excitement. Just as I thought. Indeed, the skills were all familiar to him, mirroring those of various champions in LOL. At first glance, Bai Lang's attention was drawn to a particularly flashy skill, Yasuo's Wind Wall. Clicking on it, he brought up a detailed description of the skill. Wind Wall creates a wall of wind in front of you that can block enemy bullets and grenades, lasting for 5 seconds. Next, he clicked on several other skill descriptions, discovering they were largely similar to those in LOL, albeit with minor modifications. The methods and effects remained largely unchanged. What on earth am I playing? Having nearly grasped the entire game, Bai Lang couldn't help but grumble, though the gleam of excitement in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. There's nothing more exhilarating in life than crossing over and being able to indulge in a beloved game. Indeed, it was a splendid fusion of two gaming worlds. Ding! A friend request for a call has arrived. Would you like to accept? Just as Bai Lang was preparing to dive into a game, a friend request suddenly popped up on his screen with a note reading girl. Bai Lang's eyes instantly lit up. After all, nothing was more enjoyable in gaming than teaming up with female players. Without hesitation, he accepted the call. How could he refuse a girl's request? Refusal was not an option unless one wasn't a man. Upon accepting, the screen shifted, revealing a beautiful face adorned with exquisite eyebrows and sparkling, clear eyes that exuded a sense of purity. Bai Lang found himself momentarily mesmerized. Though he had encountered various beauties in his past life, most were not genuine, and those that feigned innocence were merely acting. Yet, he could confidently assert that the girl before him was genuinely pure and unpretentious. Hey Bai Lang, why did you take so long to answer? Do you have a death wish? As the girl spoke, Bai Lang's expression immediately soured. What the hell? Where did the pure girl's voice go? Shouldn't it be soft and melodious? Speak up. Are you mute? Noticing Bai Lang's silence, the girl called out again. Can you not speak properly? Just because you're a girl doesn't mean I won't respond. Bai Lang shot back without hesitation. Who do you think you are? Do you even know what manners are? It's clear you were raised without them. Tell me who your parents are so I can have a word with them. The girl on the screen seemed taken aback by Bai Lang's retort, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, crossing her arms and smirking. All right, Bai Lang, you don't even recognize me anymore? And now you want to find my parents? Impressive. My name is Bai Ling, my father's name is Bai Chung, and my mother's name is Zhao Qin. My contact number is 852931. You can now call them to discuss my tutoring issues. I believe they would be more than welcome. After speaking, Bai Ling cast a cold gaze upon Bai Lang. If looks could kill, Bai Lang would have been reduced to mere pulp by now. Bai Ling? I feel like I've heard that name before. It sounds so familiar. Bai Lang mumbled, his head bowed. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Oh no, this is bad. Why are you only remembering now? Have you finally recognized who my parents are? Bai Ling, the half-sister of Bai Lang. Wait a minute. I'm his elder brother. Why should I be afraid of him? Bai Lang's previous reaction was entirely a remnant of the lingering effects left by the last host in his memories. Bai Ling had developed a penchant for bullying Bai Lang at some point. Is this how you speak to your elder brother? Is there something wrong with my desire to discuss matters with him? With this thought, Bai Lang suddenly felt emboldened. He pursed his lips, raised his head, and fixed his gaze on Bai Lang. You, if you dare to contact them, you'd be in trouble. Bai Ling pouted, yet a peculiar glimmer flickered in her eyes. What you? You should call me brother, you know? Bai Lang interjected, waving his hand to cut her off. All right, if there's nothing else, they'll hang up now. Don't delay me from playing my game. With that, Bai Lang prepared to end the call. You dare to hang up on me? You wouldn't. Bai Ling exclaimed in disbelief, but her heart was in turmoil. Why wouldn't I? Remember, I am your elder brother, Bai Lang retorted, not allowing Bai Ling a chance to respond before he abruptly ended the call. Sigh, this lingering issue is truly bothersome. It's putting a lot of pressure on me. It seems I might have to embark on an irreversible path of training my sister, Bai Lang lamented, shaking his head with a hint of mischief. On the other end, Bai Ling stared at the darkened screen, her emotions a tangled web. How long has it been? She could no longer recall the last time Bai Lang had spoken a complete sentence to her. Brother, have you truly returned? Whispering to herself, Bai Ling pressed the call button once more, needing to confirm again. Never mind. Playing the game is more important. I'll deal with this later. Just as Bai Lang was about to enter the game, the communication screen lit up again. He hesitated for a moment, initially intending to reject the call, but for reasons unknown, he found himself tapping to accept it once more. What is it now? I'm rather busy, you know. This time, Bai Ling did not shout instead. She took a deep breath to calm herself, biting her lip, embodying the demeanor of a refined young lady, and spoke softly. Are you planning to play the latest LOL? Could you possibly take me along? Seemingly fearful of Bai Lang's refusal, Bai Ling quickly added, You promised me. Did I promise? Well, I have absolutely no recollection of that. You play this game too? Given Bai Ling's amiable attitude, Bai Lang had no reason to retaliate without cause, merely inquiring out of curiosity. Yes, this game was developed collaboratively by various races in the universe, managed by top-tier intelligent life forms. Although I have no idea why the usually discordant races united to create this game, it has indeed captivated the entire universe, and the Alliance strongly encourages citizens to participate. Is it really that popular? Even aliens want to play? Bai Lang exclaimed, astonished. He had assumed it was merely a trendy game, not one that had reached such astronomical levels of popularity, especially one born from a coalition of various races. Will you agree or not? Seeing Bai Lang muttering softly with his head down, Bai Ling assumed he was unwilling to take her along and quickly spoke up. Fine, they'll take you with me, it's not a hassle. Have you registered for an account yet? Bai Lang rolled his eyes, perplexed by his sister's drastic change in demeanor, as if she were an entirely different person. I registered, but since it's my first time, I only have a bronze 4 rank with no points. By the way, what rank are you? Upon hearing Bai Lang's agreement, her spirits lifted, and her conviction and her feelings grew stronger. Rank? There's such a thing? Wait a moment, let me check. Bai Lang paused, genuinely unaware that the game had ranks. He thought it was merely about points. Soon, he found the rank descriptions on the interface. There were a total of 6 ranks: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, master, and king. The first 3 ranks were further divided into 4 subdivisions, with each requiring 100 points to advance. The higher ranks required 300 points, while the last 3 ranks had only 2 subdivisions, each needing 500 points to advance, with the top rank necessitating 1,000 points. The rules for earning points are as follows. 1 point is awarded for each kill, and a victory grants an additional 10 points. However, should you meet your demise, points will be deducted. Among 100 players, the first 20 to fall lose 5 points, the next 20 lose 4, and so forth, with similar deduction for 2 or 4 players based on final rankings. My rank is abysmal, bronze 4 with a mere 1 point. Bai Lang, observing his ranking, felt a pang of embarrassment. Despite his extensive playtime, he had only managed to surpass newcomers by a single point, with his rank remaining unchanged. Nevertheless, rankings are trivial. What truly matters is that one possesses skill. Bai Lang waved dismissively, asserting that ranks are but fleeting clouds, emphasizing the importance of his prowess. Really? But I've heard that ranks are significant. Bai Ling expressed her confusion. All right, let us maintain voice chat. I'll add you. Let us get started. Bai Lang clearly wished to avoid dwelling on the subject, reflecting on his past glory as a League of Legends champion and a king in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Now reduced to the embarrassment of being bronze 4. Just wait. How dare you provoke me? When we next meet, I'll ensure you regret it. For now, I'll let it slide, considering you're taking me gaming. Bai Ling glanced at the screen, shaking her small fist and displaying a fierce expression, only to break into a smile, murmuring, "Brother, you're finally back. I've missed you so much." "Hey, can you hear me? I'm about to start." Bai Lang called out twice before quickly receiving Bai Ling's response that "I can't hear you. I'm ready. You can begin." With that, Bai Lang clicked the start button without hesitation. Eager to see what this world of gaming had to offer, as expected from a game currently sweeping the entire league, Bai Lang and Bai Ling were instantly thrust into the action. Appearing directly on the plane without any waiting period that were already on the plane, no quality square at all. Poor rating. Though they were aboard the aircraft, each team was isolated, preventing them from seeing others. Only Bai Lang and Bai Ling occupied their small compartment. "What are you doing?" Bai Lang inquired, noticing Bai Ling intently focused on her screen. "Oh, I'm selecting skills. Have you decided yet? I'm so torn. There are so many skills, and I don't know which one to choose." Bai Ling's gaze remained fixed on the screen, her face contorted with indecision. "Oh no, I almost forgot about skill selection." What a flawed game for not providing a hint. He swiped his hand in front of him, summoning a virtual screen, and after clicking on skill selection, he began to peruse his options, glancing at Bai Ling's screen. Indeed, the skills available to them were identical. "Attention all players, please prepare for deployment. We will soon enter the drop zone." The jump prompt echoed throughout the plane as they approached the island. Bai Lang swiftly scanned the 10 skills on his screen, pondering for a moment before selecting the one adorned with a mushroom icon. Mushroom Bomb. Carry 10 mushroom bombs, which become invisible within 5 seconds of being planted and can only be seen by enemies. Inflicting 50 health points of damage that, if not triggered within 5 minutes, they vanish automatically and can be placed on any terrain. Bai Lang's choice mirrored Teemo's ultimate noxious trap from League of Legends. "Have you chosen your skill? We're preparing to jump." Bai Lang asked Bai Ling, who was still grappling with her decision. "It's so hard to choose. They all seem so powerful." Bai Ling exuded an adorably confused aura after entering the game, reminiscent of her earlier demeanor, though Bai Lang refrained from probing further. "All right, just pick that one. It offers healing." While opening the map, Bai Lang pointed to the starry icon on Bai Ling's screen. "Okay, I'll focus on healing. Just remember to remind me if you're low on health." Bai Ling selected the skill named Wish, akin to Soraka's ultimate in League of Legends, which instantly restores 100 health points to allies. "Got it. Let us prepare for our jump." The plane hovered over the island, having traversed more than half its route, with 32 players still aboard. The flight path sliced through the island, heading from the military base toward the school. And now they were directly above the school. "Let us jump to the school and land on the rooftop to find weapons. Remember to descend quickly. In this game, time is of the essence." Bai Lang instructed Bai Ling before they leaped, as the wind rushed past. The experience felt palpably real, thanks to the Blue Star gaming helmet, making it feel as though he were genuinely parachuting. Although Bai Lang had never actually jumped before, his gaming experience made it a non-issue. He swiftly descended, glancing around to find himself sandwiched between two teams. "Hey, buddy, where's your teammate?" one of the nearby players called out. "Teammate? Oh right, where's Bai Ling?" It dawned on Bai Lang that Bai Ling was not following closely behind, prompting him to urgently inquire via chat. "Where are you? Why aren't you behind me?" Help! I'm scared." Bai Ling's panicked voice echoed in his ears. Really, was it just a game? Though more realistic, was it truly necessary to panic like this? Bai Lang sighed. "Where are you now? I'll come find you." I'm still floating in the air." Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, Bai Lang's expression darkened, and he looked up to see his shadow drifting high above. Meanwhile, Bai Lang and 4 others were about to land on the rooftop and casually remarked, "Forget it. Just float there for a bit while I prepare for battle." "Okay, good luck. Don't get killed," Bai Ling said, sounding somewhat apologetic. With a thud, the 5 landed simultaneously, while the other 2 teams rushed to the nearest weapons, eager to arm themselves and eliminate their opponents. Bai Lang realized he couldn't engage the 2-man teams so close to the weapons. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he scanned the area and found no firearms nearby, leading him to make a quick decision. Bai Lang dashed toward the skylight of classroom and nimbly jumped down. As he descended, he caught sight of the nearest enemy picking up a UMP-9, preparing to unleash havoc. With a thump, he landed gracefully. Quickly scanning the classroom for weapons, he spotted an 1895 handgun and ammunition right before him, while an M16 rifle lay on the stairs outside. Bai Lang naturally yearned for the M16, but the footsteps above made him reconsider. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He still had 10 mushroom bombs. Without hesitation, he tossed 5 of them down through the skylight while swiftly grabbing the R-1895 and its ammo nearby. Haha, having a gun makes me the king. Did you think jumping out the window would let you escape? A voice from above sounded smug as the player leaped through the skylight. Hearing the commotion, Bai Lang calmly walked towards the classroom stairs, confident that if the game had no bugs, that player was as good as dead. Boom. The moment the player landed, the 5 mushroom bombs Bai Lang had set up detonated, inflicting enough damage to take him out. What? You've chosen such an obnoxious skill as mushroom bombs. The moment that individual uttered his final words, he met his demise, without even having the chance to showcase his skills. Goodness, it truly is effective. As the notifications echoed in Bai Lang's ears, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. He leisurely picked up the M416 from the steps, testing its feel. Ah, splendid, still that familiar essence. It was time for the hunt. That a cruel smile graced Bai Lang's lips, while his other teammate was still suspended in the air. What on earth? How did you die? The teammate suddenly heard the death notification and was momentarily taken aback, questioning how he could have died while pursuing an unarmed opponent. Moreover, he had perished outright, without even a chance for rescue. Damn it. You have no idea that this person brought the mushroom mine skill. He placed 5 mushroom mines beneath the skylight, just waiting for me to jump down. Be careful not to step on that person's mushroom mines. Such a vile skill actually exists, the teammate exclaimed in frustration. Indeed, Teemo's mushrooms are notoriously one of the most aggravating ultimates in League of Legends. One could unwittingly step on a mushroom and lose half their health in an instant, while 2 mushrooms could lead to immediate death. I end this game. Mushroom mines similarly faced widespread disdain from players, especially in confined spaces where it was all too easy to trigger them. Is there truly someone who still carries mushroom mines? Don't they know that those who use mushroom mines must perish? Let me notify the other team. We must avenge you. The teammate quickly reached out to another duo at the school, and with a shared target of loathing, the 2 teams swiftly reached a consensus. The one with mushroom mines must die. You pursue him from behind while we flank from this side. Let us eliminate him first. With that, both sides commenced their actions, surrounding Bai Lang, who was leisurely looting the house. The teammate leaped down from the skylight, preparing to execute their plan to ambush Bai Lang from behind. But as he landed, he heard a deafening explosion. 2 mushroom mines detonated right beneath him, instantly taking him out. What the hell, this person is so insidious. Placing mines below. I told you to be cautious. This is it. I'm going to lose points again. It took me so long to reach Bronze 3, and now I'm about to fall back to Bronze 4. Bai Lang, having eliminated the Bronze killer with his mushroom mines, felt a surge of joy at the kill notification that rang in his ears. After dispatching that individual, he didn't even bother looting the bag, but instead tossed 2 mushroom mines beside it, luring unsuspecting victims. Swiftly stowing a grenade into his backpack, Bai Lang embraced the M416 and dashed towards the lecture hall. It was time to reap the rewards. Where is everyone? Meanwhile, the other duo had stealthily reached the corridor, still oblivious to the fact that their ally had perished beneath the enemy's mushroom mines. Perhaps they jumped out the window upon hearing our footsteps. Let us move forward. With that, the 2 cautiously advanced. Is someone approaching? While Bai Lang was joyfully looting in the lecture hall, he suddenly heard footsteps in the corridor, but he ceased looting, grabbed his weapon, and sprinted towards the 2nd floor, then descended the stairs to the 1st floor. Sneaking down the staircase, Bai Lang spotted the 2 individuals ahead, stealthily approaching the corner of the corridor, completely unaware that he had circled around behind them. You see, I told you no one was around. One of them sighed in relief. Yes, let us take out the other person. Then the school will be ours. His teammate nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a series of gunfire erupted from behind them. Before they could react, Bai Lang had sent them to meet their maker. How did we die? Who killed us? Did you see anyone? I didn't see anyone. We should check the replay. The 2 slain individuals stared blankly at the end screen, bewildered, having not seen their assailant. When did he sneak behind us? I don't know. Filled with resentment, the 2 of them restarted the game. Hey Bai Lang, where are you? I'm about to land. Bai Lang, who had just claimed 2 more heads, was happily looting when he suddenly heard Bai Lang's mournful voice. Goodness, I almost forgot I have a teammate. Just land on the rooftop. then come down the stairs. I am on the second floor, and all the other players have been eliminated. Oh, I'm coming down now. Bai Lang soon heard the sound of landing from the rooftop, and shortly after, Bai Ling rushed down. By that time, Bai Lang had finished looting and pointed to the bag at his feet, saying, "There's a gun, bullets, and drinks. Take everything." "Did you kill all of this?" Bai Ling asked skeptically while looting the bag. "How dare you question my prowess? Just watch and see. I'll show you what I can do." Bai Lang suppressed the urge to pull the trigger on Bai Ling's head, rolling his eyes. "Hurry up. I need to go kill more for points." Bai Lang was eager to eliminate more foes. Every head counted for points, and he would admit he was aiming for promotion. Before long, Bai Ling had equipped herself, and the two stepped out of the school, feeling refreshed. Suddenly, a rapid burst of gunfire erupted. A hail of bullets landed at Bai Lang's feet. There's someone from the dormitory building. "Quickly find cover." Bai Lang swiftly deduced the enemy's location from the sound of gunfire and retreated toward the school S-wall. "Is anyone there?" "Where? I can't see anyone." Bai Ling stood there, bewildered, looking left and right, trying to spot the enemy. "Hurry up, shoot that stationary one." In the dormitory building, two individuals stood by the window. One held a gun while the other directed him. "That one looks like a newbie. It might even be a girl. Shoot her, and you'll hit for sure." The commander pointed at Bai Ling. At that moment, Bai Lang had already hidden behind the school S wall, his view limited to Bai Ling standing alone. Adjusting his aim, he took a shot, and blood splattered from Bai Ling's head. "See? I told you I was right," the shooter gloatingly remarked as his teammate struck a hit. "Bai Lang, someone shot me. I'm going to die." "What should I do?" Bai Ling shouted in panic. "Come over here." "Are you foolish?" Bai Lang replied exasperatedly. In her flustered state, Bai Ling failed to notice when Bai Lang called her foolish and hurriedly ran toward him. As she ran, two more blood splatters erupted from her body, and she collapsed next to the wall. "I'm going to die. You need to save me." Bai Ling's voice quivered with a hint of tears as she lay on the ground. Looking pitifully at Bai Lang, "I know. Just crawl over here quickly." Bai Lang gazed wearily at his frugal little sister. Among the trio, he was the closest to the airdrop, followed by a team descending from the prison hillside. And lastly, the two vehicles from the mansion. With a loud crash, the airdrop, which had been swaying in the air for what felt like an eternity, finally landed, a thick crimson mist billowing from its top, announcing its presence to those nearby. Just then, Bai Lang's jeep arrived at the airdrop's location. With a deft maneuver, he spun the vehicle around, positioning it directly in front of the airdrop box, effectively blocking it from the mansion's onlookers. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Lang leaped from the car and approached the box, while Bai Ling, still seated inside, shifted to the driver's seat as instructed, gripping the steering wheel firmly. Simultaneously, the enemies on both sides realized that Bai Lang's team had reached the airdrop. They abandoned their attempts to loot, abruptly halting their vehicles, drawing their weapons with the intent to eliminate Bai Lang and his companion. At this point, Bai Lang had no time to concern himself with the surrounding threats. He swiftly opened the airdrop box. Inside, he found an 8x scope, an AWM, ammunition, a level 3 helmet, and level 3 armor. Bai Lang's luck was undeniably extraordinary as he unloaded his AK and equipped the AWM with the scope. Donning the helmet and armor, in that moment, he felt that it would be a travesty not to secure a victory with such formidable gear. However, there was no time for Bai Lang to revel in his fortune. The enemies from both the prison and the mansion had parked their vehicles and commenced their assault, taking cover behind the airdrop box. With the jeep providing additional protection, Bai Lang was momentarily safe. Yet, Bai Ling, sitting in the vehicle, was now the prime target for their fire. Hearing the cacophony of gunfire from both sides, Bai Lang swiftly decided to alter his strategy. He realized that attempting to flee would significantly increase the chances of being shot down. So he prepared to call Bai Ling out to seek refuge. Someone's shooting at me. Bai Ling screamed from the driver's seat as bullets began to pelt the jeep, panic causing her to inadvertently press the accelerator, sending the vehicle careening forward. Bai Lang's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the jeep, with Bai Ling at the wheel, speed away. In that moment, the phrase, "Pit brother madman," flashed through his mind. Bai Ling's abrupt departure left both sides momentarily stunned. What was this maneuver? Betraying her teammate. They exchanged silent glances with their respective allies. "Rest assured, I will never abandon you, even in death. Yes, if we must perish. Let it be together. With Bai Lang now fully exposed to the two enemies from the mansion, they quickly abandoned their pursuit of the retreating jeep, redirecting their aim to eliminate him, fully aware that the spoils of the airdrop were now his. With no further options, Bai Lang took a deep breath and drew his M416 equipped with a 4x scope. Seizing the initiative, he aimed and fired, 2 shots landing squarely on the head of one adversary, who collapsed before him. However, Bai Lang felt the sting of bullets as they struck him, but thanks to his level 3 armor, he survived, albeit gravely wounded. Unfazed, he swiftly switched weapons, drawing the AWM, taking aim, and unleashing a round that accurately struck the remaining foe in the head. Then, unexpectedly, Bai Lang collapsed to the ground. What? How am I not dead? This defies logic. Am I wielding a counterfeit AWM? He pondered in confusion. Haha, you fool. Luckily, I possess the wrath of the Barbarian skill. 5 seconds of true masculinity is merely a saying? You think an AWM can kill me? Not a chance. The enemy chuckled, blowing the smoke from his gun's muzzle. The wrath of the Barbarian grants immunity to all damage for 5 seconds. In that moment, Bai Lang recalled that this game was no longer the simplistic survival game he once played. It had morphed into something far more peculiar. Meanwhile, the two adversaries from the prison, hearing the gunfire cease, grew eager to seize the opportunity. What do you think? Should we head over and scoop up some easy loot? Let's go, let's kill them. Without a second thought, they hopped into their jeep and barreled toward the airdrop. Not good. The 2 idiots from the prison are coming to loot. The man who had just revived his teammate heard the approaching vehicle and looked up, spotting a jeep racing toward them, fire erupting from the passenger seat. This cannot be tolerated. They've dared to confront us. The 2 men abandoned their healing items and raised their guns, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the approaching jeep. Suddenly, a wall of wind materialized in front of the jeep, absorbing all incoming fire, courtesy of the wind wall skill, and shortly thereafter, the 2 from the mansion were dispatched. I could see that moment. Bai Lang, lying beside the airdrop, felt a chill run down his spine, yet he refused to surrender. Hey, where did you run off to? Come back and save me. I've been knocked down. Bai Lang frantically called for Bai Ling in the chat. Though he held little hope, perhaps a miracle might occur. I don't even know where I am. I can't drive. Bai Ling's pale face revealed her panic as she pressed the gas pedal harder. Suddenly, her hands slipped and she jerked the steering wheel, causing the jeep to veer back toward Bai Lang's location. Forget it. As long as you're happy, don't worry about me. At this point, Bai Lang had completely despaired, realizing Bai Ling perfectly embodied the essence of a true liability. This is our lucky day. They even have a 98K. Let me tell you, I'm a pro with a 98K. The 2 men, momentarily forgetting Bai Lang, were reveling in the spoils of the mansion's fallen comrades. As they indulged in their newfound treasures, they were oblivious to the jeep speeding toward them, swerving wildly as if intoxicated. Get out of the way, the jeep's driver shouted. The jeep barreled toward the 2 men, who finally looked up just in time to see Bai Lang, eyes closed, hands flailing away from a steering wheel. Then, the jeep sped past them, the impact sending their bodies soaring into the air, landing directly in front of Bai Lang. Wow, what a terrifying driver! He marveled at the spectacle. The jeep continued its relentless advance until it finally ran out of fuel, coming to a halt after an exhausting journey. Hey, what are you doing still in the car? Hurry up and help me up, Bai Lang urged, glancing at Bai Ling, who remained motionless in the vehicle. Upon hearing Bai Lang's words, Bai Ling shakily descended from the jeep, her legs trembling as she seemed still shaken from the heart-stopping joyride. Bai Lang, once revived with a medkit, painkillers, and a drink, began to loot the fallen comrades. Now fully equipped with a complete M416, 4x scope, and a fully equipped AWM with an 8x scope, while donning a level 3 helmet and armor. Bai Ling's gear was equally impressive: a level 2 helmet, level 2 armor, level 2 backpack, and a fully equipped Scar-L with a 4x scope, alongside 98K that also featured a 4x scope. Though it might not be particularly useful, it could certainly intimidate foes. Let us go. The circle is closing in, Bai Lang called to Bai Ling, who was still crouched beside the loot. There's a bandage here, but my bag is full and I can't pick it up. Bai Ling lamented. Just a bandage. Let it go. Bai Lang waved dismissively, having 7 medkits of his own, so he was not concerned about 1 or 2 bandages. I can't let someone else take it. Bai Ling resolutely declared. Bai Lang was utterly perplexed by the thoughts swirling in Bai Ling's mind. Yet upon witnessing her unwavering stance, which seemed to convey that they would not leave until she picked it up, he eventually acquiesced. There is still space in my bag. I will carry it for you. After resolving the issue with the bandages, the second toxic zone had also been established, and not far behind them. The third safe zone appeared, nestled between the military base and in port, with half of the eastern bridge falling within the circle. Now we can depart. The circle is somewhat distant. Let us drive. Bai Lang suggested as he made his way towards a nearby vehicle, with Bai Ling eagerly trailing behind. I could see that moment. The area where Bai Lang stood was engulfed in a vast expanse of red, signaling the approach of the bombing zone. Be cautious. Do not get blown to bits, Bai Lang warned Bai Ling, his concern evident. Being a seasoned veteran in such chaotic scenarios, he had navigated through bombing zones countless times on Earth without ever meeting a tragic end. Thus remaining unperturbed, Bai Ling paused, momentarily confused by his words, but she quickly dismissed her uncertainty and continued to follow him towards a small car. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the sound of honking pierced the air as a jeep barreled in from outside the toxic zone. It appeared they had spotted Bai Lang and Bai Ling, tauntingly honking their horn without any intention of engaging in battle, speeding past them instead. Bai Lang instinctively reached for his gun, eager to shoot. But the jeep had already sped away, while Bai Ling remained blissfully unaware of the vehicle's presence. Boom! The long-anticipated bombing zone erupted in chaos as a series of bombs rained down, igniting the planes in a fiery spectacle. And the air was filled with the thunderous sounds of explosions. Ah, we're going to die. Without hesitation, Bai Ling dropped to the ground, cradling her head in a posture that was undeniably comical. Bai Lang couldn't help but grimace. How terrified could his sister be? Unfazed, he continued toward the car, but at that moment, a distant explosion lit up the horizon, the sound of a vehicle being obliterated. His heart sank as he glanced at the screen, displaying the dwindling number of survivors, which plummeted from 24 to 22 to That's what you get for showing off, Bai Lang sighed, observing the wreckage of the jeep that had just sped past, now reduced to scrap metal, before humming a tune and resuming his path to the small car. Boom! Another deafening explosion resonated as a bomb landed perilously close to Bai Lang's car, transforming it into a heap of twisted metal. Bai Lang's lips curled in frustration as he redirected his course towards another vehicle. Boom! In his line of sight, that vehicle too was engulfed in flames, rendering it completely useless. Damn it! Do you have a grudge against me? Go on, blow up the last car too, Bai Lang shouted at the sky, pointing at the sole remaining vehicle. After a while, the red zone on the map gradually faded, signaling the end of the bombardment. And Bai Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Had the last car been destroyed, they would have surely succumbed to the poison given the considerable distance. Clang! A green, spherical object soared from behind Bai Lang, hurtling towards the last remaining vehicle. With wide eyes, he watched in disbelief as the grenade rolled beside the car, followed by a resounding explosion that sent it skyward. Bai Lang turned around, his gaze filled with reproach directed at Bai Ling, who still held the grenade's safety pin. Feeling his stare, Bai Ling sheepishly lowered her head and said, "Didn't you tell me to blow it up?" Chuckling, Bai Lang felt an urge to slap himself. Why did he have to be so reckless? Fortunately, the grenade had not completely destroyed the car. It merely emitted smoke, still somewhat operational. The two of them clambered into the vehicle, now teetering on the brink of destruction, and set off towards the safe zone. Throughout the journey, Bai Lang drove with trepidation, careful to avoid any bumps that could lead to his untimely demise. At last, they spotted a new car by the roadside, and Bai Lang nearly wept with joy. Hastily switching to the new vehicle and swiftly terminating the mission of the old one and now driving the new car, Bai Lang transformed back into the seasoned driver he was. Speeding along the highway with Bai Ling as they approached Dam City, the sounds of fierce gunfire erupted from the eastern bridge, and the number of remaining players dwindled rapidly, indicating a blockade was in effect. Bai Lang initially intended to avoid the fray and take Bai Ling to the seaside to find a boat, but upon spotting a motorcycle by the roadside, he had a change of heart. "Come on, I'll take you for a thrilling ride," he declared, abandoning the car to rev up the motorcycle, propelling them toward the eastern bridge. Blocking the bridge is exhilarating. Just look at their desperate faces. The battle on the bridge had already concluded, and the two on the opposite side were gloating over their triumph, while 4 boxes lay quietly on this side of the bridge. The roar of the motorcycle echoed in their ears. "Look out! Someone's delivering us points." They immediately steadied their weapons, excitement coursing through them as they focused on the bridgehead, where gleaming points awaited them. For the first time, they felt that killing was astonishingly simple. At long last, a motorcycle appeared in their line of sight, seemingly unaware as it sped towards them. With the motorcycle's rapid speed, it quickly crossed half the bridge, and the two were itching to pull the trigger, considering Bai Lang and Bai Ling mere targets. "Get ready." The two at the bridgehead remained vigilant, fingers poised on the triggers, ready to fire the moment Bai Lang and Bai Ling crossed the obstacle in the middle of the bridge. At that moment, a mischievous smile crept across Bai Lang's face. He had already noticed the duo hiding poorly at the bridgehead. With a sudden jolt, he swerved the motorcycle towards the side barrier. Could he have spotted us? Was their immediate thought. And in unison, they pulled the triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Bai Lang's motorcycle. Yet Bai Lang appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated their actions. The motorcycle soared at breakneck speed onto the barrier, launching into the air, completely disregarding Bai Ling's ear-piercing screams. Bai Lang tilted the bike's front, executing a mid-air flip. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the motorcycle, sparking as they missed both Bai Lang and Bai Ling. "Damn it. Bring him down." The airborne motorcycle ascended higher, surpassing the bridge's iron structure, causing them to panic. After all their time playing, they had never witnessed such a display of skill. Was it truly possible to maneuver a motorcycle in such a manner? "Forgive my ignorance." Rat-a-tat-tat. They could no longer afford to aim, firing wildly into the sky. The motorcycle, having completed its flip, began to descend slowly, with Bai Lang's keen eyes spotting the exposed figures of the two below. He tilted the front of the motorcycle, adjusting its landing trajectory to perfectly touch down on the bridge's iron frame, roaring forward along the structure. What kind of maneuver is this? Can you really cross the bridge like that? The sight of the motorcycle racing along the bridge's iron frame left the two momentarily dumbfounded, even forgetting to reload their spent ammunition. Bai Lang, undeterred by the two below, surged towards the bridgehead, his engine roaring amid Bai Ling's cries of either excitement or fear. Charging ahead. "Oh no! They're coming! Fire!" As the motorcycle drew ever closer, the two individuals at the bridge's edge finally grasped the situation, instinctively reaching for their firearms, only to realize that their weapons were devoid of ammunition. In a flurry of confusion, they scrambled to reload. However, at that very moment, Bai Lang had already ascended to the iron framework above them. With a swift twist of the handlebars, the motorcycle plummeted downwards, casting a shadow over the two men. The next spinning wheel struck one of them squarely in the face, and moments later, the entire motorcycle crashed down upon them, sending both souls to the afterlife. Upon landing, Bai Lang executed a deft tailspin with his motorcycle, coming to a steady halt at the bridge's edge, casually raising a middle finger at the neatly boxed duo below. Meanwhile, the two players, now ejected from the game, stood in the armory with bewildered expressions, silently processing the recent events. Did we just get crushed by a motorcycle? One of them ventured uncertainly after a prolonged silence. "It seems so," the other replied, equally dazed, recalling the wheel that had imprinted itself upon his face, a wave of terror washing over him as he nodded emphatically. "Yes, we were indeed crushed by a motorcycle." Then, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Encountering such a master, our demise is not without justification, is it? One seemed to find solace in their misfortune, their tone considerably lighter. Indeed, anyone capable of such dazzling motorcycle skills must surely be a gaming deity. "I wonder which one of them decided to toy with us using a Smuff account." The companion quickly added, "By the way, did you record that? Were you able to capture the entire event?" "Yes, I recorded the whole thing," came the eager response. "Hurry, upload the video to JDLL. Such extraordinary skills should not remain buried. More people need to witness this." "All right, I'll upload it right away." Excitedly, he pulled up the game recording, snipping the segment featuring Bai Lang's airborne motorcycle antics, and swiftly uploaded it to JDLL with the title, "Shocking, a flying dragon rider emerges in the game. How could this bug go unnoticed?" JDLL was the hottest platform for players of the game known as Apex LOL, attracting enthusiasts from all corners of the gaming community. Given that the game was developed collaboratively, it was implausible for bugs to exist. And as soon as the video was uploaded, it garnered countless clicks from intrigued players. This led to the emergence of a new phenomenon within the game: players riding motorcycles and showcasing an array of stunts. Collectively dubbed the Motorcycle Gang, before Bai Lang could revel in his triumph, a sudden explosion of crimson erupted from his pouch, followed by the crack of a 98K rifle echoing from the mountain observation post. "Damn it! Firing from the shadows! Can't I even enjoy my moment of glory?" Bai Lang exclaimed, yet his reflexes were swift. He had no intention of seeking cover or fleeing. He dismounted the motorcycle, brandishing his AWM. Peering through the 8x scope, he spotted a figure on the hillside, clutching a 98K, poised to take aim. Bai Lang, naturally, would not grant him the opportunity. He squeezed the trigger, delivering a fatal shot that ended the man's life. "Challenging me with a sniper? You must be dreaming." Having claimed his 9th victim, Bai Lang noted that 12 players still remained as the third circle of poison had just concluded, with the fourth safe zone appearing over the observation post. Without hesitation, Bai Lang mounted his motorcycle once more, racing towards the mountain with Bai Lang in tow, who appeared too daunted by his earlier display to dismount. As Bai Lang reached the foot of the mountain, the sounds of fierce gunfire reached his ears, yet no one had fallen after such an exchange. "Let us disembark and stealthily approach. We can strike from the shadows," he instructed with a sly grin. Having previously experienced the sting of an AWM shot thwarted by the fury of the Barbarian King, Bai Lang began to understand that this game diverged significantly from his past experiences in survival of the fittest. In Apex LOL, while marksmanship certainly offered an advantage, it was not an absolute guarantee of success. After all, when in a firefight, an opponent might activate a 5-second invulnerability skill, rendering even superior shooting skills ineffective. Therefore, the safest approach was to strike stealthily, eliminating foes before they had the chance to utilize their abilities, for one could never predict the odd skills they might possess. A seasoned chicken dinner specialist, Bai Lang was well-versed in various strategies from stealth tactics to aggressive confrontations, embodying a truly versatile talent. "Hand over your 98K. Bai Lang, still somewhat disoriented, did not comprehend Bai Lang's intentions, but obediently tossed the weapon to the ground, realizing it served no purpose in her hands. With the 98K slung across his back and the AWM in hand, Bai Lang and Bai Ling ascended towards the mountain peak. The clashes between two teams raged fiercely above them, the sound of gunfire completely drowning out their footsteps. Upon reaching the mountain's edge, Bai Lang swiftly pinpointed the positions of the 4 remaining players, both teams taking cover behind trees on the slope, each approximately 30 meters apart, exchanging fire indiscriminately. "Do you have any grenades?" Bai Lang asked, lowering his 98K momentarily to glance at Bai Ling. "None. My bag is full of medkits. Nothing else," she replied innocently, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Bai Lang sighed, retrieving a grenade from his own supplies and handing it to her. "Do you see those two? Just toss the grenade at them when you're ready. You know how to use it, right?" he asked, only to realize his question was redundant, recalling her earlier proficiency when she had detonated a vehicle. "Pull the pin, count to 3, and throw," he instructed. In one fluid motion, Bai Ling followed his guidance, launching 2 perfectly timed grenades that landed at the feet of the oblivious adversaries, who were too focused on eliminating their opponents to notice the impending danger. With a thunderous roar, the grenades detonated, hurling 2 bodies skyward as the number of combatants dwindled. "I got a kill. Bai Lang, did you see that?" "I killed someone," Bai Ling exclaimed, her voice bursting with exhilaration. Yet she soon found Bai Lang was unperturbed. Focused on the remaining foes through his 98K, that single shot rang out, and without a level 3 helmet, the unfortunate target succumbed to Bai Lang's precision, collapsing to the ground. After dispatching one, Bai Lang swiftly slung the 98K behind him and drew his AWM, taking aim without hesitation and scoring another kill. The number of survivors dwindled to 8. The poison circle closed once more, this time settling on the road beneath the observation post, dividing it in 2. Only after securing his kills did Bai Lang turn to Bai Ling, inquiring, "What did you just say?" Bai Ling's countenance darkened. The game seemed particularly unforgiving towards her. Why was it that others found it so easy to secure kills while her single achievement came only through Bai Lang's guidance? Let us move. We should get into the safe zone, Bai Lang suggested, noticing her silence and deciding not to pry further, for he was still unfamiliar with his younger sister, with a 98K slung over his shoulder, an AWM in hand, and Bai Ling trailing behind. Bai Lang pressed forward into the safe zone with a fierce determination, exuding an air of invincibility as a sudden gunshot echoed, claiming yet another lone wolf as Bai Lang's prey. Upon entering the safe zone, the sound of fierce gunfire erupted from the opposing hillside, and in an instant, the number of players dwindled drastically, leaving only 4 remaining. The climactic showdown was imminent. Simultaneously, in one of the largest streaming rooms on the platform Tiendo. The atmosphere was electric. "This is a sure win. Please just stop bullying the newcomers," came a plea from the viewers that I've already reported it. "This trash streamer only knows how to bully the inexperienced. Autumn God is the most handsome." The chat was flooded with messages as a small, inconspicuous drone hovered nearby, broadcasting the gameplay live. Zuo Sheng chuckled softly at the screen. "You all are the ones who want to see me dominate the newcomers. Now you're the ones complaining when I do. Being a streamer is exhausting." In the realm of League of Legends, the master rank player Zuo, renowned for his exceptional prowess with a sniper rifle, found himself in a most unexpected position, playing the bronze tier alongside the less experienced Bai Lang. As the match progressed and the circle narrowed down to just 2 remaining players, Zuo speculated on the potential partnership of these opponents that he decided to impart a tactical insight, recalling the abilities at his disposal. "I possess the death missile skill, which allows me to launch a missile in a specified direction, inflicting 100 damage on the primary target and 50 on nearby foes, with an effective range of 1,000 meters. It is indeed a formidable ability," he explained. His teammate wielded the true sight skill, revealing all enemies within 1,000 meters for 5 seconds, a crucial advantage in the final moments of the game. Zuo emphasized the importance of skill utilization in this game, asserting that adeptly deploying skills at critical junctures could not only save one's life, but also determine the outcome of the match. But he signaled to his teammate, who promptly activated True Sight, exposing Bai Lang and Bai Ling's positions as they sought cover down the slope. "Fortune favors us. It appears our remaining foes are indeed a duo," Zuo remarked with a slight smile before unleashing Death Missile, sending a fiery projectile towards Bai Lang's location. The synergy of their skills was evident as Zuo aimed to eliminate one opponent while severely wounding the other. As the tension escalated, Bai Lang, unaware of the impending danger, was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the True Sight indicator above him. Realizing their positions had been compromised, he urged Bai Lang to remain still while he prepared to heal. However, just as he turned to seek refuge behind a tree, a thunderous explosion rang out, leaving him with a mere 20 hit points, while Bai Lang lay incapacitated. "Death Missile. How treacherous," Bai Lang muttered under his breath as he swiftly concealed himself. Meanwhile, Bai Lang, having been down for the second time, was rapidly depleting her health, yet Bai Lang had no intention of rescuing her. Instead, he hastily administered a medical pack to himself, fully stocked with supplies. "One down," Zuo remarked with a smile as he listened to the notifications. Bai Lang, now focused and armed with an AWM, zeroed in on the descending shadows, locking onto one target in a moment of precision. He fired, achieving a headshot that felled his adversary. Almost immediately, he switched to his 98K, aiming at Zuo, who had also pinpointed Bai Lang's location. As both players pulled the trigger simultaneously, their shots met with deadly accuracy. Yet neither was taken down due to their protective gear. With their health reduced to critical levels, they both opted to heal rather than evade. The ensuing silence was shattered by the sound of a gunshot. One player's 98K echoed, sealing the fate of the match. "That was a close call," Bai Lang chuckled as he surveyed the victory screen, reflecting on the nail-biting final shot that had relied not solely on skill, but also a stroke of luck. Surprised to encounter such formidable opponents in the bronze tier, he mused on the universal appeal of the thrill of the hunt. As the match concluded, Bai Lang expressed uncertainty about their triumph, to which Bai Lang responded with bravado, reveling in their success. However, Bai Lang's modest reaction left him momentarily speechless. Declining to continue playing, he excused himself for dinner, leaving Bai Lang hopeful for future matches together. Meanwhile, in Zwikiasheng's live stream, viewers flooded the chat with astonishment and inquiries about the unexpected turn of events. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as the community speculated on the skillful player who had bested their esteemed champion. Zwikiasheng, regaining his composure, acknowledged the impressive play of his opponent, recognizing the blend of skill and luck that had led to his defeat. Drunken Autumn pondered for a moment before finally nodding in affirmation. The moment Drunken Autumn spoke, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged once more, fervently discussing Bai Lang. Yet the protagonist they spoke of was in his humble abode, facing the peril of starvation. What on earth? How can there be nothing to eat at home? Bai Lang turned his kitchen upside down, only to discover not a morsel of food, while his stomach was growing increasingly restless. Rebelling against the emptiness that make matters worse, he found himself utterly broke, not a single cent to his name. Damn it, am I really going to starve to death? No way. I need to eat, just as he lay in bed. Driven to madness by hunger, his communicator chimed, "The meal ticket has arrived." Glancing at the note on the communicator, a sly grin spread across Bai Lang's face. The caller was none other than his wealthy friend and confidant, Lin Yi. Yes, the kind of person everyone yearns to befriend, often referred to as a tycoon. "Hey Lin, where are you? Hurry and save me. I'm dying here," Bai Lang uttered weakly as he answered the call. "Bro, what's wrong? Are you okay? Where are you? I'll come find you." Lin Yi's urgent voice from the communicator warmed Bai Lang's heart. Knowing that he was genuinely cared for was a comfort, especially given his past as an orphan, which had taught him to be more perceptive of human nature. "That I'm at home. Please hurry," Bai Lang replied. Though he felt touched, his stomach's demands still took precedence. "Yes, satiating my hunger is paramount." It must be said that Lin Yi was remarkably swift, arriving at Bai Lang's abode in no time. The rapid knocking on the door sent a thrill of excitement through Bai Lang. He flung open the door and, without a second thought, dragged Lin Yi towards the nearest restaurant. After a hearty feast, Bai Lang felt rejuvenated. "Bro, you didn't call me over just to make me pay the bill, did you?" Bai Lang quipped, picking his teeth with a toothpick, while Lin Yi looked at him helplessly. "Oh, that's trivial. By the way, have you been skipping classes for a while? I was worried you might flunk without even realizing it." Lin Yi sighed, earnestly advising, "Bro, this can't go on. You should return home and apologize to Uncle." "Return? To where?" Bai Lang looked at Lin Yi in confusion. This was not an act. He genuinely did not know. His memories were fragmented, leaving him in a haze about many matters. "Aunt Zhao asked me to persuade you to come back." "Uncle is only looking out for your best interests. Remember when you left home?" Lin Yi assumed Bai Lang was merely reluctant to return and pressed on, while Bai Lang quickly began to grasp his current situation. Wait, how didn't he expect this guy to be a rich second generation? This was Bai Lang's first reaction after piecing the story together. His second reaction was an adamant refusal to return. "All right, Lin Yi, stop right there. I want to go back." Bai Lang decisively rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation, as if it were an instinctive response, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Yet, Bai Lang soon understood the reason for his sudden resolve. It was the lingering subconscious of the original owner influencing him. "Going back is out of the question. Spare me the persuasion." Bai Lang waved his hand, halting Lin Yi's continued urging. Sensing Bai Lang's determination, Lin Yi wisely chose not to press further, recognizing it was a matter of his friend's personal affairs. "Fine, I want to bring it up again, but you should at least attend classes. Look how many days you've missed. If I hadn't been covering for you, your absence would have been obvious." Lin Yi suddenly expressed in a mockingly pitiful manner. "Classes? Oh right, I'll go tomorrow." Thanks to Lin Yi's reminder, Bai Lang recalled that he was indeed a second-year student at Lingjiang University, though he hadn't attended in quite some time. Now, however, he felt compelled to go, if only to catch a glimpse of the lovely ladies. "Make sure to find me tomorrow. I'm worried I'll forget." Bai Lang patted Lin Yi's shoulder, concealing the fact that he couldn't quite remember his school or classroom. "Got it. So, what are you planning to do now?" Lin Yi queried, swatting Bai Lang's greasy hand aside with an eye roll. "That I'm going back to play games, and then I'll look for a part-time job in a few days." "Didn't you see I'm practically starving?" The two walked shoulder to shoulder back to Bai Lang's abode. With his hands behind his head, Bai Lang gazed lazily at the sky, while Lin Yi looked at him with a hint of surprise. Sensing that Bai Lang seemed a bit different than before, playing LOL? "Perfect, I have nothing to do. Let us team up as they arrived at Bai Lang's place. Lin retrieved a gaming helmet from his floating vehicle, which left Bai Lang envious. Though it was the vehicle that stirred his jealousy, not the helmet, so don't get it twisted. Once they donned the helmets, they hurried inside and quickly entered the game. Is it on? Let us go. Bronze trash, still dare to claim you're skilled? Let me carry you. Lin laughed heartily upon discovering Bai Lang's rank. Although he was only silver for himself, he felt superior nonetheless. Bai Lang, too exhausted to defend himself against the mockery, was filled with determination. He aimed to redeem himself in the game. As the game commenced, they swiftly matched and found themselves airborne, selecting their skills. Silver rank players had access to significantly more skills than bronze, nearing 30 options. Bai Lang glanced at Lin's skill interface, his eyes lighting up upon spotting an intriguing skill. Choose this skill. This? Skyward Shockwave? It seems rather useless. What would I do with it? Lin frowned, unable to see the merit in the skill Bai Lang pointed out. The Skyward Shockwave, after a brief guidance period, releases a shockwave towards enemies, launching them away. The distance and duration of the launch depend on the guidance time, with a maximum of 5 seconds for a launch distance of 500 meters. This skill mirrored the ultimate ability of the diminutive champion wielding a hammer in LOL. Trust me, you'll understand its worth later. Lin, intrigued by Bai Lang's mysterious demeanor, ultimately acquiesced. All right, I'll take your word for it. If it turns out useless, you're in trouble. Rest assured, there's no issue. Bai Lang chose the skill Shadow Clone, derived from LOL Shadow Flow Master SW skill, allowing him to create a Shadow Clone. The clone could be summoned within a 500-meter radius to scout the area and swap places with the original, lasting 30 seconds. When they finalized their skill selections, the airplane had already reached the island's altitude, and upon opening the map, they saw that the flight path traversed from G-Port to the nuclear power plant. Bro, having this skill puts me at a disadvantage. Let us play it safe and jump into a roadside building. Lin, he was clearly dissatisfied with the Skyward Shockwave skill Bai Lang had suggested, already contemplating how to play cautiously even before they parachuted. However, would Bai Lang play it safe? Absolutely not. Thus, he firmly rejected Lin Yi's suggestion and led him straight towards G-Port. Damn, there's so many people here. Let us get out of here, as they descended and opened their parachutes. Lin, he turned to see a throng of players around them, at least 20 landing in G-Port, which startled him into wanting to flee. Don't be a coward. Just stick with me. Bai Lang shot Lin a disdainful look, dismissing the surrounding players as mere fodder. Stick with you? That is a death wish. Lin rolled her eyes and twisted her body in midair, soaring towards the riverbank. Bai Lang landed steadily on a container amidst the crowd. Not far from him lay an S686 double-barrel shotgun, just as Bai Lang set his sights on a shotgun. Another person, closer to the weapon, also noticed it. The two raced towards the S686 simultaneously. It was a matter of life and death. Whoever reached it first would survive. Bai Lang, unfortunately, was at a disadvantage as the other person grasped the shotgun just as Bai Lang arrived. Brother, farewell. The man flashed a triumphant smile at Bai Lang, raising the S686 to load it, ready to take him down with a single shot. Haha, having a gun but no ammunition is utterly useless. Bai Lang, noticing the bullets he had scavenged in his waist pouch, nonchalantly picked up a frying pan from the ground and charged at the man. Hey, calm down, buddy. I was just joking. The man finally realized. Discovering the bullets had been snatched by Bai Lang, rendering his weapon less effective than a mere stick. Meanwhile, Bai Lang rushed towards him wielding the frying pan. Haha, prepare to meet your end for daring to steal from me. Bai Lang leaped and struck the man, severely injuring him. Just as Bai Lang was about to finish him off, a burst of blood erupted from a man, and upon looking up, Bai Lang spotted someone on a nearby container aiming an M416 directly at him, prompting him to hastily abandon the chase and leap off the container. Facing a rifle with a frying pan, Bai Lang quickly lost his bravado. Come save me. I'm unarmed, and someone is coming to get me. Lin Yi's cries for help reached Bai Lang's ears as he sprinted towards the riverbank, empty-handed. Where are you? I don't have a gun either. Wait for me to kill someone and grab a weapon before I can rescue you. Damn it, you worthless bronze. I shouldn't have listened to you. This is over. We should prepare to restart. Lin Yi had sunk into utter despair, the last flicker of hope she held for Bai Lang extinguished. Haha, it's time to showcase my true skills. Just stay put. I'll come to get you. Caught off guard, Bai Lang accidentally ran into a wall. That said, he didn't idle after landing. He began weaving through the containers. The intricate layout beneath the containers meant that most people, upon finding a weapon, would opt to jump down, and Bai Lang's target was precisely those individuals. This time, he intended to use his frying pan to catch them off guard. No, wait, that's not right. It was to strike them down. Crouching with his frying pan in hand, Bai Lang stealthily approached. Quickly locking onto the closest target. Turning around a container, he spotted a person not far ahead wielding a UMP-9, equipped with a 4x scope, wildly shooting while occasionally showering blood, clearly engaged in a firefight with someone else. Bai Lang didn't rush in, but patiently waited. If he revealed himself now, a hail of bullets would surely spell his doom. He bided his time for the man to heal, knowing that during the process, he would have to lower his weapon, granting Bai Lang a chance. Finally, the man, now severely wounded, retreated behind a container, stowing his gun to bandage himself. The opportunity had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Lang crept closer with his trusty frying pan in hand. Clearly, Bai Lang had overestimated his adversary, as the man remained oblivious to Bai Lang's presence, still busy tending to his wounds. This made Bai Lang feel as though his patience had been in vain. "Hey buddy, how's it going?" The man jumped at the sound of Bai Lang's voice, turning around to see someone standing behind him. He hastily reached for his gun, but Bai Lang's frying pan had already swung down, transforming him into a mere loot box. "Damn it, you shameless sneak. If it weren't for my skills, I would have taken you down." The man, filled with resentment, transformed into a box but didn't exit the game. Instead, launching into a furious tirade against Bai Lang for his underhanded tactics, tearfully watching as Bai Lang looted his box. "Well, you're quite the player. Did you get a weapon? Hurry and come save me." At that moment, Lin E, lying by the riverbank in G-Port, cursed Bai Lang while suddenly hearing his kill notification, urgently calling for help again. What's the rush? You won't die immediately anyway. Damn it, you heartless fiend. How could you treat me this way? Another round of accusations followed, but Bai Lang elegantly ignored them. Oh, now you remember me. Where were you sneaking off to earlier? After finishing his looting, Bai Lang finally obtained a gun, a 4x scope UMP-9, a P92 pistol, 2 smoke grenades, a frag grenade, 6 bandages, and a bottle of drink. "Hey brother, why are you so broke? Had I known, I wouldn't have killed you." After healing himself, Bai Lang noticed the player he'd taken down was still present, and he couldn't resist taunting him before making his escape. "That you've got just a frying pan, and you call me poor? Bring it on. I could take on 3 of you." Hey, don't run away." Armed now, Bai Lang grew bolder, charging toward the area where gunfire erupted most intensely. The G-Port, having experienced an initial wave of fierce gun battles, now had only a handful of survivors left. With the resources nearly depleted and concentrated among a few remaining players, Bai Lang stepped out of the container area. He witnessed a fierce firefight erupting between the 3 rows of warehouses and the containers directly ahead. Both teams were fully equipped. One team occupied the central warehouse while the other took cover behind the containers, launching a furious counterattack. Wow, this is intense. Observing both sides' firepower, Bai Lang quickly retreated, realizing a third-party force had entered the fray. What a joke. Look at their gear, either M416S or Scarless, with the occasional SKS shot mixed in. And me, just a pathetic UMP-9 and P92 I scavenged. If he opened fire, he'd surely reveal his position and become the target of both teams, leading to certain death. Thus, Bai Lang wisely decided to lay low, holding his UMP-9 and watching the spectacle, hoping to pick up the pieces. The 2 teams clashed fiercely, yet despite the prolonged exchange, no one fell. Much to Bai Lang's frustration as he sought to capitalize on the situation. "If no one dies, how can I loot?" Glancing at the smoke grenades in his backpack, Bai Lang grinned slyly. "Let me lend you a hand. No need to thank me. I'm a living saint." With a smoke grenade in hand, Bai Lang gradually approached the 2 teams, stopping when he deemed the distance appropriate. He had mentally mapped out the positions of both teams. First, he hurled a smoke grenade towards the team by the containers, followed by another into the open space between the 2 groups, quickly enveloping the area in smoke. "Not good. We have to charge. Stay alert." A shout erupted from the warehouse team, as they focused intently on the smoke, while the container team looked equally bewildered, mistakenly believing the enemy was about to charge. The instigator, Bai Lang, was not finished yet. He pulled out his UMP-9 and fired a few shots at each side before sprinting towards the container team. Here they come. Let's charge. Upon hearing the sounds of gunfire and footsteps, the group by the containers immediately presumed that the warehouse had been stormed. The two individuals imbued with the wrath of the Barbarian King were the least intimidated by gunfire. They charged forth from the containers without hesitation, mirroring the actions of their adversaries from the warehouse. Thus, the two factions converged in the open space between them. With no cover to shield them, the outcome was swiftly determined. Evidently, the 5-second true men bearing the wrath of the Barbarian King emerged victorious, while the warehouse team was reduced to mere loot boxes. Meanwhile, Bai Lang, the orchestrator of this chaos, quietly retrieved a grenade from his backpack, his gaze filled with pity as he observed the two individuals carelessly squatting in the open. Engrossed in their drug use, he drew back the pin, silently counted to 3, and tossed it. The grenade traced an impeccable parabolic arc through the air, landing squarely at their feet. The sound of the grenade hitting the ground echoed ominously. Instinctively, the two attempted to flee, but the detonation was imminent. With a resounding explosion, their lives were abruptly extinguished. Bai Lang, having claimed 2 more heads, sauntered out leisurely, casting a sorrowful glance at the 4 loot boxes strewn about. Alas, such good kids, sacrificing themselves knowing I lacked equipment, he lamented before eagerly beginning to loot the boxes. His teammates could wait. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, crouched by the riverbank, remained oblivious to his friend's revelry in looting. After finishing with the boxes, Bai Lang transformed from a mere underdog to a figure of affluence and charm, having accomplished a remarkable turnaround in fortune that he was now equipped with a fully outfitted M416, an 8-time scope for his 98K, first aid kits, and an array of beverages. Everything one could desire, including a level 2 helmet, level 3 armor, and a level 3 backpack, setting him on the path to triumph. The audacity of the two foes to provoke him was intolerable. He resolved to pursue them. The driver of the pursuing jeep swiftly turned the vehicle around, following Bai Lang up the slopes of G Mountain. G Mountain was arguably the highest peak on the island, characterized by treacherous rocky terrain. Navigating it posed risks even on foot, let alone by vehicle. Yet the two cars hurtled upwards recklessly. Hey, you up front, surrender quickly. Surrender your weapons, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. Met only with a barrage of bullets from Lin Yi, the two vehicles raced up the mountainside, gradually slowing as they approached the mid-slope, where the rocky environment increased significantly, presenting the danger of overturning. Do you still have smoke grenades? Quickly, throw one ahead. Bai Lang urged Lin Yi, who was still engaged in gunfire with the vehicle behind. But a smoke grenade? Let me check. I have one left. Where should I throw it? Lin Yi queried, retrieving the smoke grenade. Oh, you see that large rock ahead? Aim for there. All right, just watch. Without hesitation, Lin Yi hurled the smoke grenade, though the vehicle's movement caused it to miss its intended target. Fortunately, the smoke enveloped a considerable area nonetheless. Damn, these two really can run. Didn't you bring the death missile skill? Give them a taste of it. There's no escape for them now. Send them back home. All right, just watch me launch them to the heavens. With that, he readied his rocket launcher. Stop the car, quickly. The guy behind has the death missile. Lin Yi, engaged in gunfire, immediately realized the danger and ducked back into the vehicle, calling out to Bai Lang. Upon glancing back, Bai Lang saw the assailant already aiming. In open terrain, their speed and agility would make it difficult for the death missile to hit, but now they were slow and exposed, practically sitting ducks that I know that I'll drive into the smoke and jump out. As they drew near the smoke grenade-esque range, the missile whistled in pursuit. Quick go! Bai Lang leaped from the vehicle, seeking refuge behind the nearest rock, initially planning to use the smoke as cover to ambush the pursuers. He anticipated that the two behind possessed the death missile skill, leaving him in a precarious situation. With a thunderous roar, the death missile pierced through the smoke, striking the car and igniting a fiery explosion. As the screech of brakes echoed, the jeep arrived, and its occupants disembarked up cautious. They jumped out. The death missile only hit the car point. One of the individuals wielding the missile, having received no kill confirmation, alerted his teammate. As the smoke began to dissipate, the two adversaries, still concealed behind their vehicle, awaited clarity, but a gust of wind swept through, clearing the smoke. revealing Bai Lang and Lin Yi hidden behind separate rocks, both meticulously observing the situation. "They're behind that vehicle. You draw their attention while I flank them," Bai Lang instructed. "Understood," Lin Yi replied eagerly, then boldly emerged to unleash a barrage of fire upon the jeep, merely targeting the vehicle. Of course, without ulterior motives at D. Oh, they have grenades? Just throw one. Lin Yi's gunfire revealed his position, prompting the two to retrieve grenades in an attempt to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Bai Lang, concealed behind another rock, activated his shadow clone skill. Positioning a shadow nearby to monitor the movements of the two foes, swap, Bai Lang activated his skill, instantly switching places with the shadow, emerging from behind the tree to unleash a torrent of bullets from his M416. Before long, two more boxes appeared on the ground. Ha! These fools thought they were the only ones with skills. Let us see you be arrogant now. Hearing his teammate's success, Lin Yi sprang from behind a rock, racing toward the two boxes, ready to taunt, all while hastily stuffing various gear into his backpack. Bai Lang remained behind the tree, enjoying the spectacle. Just as Lin Yi delightedly looted the boxes, a sudden explosion launched him skyward, and he collapsed to the ground. "What the hell, was there another grenade here? By go. Please save me. I haven't even fired a shot with my 98K. I can't die." Crawling toward Bai Lang, Lin Yi wore a face of desperation. Bai Lang, already aware of the grenade on the ground, noted that had one of the enemies been quicker in their actions, Lin Yi would have met his end. With a playful grin, Bai Lang approached Lin Yi, waving 5 fingers in front of him. What does that mean?" Lin Yi asked, puzzled. "500. As a favor for being my buddy, I'll let you off for just 500 to save your life." Bai Lang's fingers danced teasingly before Lin Yi, who felt a pang of frustration. Lin Yi hesitated to refuse, but the thought of the 98K he had just acquired without firing a shot compelled him to relent. "Fine, 500 it is. Sorry, small business. Payment first, delivery later." At this point, Lin Yi's health had dwindled to half, prompting him to hastily transfer the 500 to Bai Lang. Once he received the funds, Bai Lang leisurely helped Lin Yi to his feet, tossing him a first aid kit. "Consider this a complimentary gift. No need to thank me." He then happily resumed looting the boxes that a wealthy individual like Bai Lang could part with 500 without a second thought. He felt assured about the next few days' provisions, hoping for even more lucrative opportunities ahead. While Lin Yi was biting his teeth and consuming drugs, he remained entirely unaware of the malicious intentions harbored by his teammate. Of course, Lin Yi would not be angered by Bai Lang's opportunistic attempt to extort money. Not only did he not care about the mere 500, but if Bai Lang were to ask him for money, he would give it without hesitation. Yet, it was clear that Bai Lang would not resort to such tactics. Lin Yi understood Bai Lang well, and Bai Lang was equally aware of Lin Yi's character, which is precisely why he acted as he did on the mountaintop. Two figures stood against the wind, one wielding a fully equipped M416, and the other cradling an 8x scope 98K, their expressions a blend of aloofness and disdain as they surveyed the land below. Exuding an aura of expertise, the silence was shattered by the crack of a gunshot, disrupting the tense atmosphere. "A bit too excited. I accidentally fired," Lin Yi, holding the 98K, sheepishly confessed to Bai Lang. Bai Lang. The first circle of poison had already contracted, and the second safe zone appeared near the school in P City, still a fair distance from their position, with the countdown to the poison zone nearing its end. "Get in the car. We must flee the poison," Bai Lang urged, as their initial vehicle had been rendered inoperable by a deadly missile. They hopped into the jeep, racing towards safety. The plane's flight path conveniently passed between P City and the school, both locations well within parachuting range. Undoubtedly, numerous teams would choose to land in these areas. Lang Zi, "Let us go hunt some players. Watch me take out little ones with a single shot, leaving them utterly helpless." Lin Yi, now exhilarated with the 98K in hand, had begun to lose sight of his own capabilities. "Let us head to the school first. The crowd there should be sparse," Bai Lang suggested, eager to secure kills for leveling up. Without hesitation, he drove down G Mountain, making their way towards the school. Lin Yi had already leaned out, scanning for targets with his 98K as they sped across the plains, relishing the wind against their faces and the fragrance of fresh grass. Everything felt idyllic, until the tranquility was abruptly shattered by a rapid succession of gunfire. Sparks erupted from the side of the jeep, Yet the two inside remained unscathed. Lang Z, there's someone shooting at us. Hurry and stop. Lin E urged by Lang to halt, fearing that jumping out might lead to immediate demise. Had he not been concerned, he would have leaped from the vehicle already. With a deft maneuver, Bai Lang executed a smooth drift, bringing the jeep to a halt on the grassy expanse, now adjacent to the school. Where are they shooting from? Lin E exclaimed, leaping from the vehicle, activating his 8-time scope to search for the assailant. Bang, bang, bang. Another volley rang out, and a spray of blood erupted from Lin E. Damn it, where are you? Show yourself if you dare. He spat, quickly skirting to the other side of the car. Lang Z, why are you still in the car? Hurry up and get out. Don't you realize there's an enemy? Lin E, having taken cover, noticed that Bai Lang had not exited the vehicle and that the incoming bullets had miraculously avoided him. ISNT this my chance to give you a performance. If I shoot, you want to have a chance, Bai Lang retorted, having already pinpointed the enemy's hiding spot, grinning like a sly fox. Where are they? Lin E asked eagerly. Bai Lang, without a word, raised a finger languidly. Lin Yi's expression fell as he recalled the earlier 500 incident, understanding Bai Lang's implication. .100. All right, I'll give it. Lin E agreed readily. Having already surrendered 500, a mere 100 was trivial. You see that little peak between the school and our city. The enemy is right there, with spirits lifted after pocketing another 100. Bai Lang spoke with remarkable ease. Lin E cautiously peered in the direction Bai Lang indicated and indeed spotted a figure atop the hill, aiming at him. You've been discovered. Let me show you the prowess of the 98K. He leaned forward, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out simultaneously, one from Lin Yi's 98K and the other from the enemy SSK's. Blood sprayed. And then, Lin E ducked back behind the vehicle, slowly applying bandages. Having been struck in the head, his helmet shattered. Quite impressive. Take another shot at me. After consuming his medication, Lin E revived fully, ready to engage once more. Then, rat-a-tat-tat, another barrage echoed against the car, causing Bai Lang, seated within, to bleed. Lang Z, there are people from the school shooting at us too. We're surrounded. Lin E realized the enemy's position, evidently drawn by the earlier gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Jeep's tires were swiftly punctured by the school's occupants. Smoke beginning to rise. Bai Lang, no longer feeling secure in the vehicle, quickly exited and unleashed a barrage from his M416 at the Jeep, transforming it into makeshift cover. What do we do now? Lang Z, should we run? Lin E, having lost his earlier bravado, now deemed survival the utmost priority, overshadowing any desire for kills. Play on. Let me show you what the true 98K can do. Bai Lang cast a fierce glance at Lin E, embodying confidence, almost as if he were smoking a cigarette. With the 98K now in hand, he peered through the window, spotting their adversary still aiming from the hilltop. Did that person wearing a level 3 helmet? Lin E pondered, unsure, feeling embarrassed about not being able to discern the enemy's gear clearly through his 8-time scope. Let us just say I didn't ask, Bai Lang replied. Slapping his forehead, he turned, aimed, and adjusted his rifle slightly. Bang! The same motion bore a different outcome. Lin E stood momentarily dumbfounded as he heard his teammate's kill notification, taking a while to process it. Impressive. You actually scored a headshot. When did you become so skilled? You weren't just lucky, were you? Bai Lang ignored him, reloading and preparing for the remaining 2 enemies at the school. Those 2 were perched on a rooftop, enjoying an expansive view, poised to unleash concentrated fire the moment Bai Lang exposed himself. Little Lin, would you like to learn how to achieve headshots with the 98K? Bai Lang asked, a smile creeping onto his lips as he regarded Lin E, who was unwittingly a free target. What? Really? Tell me how. Lin E leapt up from the ground, but in his eagerness, he forgot that enemies still had him in their sights. Rat-a-tat-tat. The school's occupants wasted no time, firing at Lin E, who hastily ducked for cover once more. Bai Lang, surprised, had initially intended for Lin E to act as a target, but hadn't anticipated his cooperation. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Lang stood up and fired. The shot slicing through the air, a bullet soaring swiftly, striking the rooftop and sending blood flying, followed by the notification of a downed opponent. Bro, from this day forth, you shall be my idol. The teammate of the downed player stood momentarily stunned. bewildered by the sudden fall of his comrade. "What are you doing? How did you get headshot?" "Stay down. I'll toss a smoke grenade and rescue you." With that, he produced a smoke grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it onto the rooftop, twisting about nervously, fearing he too would meet the same fate as his teammate. "Lange, you're incredible. Teach me quickly." Hiding behind the jeep, Lin Yi watched as Bai Lang once again utilized the 98K to eliminate an adversary. He was so engrossed that he neglected to even replenish his health, squatting beside Bai Lang and imploring him to teach him the skill. If once could be attributed to mere luck, what about twice? "Umph. I've always told you my brother is a master. Now do you believe it?" Yes, indeed. Brother Lang is the most formidable that in his eagerness to learn, Lin Yi lavished praise upon Bai Lang. Their banter resembling a comedic dialogue. "Brother Lang, they're tossing smoke grenades to rescue their teammate. Let us charge in." Lin Yi suddenly looked up, noticing the rooftop shrouded in smoke, clearly indicating an attempt to revive someone. "No need. They think a mere plume of smoke can obstruct my 98K. Bai Lang replied with a confident smile. He had refrained from firing earlier, waiting for this very moment. Although he had been boasting to Lin Yi, his eyes had remained keenly observant of the activity on the rooftop. He had memorized the position of the downed player, who had yet to move. Lin Yi gazed at Bai Lang with a hint of skepticism, not doubting his skills after witnessing those two shots, but questioning how he could possibly hit a target obscured by smoke. Listening to Bai Lang's self-assured tone, he found himself at a loss for words, deciding instead to wait for the outcome. With a flicker of hope, Lin Yi watched as Bai Lang stood up, appearing nonchalant as he raised his weapon and aimed at a flash erupted from the barrel. Bang! After firing, he lowered his weapon. Did he miss? A glimmer of disappointment crossed Lin Yi's eyes, but he quickly regained composure. It was not unexpected. However, the next moment rendered him speechless. Bai Lang had scored a headshot with the Kar 98K. Eliminating the school's little tyrant, he hit. How is that possible? Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. What sort of game was this, where one could land headshots without even seeing the target? "Hey, are you in a daze? Go loot the body." Bai Lang seemed quite pleased with Lin Yi's expression, relishing the fact that yet another mortal had been thoroughly impressed by his prowess. Life truly is as lonely as snow. "Brother, wait for me." Realizing Bai Lang was almost at the school's wall, Lin Yi snapped out of his shock and hurried after him. "TSK, so poor, only provided me with a few bullets and some meds." Bai Lang disdainfully looted 2 crates atop the school building, then strolled out of the school with Lin Yi's for the crate on the hillside. It didn't even contain a level 3 helmet. It wasn't worth his time. "Brother, I have something I wish to discuss with you once outside the school." Lin Yi suddenly spoke up. After witnessing Bai Lang's shot, for reasons unknown, he no longer pressed Bai Lang to teach him, but instead wore a serious expression, contemplating something. "What is it? Do you want me to teach you?" Bai Lang turned to Lin Yi, a playful smile on his lips, while pondering how much tuition would be appropriate. Perhaps 1,000 or 1,000. "It's not that." Lin Yi shook his head, continuing, "Brother, your skills are exceptional. Have you considered going pro? Although the game, PUBG, has only recently emerged, you've seen its popularity. The league is tirelessly encouraging more players to join, and it's evident that this game will soon be immensely sought after. With your skills, if you pursued a professional career, you would surely achieve great success." As he spoke, Lin Yi hesitated, sensing that some matters were not suitable to disclose to Bai Lang at this moment. "Go pro." Bai Lang momentarily fell silent at the mention. The term professional player involuntarily reminded him of his past life, where he had envied those basking in the spotlight, receiving cheers from the audience. It had once been his dream, yet reality had brutally shattered that aspiration, burying it deep within his heart. "Brother, what do you think? Shall we form a professional team together?" Lin Yi pressed, noticing Bai Lang's dazed expression. "Let us discuss it later. I'm not considering it right now." Bai Lang waved his hand dismissively, walking forward in silence, but Lin Yi's words had cast ripples upon the still waters of his heart. Lin Yi perceptibly sensed the shift in Bai Lang's mood. Although he didn't understand why mentioning a professional career affected Bai Lang so, he wisely refrained from pressing further, that I was merely suggesting it. "Now, let us continue hunting. With a master like you around, if we can't win, just wait and see." I don't wish to win either, but my 98K 1T let me." Bai Lang retorted, feigning indignation that am I not speaking the truth. Wasn't that shot just now impressive? Impressive. But if you teach me, that would be even more impressive. Teach you? Sure, at this price, you're my buddy. How can you be so mercenary? In this tense and exhilarating game, was it really appropriate for the two of them to openly banter like this? Shootout, they consider the feelings of the other players. On the hillside, Lin Yi observed the excitement gleaming in Bai Lang's eyes, knowing his friend had a passion for this game. Now and perhaps in the future. Brother, let us create a future that belongs to us. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, evidently unwilling to relinquish the idea, as the temptation of that prospect was too enticing to ignore. The second toxic circle had concluded, and 41 players remained in the game. Among the 49 casualties, 8 had fallen to Bai Lang's prowess, while his good friend Lin Yi had only claimed a solitary kill. A stroke of luck? Bang! The sound of the 98K echoed again as Bai Lang secured another kill. Effortlessly searching for his next target, while Lin Yi wore a dejected expression. Brother, can't you let me have a few kills? You're nearing 10. While I've only got 1, can you really bear that? Haha, wasn't it you who hesitated when you spotted an enemy? Bai Lang shot Lin Yi a scornful glance, implying that his failure to secure kills was his own fault. That wasn't me underperforming. If I see another, you must let me have it, Lin Yi pleaded earnestly. After all, what enjoyment was there in a game without combat? Buzzing, as the two pressed forward toward the safe zone while hunting for prey. A deafening roar echoed overhead, followed by a shadow enveloping them. A plane was soaring above. A plane. If only the airdrop would land before us. Let me tell you, compared to the 98K, the AWM is even more powerful. Lin Yi gazed enviously at the plane drifting away. Hey, Shaolin, have you ever shot a flying chicken? Bai Lang suddenly asked with a sly grin. Shoot a flying chicken? Lin Yi reflexively echoed, falling into silence as he pondered whether he had ever done so. Who am I? Don't you know Dragon City Group? My family runs IT as the esteemed heir of the Lin family. I've seen my fair share of beauties. Shooting flying chickens? What a ridiculous joke. This was Lin Yi's true inner monologue. Hey, speak up. Have you or Haven you shot a flying chicken? Lin Yi gazed at Bai Lang with a perplexed expression, his face flushed. Indeed, he had never engaged in such activities. It's obvious you've never flown a plane, have you? Allow me to enlighten you today. Bai Lang continued with enthusiasm. Flying a plane is an art form. Timing is crucial. Too early or too late. And it's ineffective, Bai Lang rambled on, while Lin Yi looked on in utter astonishment. Is flying a plane really that technical? Are you mocking me for my lack of experience? After a brief pause, Bai Lang declared, well, let me demonstrate for you. At the mention of a live demonstration, Lin Yi felt a wave of panic wash over him. A demonstration? How terrifying. We're supposed to be playing a game. For goodness sake, be mindful of the distractions, you rascal. How was I unaware of this hidden passion of yours? Bai Lang, let us focus on the game for now. We could discuss demonstrations later. Lin Yi regarded Bai Lang, suddenly feeling compelled to say something to redeem his friend, unwilling to let him spiral further down this path. Bai Lang, how about I introduce you to a beautiful girlfriend instead? You could forget about flying planes. Bai Lang, with a puzzled expression, looked at Lin Yi, his eyes glinting with mischief. Why would you introduce me to a girlfriend? The plane is right in front of us. Why not take the shot? I am counting on getting that AWM. With that, Bai Lang raised his 98K and aimed at the receding aircraft. A sharp crack echoed as he pulled the trigger. Bai Lang exhaled a breath of relief, only to find everything around him suddenly dull. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was left utterly bewildered. Indeed, you didn't deceive me. It's truly about flying a plane. He coughed. Is this what you meant by flying a plane? Exactly. I didn't manage to hit the airdrop this time. It seems my skills need improvement. The pinnacle of flying a plane is to ensure that when the shot is fired, the airdrop must fall. When will I reach that level? Bai Lang gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, a wistful expression gracing his features. Well, since I missed, I suppose it's back to the drawing board. Yes, let us strive together to practice flying planes. Bai Lang chuckled, his encouragement eliciting a suppressed laugh from Lin Yi, who sensed something amiss and realized he had just been played by Bai Lang, feeling the sting of his friend's playful betrayal. After their little farce, the duo pressed onward into the safe zone. Bai Lang checked the map and noted that the circle had settled over P City. The final showdown was likely to occur in the nearby fields. Unlike hills, which had ample trees for cover, the fields could easily turn one into a sitting duck if they couldn't find any hay bales. Presently, Bai Lang and Lin crouched in a row of houses near P City, cautiously observing the fields through the windows. Soon enough, they spotted enemy movements. Xiao Lin, do you want some kills? Bai Lang teased Lin, who appeared glum. The earlier jest had dissipated in the wake of Bai Lang's new tactic, and Lin's frustration vanished, replaced by eager anticipation. Where? Lin hurried to Bai Lang's side, eyes straining to catch a glimpse outside, yet he couldn't spot a soul. See that haystack? There's someone hiding underneath. Bai Lang pointed out. Following Bai Lang's direction, Lin squinted but still failed to discern the hidden figure. Are you serious? How did I miss that? Unbelievable. You doubt my keen eyesight. Allow me to demonstrate. Bai Lang declared, pulling out his silenced 98K, extending the barrel out the window, and pulling the trigger. Bai Lang has the eye of an eagle. With that, he eliminated an enemy, bringing the count of survivors down to 12. Bai Lang had claimed 10 kills, leaving only 2 others alive aside from them. As the poison circle began to close in a way, someone was really there. They concealed themselves exceptionally well. Lin couldn't help but exclaim, quickly shifting to flatter Bai Lang. Bai Lang, are there more? Point me to another. See over there on South Mountain? A team is crouched up there. Bai Lang gestured vaguely, although he had no concrete evidence of their presence. Relying solely on instinct, Lin immediately raised his 8-time scope, scanning the mountain for any hidden foes while Bai Lang moved to the opposite side of the house. Given the vastness of P City, they could not be the only squad AS anticipated. The poison circle finalized its position in the central fields, enveloping the battleground in an eerie silence, devoid of gunfire, as the atmosphere of impending conflict thickened. Bai Lang and Lin were still some distance from the safe zone, and the late-game poison was not to be trifled with, as it would soon refresh. Hey, I see people on South Mountain. They were running toward the safe zone. Lin suddenly shouted, his voice rising with urgency as he took a shot with his 98K. Bai Lang, hurry! They've spotted me. They will surely cover us as they enter the circle. After missing 2 shots, Lin anxiously called out, but Bai Lang remained unfazed, focusing intently on the houses across the street. The sound of rapid gunfire erupted as Lin desperately unleashed a barrage from his Scarel. But his aim faltered. The enemy had already taken cover behind a haystack, obscuring Lin's view. Lin, we need to move. With no targets in sight, Lin urged as the countdown to the poison quickened. Their previous hesitation could lead to dire consequences if they were caught between foes and encroaching poison. Bai Lang frowned, his gaze still fixed on the houses behind them. There really no one left. Why haven't they moved yet? Just give me 10 more seconds, Bai Lang insisted. He felt a lurking presence behind them, sensing that someone was waiting for them to make a move before striking. Yet, no one showed signs of fleeing from the poison. 10 seconds quickly passed. Let us move into the circle. Without hesitation, Bai Lang stowed his weapon and leapt through the window, beckoning Lin to follow him towards safety. As they had barely stepped away from the house, a hail of bullets erupted from the opposite direction, both of them erupting in bursts of blood. It was the team from South Mountain that had cornered them. Bai Lang remained calm, his movements fluid and graceful as he dodged the onslaught, weaving left and right, leaping high, as bullets whizzed past him, narrowly missing their target. In the midst of Bai Lang's evasive maneuvers, a panic cry from Lin pierced through the chaos. Bai Lang, help me. I'm running low on health. If I get hit again, I'm done for. The 2 individuals, realizing their shots were futile, opted not to engage any further and redirected their fire towards Lin, intent on eliminating him first. Your positioning. White Wave observed Lin, whose mouth twitched involuntarily as he frantically sprinted forward, completely oblivious to the fact that the enemy lay directly ahead of him. His reckless advance rendered him nothing short of a living target. Noticing that neither of the 2 assailants had targeted him, White Wave decided to halt his retreat and drew his 98K. He aimed, fired, and with a resounding bang, he swiftly took down the adversary who was crouched behind a haystack, frantically shooting at Lin. The gunfire from that direction abruptly ceased and the world fell into a hushed silence. The downed man's teammate, realizing the peril, retreated in an attempt to revive him. Seizing this opportunity, Lenny hurriedly took cover beneath another haystack within the safe zone, donning a grim expression as he applied a first aid kit to restore his health, while White Wave, wary of lingering too long, quickly joined him. "Why are they all targeting me, and not you?" Len lamented, his voice tinged with sorrow as he reached the haystack. You think they can hit me? They'd have to actually score a hit first. White Wave mused to himself, though he retorted aloud, "Perhaps it's my charm. They simply can't bring themselves to shoot me." Len. At this moment, the toxic circle began to close in, gradually encroaching upon the safe zone. Just then, while vigilantly scanning the surroundings with his 98K, White Wave noticed a circular portal emerging near a haystack in the distance. His pupils constricted as he instantly recognized what it was. Damn it. ISNT, that the ultimate ability realm warp from League of Legends? It has also a skill in this battle royale. Realm Warp opened a portal that could transport allies to a location up to 500 meters away, and in 5 seconds, any teammates within the portal would be teleported to the designated spot. Upon seeing the Realm Warp portal, White Wave finally understood why he had not encountered anyone earlier. "I waited for you all, and now you've walked right into my trap." A cunning smile spread across his face as he pulled out a grenade. He pulled the pin and warmed it up. 1, 2, 3. The grenade arced gracefully through the air, landing perfectly at the center of the portal just as its activation time came to an end. 2 figures emerged from the portal, seemingly pleased with their clever tactic, their faces adorned with excited grins. Boom! A thunderous explosion silenced their laughter. "Why is there a grenade here? Was that devil the one who threw it?" Those were the last thoughts of the two as they transformed into mere boxes. "Damn it. White Wave, how did you get another kill?" Lenny, who had been focused on a team descending from the southern mountain, was suddenly taken aback by the kill notification, staring at White Wave in bewilderment. "You promised to let me have a few kills. Why are you secretly taking them down without telling me?" "A team just utilized Realm Warp to teleport next to that haystack, so I casually tossed a grenade their way." White Wave shrugged nonchalantly. That explosion seemed to signal the commencement of a fierce showdown. Gunfire erupted across the fields, flames illuminating the chaos, and the number of combatants rapidly dwindled. The gunfire ceased only when the count dropped to 5. The fateful circle. The toxic zone had completed its cycle, and a new safe zone materialized, now significantly smaller. Following the recent chaotic gunfight, White Wave had already discerned the positions of the remaining players. The team descending from the southern mountain was still intact, while a lone wolf lay crouched to their right, creating a delicate balance among the 3 factions. "Why did it shift over there?" Lenny exclaimed in frustration as the safe zone appeared right next to the team from the southern mountain. Both White Wave and the lone wolf found themselves outside the safe zone, and any attempt to move forward would undoubtedly result in a brutal onslaught. To compound their despair, the only cover available in the safe zone was a solitary haystack, which already had an occupant. "White Wave, what do we do? It seems we can't win this match," Lenny said, his voice tinged with disappointment. "This game requires not just skill, but also a dash of luck." As is evident now, White Wave replied confidently, "We're set for victory. I never expected the safe zone to favor us." The 2 opponents from the southern mountain, concealed behind the haystack, were visibly excited. "Keep an eye on those 2. I'll go after the lone wolf. Be careful. Don't get headshot again." One player instructed the teammate who had just fallen victim to White Wave's earlier shot. "Don't worry. That was just a stroke of luck for him. If I get headshot, I'll be his grandson." The other player retorted, a hint of frustration in his tone. Had he not been eliminated, he could have easily dispatched an opponent, turning the tide into a 2-on-1 scenario, especially with a fateful circle now in their favor. "Just keep your guard up." The teammate ignored the comment, starting to scout for the lone wolf's position. Their excitement mingled with a touch of anxiety. "White Wave, what are we going to do? Should we throw a smoke grenade and make a run for it?" Lenny peeked out, only to see the enemy glancing back at him, prompting him to quickly withdraw at "What's the rush? The circle hasn't even moved yet." White Wave observed Len's despondent expression and shrugged. Until the very last moment, anything can happen as seconds ticked by. The 5 players awaited their fate, and the atmosphere thickened with tension, the moment of reckoning drawing near. White wave, we need to move. Only 10 seconds left. Calm down. Our victory hinges on you. White wave suddenly turned, his expression serious as he faced Lin Yi, leaving him momentarily stunned. Me? What can I do? Lin Yi questioned, bewilderment etched on his face. I could see that moment. The lone wolf could no longer contain himself, tossing a smoke grenade that arced through the air, landing amidst the fields. The smoke rapidly enveloped the area, and a figure sprang up, attempting to dash towards the safe zone under its cover. Just the lone wolf stood and ran. Gunfire erupted, bullets spraying frantically into the smoke, quickly depleting the lone wolf's health. White wave, let us take this chance to slip away. Lin Yi exclaimed, a glimmer of hope igniting his eyes at the sound of the chaotic gunfire. Eager to seize the opportunity while the enemy was distracted, and oh need, we're winning this match, White Wave remarked with a sudden smile as he observed the lone wolf's movements. Lin Yi stared at him, incredulous as he struggled to fathom how victory could be secured. Have you forgotten what skill you possess? As long as you're not foolish, we will certainly win this match. Skill? Lin Yi pondered, recalling that he had not yet utilized his ability. Realizing that most players instinctively chose skills that ensured survival in the early game, resulting in few skills remaining for the final moments, he too had made that mistake before. And in this instance, he had selected what seemed to be a completely useless skill, momentarily forgetting that he hadn't activated it. But even if I haven to use my skill, what does it matter? It seems ineffective. Lin Yi replied, examining the skill description on his screen, still confused about how it could aid him. White Wave, exasperated, looked at Lin. He hadn't anticipated that his close friend would still be oblivious at such a critical juncture. Have you even read your skill description? After 5 seconds, it unleashes a shockwave that can propel enemies 500 meters away. Whereas 500 meters, that's the toxic zone. Who can withstand the poison now? Use your skill to launch them 500 meters away into the toxic zone, and we'll emerge victorious, provided you can aim it properly. Lin Yi suddenly exclaimed, Wastrel, that's impressive. I can't believe you thought of that. No wonder you asked me to bring this skill along. I had no idea it was so powerful. How did I not notice this before? Come on, let's hurry. Otherwise, we'll end up in the poison zone. Although their exchange seemed lengthy, it was merely a span of 5 seconds, and they had only 5 seconds left before the poison would start encroaching. Lin Yi immediately began to channel his skill, Skyward Shockwave, while the battle on the other side concluded with an inevitable defeat for the lone wolf, who was shot down mercilessly. Now, only the 2 individuals hiding behind the haystack remained. Keep an eye on them. They're about to run into the poison. Let's focus our fire on one of them first. Then we can take out the other. With that, the 2 of them fixed their gaze intently on the haystack whereby Lang was located, their red dot sights already trained on the 2 targets. The moment there was any movement, they would not hesitate to fire. The 5 seconds passed swiftly, and the poison circle began to close in on by Lang and Lin. Why, I dotted a T that moment. Lin Yi completed the channeling of his skill. Let me take to the skies, he exclaimed as he released his skill towards the haystack. A shockwave erupted from beneath his feet, racing towards the target with incredible speed. Just as Lin Yi unleashed the skyward shockwave, Bai Lang threw a smoke grenade, which quickly enveloped the area in a thick haze. Run, Bai Lang shouted to Lin Yi before darting out, as the poison circle was already closing in behind them. If they didn't flee, they would succumb to the poison. Even if they managed to knock the enemy into the poison zone, it would merely be a matter of who could endure longer, which was clearly a risky gamble. The smoke billowed. The 2 adversaries on the opposite side instantly realized the situation. Just as they prepared to pull the trigger and claim victory, a sudden force propelled them upwards, sending them soaring into the air, away from the poison circle. What on earth is happening? Why are we being launched? The 2 previously confident individuals, who had been so sure of their victory, now floated in the air, bewildered as they exchanged confused glances before spectacularly transforming into boxes and plummeting to the ground. We won. Wastrel, did we really win? Lin Yi said, somewhat incredulous, unable to believe they had triumphed under such circumstances. I assent it, just a win. What's the big deal? Bai Lang replied, rolling his eyes at Lin Yi's astonishment. Having secured yet another victory, Bai Lang lamented that they had eliminated too few opponents, totaling only 12 kills and a mere 17 points. When am I going to level up? No, I need to get more kills next round. At least 20 more to make it quick, Bai Lang mused to himself. Wastrel, hurry up. Let's play 2 more rounds. If we win twice, I'll level up to Silver 3. Lin Yi urged Bai Lang excitedly, relishing the taste of victory. Meanwhile, Bai Lang, eyeing his Tim friend, wore a sly smile, causing Lin Yi to shudder, feeling a chill run down his spine. After 2 rounds, Bai Lang remained at Bronze 4, but his points had risen to 37, needing 63 more for promotion, equivalent to 63 kills. However, to Bai Lang, this was merely a trivial matter. Noticing Lin Yi's eager gaze, Bai Lang feigned a conflicted demeanor, saying, though I would love to continue playing, unlike you affluent youngsters, I have to be responsible for my own stomach, so Lin Yi understood Bai Lang's intentions. He simply wanted to take advantage of him. Gritting his teeth, he proposed, take me along for a game. If we win, I'll give you 1,000 a deal. Deal. Let us get started quickly. Bai Lang perked up at the mention of money. Lin Yi pondered how, in just over 10 days, his friend had transformed so drastically. Was it a reflection of humanity as corruption? Or, oh, by the way, do you know of any streaming platforms? I'm considering starting a live stream. What do you think? Bai Lang had been contemplating the idea of streaming since realizing he was out of money that he was already aware of the booming streaming industry, with numerous platforms available. In his previous life, Bai Lang had been a minor streamer on a popular platform, and although he wasn't particularly famous, his monthly income was sufficient for a comfortable lifestyle. With this experience, he naturally thought of returning to his old profession. You want to stream? The streaming industry is indeed thriving, especially for games like PUBG. I often watch streams myself. With your skills, you could certainly give it a shot. Lin Yi, initially surprised, quickly grasped that Bai Lang, having severed ties with his family and financial support, needed to find a way to sustain himself. That I recommend the Tiendo streaming platform. While there are many platforms, it is undoubtedly the largest and best. Although competition is fierce, the results are evident, and I happen to know a senior executive there who can help you get a direct contract. Lin Yi suggested Tiendo, which aligned perfectly with Bai Lang's thoughts. Oh, what if the competition was tough? Bai Lang had enough confidence. After all, he had survived on a streaming platform in his past life. Then it's settled. I'll apply for a streaming room, Bai Lang said, promptly exiting the game to open the Tiendo streaming platform. That Tiendo's rise to become the largest streaming platform was not without reason. Bai Lang's application was quickly approved, allowing him to start his stream. You should start your stream. I'll see if I can get you a recommendation to boost your visibility. Lin Yi, having exited the game, took out his communicator and dialed a number. At Tiendo's headquarters, Liu, the vice president, was comfortably seated in his office, browsing through various streaming rooms and occasionally showering gifts on his favorites. Suddenly, a vibration from his communicator caught his attention. Oh, that kid from the Lin family. What does he want? Liu smiled slightly as he answered the call. Uncle Li, it's Lin Yi. Lin Yi greeted, infusing his tone with a hint of flattery. Your tone suggests you're up to no good. What's the matter this time? Liu responded with an amused tone. Listen, it's not about last time, but a friend of mine is planning to start streaming on Tiendo, and I was wondering if you could help with a recommendation. Your friend wants a stream? What are you kids up to now? You're not trying to cause me trouble, are you? Liu replied, skepticism evident in his voice. No, just a friend who wants to stream PUBG. Can you take a look? All right, send me the room number. All right, thank you, Uncle Li. I'll visit you and Sister Shumin when I have time. Liu chuckled, shaking his head at the call's end. Lin, having hung up, wore a triumphant expression. All set. Give me your room number, and I'll send it to Uncle Li. 2239. Great. Now, let us hurry. I'm eager to level up. Lin Yi urged, his excitement palpable as Bai Lang wasted no time. And they matched up for another game. Meanwhile, Liu received Bai Lang's room number and directly entered the streaming room. Upon seeing the stream's title, he paused, a smile creeping onto his face, clearly intrigued. Welcome to Bronze God, carrying the silver noob, crushing 98 trash player stream. I hope you enjoy the show, esteemed guest. Bai Lang, well-versed in streaming etiquette, greeted the new viewer enthusiastically. Right now, the host is duo queuing in PUBG. Come on, Lin Yi, say hi to our esteemed guest. Bai Lang shot Lin Yi a knowing glance. Lin Yi understood that the esteemed guest was none other than Liu, but he played along, greeting, hello, esteemed guest. All right, the game has started. You can request the host to use any skill. With a skilled host like this, any skill will lead to victory. Bai Lang displayed an expression of "I am formidable," yet his rank left much to be desired. The game had been matched, and Bai Lang and Lin Yi found themselves once more aboard the aircraft, preparing to select their skills. This fellow's friends were quite amusing. Could it be that they were pursuing a comedic style of streaming? Liu gazed at Bai Lang's rank, struggling to believe he was a master, especially considering such a bronze rank rarely attracted viewers, given its low technical caliber, having dabbled in the game of absolute land LOL. Liu understood the significance of skills within the game, and when Bai Lang prompted him to choose a skill, he readily complied, promptly inputting the name of a skill he currently possessed. Oh, the expert has chosen the skill Highland Bloodline. Very well. This match shall be played with that skill in pursuit of victory. Observing Liu's skill selection, Bai Lang hesitated not a moment to lock it in. The Highland Bloodline ignites the lineage within one's body, enhancing movement speed by 35 and firing speed by 50 for a duration of 7 seconds, which can be extended by another 7 seconds upon achieving a kill. This skill is derived from the ultimate ability of Master Yi, the Wuju Sword Saint, in LOL, augmenting both movement speed and weapon firing rate. To illustrate, the firing rate of the 98K is 1.9 seconds per shot. Thus, an increase of 50 in firing speed results in a rate of 0.8 seconds per shot, not to mention the even swifter rifles. As for the increase in movement speed, it is straightforward. Characters in Absolute Land LOL possess a base movement speed of 6.7 meters per second while unarmed, and an enhancement of 30 speed transforms that to 8.71 meters per second. Naturally, if one accelerates, they move even faster, making it increasingly difficult for opponents to land their shots. However, the Highland Bloodline is seldom chosen at lower ranks, as most players are novices, often missing every bullet in a volley. Even with increased firing speed, it proves ineffective, and the movement speed boost is trivial, far inferior to other skills. Yet this skill harbors a certain dread. Its true terror lies in the 7-second extension following a kill, meaning if one continues to eliminate foes, the skill remains active indefinitely. Though this is merely an ideal scenario, as no player has ever achieved such a feat. Bro, what skill should I take this round? Lin Yi inquired, entirely deferential to Bai Lang, particularly after the last match where Bai Lang had led him to victory with the Skyward Shockwave skill. You shall take the True Sight skill, and simply provide me with the enemy's positions. Bai Lang instructed after a moment's contemplation, pointing to the True Sight skill on Lin Yi's screen. This skill, it seems rather incompatible with your Highland Bloodline, doesn't it? Lin Yi voiced his confusion, and no matter, just take the skill. It will suffice. Bai Lang waved off the inquiry, and Lin Yi, still puzzled, selected True Sight. Once everyone had selected their skills, the aircraft soared above the island, ready for parachuting. Bai Lang opened the map and glanced at the flight path, stating, "This plane is flying from Bright Summit towards the military base, so we shall drop at the military base. After all, engaging in direct combat is the true romance of a man." Buzzing, the aircraft soon hovered over the military base. Reaching the end of its flight path. To Bai Lang's surprise, an abundance of players opted to parachute into the military base, but in the eyes of the streamer, they were already deemed dead men. As Bai Lang descended, he observed at least 30 individuals around him, with no fewer than 15 teams choosing to jump into the military base. "Bro, where should we land? I feel rather anxious," Lin Yi, surrounded by foes, timidly expressed his concerns, only to be met with Bai Lang's unwavering dismissal. "We shall land on the first building and engage in direct combat." With that, Bai Lang, already deploying his parachute, aimed for the rooftop of the first building. Upon landing smoothly, Bai Lang swiftly discovered a 98K lying at his feet. Without hesitation, he picked up the weapon and loaded it. Following Bai Lang's descent onto the rooftop was Lin Yi, along with 4 others. After loading his bullets, Bai Lang looked around, noting that apart from Lin Yi, the remaining 4 had already armed themselves and were busy reloading. "Bro, it's not looking good. I have no weapon. I'm out of here," Lin Yi shouted to Bai Lang, swiftly leaping away from the building's edge in a desperate bid for escape. Watching this unfold from the livestream, Liu was intrigued, eagerly anticipating Bai Lang's next move. With 5 players armed while he wielded merely a 98K, it was evident he found himself at a disadvantage. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Lang activated his Highland Bloodline skill. Under such circumstances, the 98K's firing rate could hardly compete with that of rifles. and it seemed a path to demise was inevitable. He's using the skill right away. But what can he achieve with just a 98k? Liu mused, shaking his head as he observed the livestream. It's time to commence the slaughter, Bai Lang declared, his speed and firing rate surging dramatically as he flashed a devilish grin at the camera. Raising his weapon, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! A burst of flame erupted from the muzzle of the 98k. And one adversary collapsed to the ground. As Bai Lang secured a headshot. Liu was momentarily stunned. Following the elimination, Bai Lang began to move, the 30-point acceleration allowing him to traverse more swiftly, while the remaining 3 opponents finished reloading. Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of bullets flew toward Bai Lang from the teammate he had just downed, but the 98k was already reloaded, positioning himself next to the staircase. Bai Lang leapt down, executing a mid-air turn, and activated a scope on the 98k. Bang. Another shot, a second headshot. Of the 4, 2 had already succumbed beneath Bai Lang's scoped 98k, and the remaining 2 exchanged astonished glances. Disbelief etched on their faces. Charge! I refuse to believe he can take us both down with just a 98k, they shouted, rushing toward the staircase, unaware that Bai Lang had landed just around the corner. Click! The 98k was reloaded once more. Hearing the approaching footsteps of the 2 foes, Bai Lang did not retreat, but instead charged up the staircase. The 2, taken aback by Bai Lang's audacity, were shocked to see him return. Hastily aiming their weapons to unleash a volley. Bang! The gunfire rang out, and without a doubt, one of them fell once more, while a rapid succession of shots erupted, splattering blood from Bai Lang's body. With 0.8 seconds elapsed, Bai Lang's 98k was reloaded again. The remaining foe, seeing Bai Lang raise his weapon, instinctively sought cover, yet there was no refuge atop the building. Desperate, he leapt toward the ground in a bid to escape. Just as he launched himself off the rooftop, Bai Lang's 98k fired, and the man transformed into a loot box mid-air, meeting his demise without evading Bai Lang's judgment that you're holding a 98k, not a shotgun. Mate, this thought resonated in the mind of the last fallen foe. Hey, how was that? Pretty solid, right? Bai Lang remarked, swiftly gathering his spoils while addressing the camera. Liu, finally snapping back to reality, was astonished by what he had just witnessed. Bai Lang had single-handedly taken out 2 squads with nothing but a 98k. As a prominent figure in Tiando, streaming absolute land LOL, alongside many top-tier players, he was well aware of their capabilities, but could not guarantee he could replicate Bai Lang's extraordinary performance under similar circumstances. That scoped 98k, for headshots, such prowess is not something just anyone can achieve. Observing Bai Lang's figure in the livestream, Liu's expression turned contemplative, knowing far more than Lin E about the intricacies of the game. Tiando's second-in-command rewarded 100 emeralds at a notification of a tip left Bai Lang momentarily stunned. He was familiar with Tiando's tipping system, which comprised 4 tiers: flowers, golden leaves, diamonds, and emeralds, with emeralds being the highest form of appreciation. Converting to currency, 100 emeralds equaled 1,000, and Liu had tipped 100, amounting to a staggering 10,000. Thank you, esteemed one, for your generous tip, Bai Lang exclaimed, donning a charming smile, for that was indeed a significant sum. After the platform's cut, it would still yield a handsome 5,000 for him. What harm was there in a little flattery? Liu smiled faintly before retrieving her communicator. Hello? Xiaohei, is there still a prime spot available on the platform? After receiving confirmation, she instructed, please place room 223,900 in the prime spot. Yes, the one with the newcomer. Once she hung up, Liu lowered her head in contemplation for a moment. Then a sudden smile graced her lips as she rose swiftly to exit. Her destination unmistakably the office of the head of the Tiando group. Meanwhile, Xiaohei acted with remarkable speed. Although he was puzzled by his superior's unusual interest in a newcomer, especially one who had yet to sign a contract, he understood that such matters were beyond his purview. His role was simply to execute orders. Casting a glance at the prominently displayed live stream of Bai Lang on the platform's homepage, a tinge of envy crossed Xiaohei's face. Such opportunities were not afforded to just anyone. Unbeknownst to Bai Lang, who was engrossed in his live stream, he was exhilarated by the surge of excitement ignited by Liu's call. Wow, this playboy is incredible. He just wiped out 2 teams, Lenny exclaimed. Fully aware that Bai Lang wielded only a 98k initially, He had little hope for Bai Lang, but the outcome had exceeded all expectations. Having swiftly looted 3 boxes, Bai Lang's equipment was now nearly complete. Level 1 armor. Level 2 helmet, Level 2 backpack, a red dot AK, and a scope 98K. Just as he finished looting, a flurry of gunfire erupted nearby, striking the ground beside him. His adversaries in Building 3 had spotted him. Taking aim from the wall .at that moment, Bai Lang retained the Highland Bloodline skill, which had allowed him to consecutively eliminate 4 opponents, maintaining the skill's effect for a remarkable 28 seconds. When confronted, one could only retaliate. Bai Lang unleashed a barrage of fire from his AK, which, usually known for its rebellious nature in his hands, now exhibited remarkable steadiness. The AK fired at intervals of 0.1 seconds, with a magazine containing 30 rounds that could be emptied in just 3 seconds. Augmented by a 50 increase in firing rate, this meant that 30 bullets could be unleashed upon the enemy in a mere 1.5 seconds. Under Bai Lang's precise point fire, he claimed yet another kill. As the effects of the Tiendo platform's Prime promotion began to manifest, viewers were astonished. The live stream cheating. That firing rate seemed off. Someone remarked, the player upstairs a fool. Surely, this game cannot have glitches. Then why is the streamer firing so quickly? Someone explained. The barrage of comments continued, with one viewer bewildered. How is it that no one has noticed the streamer is a newcomer? A newcomer has made it to the Tiendo Prime spot. Could he be the favored child of Tiendo? Amidst the frenzy of comments, Bai Lang was too preoccupied to pay them any mind. Playboy, hurry, I'm about to die. A squad has entered the building. Lin Yi's desperate plea echoed through the channel, and Bai Lang clearly saw that Lin Yi's health was nearly depleted. Hide for now. I'll be right down. Bai Lang, atop the roof, heard the footsteps within the building, gauging the enemy's position, and promptly leaped off the edge. Upon landing at the second-floor window, Bai Lang spotted an enemy standing by the opening. Mid-air, he fired a volley of bullets, landing gracefully on the ground. Bai Lang used the AKM to take down WC-1167. Once on solid ground, Bai Lang swiftly retrieved a grenade and tossed it through the second-floor window before vaulting inside with his AKM. Bolstered by a speed boost, he charged upstairs. The viewers in the live stream were left in awe by Bai Lang's aerial execution. That maneuver was too slick. Is this a new skill? The art of aerial killing, someone exclaimed. How did the streamer know there were enemies there? Was it a lucky guess? His running speed seems off too. It appears significantly faster, just like his firing rate. What's going on? I remember there's a skill that increases movement and firing speed, but it's particularly obscure. Let me look it up. No need to search. The streamer's skill is Highland Bloodline, which boosts movement speed by 30 and firing rate by 50. What kind of skill is this? Why can't I recall it? The comments section erupted with excitement, while Bai Lang remained undeterred. Armed with his AKM, he boldly charged upstairs, and as he reached the staircase's corner, he caught sight of an enemy waiting for him. With no time to waste, Bai Lang rushed forward, and gunfire erupted simultaneously. In an instant, the corridor was ablaze with gunfire. Suddenly, Bai Lang noticed an image of the Barbarian King materialize behind his opponent, startling him. This was the telltale sign of the rage of the Barbarian King being activated, a 5-second window where even Bai Lang's rapid fire could prove futile. How could he possibly have rage of the Barbarian King? Bai Lang cursed under his breath, but using his speed advantage, he ducked below to evade the 5-second window. Yet his adversary would not afford him such a luxury that a volley of bullets was unleashed upon the retreating Bai Lang. And with the narrow corridor amplifying the intensity of the exchange, the concentrated hail of gunfire quickly depleted his health, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Thought you could outgun me, did you? Seeking death. Are we? Observing Bai Lang on the ground, his opponent refrained from executing him immediately, instead opting to revive his fallen teammate. No matter how skilled you are, you still fear the Barbarian God, don't you? Feeling the pressure. Are we? Indeed, true warriors thrived in the heat of battle. Bai Lang finally found a moment to rest. He glanced at the live stream and was taken aback. Viewership had soared to 10,000. The screen was inundated with mocking comments. When did so many people tune in? I've just been shown up in front of all these viewers. My illustrious image is shattered. Bai Lang realized he needed to salvage the situation. Ahem, I must have inadvertently attracted so many viewers with my dazzling charm. I was so startled that I fell to my knees. Please do remind me next time you enter, as the surprise was quite overwhelming. The live stream fell momentarily silent. Huh, that explanation was quite nice. Get up, grandson. There's no need to kneel. Doesn't anyone think the streamer is a bit handsome? 2333. The flurry of donations began stream in as Bai Lang raked in a modest sum. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of an M16A4 echoed through the hallway. The first handsome one has slain ZZ4396 with an M16A4 at Lin. He emerged swaggeringly from a room, having dispatched the very foe who had previously inflicted damage upon Bai Lang. Ah, Playboy, what happened to you? Lin feigned surprise as he approached Bai Lang. Shall I help you up? Bai Lang, noticing the smug expression on Lin Yi's face, recognized his ulterior motives. 500, for the sake of our friendship. I'll give you a special price of 500 to save your life. Lin Yi mimicked Bai Lang's earlier opportunistic behavior, waving 5 fingers in front of him. Haha, karma sabtch. Even playboys have their days. Fine, I'll pay you. Just help me up. Bai Lang grimaced, realizing that he too could be subjected to such extortion, thinking to himself, next time I save you, I'll definitely charge extra. 300 more. Apologies, this is a small business. 500 per rescue. No credit. After reluctantly transferring the extorted funds to Lin Yi, the latter began to pull Bai Lang back to his feet. Consider this first aid kit a gift. A first aid kit landed before Bai Lang. Accompanied by Lin Yi's voice. One cannot help but commend Lin Yi for his comprehensive training, having even acquired knowledge of this. Bai Lang silently summoned a first aid kit for himself, took a painkiller, and involuntarily twitched at the corner of his eye upon seeing the barrage of comments. Huh, this is a novel way to play. Impressive. I seem to have stumbled upon a new path to wealth. 500 per instance, no credit offered. Forgive me for my slightly twisted thoughts, and why heart aches for the streamer. Having such teammates is quite enough, of course. Lenny cannot see the comments. If he could, he would surely shout, hey, he was the one who first treated me this way. I am merely repaying in kind. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the distinction between encountering a good teammate and a pig teammate. I never expected my teammate to be such a person. Bai Lang, in a state of heart-wrenching despair, pointed at Lin, embodying the very image of a victim at this moment. The gunfire from the military base had dulled from its initial intensity, now reduced to sporadic shots, and Bai Lang had already eliminated 6 opponents, extending his skill duration by 42 seconds, leaving approximately 10 seconds remaining. There are still people in Building 2 and Building 3. Come with me to clear them out. Fully charged, Bai Lang called out to Lin Yi and rushed towards Building 2, wielding his Scar-L as he approached Building 2. The urgent gunfire within was unmistakable. There are enemies on the 2nd floor. You take the left, I'll take the right, and we'll flank them. Bai Lang instructed Lin Yi, who obediently made his way to the left. The sound of gunfire masked Bai Lang's footsteps as he charged directly to the staircase of Building 2. From the gunfire, he had discerned the positions of the 2 teams upstairs, who were engaged in a shootout across a long corridor. As soon as Bai Lang's voice faded, he surged upward, with Lin Yi simultaneously rushing to the upper floor. Upon reaching the corner of the staircase, Bai Lang spotted the silhouettes of 2 enemies on the 2nd floor, completely oblivious to the fact that they were being flanked from behind, with heads in his sights. There was no need for pleasantries. He charged forward and unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the 2, who perished before they even had a chance to react. Simultaneously, a kill notification from Lin Yi rang out nearby. At such close range, and with the element of surprise, he effortlessly dispatched 2 foes as well. 666. The streamer is exceptional. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Bai Lang as he quickly looted the bodies. Casting a glance at the barrage of comments, the 2 regrouped, preparing to sweep through Building 3. Attention. Someone is approaching. Quickly hide and ambush them. The occupants of Building 3 had already been cleared, leaving only a single team hiding inside. Bai Lang and Lin Yi quickly concealed themselves behind the door of a 2nd floor room, poised to spring a surprise on their unsuspecting foes. They've spotted us. You draw their attention here. They should be on the 2nd floor, so don't go up. I'll circle around from behind, Bai Lang instructed before darting off to the other side. They're on the left and preparing to advance. The 2 crouched at the doorway, attentively listening to Lin Yi's footsteps below, patiently waiting. Meanwhile, Bai Lang had stealthily ascended the stairs from another direction, Sensing no movement in the corridor, he surmised that the enemies were likely holed up in a room. With a burst of gunfire, Bai Lang unleashed a barrage, his weapon flaring with flames. A smirk crossed his lips as he furiously fired at the ground, deliberately calling out, "Come on up, they're all over here. You can sneak up on them from behind." The viewers in the live stream were momentarily left speechless by his antics. Was it really appropriate to sabotage his teammate like this? Lang Zi. "I am going up." Hearing Bai Lang's voice, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. This was an opportunity to claim some kills. Without hesitation, he charged up the stairs, wielding his M16A Ford. The two hiding in a room were initially stunned by Bai Lang's gunfire. But as they heard Lin Yi's increasingly close footsteps, they quickly resolved to engage. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Yi was ready for battle, but upon glancing down the corridor, he saw not a single soul, prompting him to shout in confusion, "Lang Zi, where are they? I don't see anyone. They're in the adjacent room." "What the hell?" Lin Yi instinctively glanced toward the door beside him, only to be startled by two enemies suddenly charging out from behind the door. "Bai Lang, you scoundrel!" he cursed, swiftly turning to flee down the stairs, realizing he was in imminent danger. How could he let the prey slip away? The two enemies hastily pursued him, intent on ending Lin Yi at the staircase. Gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off the stairs in a flurry of sparks, striking Lin Yi and depleting his health to the brink. Another hit would surely bring him down. "Damn it, I'm going all out." Lin Yi resolved, prepare to fight back. As the two adversaries emerged from the room, they naturally fell within Bai Lang's line of sight. He swiftly aimed his 4x scoped 98K. Bang. Without a level 3 helmet, how could one withstand the headshot from a 98K? One of the foes collapsed instantly. Switching weapons, Bai Lang promptly exchanged his 98K for a red dot Scar L, unleashing a hail of bullets at the remaining opponent, emptying the magazine in an instant. The other enemy fell to Bai Lang's fire as well. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had been ready to retaliate, was startled by the sudden barrage behind him, and upon turning around, he found two loot boxes on the ground. What? They both died. This is terrifying. Relieved to have survived, Lin Yi patted his chest, calming his racing heart. Having finished off the enemies, Bai Lang strolled over leisurely. And at first glance, he noticed the bloodied Lin Yi crouched in a corner, pitifully applying a first aid kit and sipping a drink. "Lang Zi, you truly hurt my feelings by using me as bait," Lin Yi lamented, gazing at Bai Lang with a look of betrayal, akin to a forsaken spouse. "Heh, but you didn't die, did you?" "Everything was under my control," Bai Lang boasted, devoid of any guilt. I could see that moment. The livestream audience erupted once more. One could hardly deny the immense influence of the Tiendo platform, as Bai Lang's viewership had surged to 50,000, with subscriptions nearing 30,000, an astonishing feat for a newcomer. That last shot was slick. I couldn't even see anyone through the 4x scope, yet the streamer managed a headshot. It's a shame he's not an actor. His performance was stellar. Haha, this duo is a riot, always trying to sabotage each other. The streamer's skills are impressive. That recoil control was flawless. What rank is the streamer? He doesn't seem very high. Could he be bullying noobs? Top tier silver. Can't be any higher. He lacks even basic awareness. I could see this moment. Bai Lang and Lin Yi had finished looting their spoils, their gear becoming more formidable. Bai Lang was fully equipped with level 2 armor, carrying a fully outfitted red dot Scar L and an 8x scoped 98K, with a backpack stocked with first aid kits, bandages, drinks, and painkillers. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had been collecting scraps and opportunistically gathering kills, was also well prepared. Sporting a level 3 helmet and level 2 armor, wielding a fully equipped holographic M16A4 in one hand and a 4x scoped SKS in the other, with a plethora of medical supplies in his backpack. Just then, gunfire erupted from the 8th building and K building, indicating that the remaining teams had clashed and were engaged in a fierce confrontation. There are still 2 teams left. Let me go wipe them out. You stay here and wait for me. Bai Lang turned to Lin Yi as he noticed the level 3 helmet on his head, his eyes lighting up. I'll go with you. Let us ambush them together from behind. Trailing behind the white waves, the impassioned Lin Yi, upon hearing that Bai Lang intended to leave him behind, immediately felt somewhat displeased. Bai Lang's gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Yi's level 3 helmet, as he declared, "All right then, Let us ascend the overpass and take aim at them. The third building they were targeting was not far from the overpass. The two swiftly leaped from the second floor, and amidst the cover of gunfire, they began their advance towards the overpass. Bending low, they climbed the stairs on the right side of the overpass. Suddenly, Bai Lang halted and called back to Lin. "Hey, Xiao Linzi, look on the ground. Your level 2 helmet has fallen." Lin Yi glanced down and spotted a level 2 helmet lying at his feet. Instinctively, he reached down to pick it up, only to realize that his discarded level 3 helmet had dropped to the ground. With lightning speed, Bai Lang snatched up the level 3 helmet, his movements so swift that they were nearly imperceptible. Continuing his ascent, Bai Lang acted as if nothing had happened, leaving Lin Yi standing there in a daze, staring at the level 3 helmet on Bai Lang's head, only to come to his senses after a moment. "Damn it, Longzi, return my level 3 helmet!" Lin Yi exclaimed in frustration. "How could that level 2 helmet deceive me into losing my level 3 one?" Immediately, Lin Yi pursued Bai Lang, commencing his quest to reclaim his level 3 helmet. However, once something was in Bai Lang's possession, it was virtually impossible to retrieve. "What, you fancy my level 3 helmet and wish to trade? Let me tell you, even if you're my brother, I will not part with the level 3 helmet I painstakingly acquired." Bai Lang resolutely refused Lin Yi, causing Lin Yi's lips to twitch in irritation. "That's my level 3 helmet, not yours. To say you found it is utterly shameless." Lin Yi internally grumbled, urging Bai Lang to return it quickly, lest he resort to more drastic measures. Raising his M16A4, he aimed it threateningly at Bai Lang, but in the next instant, Bai Lang's 98K was pressed against his forehead. "Would you like to test the power of my 98K? Bai Lang chuckled, adding, "Just kidding. Here, take your level 3 helmet back." Faced with the barrel against his head, Lin Yi immediately relented, shifting the topic. "Look, the people below have ceased fire and are using health kits." Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were fervently criticizing Bai Lang's antics. "Learn something new today. Next time I'll try this with a teammate. That I've never seen such a shameless streamer before. That I feel for the teammate. Under the threat of a certain streamer's might, the teammate succumbed to his oppressive aura. Quickly return the level 3 helmet to the poor child." "Humph. Why should I return the level 3 helmet that I acquired through my own wit?" Bai Lang silently mused as he glanced at the barrage of comments. At this moment, the two had reached the pinnacle of the overpass, with the military base sprawling before them. Lin Yi cast a lingering glance at the level 3 helmet adorning Bai Lang's head, tears brimming his eyes as he retrieved his 4x scope SKS, preparing to unleash his pent-up frustration upon their enemies. Gunfire erupted as they engaged the foes in the A-shaped and K-shaped buildings, who were evidently recovering from a recent skirmish, their health dwindling as they took cover. Lin Yi aimed at the individuals in the A-shaped building and unleashed a barrage of bullets, hitting one of them directly. Simultaneously, Bai Lang's 98K fired, its bullets soaring through the air and hitting its target with deadly precision. The two adversaries in the A-shaped building succumbed to the onslaught from Lin Yi and Bai Lang. Without hesitation, Bai Lang adjusted his aim towards the K-shaped building, his 98K reloaded in a heartbeat. Through the 8x scope, the heads of the two enemies were fully exposed, with a slight elevation of the barrel. The gunshot rang out. The two adversaries, sensing danger too late, fell one after the other. Their enemies on the overpass. "Retreat into the house, smoke it, and I'll climb in." One of the down foes hastily warned his teammate, who was swiftly struck by Lin Yi's SKS, leaving him with a mere sliver of health. Heeding his partner's advice, the teammate sprinted towards the safety of the house. Attempting to flee, "Do you think you can escape?" Their movements did not go unnoticed by Bai Lang, who smirked as he reloaded his 98K once more. The fleeing individual, eyeing the nearby house with a glimmer of hope, thought that once he entered, Bai Lang would lose sight of him, allowing him to evade capture. However, in the next moment, that hope was shattered by Bai Lang's 98K. The bullet sliced through the air, and the man's lifeless body slumped at the threshold, forever barred from entering the house. Thus, the battle at the military base came to a decisive end, with over 30 casualties, but only Bai Lang and Lin Yi emerged alive, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. Among the fallen, 13 had met their end at Bai Lang's hands, while Lin Yi claimed 2 kills, together accounting for nearly half of the total casualties. "Did you think you could escape after I spotted you?" Have you consulted my 98K? Bai Lang, having taken down the last opponent, struck a flamboyant pose for the camera, flamboyantly declaring. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, wielding his SKS, aimed it menacingly at Bai Lang's level 3 helmet, brimming with indignation. The two hastily descended the overpass and thoroughly looted the 4 boxes, transforming their gear once more. Bai Lang now donned a complete set of level 3 equipment, his Scarl upgraded to a fully equipped M416. With his 98K fitted with a bullet pouch and suppressor, not to mention an ample supply of health kits. Lin Yi's gear remained largely unchanged, save for the absence of his level 3 helmet and the upgrade of his SKS's 4x scope to an 8x1. Upon exiting the military base, they located a motorcycle by the roadside, just as Bai Lang's plateau bloodline skill came to an end, stripping him of the bonuses to mobility and fire rate. Checking the map, they noted the first safe zone had refreshed, centered around the military base and the 2 bridges that, if all went as expected, this match would likely culminate in an airport zone. "Let us set a trap at the bridge," Bai Lang exclaimed, revving the motorcycle towards the nearer west bridge. Given the nature of the zone, failing to set a trap at the bridge would be a wasted opportunity. As Bai Lang sped towards the west bridge, the sudden roar of an airplane overhead caught his attention, prompting him to execute a swift maneuver. The motorcycle came to a steady halt on the grass, and Bai Lang nimbly dismounted, drawing his 98K to take a shot at the aircraft above. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Bai Lang's intention to fire at the sky. Do you really think you can shoot down an airdrop?" Lin Yi, aware of Bai Lang's antics, couldn't resist taunting him. "If you actually manage to shoot down that airdrop, I'll give you 500. Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, a dark shadow descended from the plane above. "Did someone just say that if I shoot down the airdrop, I should get 500? Bai Lang quipped, glancing at Lin Yi with a playful smirk. "You must have misheard. No one said anything just now," Lin Yi protested, wide-eyed as he gazed at the falling airdrop. "Haha, has your mouth been blessed? Truly remarkable." 666, I'll vouch for the streamer. If you get the 500, remember to share half with me. Wait, could it be that the airdrop can really be shot down? I should give it a try. What a fool, merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, seeking the psychological space of a teammate. Fortunately, in his eagerness to join the fray, Bai Lang had no time to engage in idle chatter with Lin Yi. He leaped onto his motorcycle and sped towards the descending airdrop. As he crested the hill, Bai Lang caught sight of the airdrop, suspended in midair, and quickly locked onto its landing coordinates. It must be said, the airdrop had landed perfectly, directly in the center of the western bridge. The two waited in the middle of the bridge for a moment, and, as the airdrop touched down, Bai Lang dashed forward, swiftly rummaging through its contents. He opened the airdrop. He found a 98K lying quietly within. Casting a glance at Bai Lang, who donned a ghillie suit and carried an M24, Lin Yi picked up the 98K with tears in his eyes. Well, at least there's still a 98K. Lin Yi consoled himself silently, just as he switched to the 98K and moved towards the bridge's edge. A jeep suddenly appeared at the other end of the bridge, clearly also racing towards the airdrop. Fortunately, the airdrop crate and smoke provided cover, preventing them from noticing Lin Yi, while Bai Lang had already concealed himself behind an abandoned vehicle at the bridge's head. "Incoming! You hide behind the abandoned vehicle by the bridge. Don't let them spot you," Bai Lang instructed. Without waiting for further words, Lin Yi had already ducked behind the wreckage in the middle of the bridge. A screeching sound of brakes echoed as the jeep halted before the airdrop. Peeking out from his position, Bai Lang activated his 8x scope and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The little green hat of the driver, who was just about to disembark and claim the airdrop, was instantly shot off by the M24, causing him to collapse to the ground. "The airdrop has been claimed. Get out of the vehicle and take cover." The driver's teammate hesitated for a moment, but quickly jumped out of the jeep, seeking refuge behind the airdrop crate. He pulled out a smoke grenade and hurled it onto the ground. Shouting to his partner, "Crawl over here. I'll pull you up." The smoke began to billow, obscuring Bai Lang's line of sight. "They've lost one. Do you have grenades? Let's shower them with a few." Bai Lang suggested to Lin Yi, who was well positioned to toss a grenade right at their feet. "Sure thing. I just picked up 2. Lin Yi replied, producing a grenade and crouching behind the wreckage. He pulled the pin and prepared to throw. The green grenade disappeared into the smoke. Clang, clang, clang. Sounds of it hitting the ground echoed beside them. Crap, a grenade. The surviving enemy was about to flee, but Lin Yi's grenade had already been primed, leaving no chance for escape. Boom! A tremendous explosion concluded his life. Just as Lin Yi was ready to loot the body, Bai Lang roared up on his motorcycle beside him. Don't loot it. We've already been exposed. Blocking the bridge now will draw their attention, Bai Lang remarked, glancing at the exploding jeep and the two boxes on the ground. Where to now? Lin Yi asked, having decided against looting as his gear was already satisfactory. At this moment, the first poison circle had already shrunk by half. The surviving players must be rushing towards the safe zone, and the two bridges were indeed prime locations for ambushes, which Bai Lang was not willing to abandon. Follow me. I'll take you to a great spot to intercept them, Bai Lang said with a mysterious smile, then leapt atop the wrecked vehicle and jumped towards the bridge railing, climbing along the iron structure for a short distance. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get up here, Bai Lang called to the still-dazed Lin Yi below. Lin Yi hastily mimicked Bai Lang's movements, scaling the vehicle's roof and making his way up to the elevated structure. How did you fall down? Bai Lang exclaimed. You fool. You could have just walked over. No need to jump. After a bit of struggle, the two finally reached the high ground on the West Bridge's iron framework, where the refreshing sea breeze greeted them delightfully. All right, you keep an eye on the bridgehead. I'll interact with the audience for a bit, Bai Lang instructed Lin, while turning his attention to his live stream, which was currently in an uproar. The game, Absolute LOL, although a product of a coalition of various cosmic factions, had not been around for long, and much of its terrain had yet to be fully explored by players. Many aspects, including the means to ascend the iron framework of the bridge, remained unknown. Wow, you can actually get up here. I've played for so long and never thought of that. Impressive. How did you think of that? You seem to have climbed up here many times. I can't hold back. I need to try it out right now. I'll report back to everyone. Let's go together. 666, this is a fantastic ambush spot. The chat exploded with excitement. Bai Lang was taken aback by the fervor in his stream. He had assumed this location had been well known, but it seemed he was the first to discover that one could ascend the bridge's iron framework. How did you find this place? It's amazing, Lin Yi exclaimed, crouching atop the structure and gazing down at the bridge with excitement. I stumbled upon it by chance, and now selflessly share it with everyone, Bai Lang declared nobly. Meanwhile, in a live stream of Zhuai Qiuxing, he had just concluded a match and was preparing to chat with his viewers when he noticed the audience urging him to check out Bai Lang's stream. Haha, since everyone is flooding the chat with 223900, let us take a look, he said, exiting his game and opening Bai Lang's stream. Isn't that the iron framework of the West Bridge? How did they get up there? Zhuai Qiuxing wondered aloud, clearly unaware that one could actually ascend there. Even Autumn God doesn't he know about this spot? Let me enlighten you, Autumn God. First, you need to jump on top of the wrecked vehicle. Then leap onto the bridge railing, and you can walk right up the iron structure. Zhuai Qiuxing quickly grasped the mechanics from the chat and chuckled. So that is how it is. This game truly has many hidden gems to explore. I must admit, I never considered this like a tea that moment. Zhuai Qiuxing suddenly recognized Bai Lang's name and remarked, that name seems familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. I senti that the dude who dueled against Autumn God and took him down? Soon, an audience member identified Bai Lang, remembering his stunning final shot. So it's him. I didn't realize he was also in the same field. I must watch closely and learn, Zhuai Qiuxing said. Enlightened, as Qiuxing tuned into Bai Lang's stream. A surge of viewers flooded in, causing Bai Lang to be momentarily stunned. The Autumn God's army has arrived. The Autumn God's army has arrived. Seeing the synchronized chat, Bai Lang thought to himself, is this the legendary room check? Yet he was oblivious to who Autumn God was. Not one to hesitate in asking, he turned to Lin, hey, do you know who Autumn God is? Is he quite famous? Autumn God? Zhuai Qiuxing. He is indeed quite renowned, a key player of the famous team ZQS, and he streams on Tiendo. I often watch his streams. Lin Yi explained. I see that ITS nothing. He seems to be watching my stream. Really? Let me show my face so Autumn God recognizes me. Autumn God, can you see me? I'm your fan. I've even tipped you before. Bai Lang immediately pushed the eager Lin Yi away, utterly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Zhuai Qiuxing's stream erupted in laughter. 666. The teammate is hilariously starstruck by Autumn God. This teammate is a real character. Not even knowing who Autumn God is yet daring to play absolute, lol. The individual in question appears to be a wealthy patron of the Autumn deity's livestream that I seem to recall him. It is not surprising that he is unfamiliar with the Autumn deity, for his influence is quite formidable in its own right. Just because he managed to defeat the Autumn deity once does not mean he could be compared with her. It seems he is playing in a bronze tier match. Does he truly believe he can rival the Autumn deity with such lackluster skills? Observing the atmosphere of his livestream, it appears that tensions are escalating. Drunken Autumn quickly interjects, "Alright, I'm just a gamer. Not everyone needs to know who I am. Let us all enjoy the livestream in peace." That moment, a small car speeds toward the bridge. This could spell trouble. Ahead lies a wreck and some boxes. Someone is blocking the bridge. The driver immediately spots the crate next to the airdrop and the Jeep that has been blown up by a grenade. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, the vehicle skids to a halt across the bridge. The passenger leaps out and quickly changes positions, both taking cover behind the car, cautiously surveying the situation ahead. Did you all see that? They may have realized someone is blocking the bridge, but they have no idea where we are. Bai Lang declares, pointing at the two individuals hiding behind the car, utterly exposed to their view. Should we take action? Lenny inquires, restless beside him. Let us move quickly. We need to secure a kill first. His true intention is to claim a kill, for Bai Lang's marksmanship and speed are simply too formidable, leaving him unable to secure any for himself. Hold on, let me say a few words. Meanwhile, the two at the bridge continue to observe and realize that no one is blocking it. After all, there's really no one here. Did they all leave after the initial confrontation? Let us move on. Point one of them, equipped with an 8x scope, scans the area. That can't be right. This circle has to have people at the bridge. They must be hiding. Let us wait a bit longer. His teammate shakes his head, signaling him to be patient. Hey, can you hear me over there at the bridge? Bai Lang calls out with a mischievous grin, startling the two to who just spoke. They raise their weapons, quickly searching their surroundings, now on high alert. Hey guys, don't bother looking. You 1T find me. What are you pulling out smoke grenades for? I just wanted to have a little chat. Bai Lang's tone is lighthearted. Yet the two below are visibly terrified, especially the one holding the smoke grenade, who is momentarily paralyzed by indecision. They have not spotted any enemies around, yet they are completely exposed to the enemy's gaze. Is there a bug in this game? Or is it my hearing playing tricks on me? No way. This game is not run by sentient beings. It shouldn't have bugs. His teammate responds, bewildered, though his tone lacks conviction. Shall we just get in the car and run? The other scans the area and quietly suggests. Hearing this, his partner is tempted. After all, they have only heard a voice without seeing anyone. Well, planning to escape right under my nose without asking me first? All their conversation has been caught by Bai Lang, who smiles at his livestream audience. Watch me teach them a lesson. Brother, let me handle this, then mistakenly believing Bai Lang intends to eliminate them. Quickly interjects, stay out of this, just watch me. Bai Lang pulls out his 98K and aims at the ground beneath the bang. The 7.62mm bullet strikes the ground by their feet. That I advise you to abandon any thoughts of escape. Otherwise, next time, the bullet 1T just hit the ground. Bai Lang's threatening voice echoes in their ears, conjuring images of their own heads being blown off, causing them to shiver. Brother, it's just a joke. We 1T run. We 1T. Yes, please don't shoot. If there is anything you want, we'll give it to you. Just don't kill us. They plead while still scanning their surroundings, clearly unwilling to abandon their search for Bai Lang. Bai Lang is unperturbed by their search. If they find him, he'll simply eliminate them. Now, toss all your gear onto the ground. Big brother, can't you leave us a little something? Hearing this, the two immediately bristle. If they discard all their equipment, surviving would be meaningless. Yet, fearing Bai Lang's wrath, they cautiously ask, hoping he might spare some of their gear. Bang! Another gunshot rings out, this time striking one of them, sending a spray of blood into the air. Stop talking nonsense. If I say throw it, then throw it. Don't make me put you both down. Bai Lang is resolute, refusing to entertain their pleas. The two exchange glances, dismissing Bai Lang and beginning to plot in hushed tones. Have you spotted him yet? If we follow his orders and toss our gear, what is the point of playing anymore? Let us fight back, but we don't even know where he is. The other clearly resists relinquishing his gear, which is quite valuable. A fully equipped M416 and a 4x scope 98K. You fool. Didn't you bring the true eye? Just activate the skill, and you'll find them, his partner scolds. But if I activate the skill, he'll know and could shoot us immediately. What then? His teammate retorts defiantly. I don't care. I refuse to lose my gear without a fight. The other grits his teeth, feeling cornered, frustrated that they don't even know the enemy's location. Damn it, without gear, we're as good as dead. They quickly confer again and disable their voice suppression against Bai Lang. Bang! As they hesitate to discard their gear, Bai Lang fires yet again. Lenny grows increasingly anxious, wishing he could just eliminate the two below, while the livestream audience erupts with excitement. Look at that! The streamer has found a perfect spot to ambush. These two must be fools. The streamer has fired 3 shots, and they still haven't figured it out. Place your bets, everyone. Will they follow the streamer's instructions and drop their gear? I bet they will drop it for 10 green leaves. If they don't, I'll wager 20 green leaves. Hey, don't turn my live stream into a gambling den. I'm a serious streamer. Bai Lang quips, unable to suppress his amusement as his stream threatens to devolve into chaos. Just then, a ghostly eye appears above Bai Lang and Lin, marking them as detected by the true eye skill. Oh no, these two are actually attempting to fight back. Bai Lang quickly realizes the situation and switches his M24 for an M416, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the two below. Rat-a-tat-tat. The unfortunate duo, having just initiated true eye, failed to pinpoint Bai Lang's location before being mercilessly gunned down beside their vehicle. Damn it, how did you even get up there? I'm reporting you. The two, now turned into loot crates, finally discerned Bai Lang and Lin Yi's positions, grumbling in defeat. Bai Lang, unfazed, sighs, had you simply followed my instructions, dropped your gear, and performed a little dance for me, I would have let you go. Why did you choose to resist? Why couldn't you just say it all at once? Had we known you would let us go, we wouldn't have bothered resisting. Though they think this. They maintain their bravado. Just wait. I'm reporting you. After a final retort, they exit the game, uncertain if they actually intended to report Bai Lang or simply vent their frustration. Hey, why are people so impatient nowadays? I was hoping to recommend my live stream to them. Bai Lang laments, feigning disappointment. Wow. The streamer is truly shameless. After killing them, he still wants to promote his channel. 666. I'm reporting the streamer too. Me too. Me too. The outcome becomes clear, and the losers begin to pay their dues. Why didn't you just listen to the streamer? Now I've lost 10 green leaves because of you. Subsequently, Bai Lang received a wave of generous donations, which brought him immense joy. While Bai Lang was elated, he found it difficult to share in the merriment. Why did you kill him when I was unprepared? He questioned Xiao Linzi. Why are you looking at me like that? Let me assure you, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. I simply do not fancy him in that moment. Bai Lang turned his head and unexpectedly met Lin Yi's gaze, which was tinged with a haunting sorrow and a hint of resentment, sending shivers down Bai Lang's spine. Why? Why won't you let me have the kill? Did I ever say I would give you the kill? Oh dear, how could I forget? Bai Lang scratched his head, feigning ignorance as Lin Yi gritted his teeth, while the audience erupted in laughter. Thus, the first round of the toxic zone had been completely cleared, and the second safe zone had refreshed, predictably landing once again on S Island near the military base. However, this time it encompassed half of Dongxiao, meaning that Bai Lang and Lin Yi could no longer linger on the iron framework of the West Bridge. Well, now that the safe zone has been reset, we can no longer hide here. What a pity! If it had only landed on the West Bridge, wouldn't that have been splendid? Why must it land on the East Bridge instead? Bai Lang lamented, shaking his head with reluctance. Indeed, what a shame! Such a wonderful location. Lin Yi echoed his sentiments, despite having secured 2 kills out of the 4 total, which Bai Lang had graciously allowed him to claim. At this moment, the safe zone had just refreshed, and there was no immediate rush for the two to depart, especially since they still had a motorcycle. Let us wait a bit longer and see if anyone comes. If not, we'll have to leave, Bai Lang suggested. Just then, a motorcycle sped into the toxic zone. Oh look, just as I was saying, someone is coming. Let me fire a warning shot. The rapid gunfire erupted as Bai Lang deliberately aimed to hit the motorcycle, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The swiftly approaching motorcycle executed a sharp turn, coming to a steady stop beside a nearby car. The rider dismounted, crouching down to apply a first aid kit while scavenging nearby boxes. "Hey, brother, don't waste your meds. Do you see those 2 boxes on the ground? If you don't behave, that will be your fate," Bai Lang called out to the figure crouched on the ground. Startled, the man glanced around, yet his actions of bandaging himself did not cease. Just as Bai Lang was about to take a shot, he caught sight of Lin Yi beside him and reluctantly holstered his weapon. "Shaolinzi, take a shot and show him what you've got." Bang! Lin Yi, shaking off his earlier melancholy gaze, raised his 98K and fired, seemingly venting the pent-up frustration within him. The bullet struck the man squarely in the head, instantly eliminating him, as he had emerged from the toxic zone with low health. With a notification echoing in his ears, Lin Yi was left bewildered. He could swear he hadn't aimed for the head. He hadn't even used a scope. I truly didn't mean to do that," he said sheepishly to the equally astonished Bai Lang. Examining the boxes on the ground, Bai Lang began to reflect on whether he should leave more kills for Lin Yi, so as not to disrupt his plans each time. Originally, Bai Lang had intended for the man to drop his weapon and dance while shedding his clothes, but now he felt that Lin Yi's shot had ruined that plan. 666, that shot was very nice. Hit a headshot without even using a scope. Your marksmanship is unparalleled. Finally, I've secured a kill. What a relief. The early bird catches the worm. The chat in the live stream exploded with various humorous remarks. Shaolinzi, I believe in you, Bai Lang nodded at Lin. Next time, I promise to let you have a kill. Just remember not to do that again. No, you must trust me. I truly didn't mean it. Lin Yi replied with a grimace. Who would have thought that his typically poor shooting skills would lead to such a lucky headshot? After their playful banter, only a minute remained before the toxic zone would refresh again. The 2 jumped down from the iron framework, looted the 3 boxes, and began to make their way toward the safe zone. Riding the motorcycle along the highway, they found themselves in a relatively deserted area. Leaving them unafraid, with 56 players still alive in the match, as they approached the East Bridge, the distant sound of gunfire reached Bai Lang's ears. Scar-L, M16A4, and SKS fire. It seems there are players blocking the bridge. Bai Lang remarked. Accurately identifying the weapons, he swiftly steered the motorcycle off the road and up a nearby hill. Half of the East Bridge was within the safe zone, making an ideal location for an ambush. Moreover, given the flight path of the plane, most players had chosen not to drop on S Island. Those who crossed the bridge or found a boat risked being trapped. "Get out and let us take them out," Bai Lang exclaimed, parking the motorcycle and clutching his M24 while stealthily moving toward the bridge with an eager Lin. Appearing from behind a slope, Bai Lang could now see the chaotic battle unfolding on the bridge. 3 teams were engaged in fierce combat. One team had taken position at the bridge's head, while the other 2 were positioned in the middle, using crates and the wreckage of destroyed vehicles as cover. Only the first team and the middle team were within the safe zone, while the third team was not. If the standoff continued without advancing, they would inevitably succumb to the toxic zone. What should we do? Which team should we target first? Lin Yi had already aimed his 98K at one of the players at the bridge's head, ready to pull the trigger and send the player's helmet flying. Let us not rush. We'll observe the situation a bit longer. They won't resolve this anytime soon, Bai Lang replied calmly, waving his hand dismissively. His position only allowed him to target those at the bridge's head. The other 2 teams were safely hidden behind cover. As time passed, the situation on the bridge began to shift. The toxic zone started to refresh, causing the team outside the safe zone to grow anxious. If they didn't move, they risked being poisoned. Thus, they decided to charge forward and a flurry of smoke grenades was thrown onto the bridge. Obscuring visibility, the roar of a jeep echoed as it barreled through the smoke toward the team in the middle, evidently aiming to seize the strategic position. Gunfire erupted as both the head and middle teams reacted to the movement of the third team. Bullets rained into the smoke, striking the driver of the jeep, although most of the shots hit the vehicle itself. The jeep crashed through the smoke, colliding with a wrecked vehicle in the middle, and the driver quickly dismounted. However, only one person emerged from the car. His teammates remained behind. As he jumped out, he planned to flank the 2 players behind the wreck, intending to take them on 1 against 2. Yet, the team behind the wreck was already prepared. As soon as he exited the vehicle, they opened fire, hitting him twice and reducing his health to critical levels. Yet undeterred, he began to counterattack after maneuvering around the wreck. Suddenly, a purple glow enveloped him, creating a protective shield to eliminate him. They would first need to break through that shield. Mercy falls like a soul. In the midst of the bridge, the two individuals caught sight of the purple shield enveloping their adversary, and they simultaneously let out a CRY. It was evident that they recognized the skill employed by the other, yet there was no time for astonishment. The two commenced a frenzied assault on the protective barrier. The distance between the three was almost negligible, rendering aiming unnecessary. In that confined space, the air was filled with the chaotic sounds of gunfire, and bullets danced wildly in every direction. The duo on the bridge held a numerical advantage, and despite their opponent's shield granted by the skill Merciful Soulfall, they could not withstand the relentless onslaught from the two assailants. Merciful Soulfall provided a shield of 100 points to their ally, lasting 5 seconds, and would teleport to their teammate after 3 seconds. While 100 points of shielding was akin to an extra life, it ultimately succumbed under the continuous barrage, leaving the already critically wounded individual vulnerable to a bullet that sent him crashing to the ground. However, the two on the bridge also faced the repercussions, as they too were struck down. "Quick, finish him off. Watch out for his teammate's teleport." The fallen man called out urgently to his ally, but it was too late. The 3 seconds had elapsed. Suddenly, a flash of purple light appeared, and a figure materialized beside his teammate, the rat-a-tat-tat. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted, and before the man on the bridge could react, 5.56 bullets rained down upon him, transforming him into a mere box of loot. The victor of this battle had already been determined, just as the two were about to seek refuge behind cover and replenish their health. A muffled gunshot echoed. A swiftly flying 7.62 bullet penetrated the head of the last remaining man on the bridge, shattering his fleeting hopes and extinguishing his life at that moment, hiding behind a hillside. Bai Lang held his M24, a smile creeping across his lips. That shot had been his doing. During the fierce exchange, the two teams had not fully concealed themselves behind the boxes, exposing a portion of their heads. While such a target might have been challenging for the average person, it posed no issue for an expert like Bai Lang. Bai Lang fired. The two at the bridge instantly became alert. "Not good. There's someone behind the hill. Quickly, find cover." They swiftly repositioned themselves, taking shelter behind a wrecked vehicle, cautiously scanning the hillside. For a moment, Bai Lang and his companion lost sight of their targets. "Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Yi remarked, gazing at the vanishing heads through his scope. My hands were too quick. I forgot to inform you," Bai Lang replied, feeling somewhat sheepish as he observed the two at the bridge changing positions. The once straightforward kill had now become more difficult. "And oh worries, they won't escape anyway," Bai Lang confidently stated, peering out to see the two behind the wrecked vehicle also peeking out to locate their positions. "I'm not afraid if you hide. I'm afraid if you don't show yourself." Just as Bai Lang's words fell, one of the individuals behind the wrecked vehicle peeked out again. Bang! The M24 fired once more. A shot without hesitation, so rapid that Lin Yi barely had time to react. Blood erupted from the second-tier helmet of the man at the side of the wrecked vehicle, and he collapsed to the ground. "One down. You charge him while I cover you," Bai Lang shouted to the stunned Lin Yi. Oh. Lin Yi nodded vigorously, raising his rifle and dashing toward the bridge. Meanwhile, the man who had been down at the bridge was still in a daze, unable to ascertain the source of his injury, and crawled toward his teammate. "Brother, help me up. How did you get knocked down? Did you see where the enemy is?" His teammate inquired while assisting him. "No, wait. Someone's charging down from the hill. You need to take him out first." Just as he spoke, he caught sight of Lin Yi descending from the slope and shouted urgently to his teammate. Hearing this, the teammate abandoned the rescue, peeking around the edge of the wrecked vehicle to spot Lin Yi's figure. What a death wish! On one side stood the enemies concealed behind the wrecked vehicle, while on the other, Lin Yi charged down the unprotected slope. Typically, in a gunfight, the attacker would be at a significant disadvantage. After all, once the cover opened fire, the attacker often found it difficult to react. However, the circumstances were different this time. Just as the man behind the wrecked vehicle prepared to unleash a volley of bullets at Lin Yi, he caught a glimpse of Bai Lang's M24 on the slope and instinctively tried to retreat behind cover. But it was already too late. Bai Lang had already squeezed the trigger when he exposed himself, and, without a level 3 helmet, The man's health was instantly depleted. That used M24 to headshot and kill CF4586. Used M24 to headshot and kill DM4396. That upon hearing the notification, Lin E froze in place, silently turning to glare at Bai Lang for his transgressions. Ah, don't dwell on it. You see, if it weren't for me, you might have been taken out by him. I'll get you an 8x scope as compensation, Bai Lang said, placing the 8x scope he had looted in front of the silent Lin E. Lin E scoffed, picking up the scope from the ground. All right, I promise I'll secure the next kill for you that I guarantee my integrity. Lin E shot Bai Lang a disdainful glance, clearly skeptical of his integrity. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream began to rally in support of Lin E. Shocking. This newcomer streamer actually uses integrity as a guarantee. I'm dying of laughter. Whereas the promise kill. Not letting a single one go. Streamer, this makes me worry about your integrity. Unreliable stream. Talks like it's nonsense. Just as Bai Lang was preparing to interact with the viewers, he caught a glimpse of the barrage of comments and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Keep this up, and you'll lose my caca. After a round of firing, Bai Lang claimed 3 more kills, while Lin E enjoyed the spectacle, receiving the 8x scope as compensation, but he still felt dissatisfied over the lack of kills. At that moment, the third circle of the safe zone appeared, directly situated by in port, with the number of survivors dwindling to 2-1. In approximately 1 minute, the poison circle would begin to close again. It must be said that the luck of the duo seemed to be rather unfortunate. Emerging from the first circle outside the airport, they had continuously faced treacherous zones, just as they were about to mount their motorcycle and depart. Lin E, seated behind Bai Lang, suddenly tumbled off the bike and knelt on the ground. A rapid barrage of gunfire erupted from the hillside where they had just landed, bullets striking Bai Lang's body and reducing his health to a critical level. Damn, someone ambushed me. He quickly leaped off the motorcycle and, as he took cover behind the wrecked vehicle, caught sight of an opponent positioned on the slope. Help me up, Lin E exclaimed, looking at Bai Lang, who was busy applying a medkit and ignoring him, wearing a mischievous grin. I'll return the 500 later. Just get me up quickly. I'm going to die. Hey, look at me. I didn't even raise the price. Aren't I good to you? Seeing the murderous glare from Lin E, Bai Lang finally abandoned the thought of raising his price, reluctantly helping him up. This is all money. Lin E, observing Bai Lang's pained expression, nearly wanted to give him a backhand for being so miserly. The man on the slope clearly knew how to play. As Bai Lang assisted Lin E, he threw a smoke grenade from behind the hill, utilizing the cover of smoke to charge toward them. Hey, let me take him out first, then I'll help you. As he gazed at the smoke that completely obscured the enemy, Bai Lang stowed away his rifle and silently surveyed the 7 grenades nestled within his level 3 backpack. A glint of pity flickering in his eyes as he pulled the pin and hurled the grenades. In the blink of an eye, all 7 grenades were cast into the smoke, just as one man reveled in his audacity. Believing himself shielded by the smoke grenades for a sudden assault, a green spherical object suddenly pierced through the haze and landed beside him. He glanced down, and his heart sank. Goodness, is that not a grenade? Startled, the man quickly pivoted to flee, only to discover a green grenade quietly resting behind him. The ominous sound of 5 more grenades hitting the ground followed, all scattered around him, with a deafening boom. The first grenade detonated, followed swiftly by the second, and the third, accompanied by the cacophony. A lifeless body was propelled from the smoke, crashing to the ground before Bai Lang. Alas, why court death? Live well. Shut up and help me up first. Bai Lang's words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Yi's coarse voice. Offering an awkward yet graceful smile, he hastily began to assist Lin Yi to his feet. Their antics once again sent the viewers in the live stream into fits of laughter. The wheel of fate turns mercifully, but does the heavens spare anyone? 500 is too little, considering the host's nature. How could he not raise the stakes? I can't shake the feeling that the host looks utterly unwilling. Brother, you better watch your mouth, or he might not save you. After Lin Yi was helped up, the toxic circle had begun to refresh, and the third circle's poison was quite painful and more healing. Let us move into the safe zone. Lin Yi glanced back at the encroaching toxic circle and realized time was of the essence, promptly abandoning his healing efforts as he jumped onto the back of the motorcycle. Hurry, if I get poisoned, I'm done for. Don't worry. If the poison catches up to me, consider it my loss. Bai Lang grinned, twisting the throttle as the motorcycle surged forward with astonishing speed. However, it wasn't too long before the motorcycle began to slow down. Lin Yi, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" "Crap, we're out of gas. Run," Bai Lang shouted, nimbly dismounting the motorcycle without a thought for whether Lin Yi was low on health, dashing headlong toward the safety zone. Hearing Bai Lang's voice, Lin Yi felt a wave of despair. The safety zone had appeared in port, while they were still a considerable distance from the eastern bridgehead, clearly unable to outrun the toxic circle, especially with his health so low. Watching Bai Lang's retreating figure, Lin Yi suppressed his urge to draw his weapon and shoot him, instead frantically applying bandages to himself, knowing that using a first aid kit would be futile in this situation. "Xiao Linzi, go on without worry. I shall fulfill your dying wish and secure the chicken dinner." Bai Lang's teasing voice echoed in Lin Yi's ears from afar. "You better shut up. Why didn't you say the motorcycle was out of gas sooner?" After applying a few bandages and regaining some health, Lin Yi began to use a first aid kit as the toxic circle closed in behind him. "I wasn't paying attention." Bai Lang suddenly seemed to realize something, weakly asking, "If you die and I win the chicken dinner alone, shouldn't that count for 1,000? And you should give it to me. Damn it, I'm about to die, and you're only concerned about money?" Lin Yi was once again taken aback by Bai Lang's shamelessness. "No, if I die, it doesn't count." Bai Lang immediately protested. "That is unacceptable. If I win, you get points too? It must be 1,000, not a penny less." Listening to their banter, the live stream audience erupted. 1,000. Is there some unspoken transaction at play? A PY deal? Can I get in on that? 30 minutes per game, 24 hours a day. That is a total of 48 games. 1,000 per game. That is 48,000 in a day. Rich man, please let me ride your coattails. The host is truly shameless, charging for this. The poison was about to catch up with them, and the host was on the verge of losing. The toxic circle swept past Lin Yi, soon targeting Bai Lang, who then entered a mode of running a few steps and healing. Fortunately, Bai Lang had enough supplies, maintaining a safe health level until he reached the safety zone. Upon entering, Bai Lang discovered that the system had yet to notify him of his teammate's fall, only to realize Lin Yi had miraculously survived. "Xiao Linzi, keep it up. Hurry, we're almost there. For my $1,000, you gotta hang in there. Damn, that last line was the key." After a harrowing rescue journey, Lin Yi finally staggered into the safety zone with a sliver of health remaining. Not bad. My encouragement truly works wonders." Observing Lin Yi popping pills beside him, Bai Lang nodded in satisfaction, completely ignoring Lin Yi's eye roll. Bai Lang opened the map and noted that the fourth circle's safe zone was situated by the dock, with some parts directly over the sea. "I can't shake the feeling this safe zone is up to something. Surely it's not over the water?" The more he looked, the more he felt it was a strong possibility. "Let us head to the seaside first." Ignoring the dense gunfire from the containers in port, Bai Lang led Lin Yi stealthily toward the coast. Just as they had taken a few steps, an ominous eye-shaped apparition emerged above them, indicating someone had activated the true sight skill to locate enemy positions. At this moment, only 21 players remain alive. Boom! A rocket soared through the air with a long fiery tail, aimed at the elevated platform. Clearly, the duo wielding true sight-in-death missile were a team, and the unfortunate soul on the platform was swiftly sent to the afterlife. The fans of the Autumn God, witnessing this deadly skill combination, could no longer contain themselves. These two brothers must have watched the Autumn Goddess streams. This is a skill combination taught by the Autumn God. I've tried it too, and it's indeed effective, ultimately leading to a chicken dinner. Autumn God, your fans are here. However, Zue Qiuxing was too engrossed in watching Bai Lang to pay attention to anything else. His brows furrowed as he pondered something. Having not spoken a word since he started watching Bai Lang's stream, completely focused on his gameplay, Bai Lang glanced at the eye-shaped apparition above him and recalled that Lin Yi also possessed the true sight skill. Turning to him, he said, "Xiao Linzi, activate true sight as well." Originally, Bai Lang had asked Lin Yi to carry the true sight skill to complement his Highland bloodline for the final showdown, intending to reveal enemy positions and then unleash his Highland bloodline for slaughter. However, plans often change upon landing. Faced with 4 armed foes and armed only with a 98K, Bai Lang had no choice but to use his own skill, leading to Lin Yi's current predicament of merely observing. Now, Bai Lang deduced that the final showdown circle was likely over the sea, making the true sight skill less useful, so he might as well use it. Now, shouldn't we wait a bit? Lin Yi was puzzled by Bai Lang's intentions and asked hesitantly. Just use it, it's fine. With that, Lin Yi activated the true sight skill, instantly revealing all players' locations to both of them. Originally 21 players had dwindled to 15 after a series of battles, besides Bai Lang and Lin Yi. There were 4 complete squads and 5 lone wolves left. Among them, 3 squads and 2 lone wolves were holed up in the containers, while the remaining squad and 3 lone wolves lingered in the buildings of N-Port. Seemingly preparing to outrun the poison with true sight overhead, everyone remained on high alert, wary of being ambushed from behind. Let us ignore them. We need to head to the seaside to find a boat. Through the eye of truth, Bai Lang observed that the seaside was utterly desolate. Evidently no one would anticipate that the final circle would emerge over the ocean. What purpose would there be in constructing a vessel by the shore? Originally, Lin Yi had activated the Eye of Truth at Bai Lang's behest solely for the purpose of eliminating foes. Yet now he found himself compelled to head towards the coast, which struck Lin Yi as somewhat incongruous with Bai Lang's character. The audience in the live stream shared this bewilderment. Even Zue Qiuxing found himself at a loss regarding Bai Lang's intentions. What are you doing at the seaside? Are you going to kill someone? Broadcaster, have you grown timid? You're contemplating survival instead. You've changed, no longer the ergo I once adored. Goodness, heading to the seaside only to run back when the circle closes? Is it truly possible for the circle to appear over the ocean? Ignoring Lin Yi's confusion, Bai Lang remained steadfast in his plan, urging Lin Yi towards the shore. As the circle had manifested on S Island, many had evidently realized that some would attempt to block the bridges, prompting several teams to choose to sail across the water. Thus, upon their arrival at the coast, the 2 men beheld 3 boats bobbing on the waves. They swiftly obliterated the other 2 vessels. Amidst a flurry of urgent gunfire, the 2 boats were destroyed at that moment. The poison circle had completed its formation, and the new safe zone had materialized. Bai Lang immediately opened the map upon seeing the newly designated safe zone. His suspicions were further confirmed. The 5th circle safe zone was once again situated at the dock, encompassing only a sliver of the dock itself, with the remainder entirely over the sea. Could it be that the final showdown truly would unfold upon the waves? As Lin Yi gazed at the map, this thought surfaced in his mind, and he cast a look of disbelief at Bai Lang. The livestream audience was equally astonished. In no way. Could it genuinely be over the ocean? Given the circumstances, it seems quite plausible. Did the broadcaster foresee this all along? How terrifying. To have deduced it by the 4th circle, surely it must be mere guesswork. I refuse to believe it. This is the disparity in skill let the master lead on. Meanwhile, Qiuxing was equally taken aback. It was well known that the safe zone's appearances were entirely unpredictable. Yet Bai Lang had managed to deduce it, which was indeed unsettling. This would afford him a distinct advantage in the competition, allowing him to ambush opponents. With this realization, Zue Qiuxing's conviction only grew stronger. Let us board the boat, he declared, as Bai Lang swam towards the vessel anchored on the sea, with Lin Yi following obediently behind. Once aboard, Bai Lang directed the boat slightly away from the shore. Disembark, and we shall wait for others to board before we take the opportunity to sneak up on them, Bai Lang said with a sly grin. As he jumped into the water, confident that the vessel's cover rendered them invisible to anyone on the shore, at that moment, a clash began at the container yard near N-Port, where teams were encountering one another. The chaotic sounds of gunfire rang out incessantly, and the number of survivors dwindled rapidly. Look, if the broadcaster had truly foreseen this, how effortless it would be, Bai Lang remarked smugly, observing that the number had plummeted from 15 to 7 in a mere instant. The final wait was now over, as the poison circle began to refresh once more to this point, aside from Bai Lang and Lin Yi in the safe zone. The remaining 5 had not made it in. The entire safe zone was confined to the dock, utterly devoid of cover. The fate of the remaining 5 was now sealed. Only one pair could emerge alive. Floating in the sea, Bai Lang and Lin Yi silently watched the shore. Suddenly, a circular area radiating white light appeared at the dock, indicating the skill curve realm reversal. In a mere 5 seconds, two figures revealed themselves on the dock. Just as another team and the last lone wolf rushed towards it, three factions, 5 individuals, locked eyes, gunfire erupted. The lone wolf swiftly bolted towards the sea, clearly seeking refuge, knowing he stood no chance against the two intact teams, opting to retreat. Yet, the two teams seemed to reach a tacit understanding, for dart barrels aimed at the lone wolf, and in an instant he was engulfed by a hail of bullets, reduced to a mere box of loot. Once the outsider was dealt with, the two teams turned their attention to each other. Only the rogue remains. "Let us go." Lenny observed the skirmish on the shore, his expression brimming with excitement. With no cover, the two teams were nearly face to face, and soon the victor emerged. Only one remained, and he was severely injured. If the two boarded their vessel now, victory would surely be theirs. Bai Lang watched as the sole survivor crouched by the shore, tending to a first-aid kit while cautiously surveying the surroundings, and he felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Initially, he had planned to wait for the enemy to board their boat before striking, but now he found it unnecessary. "All right, you finish him off." As soon as he finished speaking, he was already seated in the boat, eagerly aiming his weapon at the last survivor. Finally, he had secured another kill. It had not been easy. With 2 gunshots, the final opponent fell. Victory and prosperity. A chicken dinner tonight. Bai Lang resumed his previous endeavors, marking the conclusion of his first match post-broadcast. Thanks to the initial push from Tiando and Zue Qiuxing's popularity, Bai Lang's livestream audience had swelled to a staggering number, reaching 240,000 viewers, with subscriptions surpassing 100,000 as he scanned the chat filled with 666, and the broadcaster is amazing. Bai Lang felt a surge of enjoyment from the recognition of his prowess, an unfamiliar emotion blossoming within him. Alas, I only managed to secure 18 kills. It's rather insufficient. I haven't fully showcased my abilities. Bai Lang feigned a look of lonely mastery while glancing at the interface displaying his 18 kills. Lamenting softly. Beside him, Lin Yi, observing his own 5 kills, felt utterly disheartened. Had he himself secured 5 kills alongside a chicken dinner, it would have brought him joy for days. Yet now, with Bai Lang, the master in the mix, achieving chicken dinner seemed far too effortless. In comparison, he felt an unsettling imbalance within himself. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing Bai Lang's remarks, found themselves cursing inwardly. 18 kills and a chicken dinner. And that is not enough. That is 23 points. How long must I grind to accumulate that? The broadcaster is quite cheeky. Wah, please take me along. By the way, who is this broadcaster? I don't recall seeing him before. To debut in a live stream and immediately top Tiendo? Unbelievable. Impressive. The broadcaster's marksmanship gives me chills. I didn't even see the kills unfold, and yet he had already done the deed. Will the broadcaster accept disciples? I am a girl, the kind that keeps warm. In a live stream of Tiendo Zue Qiuxing, he concluded, "All right, that will be the end of today's broadcast. I have some matters to attend to. This broadcaster possesses remarkable skills. Everyone should give him a follow." Zue Qiuxing smiled at the camera, saying, "I'm signing off now. See you all later." Amidst a flurry of pleas, Zue Qiuxing quickly ended the broadcast. Simultaneously, in a luxurious villa within Jiangcheng, Zue Qiuxing slowly rose from his gaming pod. Bai Lang? He recalled the moment he had been outmatched by Bai Lang, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon a skilled player. Surely, the captain would be intrigued. If Bai Lang were to join their upcoming matches, it would ease the burden on him, increasing their chances of securing a coveted spot. However, as he contemplated the impending competition, Zue Qiuxing's smile gradually faded, replaced by a slight furrow of his brow. Though his team was formidable, they were not invincible. Several teams matched their strength, yet only 5 slots remained for the final showdown. With this in mind, Zue Qiuxing reached for his contacts and dialed the captain, succinctly summarizing Bai Lang's potential. Qiuxing recognized Bai Lang's gaming talents. The top executives of the Tiendo streaming platform were seated at their desks, scrutinizing the screen showcasing Bai Lang. This the individual you mentioned? The one recommended by the Lin family brat? Yi Ling, the head of the Tiendo live streaming platform, gazed at the screen where Bai Lang was engaged in a stream of banter. Casting a skeptical glance at Li Yu to D, oh, you genuinely believe he possesses the capability to join our team in establishing a formidable LOL squad? Her words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakably clear. I trust my judgment. I believe he qualifies for this opportunity. Liu, who had initially been uncertain, recalled the 4 rapid shots Bai Lang had delivered upon landing, and in that instant he resolved to take a gamble. Meeting Yuling's gaze without flinching, and no sooner had Li Yu's words left his lips than an eerie silence enveloped the office. That I will consider your suggestion. Let the platform proceed with signing him. Yiling finally replied after a moment's contemplation, her stance unaltered by Li Yu's endorsement of Bai Lang. After all, the establishment of the team was too crucial for the future of Tiando, compelling her to proceed with caution. Very well. I hope you will give it serious thought, Li Yu remarked, sensing that Yiling's hesitation regarding Bai Lang was the best outcome he could hope for, especially considering Bai Lang's lack of a convincing rank. Had he been at a master or diamond level, Yiling would not have hesitated at all. Meanwhile, Bai Lang remained blissfully unaware of being under scrutiny by Zue, Qiuxing, and Li Yu. He was still diligently striving to manage his living expenses, leaving no room for distractions. In the ensuing live stream, Bai Lang shifted from pursuing victory to delivering a series of comical antics, repeatedly leaping into densely populated areas near Lin Yi, turning each descent into a chaotic firefight, much to Lin Yi's dismay. Dear viewers, do not be misled by my current possession of merely a large cleaver. I'm about to unleash the mad blade technique for a massacre. In P City, Bai Lang gripped a fearsome large cleaver, devoid of armor or even a backpack, hiding in a room while listening to the menacing footsteps outside. Nonchalantly bragging. What? You say Lin Yi has disappeared? Oh, right, that box next to Bai Lang is indeed him. Oh no, someone is approaching. Just as Bai Lang was preparing to continue his boasting, he suddenly heard footsteps drawing near. Ladies and gentlemen, watch closely as I demonstrate my blade technique to bring down my adversary. With that, Bai Lang crouched, gripping the cleaver, and stealthily concealed himself in the corner of the small room by the door, ready to strike. Suddenly, a figure burst into the small room, evidently searching for equipment. This individual was armed with merely a Uzi submachine gun, a level 1 helmet, and a level 1 backpack, lacking armor. Yet such equipment was still vastly superior to Bai Lang's singular cleaver. As the intruder entered, he failed to notice Bai Lang lurking in the shadows, prompting Bai Lang to charge forward, cleaver raised, aiming a deadly blow. The intruder, however, was skilled. He executed a leap to dodge Bai Lang's strike and spun around, unleashing a volley of bullets. With a wicked grin, Bai Lang met his end under the onslaught, transforming into a box. Oh dear, I encountered a formidable opponent, evading my lethal strike. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Bai Lang, now a box, showed no sign of embarrassment, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "This is not my fault." The audience in the live stream appeared thoroughly captivated by Bai Lang, offering their own brand of sarcastic commentary. Surely this blade technique was purchased from a street vendor. Come, I have authentic swordsmanship to sell to the streamer at a bargain. Indeed, the enemy is a master. They even wield legendary ancient martial arts. The audience continued to jest, unable to contain their laughter at Bai Lang's shamelessness. Observing the lively chat in his streaming room, Bai Lang felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, my charm is undeniable. They have been completely enchanted by my charisma. Had the viewers known his thoughts, they would have been quick to ridicule him further. In a nearby eatery beneath Bai Lang's humble abode, Lin Yi watched in excitement as Bai Lang devoured food like a ravenous beast. In a mere afternoon, Bai Lang had advanced from Silver 4 to Silver 3 with 15 points, while his rank had surged to Bronze 2 with 85 points. Could you please settle today, Bill? We won 5 matches this afternoon, totaling 5,000. Bai Lang extended 5 fingers towards Lin Yi, celebrating his substantial earnings, which did not even account for the 50,000 he had secured from Li Yu. Though that money was currently out of reach, are we not brothers? If it weren't for me, how could you attract such an audience for your stream? And you still dare to ask me for money? Lin Yi retorted, visibly frustrated. Whether you give it or not is up to you. Just think it over, Bai Lang replied, remaining unfazed. This left Lin Yi in a quandary. Refusing to pay would mean Bai Lang would likely not invite him for gaming. And with his skills, when would he ever rank up? Ultimately, tempted by the prospect of advancement, Lin reluctantly produced the 5,000. Bai Lang waved the freshly acquired 5,000 with a flourish, declaring, "Today's meal is on me that you've already made me pay." Lin interjected, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "Well then, next time it's my treat. All right, I'm full. Time to head to bed. Don't forget to pick me up tomorrow." With the money in hand, Bai Lang clapped Lin on the shoulder, feeling quite pleased as he made his way back to his little nest. 5,000 was enough to sustain him for quite some time, or at least for a while. "Are you really not considering a professional career?" Lin asked, his voice trailing off as Bai Lang interrupted. "All right, little Lin, I'm not planning to pursue a professional career for now. Let us drop it." "Very well," Lin replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. But then he remembered something and continued, "By the way, our school is organizing an internal competition for LOL. Are you planning to participate?" "An internal competition?" Bai Lang inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Yes, universities in Jiangsheng are preparing a league, and each school must send 2 teams. Our school is organizing an internal selection competition that if you join, we can team up. With our duo, we're sure to secure a spot." Lin explained eagerly. "Oh, I see. Well, pass." Bai Lang began to decline, but Lin's next words made him reconsider immediately. "The 2 teams that secure spots will each win a prize of 50,000. How could I possibly miss out on such a competition? When does it start? I can hardly wait," Bai Lang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Of course, it's not the 50,000 that entices me. Am I the kind of person who competes merely for money? All right, I'll find the other 2 participants. Tomorrow is the deadline for signing up." Lin, now elated, cared little for anything else as long as Bai Lang agreed. Once he participated in one competition, surely there would be more opportunities to come. "All right, I'll head back now. Remember to pick me up tomorrow." With a yawn and a wave, Bai Lang ambled away towards his small abode, feeling a bit fatigued after an afternoon of gaming. Upon returning to his humble quarters, Bai Lang surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and silently reassured himself. "Rest easy. I will live well on your behalf." A night passed in silence. The following morning, Bai Lang was jolted awake by a loud banging at his door. Hurry up." Lin, brimming with excitement from barely sleeping the previous night, was already at it again, unlike his former self, who would only rise well past noon. "How annoying. What time is it?" Bai Lang, with his hair in disarray, groggily opened the door, meeting Lin's exuberant face with irritation. "Today is the registration day. I was worried you wouldn't sign up in time and miss out on the prize." Lin, displaying remarkable foresight, managed to rouse Bai Lang's interest at the mention of the prize. After washing up and finishing breakfast, the 2 made their way to school. Knowing he had classes today, Bai Lang had prepared a bit the previous night. His university was called Jiangxing University, regarded as one of the best among the 40 or so universities in Jiangxing. But beyond being a sophomore, he could recall little else. "Have you found the other participants for the competition?" Bai Lang inquired. Sitting in Lin's luxurious sports car, Bai Lang could not help but feel a pang of envy as he marveled at the anti-gravity hovercraft, a marvel he had only ever seen in science fiction films. Naturally, it piqued his interest. "We have found our comrades, Lao Qin and Wu Lei from our dormitory. Their skills are on par with mine, both at the silver level. Initially, we were looking for one more person to join the competition. But with you included, we now have the perfect quartet. The 4 brothers of our dormitory can finally unite once more." If it weren't for Lin driving this expensive sports car, he would merely appear as a typical underachiever. Lao Qin? Wu Lei? Their images were somewhat blurred in by Lang's memory. "Come on, Longzi, you can't be serious. It's only been 2 months, and you've forgotten them already." Lin remarked with an incredulous expression. "Impossible. I was merely taken aback that they're also gamers," Bai Lang replied. After a moment, he finally recalled his 2 roommates, who indeed stood out. One was tall and robust, while the other was short and somewhat unkempt, creating a striking contrast that, of course, they play. "This game is immensely popular. Nearly everyone in our school is into it." The 2 chatted. The sports car smoothly glided into Jiangsheng University. Bai Lang was utterly astonished upon seeing his university for the first time. His previous institution had been vast, but it paled in comparison to Jiangxing University, which resembled a floating island suspended above the city. With Bai Ling leading the way, they charged into the dormitory area. Arriving at their room, Lao Qin, Xiao Lei, come out and welcome the return of the prodigal son. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Lin Yi bellowed, and in an instant, a figure darted out, tackling Bai Lang to the ground. Longzi, you finally returned. I've missed you so much. When you were gone, I couldn't eat or sleep properly. Can you imagine a burly man pinning you down and pouting in front of you? Hearing Qin Chong's affectionate words made Bai Lang feel as though he might lose his breakfast. Bai Lang attempted to push Qin Chong off of him, but his efforts were in vain as Qin Chong remained steadfast. Lao Qin, please get off me. I'm being crushed, he exclaimed helplessly. In a way. Unless you take me to rank up. I'm not budging. Qin Chong's bashful demeanor was almost too much to bear. Fine, fine, fine. I'll do whatever you want. Can you at least get off of me first? Bai Lang quickly nodded, eager to free himself from the clutches of his roommate, whose tendencies were rather questionable. Meanwhile, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk at their exchange, internally lamenting the absurdity of it all. After returning yesterday, Lin Yi, now a Silver 3, was eager to flaunt his achievements to his roommates, which ignited a flurry of envy from Bai Lang, Qin Chong, and Wu Lei. Hey, you said it. No takebacks. Once Bai Lang acquiesced, Qin Chong sprang off him with a mischievous grin, shooting a knowing glance at Lin Yi. Lazy, come out. Longzi has promised to take us to rank up, and he won't charge us a dime. As Bai Lang stood up, he spotted Wu Lei rushing out of his room, clad in a pink pajama set, with lipstick adorning his lips. Longzi, how could you yield so easily? I haven't even made my move. Upon seeing Wu Lei's attire, Bai Lang silently congratulated himself for agreeing so quickly. Otherwise, he might have been ensnared in this ludicrous situation. He eyed Qin Chong and Wu Lei warily. Guys, I like girls, not? You know? Huffed. Wu Lei, your outfit is quite seductive. Are you attempting to entice Longzi? Lin Yi couldn't restrain his laughter. To rank up. Sacrificing my looks is worth it. At least we have to spend money. Wu Lei shot back without hesitation, leaving Lin Yi feeling a deep pang in his heart. Meanwhile, Bai Lang discreetly distanced himself from Wu Lei, trembling at the absurdity of his roommates. All right, let us tidy up quickly. We need to register for the competition soon. Lin, silently reassuring himself with a mantra, I'm a rich second generation. Money is no object, urged the group to move on from this topic. Understood. Just give us 5 minutes, and we'll be ready. Qin Chong and Wu Lei exclaimed as they hurriedly prepared, within mere moments. The four of them strode out of the dormitory. Where do we register? Bai Lang felt a headache coming on at the thought of navigating the sprawling Jiangxing University, which felt akin to a small city. At the Esports Activity Center, you see that tallest building? That's where it is, Qin Chong pointed out. With anticipation in their hearts, the group made their way to the Esports Activity Center. Upon gazing at the towering structure, Bai Lang couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur. Today marked the final day for registration, so they were not the only team present. As they entered the building, Bai Lang was struck by the sheer scale of the Esports Activity Center, which occupied the first 10 floors. The hall was filled with rows of gleaming game pods, leaving the trio in awe, though Lin Yi remained unfazed. Let me tell you, the Esports Center wasn't always this grand. It was overlooked by the school until the advent of Battle Royale, LOL, after which the university allocated 10 floors and invested in a plethora of gaming equipment, Qin Chong explained, admiring the nearby game pod. While both game pods and headsets allow for gaming, their experiences differ vastly in terms of price and enjoyment. Playing with a headset can lead to fatigue over time, whereas the game pod feels like a blissful slumber. Even replenishing your energy automatically. Of course, the cost of a game pod is roughly 10 times that of a headset. How long do we have to wait to register? Bai Lang observed the throngs of hopeful competitors, their chatter about the impending tournament filling the air, and he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Just be patient. Registration requires all 4 of us to be present. We should be up soon. Lin Yi replied, shrugging in resignation. As the crowd gradually advanced, they finally reached the registration desk by noon. We would like to register for the school competition. Could you help us with the paperwork? Lin Yi teased the young lady handling the registrations. You 4, please provide your game names, ranks, and team name. Chun-Si inquired, her eyelids barely lifting due to fatigue from the long hours of registration. Since the announcement, the hall had been filled with eager participants daily, and she had barely even had time to eat, with over 100 teams already registered by today. Lin, fanciest first handsome. Silver rank 3. Chin Chong. Mightiest first strongman. Silver rank 4. Wu Lei. Most handsome first. Silver rank 4. As the trio declare their names and ranks. Chen Si couldn't help but look up, stifling a laugh. She had encountered many peculiar names over the past few days, but this level of audacity was unprecedented, especially considering their silver ranks, far below the minimum gold rank required for competition. Excuse me. You still have one more name and rank to provide. Chun Si quickly corrected herself, realizing the oversight. Lang Li Golang, bronze rank 2. Bai Lang's voice came weakly from behind the trio, his only desire being to finish the registration and treat himself to a lavish meal. Bronze 2, are you all certain you wish to participate in the competition? Chun Si's disbelief was palpable. While she could somewhat accept the ranks of Lin Yi's trio, Bai Lang's rank shattered her expectations. Even she, a novice gamer, managed to achieve silver rank 3. You even have a bronze player on the team. What courage! The surrounding teams erupted in laughter at their expense. Oh, what if our ranks are lower? Just be careful not to cross paths with us during the competition, where you might find yourselves lost. Whom do you look down upon? In the end, who will emerge victorious remains uncertain. Naturally, Lin Yi and his companions retorted without reservation to the mockery they faced. Just to confirm, there are no rank requirements for participation, right? Let's hurry up and register. Although Bai Lang was displeased by the words of those around him, he chose to remain silent. After all, a competition is not fought with words. What mattered most now was to complete the registration and then head for a meal. Bai Lang impatiently directed his words toward Chen Si. Humph! Hearing Bai Lang's impatience, Chen Si let out a cold snort and shot him an exasperated glare. Suppressing her dissatisfaction as she inquired, "What is the name of your team?" "Let us call it the Bronze and Silver Team," Bai Lang casually suggested, glancing at the trio still embroiled in a dispute with others. "What a ridiculous name! Yet, it truly suits you," Chun Si muttered under her breath as she recorded it, soon announcing, "All right, you have successfully registered. Please provide your contact number so that the schedule and rules for the competition can be sent to you." This person is truly something else. Not even bothering to say thank you. Chen Si thought indignantly as she watched Bai Lang turn and leave after providing his contact information. Of course, Bai Lang, who was on the verge of starvation, was oblivious to her sentiments. "Listen up. You better be cautious when you encounter us later. A bunch of trash daring to participate. Who gave you the courage?" Bai Lang felt a headache coming on as he observed Lin Yi and his companions facing the crowd without flinching. With animosity brewing before the competition even began, he worried they might end up cornered later on. "All right, stop the noise. We've registered. Let us go eat," Bai Lang said, patting Lin Yi, who had been the most confrontational. Despite the unfriendly gazes surrounding them, Bai Lang couldn't help but admire his roommate's ability to attract animosity. It was truly remarkable. "All set? Old Chin, Lazy, let us not argue with these losers anymore. Let us go eat," Lin called out, prompting Chin Chong and Wu Lei to abandon their enemies and join him. "You lot of rubbish. Just wait until the competition." As Lin Yi and his companions exited the hall, they didn't forget to stir up further animosity. After their departure, those they had clashed with began inquiring about Bai Lang's team name. And Chun Si, who already harbored some resentment toward him, was quick to spill the beans soon. The name Bronze and Silver Team spread throughout the entire esports activity center. Upon arriving at the school cafeteria, Bai Lang gazed at the array of delectable dishes. His hunger intensifying, he eagerly piled all the enticing food onto his plate as though he had never eaten before, attracting the attention of those around him. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his companions had seemingly vanished, clearly unwilling to be associated with him in such an embarrassing display. Yet Bai Lang paid no mind. The food in the cafeteria was free, and he certainly wasn't going to let that go to waste. "Ah, what is this? It looks delightful," Bai Lang exclaimed. Noticing a dish he had never encountered before, he couldn't resist approaching it, unaware that his own plate was already filled with unfamiliar delicacies, as the variety of food had greatly expanded in this era, incorporating many alien ingredients. Just as Bai Lang reached out to claim the dish he coveted, a long, elegant hand moved toward it as well. Bai Lang froze. looking up at the hand-s owner, only to see her take the food for herself. Humph. What does it matter if she's beautiful? Can she eat it? Su Ling stared at her now empty plate, momentarily at a loss for words. When Bai Lang hesitated, she had thought he intended to offer her the food, but the reality was quite the opposite. Glancing at the pile of food on Bai Lang's plate, her favorite crispy moon silk perched atop. She felt a surge of irritation as Bai Lang showed no signs of turning around. Hey, you stop right there, Bai Lang, just about to find a spot to begin his meal, halted at the sound but quickly dismissed it. Thinking it couldn't possibly be directed at him, he resumed his steps, but Su Ling interpreted this differently. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Su Ling confronted Bai Lang, blocking his path. Were you calling for me just now? Bai Lang asked, pointing at himself in confusion. I don't believe we've met before. Oh, you need something? He completely ignored the displeasure etched on Su Ling's face. Why did you take so much food and yet still snatch my crispy moon silk? Oh, so that is what it's called? Crispy moon silk. What a nice name, Bai Lang remarked, lifting the delicacy to inspect it. What do you mean by snatching? Clearly, I took it first. Why should I give it to you? With that, he took a hearty bite. You? Fine, I'll remember you, Su Ling said, her face paling with anger. How could the esteemed flower of Jiangxi University and captain of the esport club's first team be overlooked like this? All right, go play elsewhere. I still have my meal to enjoy, Bai Lang retorted nonchalantly, turning his plate away from her. Humph. What does it matter if you remember me? In such a large school, who knows when we might cross paths again? If ever, Bai Lang mused, only to regret it once the school competition commenced. As he sauntered away, Su Ling stormed out of the cafeteria in a huff, shortly after Bai Lang found a seat. Lin Yi and his companions arrived, and completely immersed in his meal, he had forgotten all about Su Ling and the competition. By the way, Lang Zi, what name did you give our team? Lin Yi suddenly remembered and looked up. Bronze and silver team, Bai Lang mumbled with his mouth full. What name? Did I hear that right? Lin Yi exclaimed, taken aback. Bronze and silver team, what is wrong with that? Clatter! Lin Yi dropped his chopsticks on the table. While Qin Xiong and Wu Lei paused their eating, all three pairs of eyes fixed on Bai Lang. What the heck, Lang Zi? What a ridiculous name you chose. No way, I'm going to change it. Lin Yi was mortified. With our ranks in that name, it's like slapping our own faces. Even if our ranks are low, do we have to declare it so blatantly? Once a team name is set, it cannot be changed. Wu Lei's voice echoed despairingly in Lin Yi's ears, causing him to sit back down in resignation. And I actually think this name is quite good. It's just a name after all. Does it really matter? Bai Lang continued to eat calmly, entirely unaware of the turmoil within Lin Yi and his companions. The only response from the three was a chorus of cold laughter. A team name is the face of the team. How could it not matter? Moreover, how could we have such a flamboyant name and pair it with something as lowly as bronze and silver team? Does that even fit? Feeling the disapproving stares directed at him, Bai Lang broke into a cold sweat. Honestly, names aren't that important. As long as we're strong, what does a name matter? The trio, on the verge of losing their patience, thought about how if Bai Lang were to meet a grim fate, who would lead them to victory in games. For the sake of gaming, for the sake of advancement, they chose to endure. Fine, let it be this name. Lin Yi conceded, as it had already been set in stone. Let us eat quickly, so we can play some games together and prepare for the competition. Bai Lang then began to dive into his plate of food, while Lin Yi and his companions, upon realizing the team name, lost all appetite for their meals. An hour later, the four emerged from the cafeteria. Propping themselves against the wall, Bai Lang was suffering from overeating, while Lin Yi and his friends were merely experiencing numb legs from sitting too long. The three looked at Bai Lang in horror, or rather, at his bulging belly, having witnessed him eat nonstop for an hour, leaving them questioning their own life choices. I'm so full. I didn't expect the school cafeteria to be this good. I think I'll have all my meals here from now on, Bai Lang declared loudly, savoring the cafeteria with a satisfied burp and announcing his future dining plans. The cafeteria only opens for lunch. It has closed in the morning and evening, Wu Lei informed him, causing Bai Lang to feel disgruntled. He had thought he found a free meal spot, only to realize it was limited to lunch hours. A poor review. Why does it only open at noon? I must report this issue to the school. Bai Lang cast a resentful glance at the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and the other two immediately covered their faces, utterly embarrassed. Let us hurry up and go. We need to train. Head to practice. Saying this, Lin Yi attempted to drag Bai Lang towards the dormitory, while Wu Lei and Qin Sheng were also eager to join. After listening to Lin Yi's boasting yesterday, they had been coaxed into signing up for the competition. Otherwise, with their current ranks, they would only be spectators. Come on then, we're counting on you. Qin Sheng and Wu Lei looked at Bai Lang with a mixture of anticipation and slight concern. They had yet to truly witness Bai Lang's prowess, and now, reflecting on their activities from the morning, they felt a twinge of anxiety. If Bai Lang turned out to be lacking in skill, their embarrassment would be monumental. I didn't bring my gaming helmet. I can't play, Bai Lang shouted reluctantly as the three of them urged him along. In truth, after satisfying his hunger, he longed for a good nap. No need for that. We're heading to the esports activity center. Teams that sign up for the competition can use the gaming pods inside. Lin Yi quickly explained. Qin Sheng chimed in eagerly. Really? There's such a perk? I heard the gaming pods at the esports activity center are the latest models. Before long, Bai Lang found himself forcibly escorted to the esports activity center. Upon arrival, he discovered that the venue was as bustling as ever, with numerous teams queuing to register. The four ascended to the training hall on the third floor, where rows of silver gaming pods were arranged. Many individuals were already reclining inside, engrossed in their games. The four swiftly completed their registration and obtained access to 4 gaming pods. Wow, these latest gaming pods are incredible. They feel so comfortable. Qin Sheng sighed in sheer delight as he settled into his pod. Lin Yi explained to Bai Lang, this one is yours. Just lie back and relax. There's a button on your left. Press it to enter the game. As Bai Lang reclined in the pod. He finally understood the source of Qin Sheng's bliss. The gaming pod could adjust to any position, ensuring maximum comfort, and even featured massage function, alleviating any concerns of discomfort from prolonged use. Entering the gaming pod and pressing the button officially commenced the gaming session. Clicking on the PUBG icon, Bai Lang instantly received an invitation from Lin Yi, and the four appeared in a small armory. Should you consider changing your name? It doesn't quite match with the rest of us, Qin Sheng remarked awkwardly, glancing at Bai Lang's name. Change it to something similar to yours? What should I call myself? The universe's most handsome? What am I even thinking? I want to change it. Bai Lang retorted with a smirk. No need. This name is just fine. Just wait a moment. I'll start a live stream. With that, he opened the Tiendo live streaming platform and renamed his room to Bronze God with Silver 3 Dogs. The stream is live. Remember to give me some screen time later, after Lin Yi's promotion. Qin Sheng and Wu Lei were already aware of Bai Lang's live streaming. Lin Yi interjected, all right, I'm starting the game. No more chit-chat. With that, the four were matched, and the scene shifted to them seated in a compartment of an aircraft. What skills should we take? Lin Yi instinctively asked Bai Lang. Hold on, let me check my skills. Since Bai Lang had risen from Bronze 4 Bronze 2, he had gained an additional 4 skills. Totaling 14. His gaze fell upon one of the new skills. Smoke Grenade. Launch a smoke grenade covering a radius of 500 meters, creating a cloud of smoke that lasts for 30 seconds, within which enemies cannot see beyond. This skill was inspired by the W skill of the outlaw Gragas from League of Legends. After confirming his skills, Bai Lang began to contemplate the skill combinations for Lin Yi and the others. Giving instructions, Xiao Lin, you take True Sight, Lao Qin, you take Death Missile, and Lei Zi, you take Curve Boundary. Haha, why didn't you say that earlier? I've already made my choices. I've chosen mine too. Just as Bai Lang finished speaking, Qin Sheng and Wu Lei sheepishly admitted that they had already selected their desired skills upon boarding the plane, completely disregarding Lin Yi and Bai Lang's suggestions. Do you two even realize we're in training? You completely ignored the organization's arrangements. Lin Yi pointed at them, indignant. We just didn't pay attention. We'll definitely be more mindful next time, they said, scratching their heads in embarrassment. Previously, they had chosen skills at will, without even considering the possibility of skill combinations. Forget it. What skills did you select? Bai Lang inquired. Rage of the Barbarian King and Wish, Qin Sheng and Wu Lei replied. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Lang responded, then Xiao Lin, you should take Curve Boundary. Once the skills were sorted, the plane had reached the island's airspace, and Bai Lang's live stream began to attract viewers. the streamer is live again. And it's a squad of 4. Can I join in? This room name is hilarious. Bronze God with silver, 3 dogs? Ha! Is bronze looking down on silver? I, a gold rank player, refuse to accept this. 666. The streamer is truly a character. Bai Lang glanced at his stream, and the viewer count had already surged to nearly 30,000. Hello, esteemed viewers. After a 24-hour hiatus, we meet again. I've missed you all dearly. Just then, a large head popped into view, curiously asking, "Have you started streaming? Can I show my face?" He leaned closer to the camera. "Hi everyone, can you see me? I'm S roommate. Feel free to add me." Lao Qin, wow, you're really bold. I haven't even agreed yet. Bai Lang observed the exuberant figure in front of the camera, a robust man now grinning like a child, once again reshaping his understanding of things. 666, I've noticed all the streamer-S teammates are characters. This forced familiarity is even more terrifying than the last one, that I'm about to die laughing. As expected, Qin Chong's antics once again captured the audience's attention in the live stream, inadvertently unearthing Lin Yi's past misadventures, oblivious to the fact that he was the subject of the revelations. All right, we're preparing to parachute. Bai Lang pushed the reluctant Qin Chong aside, ignoring his mournful gaze. Where should we jump? Where should we go? Wu Lei's excited voice rang out, seemingly ready for something big. Let us go to the military base. It's rich in resources, glancing at the plane heading towards the military base. Bai Lang decisively opted for IT. In no way. I oppose this. The moment Bai Lang's words fell, Lin Yi vehemently disagreed, reminding him of his painful experience from the previous day, as soon as the plane passed over the military base. He had urged Bai Lang to jump there, but aside from surviving the first drop, he had met his end each time thereafter, tearfully watching Bai Lang wreak havoc. Let us skip it. The military base ISNT for me. Qin Chong instinctively recoiled at the mention of the military base, while Wu Lei, who had just been eager for action, visibly deflated. Seeing his cowardly teammates, Bai Lang had no choice but to compromise. Ultimately, the 4 settled on a relatively secluded villa, only to find that others shared their intentions. As they parachuted from a low altitude, 2 individuals followed closely behind, aiming for the same villa. There are 2 people behind us. Let us land and find weapons to eliminate them. Bai Lang glanced back at the 2 and instructed the others. 6 individuals simultaneously descended to the ground. The agile Bai Lang immediately sprinted towards the 3-story building before him. Upon entering the premises, he stumbled upon a frying pan and a level 1 backpack. While they were of little utility, they were certainly preferable to having nothing at all. As Bai Lang picked up the frying pan and the backpack, he was preparing to search for firearms when, unexpectedly, he was struck from behind, causing a small portion of his health to deplete. Upon turning around, Bai Lang beheld one of the 2 assailants standing immediately behind him, brandishing a small fist aimed at his chest. "Humph, you dare strike me?" Witness the prowess of my frying pan. With a swift motion, Bai Lang swung the frying pan towards the man's head, knocking him to the ground. And with another decisive swing, he ended the man's life. What a legend I am, taking one down with a frying pan. The remaining one is all mine. Just then, Qin Chong emerged from the room, wielding a Uzi, ready to confront the other adversary. However, he hesitated, calling out to Wu Lei, "Lazy, have you found a weapon? Join me in taking him down." "No, I've only got a pistol," replied Wu Lei, holding a P1911 and wearing a little green hat as he rushed out of the room. It was unfortunate that such a large room contained merely 1 handgun. As long as you have a gun, just follow my lead. Quick, we must not allow that fellow to find a weapon. The 2 charged towards the house where the enemy was located. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire erupted from the window, followed by a series of shots. CH-5894 utilized an M16A4 to deliver a fatal blow to the formidable first giant. "How dare you ambush me while I am unprepared? Such audacity! If you possess the courage, face me head on. My wrath of the Barbarian King fears no one. Lazy, hurry and deal with him," as Qin Chong was brought down. Wu Lei also took 2 shots, but thankfully reacted swiftly, taking cover behind a tree. "I only have a pistol. How can I fight against his M16A4? Wu Lei lamented. "Lazy, pull me up. He hasn't finished me off." Then crawl over. Noticing that the enemy had not finished off Qin Chong, Wu Lei began his desperate crawl towards safety, while Wu Lei remained tense, keeping an eye on the house, fearful that the enemy might charge at them. At that moment, he finally located a firearm and rushed over. What happened, old Qin? How did you fall? Let me avenge you. He's in the house ahead. You cover me with your gun. Once I get up, the three of us will take him down together. Qin Chong yelled from the ground, filled with indignation. Does anyone have medicine? Share a bit with me. I have 5 bandages. I'll give them all to you. He tossed 5 bandages on the ground. Let us go and deal with him. Lazy, be prepared to heal us at any moment. After consuming the 5 bandages, Qin Chong charged towards the house once more. This time having learned from his previous encounter, with the skill wrath of the Barbarian King ready for immediate use, while also ensuring Wu Lei was prepared with wishing. Damn it, this time you shall not escape. Meanwhile, Bai Lang was leisurely searching for supplies within the 3-story building, overhearing the conversation of the 3 men, but he could not help but smirk. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to kill someone? You are 3 against 1. This place is quite impoverished. This is the most destitute game I've ever played. There isn't even a single 98K. Having completed his search of the 3-story building, Bai Lang gathered a commendable array of equipment. A level 2 helmet, a level 1 vest, a fully equipped SCAR-L with a holographic sight, and a Thompson submachine gun. His level 1 backpack contained only a meager first aid kit, 5 bandages, and not even a bottle of drink, let alone painkillers. Damn it, a mushroom grenade. At that moment, Qin Chong's startled voice echoed in Bai Lang's ears again. Qin Chong, having rushed into the room, was once more sprawled at the foot of the stairs. Lazy, stay here, old Qin. Watch me go up and take him down. As Lenny dashed past the 2, he headed upstairs. Be careful of the mushroom. Grenade. Qin Chong attempted to warn Lin Yi, but 2 explosions erupted right beneath Lin Yi's feet. Boom, boom. Lin Yi fell to the ground with great flair. Just then, a sound of landing echoed from outside the house, causing the 3 men to tense up. Evidently, the enemy from above had jumped down. Preparing to enter. Lazy, don't move. I'll hand you my gun, and you just keep an eye on the door, Lin Yi instructed, halting Wu Lei's urge to rush out. He tossed his UMP-9 to the ground and began calling out for Bai Lang. Lang Zi, Lingu, help! Someone is about to lose their life. Bai Lang, who was sprinting towards the 2nd floor, rolled his eyes at the plea. Understood, I'm on my way. He dashed toward the window of the room, knowing that jumping from the 2nd floor would not result in any damage. The 3 individuals inside listened to the increasingly loud footsteps, gripping their UMP-9s tightly as they gazed at the door. Their palms beginning to sweat. If Wu Lei could not take down the intruder, their lives would be forfeit. Lang Gu, Lang Yi, hurry! He is coming. Qin Chong shouted again, his health rapidly dwindling as he lay on the ground. Nearly half gone to tea that moment, Bai Lang had reached the window and leaped down. Just as he jumped, a figure appeared around the corner. It was the last remaining enemy. What more is there to say? Bai Lang declared as he fired his weapon mid-air, pulling the trigger of the SCAR-L. Lang Li Gu used the SCAR-L to take down SH-5894. Having eliminated the foe, Bai Lang landed gracefully on the ground. All right, the enemy is down. Lazy, hurry and revive him. The newly grounded Bai Lang called out to his troublesome teammates. Quickly, quickly! Lazy, save me. I'm about to die. As soon as Bai Lang finished speaking, Qin Chong's loud voice erupted, his health plummeting to a critical level. Had Bai Lang delayed even a moment longer, he would have been finished. By the way, Lang Zi, do not revive that person. Once I'm up, I want to personally take my revenge. Just as Bai Lang was preparing to finish off the enemy, Lin Yi's teeth-clenching voice rang out, followed by Qin Chong's agreement. Yes, yes, I want to beat him to death. How dare he use such a despicable skill as the mushroom grenade? Doesn't he know that in a game you might lose, but those who use mushroom grenades must die? Brother, I apologize, but my teammates won't allow me to kill you. They wish to avenge themselves. Bai Lang remarked, looking pityingly at the fallen man. Humph, a bunch of trash. If it weren't for my lack of vigilance, you would have been dead long ago from my ambush. Such rubbish still dares to play games. Go home and suck on your mother's milk. The man on the ground cursed angrily. Bai Lang, unfazed by the insults, had encountered such situations numerous times in his past life. If he allowed himself to get angry every time, he would have perished long ago. Thus, he disregarded the fallen man and walked away like a tea that moment. Qin Chong, having been revived, charged out of the building and landed a punch on the man. Damn it. You coward. Fight me face to face. You dare to ambush me. And using a mushroom grenade. How disgusting. Just watch as I beat you to death. The man scuttled away, attempting to evade Qin Chong's blows while retorting. With your pathetic skills, I can take on all four of you. You have no game sense and dare to play. I spit on you. Old Qin, be merciful. Let me land a couple of punches to vent my frustration. Lin, he exclaimed, rushing forward to join Qin Chong and delivering a few blows to the fallen foe. I'll teach you to lay traps. You thought you could get away with it, didn't you? Ultimately, the man succumbed to the relentless fists of Qin Chong and Lin Yi. The audience in the live stream fell silent at the sight of the spectacle. This streamer is quite audacious. Is their sense of revenge this strong? I'm dying of laughter. 3 against 1, and yet 2 were taken down, leaving the last one trembling in fear. The streamer's shooting skills are commendable. They can hit targets in midair without even aiming down sights. Are these 3 here to entertain? Their skills are even worse than mine. Why are their ranks higher than mine? I'm stuck in bronze, and can't break into silver. I begged the streamer to carry me. Bai Lang cast a glance at the live streaming room, letting out a deep sigh as he contemplated the burden of taking these 3 to compete. He felt as if that 50,000 yuan was gradually slipping away from him. Rogue, do you have any medicine? Hurry up and get it to me. Qin Chong and Lin Yi scampered over. Having just vented their frustrations, it was truly ridiculous that the person didn't even have any medicine. I only have 5 bandages. I'll give them all to you. Bai Lang tossed the bandages from his backpack onto the ground. Do I have a first aid kit? Of course not. What about drinks? Is there nothing here? This place is so damn poor. I won't jump again next time. Despite his complaints, Qin Chong's hands moved swiftly, directly snatching the 5 bandages from the ground. Hey, Lao Qin, give me 2. I'm out of health too. Lin Yi exclaimed anxiously from the side. I've been down twice already. You've only been down once. You want me to heal you? No. You should share 2 with me since you've been down twice. Otherwise, how can I play without health? Watching the 2 nearly bicker over 5 bandages, Bai Lang felt a sudden headache. When did gaming lead him to such a pitiful state? All right, lazy, isn't it wishing that you brought? Let him heal you. Bai Lang intervened to stop the 2. Lin. Wouldn't that be too wasteful? Qin Chong, I isn't that inappropriate. Although they said this, their eyes were eagerly fixed on Wu Lei, who had just emerged from the room, their faces pleading for him to heal them. Bai Lang couldn't help but smirk at their behavior, thinking, how pretentious. Lazy, use your skill to heal them. Got it. Wu Lei didn't say much. He had brought the skill for healing, and now it was just a bit early to use it. Activating the skill wishing, a beam of starlight enveloped the 4, instantly reviving the critically injured Qin Chong and Lin Yi to full health. Full health feels secure. Thanks, lazy. Exactly, full health is exhilarating. We're going to win this match. Bai Lang observed the 2 bouncing back to life beside him and said, all right, come over to distribute the supplies. Let's ensure everyone has a gun. Then we'll head to the prison. There's a squad that landed there and will seize their gear. The 4 gathered in the house to allocate their finds. They had discovered 5 guns in total, excluding handguns 1 M16A4 and 1 SCAR-L rifle, along with 3 submachine guns, UIZ, UMP9, and Thompson. Bai Lang took the SCAR-L rifle, equipped with a level 2 helmet, a level 1 vest, and a level 1 backpack. Qin Chong wielded the Thompson and UMP9, adorned with a little green hat and a half-damaged level 2 vest, without even a backpack. Lin Yi claimed the M16A4. Sporting a level 2 backpack, but lacking both helmet and vest, Wu Lei grabbed Qin Chong's UIZ, also donning a little green hat, but with nothing else. Among the 4, only Bai Lang's weapon was equipped with a red dot sight. The other 3 had not found even a basic scope, relying solely on iron sights. Shouldn't we search somewhere else? Our gear is so inadequate. Do we really want to confront the squad at the prison? Lin Yi said, eyeing his bare physique and head, feeling hesitant. Let us search first. Our equipment is too poor. We need at least a scope. Wu Lei spoke up as well. Right, let us search first. There are a few houses over there. Qin Chong nodded vigorously, clearly shaken from the previous skirmish. If he got hit again without timely support, it would be game over. Look at you bunch of cowards. Do you think you can win by searching? Let us go kill some. Bai Lang decisively quashed their objections that I end this game. If you're not killing, what is the difference between you and a dead fish? Damn it. When have I ever been so poor while gaming? When will we find a gun following you guys? Still. Lenny attempted to protest, but before he could finish, a dark barrel pressed against his forehead, prompting him to quickly change his tune. Let us go to the prison to kill. Searching is pointless. If we want gear, we have to kill. Qin Chong Wu Lei, damn it. You actually submitted under the barrel of his gun. Traitors we are. But when Bai Lang aimed his gun at them. Let us go. Let us go kill. Thus, Bai Lang marched behind with his weapon, while Lin, Yi, and the other two walked ahead with tears in their eyes, the four setting off toward the prison. The setting sun hung low, casting elongated shadows of the four figures racing across the plains, those silhouettes running beneath the sunset, reminiscent of my lost youth. Well, that is all just my imagination. There is no sunset, and my youth hasn't faded, though the four figures are indeed real. Qin Chong and the others, under Bai Lang's coercion, were trembling with fear as they stealthily approached the prison, stopping every few steps to scan their surroundings. Dropping to the ground at the slightest sound, utterly cowardly. Come on, can you move a little faster? At this rate, everyone will be gone. .2 bullets struck the ground near Qin Chong, who was lying flat, prompting Bai Lang to sigh in exasperation. Hey, I'm just scouting the situation, preparing for danger, Qin Chong said as he reluctantly got up, internally wishing to run away to avoid confrontation. Forget it. Let us hurry. Otherwise, they really will leave. Lin Yi recognized Bai Lang's determination to take on the prison squad, lamenting, Lao Qin, you're truly embarrassing our dorm. I never thought you were this kind of person. Sigh, if only you would share a bit of that stature with me. Wu Lei chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. I could see that moment. Qin Chong felt as though he had been trampled by 1,000 wild horses. Thinking, clearly, you didn't want to go either. Why is it all my fault now? Just then, the first poison circle began to shrink, and the prison was right on the edge of the safe zone. No matter what, the four had to advance towards the prison. After enduring ridicule and disdain from Lin, Yi, and Wu Lei, Qin Chong shed his previous cowardice and led the charge towards the prison. A glaring target on the vast plain. Meanwhile, inside the prison, have you all finished searching? Find a vehicle. Let us move towards the circle. The speaker held an M416 in hand and had a 4x scope-equipped 98K slung over his back, while the other three were all armed with Scarless. Compared to Bai Lang and his trio, they were on entirely different levels, akin to heaven and earth as the four emerged from the prison. They spotted Qin Chong charging ahead. Someone coming from the direction of the villa. Upon seeing the M416 in his hands transform into a 98K, the man raised his weapon and fired. Bang! A shot struck Qin Chong, taking nearly half his health. Damn it, rogue, the prison folks have spotted us. Hide quickly. Qin Chong, feeling the sting of loss, glanced up to see four figures at the prison entrance aiming at him, prompting him to rush back to the other three. Bang! Another shot hit Qin Chong in the back, reducing him once more to critical health. Before the battle had even begun, Bai Lang's side had already lost one. The trailing Bai Lang and his companions were situated in a low dip. They had not yet made it up when Qin Chong was spotted, thus the prison squad remained unaware of their presence. There were four of them, and they had high-powered scopes. In a desperate bid, Qin Chong crawled to the ground, pitifully pulling out the 5 bandages he had painstakingly snatched from Lin Yi to heal himself. There is someone I shot down who ran to the low slope. Someone come with me to finish him off. The individual wielding the 98K called out to his teammates as he sprinted onto the road. I'll go with you. You two keep looking for a vehicle along the road. With that, the vehicle roared towards Bai Lang and his trio. They're coming in a car, just 2 of them. Bai Lang crouched low, peeking at the situation near the prison. You don't have scopes. Stay back and shoot when they get closer. Lin, he said, visibly excited. Watch me take them down. Understood, Wu Lei replied, raising his UIZ, ready for action. You guys go ahead. I'll cover you. Lying on the ground, Qin Chong softly murmured. The sound of tires scraping against the grass echoed nearby, and then a bouncing vehicle came to a halt on a gentle slope, followed by the unmistakable sounds of 2 jumps from the vehicle. Be cautious. Let me toss a grenade first. One individual stowed away his direct shot 98K and retrieved a green grenade. The sound of the pin being pulled resonated in the air. Not good. They're about to throw grenades. Charge in and eliminate them. Hearing the commotion, Bai Lang bellowed at Lin, Yi, and Wu Lei, already charging forward with his Scar L in hand, while Lin, Yi, and Wu Lei swiftly followed suit. Upon seeing Bai Lang rushing towards him, the man was momentarily taken aback, shouting to his teammates, "There's more than one of them. Open fire quickly." Before he could finish his warning, the sound of Bai Lang's gunfire erupted. Tat tat tat, Bai Lang activated his red dot sight, showcasing his formidable recoil control, and swiftly dispatched the man with several precise shots. He then quickly adjusted his aim, spotting the silhouettes of the man as companions within his red dot sight. At that moment, the man as teammates had also reacted, aiming their weapons at Bai Lang, but he had already decisively squeezed the trigger. Tat tat. 2 bullets shot forth, striking the man as body and causing 2 bursts of crimson to erupt, reducing his health to a perilous level. Tat tat. As 2 more bullets flew from the barrel, poised to claim the man's life, a massive phantom suddenly appeared behind him, rendering those 2 shots ineffective. Damn it, Wrath of the Barbarian. Better take cover, Bai Lang exclaimed as he witnessed the man activate Wrath of the Barbarian, entering a 5-second mode of invulnerability. He hastily leaped behind a low slope, though he was slightly too late. 2 bullets still struck his body, taking away a significant portion of his health. Fortunately, Lin, Yi, and Wu Lei had taken over the fight, ascending the slope, their UZI and M16A4 unleashing a torrent of fire, successfully drawing the enemy's fire away. Tat tat tat. He's activated Wrath of the Barbarian. Be careful, Bai Lang urgently warned the duo, who had already sensed something amiss, as Linny noted that despite landing several shots, the enemy's health showed no signs of decline. What the hell? Are you looking for death? Linny said with a grimace, having already knelt on the ground, and Wu Lei was in a similar predicament beside him. Linny, we're done for. This is it. Save us, Bai Lang. Wu Lei cried out, desperation lacing his voice. Hurry, we're in trouble. Someone's about to die. The 2 were gripped by a strong urge for salvation, inching down the slope, but the enemy showed no intention of granting them mercy. Damn it, you dare to engage me in a firefight. You all will perish. The man, preparing to finish off the 2, suddenly heard his teammate with a 98K yell, "Watch out, there's a grenade." What grenade? Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. The blast from the grenade sent the man's body soaring through the air, and he fell back to the ground at an alarming speed, just as the Wrath of the Barbarian duration expired, landing perfectly beside his bewildered teammate. What the hell? How did a grenade end up here? He muttered, confusion washing over him. That seems to be my grenade. The teammate's soft voice pierced through his thoughts, causing a pang of regret. This what they call a pig teammate. Lin Yi, witnessing this scene, was utterly dumbfounded, his heart racing with exhilaration as he transitioned from certain doom to unexpected fortune. Bai Lang, hurry and save me. I've gone down for the 2nd time. Linny implored, his health dwindling dangerously low. Don't forget about me. Old Qin, save me. Wu Lei echoed, calling out to Qin Chong, who was still on the ground applying bandages. I'm coming. No need to rush. You're not going to die just yet. Completing the last bandage and regaining a sliver of health, Qin Chong cautiously stood up, bending over as he made his way towards Wu Lei, reverting to his previous state of fear. What's the situation over there? Can you save them? The 2 teammates were hiding behind a tree on the prison slope, peering through their scopes at the unfolding scene below. We can't see what's happening down there. Give us a report quickly. Hurry over. I've hit 2 of them, and I'm in the process of reviving my teammates, the one under the Wrath of the Barbarian shouted, casting a disdainful glance at his teammate. All right, I'll use curved path to flank them from behind. Saying this, he activated his skill, a circular white field appearing beneath their feet, while a similar circle manifested not far behind Bai Lang, who remained oblivious to the impending danger. Finally, I'm alive again. The revived Lin exhaled in relief. Just watch as I take down those 2 who thought they could kill me. As Lin prepared to charge up the slope, the guiding time for curved path ended, and the 2 individuals on the prison slope materialized behind the 4. Tat tat tat. Damn it, who the hell shot me again? Just as Lin rushed forward, he was knocked down once more, and Bai Lang fell victim to another shot as well, his already low health teetering on the brink. Someone's behind us. Bai Lang shouted, leaping sideways to avoid an instant demise, swiftly drawing his Scarel from his back and pulling the trigger. Tat tat tat. Bullets surged forth, striking one of the opponents, who collapsed to the ground at this crucial moment, determining the fate of both teams. Bai Lang, Lin Yi, and Wu Lei had just been revived, only to be downed again. Bai Lang, relying on his formidable skills, managed to eliminate one of the foes, leaving each team with only one survivor. Qin Chong faced an unknown adversary, the gazes of the 6 fallen combatants fixated on these two, their heavy breaths betraying their inner turmoil. The death of either would spell doom for their respective squads. How dare you ambush me? I'll make you pay. Qin Chong unleashed a barrage of bullets from his UMP-9 towards his opponent, who retaliated with his M416 to the enemy. Observing Qin Chong's UMP-9, couldn't he help but smirk. The UMP-9's power paled in comparison to the M416, especially since he donned level 2 armor while Qin Chong's had long since shattered. The outcome seemed inevitable. Tat tat tat. Bullets flew from both weapons, seemingly on the brink of determining victory or defeat. Wrath of the Barbarian, Qin Chong roared, a spectral figure resembling a barbarian materializing behind him. Bullets struck him, yet his health remained intact. Damn it, you're cheating. The enemy's smile froze upon seeing the phantom behind Qin Chong, as 9mm bullets rapidly magnified in his vision before piercing through his body, extinguishing his life alongside his unwilling howl. Old Qin, hurry and save me, please. Just as Qin Chong was about to relish his moment, Lin Yi's anguished cries reached his ears, prompting him to dash towards Lin Yi. You scared me to death. My poor heart. Observing his dwindling health, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Qin Chong in gratitude. Desperate for his timely intervention, in the end, it all comes down to my heroic efforts. That fool thought he had already won. How laughable, but my skills are foolproof. As Qin Chong supported Lin Yi, he spoke with a sense of pride. Indeed, old Qin is formidable and imposing. Lin Yi, ever the sycophant, readily agreed. Before long, the 3 of them were on their feet, and this tumultuous battle concluded with the Bai Lang squad triumphantly claiming victory despite their ragged equipment. Lin Yi, I can't believe it. A level 3 helmet, a 4x scope? Wait, where is it? Qin Chong exclaimed. 6 first aid kits. Where are the first aid kits? Lin Yi added, this is a 98K. How did it vanish again? Why am I saying again? Wu Lei chimed in, a fully equipped M416. Now that's what I like. Who's so quick? Give me back the M416. Bai Lang interjected, damn, this squad is ridiculously wealthy. Level 3 helmet, 4x scope, 98K, first aid kits, drinks, painkillers, everything you could possibly want. Lin Yi retorted, Qin Chong, Wu Lei, could you show a bit of restraint and leave some for me? With the battle won, the next phase involved scavenging the spoils, and the 4 were thoroughly engrossed in their search. Well, not quite. It was Bai Lang who reveled in the bounty, while the other 3 were left with items he deemed unworthy. After some reorganization, the equipment of the 4 transformed from shabby to splendid. Bai Lang boasted a fully equipped M416 along with a 4x scope, a level 3 helmet, level 2 armor, and a level 2 backpack filled with first aid kits, drinks, and painkillers. The remaining trio each wielded a Scarel, adorned with battered helmets and armor, and their medic supplies had dwindled to almost nothing after patching themselves up. Nevertheless, they were in far better shape than before, yet when compared to Bai Lang, their situation was almost pitiable. I really want to shoot him. What should I do? Lin Yi grumbled, glaring at Bai Lang, who strutted ahead with unwarranted confidence. In unison, Qin Chong and Wu Lei said, so do we. Why don't you take the lead and deal with him? We'll give you the 98K, all right? Hey, what are you 3 whispering about? Are you plotting something behind my back? Bai Lang, sensing an unusual tension, turned around and asked in a serious tone. Nothing. How could we? The trio hastily denied that, of course, they were certainly not denying it because of the gun Bai Lang had pointed at them after a skirmish on the plains. The 4 had finished looting their gear, and the first safe zone had already closed, and so, where to next? Lin Yi inquired, eyeing the lush green grassland, just as Bai Lang was about to respond. The roar of an aircraft overhead interrupted them. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat. The 98K in Bai Lang's hands and the Scarel and Lin Yi's erupted simultaneously, Yet the plane flew on without dropping anything. Where are the enemies? Where are they? Qin Chong, on high alert, scanned the surroundings with his weapon, looking like a startled bird to Wu Lei. Noticing the absence of any foes, curiously asked, "What were you shooting at just now?" "Just a slip of the finger." "Kid, don't ask," Bai Lang replied, glancing at the empty sky with a dismissive pout. Lin Yi, feeling a bit sheepish, forced a smile at Bai Lang, internally chiding himself. Why can't I control myself when I see a plane? The viewers in the live stream, however, were far from pleased, flooding the chat with comments. The streamer really botched the plane drop. Better luck next time. 666, skillfully dragging down teammates. Trash streamer, only knows how to teach people to shoot down planes. By the way, can you teach me? The streamer-S method is outdated. Now you need to shout for airdrops. Shout for dad. What nonsense is that? Just thinking about it feels so embarrassing. Bai Lang quickly shook his head, banishing that bizarre thought from his mind. All right, let us chase after the airdrop. That plane didn't give me any respect, Bai Lang huffed. Chase the airdrop? But we don't even have a vehicle. Who knows when the airdrop will land? Lin Yi scoffed. Unless it drops right now. That would be a different story. And no sooner had he spoken, a shadow fell from the plane not far away. Is that an airdrop falling from the sky? Qin Chong gawked at the descending crate at Wu Lei, equally astonished, asked, "Should we go pick it up?" Lin Yi, meanwhile, fell silent, beginning to doubt whether his words had truly summoned the airdrop. Why did it always seem to drop whenever he mentioned it? Bai Lang, with a curious expression, thought, why does this guy summon airdrops just by speaking? Is the plane now judging by looks? No way. I am definitely more handsome. The viewers in the live stream were once again in a frenzy that I wish I had a teammate like that. Just say airdrop and it drops. That mouth is something else. This is the second time, right? This is just not scientific. Why is it that whenever I say it, nothing happens? So envious of the streamer getting airdrops. I've never gotten one. Come on, what are you waiting for? Let us go get that airdrop. With that, Bai Lang dashed forward. The plane had flown from the prison toward the bomb shelter, and the airdrop was conveniently landing near them. After a brief sprint, the four spotted the billowing red smoke signaling the airdrop. A large red crate had landed on the grassy patch above the bomb shelter. Just then, the sound of a car engine echoed from the hillside beyond the bomb shelter, as a jeep barreled down the slope, heading straight for the airdrop. Hey, Bai Lang, why don't we hold off on looting and ambush them instead? We could take them out first, Lin Yi suggested, instinctively recoiling at the sight of the aggressive jeep. Humph, they think they can snatch the airdrop from under my 98K? Not a chance, Bai Lang declared confidently. You guys cover me while I grab the airdrop. Hey, Bai Lang, should I come with you? Lin Yi hesitated. IT could be dangerous. What's the worst that could happen? We'd just lose some points. Then let us go, old Qin. Wu Lei, you two cover us. With that, Bai Lang and Lin Yi crept forward, using the grass for cover as they stealthily approached the airdrop, while the jeep had already reached the crate at Wu Lei. Take them out, Qin Chong shouted. And both he and Wu Lei opened fire on the group around the airdrop. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets peppered the crate and the jeep, catching the attention of the enemy, two of whom began to return fire, while another started tossing smoke grenades. Meanwhile, Bai Lang and Lin Yi had stealthily flanked their side, their enemies utterly exposed to them. Bang! Bai Lang raised his 98K and fired, knocking the smoke grenade thrower's little green hat off, sending him sprawling to the ground. The smoke grenade slipping from his grasp. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lin Yi followed suit, his Scar-L silencing the one who had been reaching for the airdrop. With one enemy down with a headshot, Bai Lang swiftly switched to his M416 and began firing at the two hiding behind the jeep, resulting in two more boxes appearing on the ground. Just like that, the enemy squad was wiped out without a sound. Let us go. Time to grab the airdrop. The two rushed towards the crate, now enveloped in rising smoke, obscuring their view of the airdrop completely. Wow, they had some good loot. 298KS. You two, hurry up and get over here, Lin Yi exclaimed, marveling at the contents as he crouched by the crate. There are 298KS? Save one for me. I'm on my way. Upon hearing that Qin Chong had acquired a 98K, he immediately dashed towards Lin Yi's position, moving with astonishing speed. Just as Lin Yi was reveling in the joy of having a 98K, Bai Lang stealthily approached the box of the recently looted airdrop. With disdain, he discarded his own 98K onto the ground, seizing the AWM equipped with an 8x scope from the box, donning level 3 armor and a level 3 helmet. My 98K. It's right there. Qin Chong exclaimed, rushing forward as though fearing someone might snatch his prized weapon away. But it's over here. Lin Yi silently gestured towards the box, concealing the 8x scope, directing a nod towards Qin Chong. Ugh, what a bunch of schemers. Damn it, lazy. What are you doing with my 98K? You can't even use it. Hurry up and give it back, just as Qin Chong was about to pick up the 98K on the ground. He was a beat too slow, watching Wu Lei snatch it up first, which made him leap in frustration. Humph, why should I give it to you? I was the one who found it first. Wu Lei retorted, rolling his eyes. Who wouldn't want a 98K? Whoever gets it first keeps it. If you miss out, that's on you. Wah, lazy, you can't do this. I'm begging you. I can't survive without my 98K. Seeing that being forceful wouldn't work, Qin Chong began to play the pity card, his face a mask of sorrow as he appealed to Wu Lei, but was met only with an exaggerated eye roll. Watching the two bicker over a 98K, Bai Lang glanced at the 98K he had heartlessly abandoned, interjecting, I have one here. However, his words were drowned out by Qin Chong's voice. All right, fine, lazy, you're pushing me. Don't blame me for this. If you don't give me the 98K, I'll tell Chunghua about your secret crush on her. I'll share my private stash of your nude photos with her. What a scandalous revelation, Bai Lang thought to himself, taking a step aside to obscure the 98K beneath his feet. 98K? What 98K? I didn't see anything. Wu Lei's face flushed crimson as he glared at the smug Qin Chong. He had not anticipated that Qin Chong would use this matter to threaten him. If you're unkind, don't blame me for being ruthless. Let us go. Let us hurt each other, if you have the guts. Go ahead, you think I don't know you secretly like Qian Lingling? Nude photos, huh? I have those too. How does he know I like Qian Lingling? Qin Chong was taken aback, as this was a secret he had never shared. How do you know about that? He queried, bewildered. You were shouting Qian Lingling's name in your sleep every night. Anyone could guess. Lin Yi, who had been silently observing the two's exchange, remarked quietly, realizing he had inadvertently exposed his inner secret. Qin Chong deflated, recognizing that this tactic had failed, and thus the 98K would slip further from his grasp. You two are such losers, Bai Ling commented after listening to their exchange. I still have a 98K here. Old Qin, do you want it? Really? You're not tricking me, are you? Hurry up and give it to me. Qin Chong, rejuvenated by the prospect, rushed over to Bai Lang, only to find his coveted 98K lying quietly on the ground. Lang Zi, are you sure you don't want the 98K for yourself? He inquired, having picked it up. It's fine. I have an AWM. I don't need the 98K. Bai Lang waved his hand dismissively. As soon as the words left his mouth, three envious gazes converged on Bai Lang. They glanced from Bai Lang's AWM to their own 98 Burmese chots. Ouch, that hurts. Wait a minute, Lang Zi, since you have an AWM. Why didn't you give me the 98K sooner? I had to fight lazy for it. Qin Chong exclaimed, finally realizing the situation. If I had said so earlier, I would have missed out on your little tussle. Bai Lang turned to face Wu Lei and Qin Chong. Upon hearing Bai Lang's response, both Wu Lei and Qin Chong froze, rendered speechless. Can we not enjoy the game in peace? Lenny chuckled, unable to contain his amusement at Bai Lang's unabashed demeanor. After the four had ransacked the box, their equipment underwent a significant upgrade. Lin Yi and the others were now equipped with Scar LS and a 98K, while Bai Lang boasted an M416 and an AWM, rendering their arsenal quite luxurious. 398 Burmese shots and one AWM among the four of them. Meanwhile, the smoke began to dissipate down the hillside across the road from the air raid shelter. A team lay prone in the grass, biding their time. The smoke is about to clear. Take aim and fire. Once we eliminate them, the airdrop will be ours. One of them, wielding an SKS with a 4x scope, declared, Does anyone still have their skills unused? I still have my wind wall. Came the response from one among them, the only one of the four who had yet to expend his skill. All right, if anyone goes down, remember to activate the wind wall to cover us. Just then, the smoke cleared entirely, revealing the figures of Bai Lang and his companions. They're out. Let us take them down. Bang, bang, bang. 4 gun barrels erupted with bullets, raining towards Bai Lang and his team. Pow, pow, pow. Each of the 4 took at least 1 or 2 hits. That they're attacking us. Find cover behind the hill. Bai Lang quickly assessed the enemy's position. Leaping behind a jeep and retreating slightly to unleash a barrage of fire, effectively shattering it. I see 4 of them. Lin Yi, crouched behind a tree and bandaging himself, called out, "Damn it, let them experience the might of my 98K. After downing a bottle of drink, Qin Chong brandished his freshly acquired 98K, hiding behind the airdrop crate alongside Wu Lei. With a 4x scope 98K, Qin Chong tilted his head, aiming at one of the enemies on the hillside. Bang! In an instant, that enemy suddenly dropped to the ground, rendering him a casualty. Damn, he actually went prone. Otherwise, he would have surely died. Qin Chong scratched his head awkwardly. Next shot, he has done for. Don't you dare steal my kill. With your pathetic aim, you'll never hit anything. Step aside and let me show you how it's done. Wu Lei scoffed, squeezing past Qin Chong to take cover beside the airdrop crate. Also retrieving his 4x scope 98K. Just as he was about to peek out to take a shot, bang! A 7.62 bullet struck his head, instantly depleting a substantial portion of his health. Ugh, what S with the targeting? Am I an easy target or something? The SKS wielder on the hillside sneered, keeping his scope trained on the area near the airdrop crate, seemingly intent on a stalemate with them. Haha, thought you could shoot others? Now you're the one getting shot. Qin Chong, seizing the opportunity, retorted without hesitation, again pushing past Wu Lei. Peeking out, bang, bang. This time, 2 bullets struck Qin Chong's head, leaving him dazed and confused. Wait, this ISNT right. The plot shouldn't unfold this way. I should be dominating the scene with a headshot. Haha, still talking. You should focus on your own survival. Wu Lei replied. Humph, if you hadn't been discovered first. I would have been shot. I took those bullets for you. Damn it. Lang Zi, I actually hit him once. Just as the two continue their banter, Lin Yi's exclamation suddenly rang out, prompting Wu Lei and Qin Chong to fall silent. Hey, you two losers, can you stop chatting? How about you bow to me as your master instead? Yeah, he wouldn't dare mention he only hit once after firing 5 shots, Bai Lang thought, feeling his cheeks twitch involuntarily. Hey, enough already. Can you show some decency? How dare you show off in front of me? Am I invisible to you? Then he drew forth the coveted weapon that everyone yearned for yet found elusive, the AWM. Moments ago, during a sudden ambush from the opposing hillside, Bai Lang had been struck twice, forcing him to use a medkit and swallow a painkiller to regain his composure. Now, he was set on vengeance. 2 of their adversaries were concealed behind the airdrop crate. One lurked behind a tree, and the last was presumably hiding behind a jeep. We must be vigilant, the moment they show their faces. We strike. Bai Lang had meticulously pinpointed the positions of the 4 on the hillside, who were intently focused on them. Damn, I've been spotted as well. Lin Yi gazed at a shattered helmet, a look of dismay crossing his face. He had intended to demonstrate his marksmanship once more, but was caught off guard and shot the moment he peeked out. What now? The poison is about to close in. Qin Chong and Wu Lei were paralyzed by fear, reluctant to fire their weapons after learning the hard way that any exposure would invite a torrent of fire from their 4 foes. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. I'll take another shot, Lin Yi declared with frustration, knowing all too well how disheartening it was to be suppressed like this. That moment, Bai Lang, concealed behind the jeep, remained silent, carefully observing the enemy's positions from the edge of the vehicle. The 4 on the hillside were wholly fixated on Lin Yi and his companions, their weapons trained on them, instinctively overlooking Bai Lang's presence. Die, you fiends! Lin Yi swiftly leaned out from behind the tree, not even bothering to scope in, and fired his 98K with precision. Simultaneously, Bai Lang made his move. Crouched low, he peeked out, positioning his AWM with rapidity. Upon activating the 8x scope, he slightly elevated the muzzle and squeezed the trigger, closing the scope just as he returned to cover behind the jeep. The magnum round zipped across the plain, striking one of the enemies on the hillside in the head and causing a spray of blood as he collapsed to the ground. Incredible! How did I manage to hit that? Could it be that my wild shots find their mark? Lin Yi blinked in astonishment at the sudden fall of an adversary, momentarily oblivious to the kill notification preceding the name in the game. Look, this is skill. You two should take notes. Lin Yi boasted triumphantly to Qin Chong and Wu Lei, declaring as he had before, bang! The distinctive sound of the AWM echoed once more, interrupting Lin Yi's self-aggrandizing. Without a doubt, another enemy had fallen this moment. Lin Yi's words seemed to stick in his throat, unable to articulate or swallow his embarrassment. Damn, I should have anticipated this. Lenny lamented, a bitter expression on his face as he fiddled with the steering wheel of the Jeep. Ha ha, Lenny, you've gone too far. You nearly scare me to death. I genuinely thought he had been hit. It turns out it was you, Bai Lang. Qin Chong unabashedly mocked him. Damn, with your marksmanship, you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. How could you possibly score a hit? Wu Lei chimed in at least I managed to land a shot, while you two are merely targets, and you still have the audacity to criticize me? Lenny's words pierced Qin Chong and Wu Lei like daggers. Meanwhile, the four on the hillside began to grow restless. Damn, they've acquired an AWM. Quick, let us smoke the area and revive our teammate. Be cautious. This opponent is formidable. We must avoid being headshot. Listening to the fallen comrade's warnings, the one armed with an SKS turned to his remaining teammate and said, You smoke and revive him. I'll cover you. Once he up, we advance into the safe zone and trap them in the poison zone. As he spoke, he carefully aimed his weapon at the position of the Jeep, waiting for Bai Lang to reveal himself, while his teammate produced a smoke grenade and hurled it to the ground. Moments later, the hillside was engulfed in a thick fog, obscuring Bai Lang and his companion's view of the situation. They're reviving him. Bai Lang, shall we take the opportunity to charge and eliminate them? Lin Yi suggested, excitement lacing his voice as he looked at Bai Lang. Let us go. The poison is about to close in. If we get trapped in the poison zone, it'll be disastrous. Qin Chong quickly agreed, declaring that 4 against 2 was a fair fight. The distance from the bomb shelter to the opposition was roughly 300 to 400 meters. If they chose to charge now, the two enemies would have already been revived, resulting in a 4-on-4 scenario, with the uphill advantage favoring their foes. However, if they did not advance, they would surely succumb to the poison. Bai Lang opened the map to ascertain the safe zone's location. This time, it had spawned near the school, still a considerable distance away. You see that car on the road? You three cover me while I make a run for it. Bai Lang pointed to a nearby white sedan on the road. All right, you go ahead. We'll provide covering fire. Although Lin Yi and the others were uncertain of Bai Lang's intentions, they chose to trust him unconditionally, launching a furious barrage of fire at the enemy. Are they revived yet? If they are, hurry and retreat. The poison circle is closing in under the suppressive fire from Lin Yi and his companions. The SKS wielder was too terrified to poke his head out for a counterattack, fearing he might meet the same fate as his fallen teammates. His aim was solely to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the situation. Currently, he was merely focused on suppressive fire, entirely unconcerned with anything else. While Lin Yi and his companions maintained their onslaught, Bai Lang stealthily slipped out from behind the Jeep, inching towards the sedan on the road. He chuckled darkly. You all can perish at that moment. The smoke on the hillside was beginning to dissipate, and the silhouettes of the enemies could be faintly discerned. With a devilish grin, Bai Lang activated his skill, Smoke Grenade. A smoke grenade landed squarely among the 4 enemies, creating a 10-meter zone shrouded in fog, obscuring their vision while leaving Bai Lang unaffected. Rush in now. I've activated my skill. They can't see you. Bai Lang called to Lin Yi and the others as he slammed the sedan into gear, hurtling towards the smoke. Meanwhile, the 4, now enveloped by smoke, were left bewildered. Who threw that smoke grenade? I can't see where the car is. 2 of Bai Lang's teammates, who had just been revived, were preparing to leave when the smoke obscured their vision, and one threw it. Not me. I thought it was you. I'm busy healing. I don't have time to throw smoke grenades. The 3 teammates replied in quick succession. Well then, how could it be? Has anyone found the car? Hurry and come get me, just as the words left his mouth. The roar of an engine grew closer and closer to a car. I didn't drive? Oh no, who the hell just ran into me? Before he could finish, a white sedan burst forth from the smoke and barreled over him, knocking him to the ground after just regaining full health. No, it's the enemy's skill, Smoke Grenade. We need to get out of here. The remaining 3 finally grasped the situation and prepared to flee the smoke. But before they could take a step, Bai Lang, with a mischievous grin, drove over them mercilessly. The tires screeched against the grass as Bai Lang executed a perfect drift, coming to a halt on the hillside. Leaping from the vehicle with a carefree demeanor, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, a look of invincibility etched across his face. Haha! Incredible. Bai Lang, Are these four fools? How could they not hear such a loud vehicle? Lin Yi, sprinting up the hillside, erupted into laughter, astonished by Lang's audacity. It was a risky move that could have easily backfired. Unbelievable, this actually worked. 666 by Lang, mighty and domineering. Qin Chong and Wu Lei chimed in, running eagerly to loot the fallen enemies at that moment. The viewers in the live stream exploded with excitement upon witnessing by Lang's bold charge resulting in a team wipe. The streamer truly is the god of vehicles, managing to run over an entire squad. The streamer's tactics are quite impressive. Who would have thought they could be employed in such a manner? I've learned something new today that I wonder if anyone will join me for a try later. Truly, he is a man favored by the autumn god, undoubtedly taking an unconventional path. Observing the streamer's ostentatious demeanor, I can't help but feel an urge to strike him. Bai Lang cast a fleeting glance at the blindingly white barrage of comments, maintaining his composure as he coolly remarked, "Do not worship me. I am merely a legend." The second circle of poison had already begun to refresh. They were on the very edge of the poison zone, and as it refreshed, it quickly encroached upon the four of them. Currently, there were still 56 survivors in the match. Lin Yi and his companions had swiftly looted their crates. Their equipment was already quite satisfactory, having primarily gathered some medicine and ammunition, while Bai Lang couldn't be bothered to loot at all. "Playboy, let us go. The poison is closing in." After looting the crates, Lin Yi and his companions were already seated in the vehicle, waiting for Bai Lang to drive. Noticing that Bai Lang seemed so engrossed that he was oblivious to the encroaching poison, Lin Yi couldn't help but speak up. "Got it. Why the rush?" "The title of car god of Akin Mountain is not merely a name," Bai Lang replied as he prepared the car, flooring the accelerator as the sedan surged to its maximum speed towards the school. In the wooded area beside the dormitory, a pristine white sedan sped past, its velocity completely unaffected by the dense trees, audaciously honking its horn, the sound echoing throughout the forest. "Playboy, are we being too ostentatious? This surely can't end well," Lin Yi asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Meanwhile, Qin Chong and Wu Lei, seated in the back, were equally cautious, observing their surroundings. After all, Bai Lang's flamboyant behavior was quite alarming. He hadn't ceased honking the horn, while others played the game with utmost discretion, striving to remain unnoticed. Yet Bai Lang seemed to fear that others might overlook him. Alas, playing games with experts is quite stressful. What is there to fear? With our gear, should we worry about being discovered? Bai Lang shot Lin Yi a sideways glance. How can we earn points without eliminating others? If I don't earn points, how will I level up? Don't you all desire points? The three of them rolled their eyes in unison. Wasn't that a given? Who wouldn't want points? However, one must have a life to collect them. If they were eliminated, they would lose everything. Meanwhile, two vehicles from the east were approaching the safe zone. "Did you hear that horn? There seems to be a car down the slope," one of the passengers in the front seat of a Jeep remarked uncertainly. "Oh, you heard it too? I thought I had misheard," replied the teammate bouncing in the back. He had faintly heard the honking earlier, but wasn't certain due to the distance. Now that his companion had confirmed it, he knew it was real. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a shrill horn pierced the air, and they followed the sound to see a white sedan weaving through the hillside with an air of arrogance. What the heck? Are these people insane? How dare they play like this? ISNT, that courting death. The first speaker said, perplexed by Lang's reckless behavior, equating it to self-destruction. "They're provoking us. Should we take them out?" "Let us go. It's the first time I've seen such audacious folks. Let me teach them a lesson. Since they seek death, let us oblige them. Get in the car. I'll drive." The three teammates eagerly agreed. With engines roaring, both vehicles surged forward, accelerating towards Bai Lang and his companions. Beep, beep, beep. Of course, the horn blaring in defiance was not to be overlooked. "Playboy, there are, no, two cars coming," as the two vehicles barreled down. Bai Lang and his crew also took notice. This is perfect." With that, Bai Lang executed a sharp turn, charging towards the two approaching vehicles. "Wow, you've got guts. Not only are you not fleeing, but you dare to confront us? Let us see if I can run you over." The driver of the Jeep watched the speeding sedan, once again accelerating, while his teammate in the back veered to the side, tat-tat-tat, before the vehicles collided. The two groups opened fire, bullets ricocheting off the car bodies, sparking without hitting anyone. After all, shooting from a moving vehicle was exceedingly difficult. Merely hitting the car was quite the accomplishment, with a thunderous crash. The speeding Jeep collided with the sedan, both vehicles careening away from the impact, their occupants letting out muffled groans as their health points dwindled. Yet the chaos was far from over, just as the sedan steadied itself. The bouncing vehicle hurtled towards it, resulting in another deafening crash. A tremendous force slammed into the side of the sedan, sending it flying. We're going to die. I don't want to die yet. Playboy, what do we do now? We're about to be crushed. The cries of Lin, E, and the others echoed from the flipping sedan as they cast forlorn glances at Bai Lang, who remained unfazed in the driver's seat. Bang! Finally, the sedan crashed heavily onto the ground, emitting plumes of black smoke as it flipped onto its roof, the four inside groaning again as their health points were halved. Rumble! The two approaching vehicles seemed relentless, accelerating towards the flipped sedan, clearly intent on finishing them off. Crap! The car is going to explode. Get out quickly. Seeing the smoke billowing from the vehicle, Lin, E, and his companions instinctively tried to exit. However, someone was quicker. Bai Lang had already nimbly exited the car as it landed. Facing the oncoming vehicles, Bai Lang exhibited no signs of panic, swiftly drawing his M416 and beginning to fire tat-tat-tat. The 5.56mm bullets flew from the barrel, striking the driver of the Jeep, who crumpled to the ground, causing the Jeep to veer out of control. Yet Bai Lang had no time to concern himself with the Jeep. After taking down the driver, he redirected his aim towards the driver of the bouncing vehicle. Thinking of hitting me? Let us see if I can't take you down. The driver, seeing the gun aimed at him, chose not to evade but charged forward. He was now quite close to Bai Lang. Given the speed of the bouncing vehicle, it would surely collide with Bai Lang before he could fire. As the vehicle sped towards him, Bai Lang decisively abandoned his previous plan, leaping to the side to evade the oncoming threat. The driver, sensing Bai Lang's intention to dodge, instinctively swerved the steering wheel to continue the charge. But at such high speeds, that was simply impossible. With a resounding boom, the bouncing vehicle collided with the sedan, which was already on the verge of explosion. The impact was too much for the already compromised sedan to withstand. Flames erupting as a massive explosion ensued. The sedan detonated, taking the culprit bouncing vehicle with it. The occupants, too close to escape the blast, were immediately brought to their knees by the force of the explosion. Damn it, you've got to be kidding. The two men on the ground looked at Bai Lang, who stood nearby, ready to curse him, but just then, the now driverless Jeep barreled towards them, cutting off their words as they were turned into loot boxes. At this point, the original quartet had been reduced to just the lone occupant of the Jeep. One had fallen to Bai Lang's gun, while the other two had perished due to the vehicular disaster. Hee, you're in for it now. Don't even think about resisting, or my gun might not recognize friend from foe. Bai Lang sported a mischievous grin, aiming his M416 at the remaining foe. Don't shoot. I surrender, is that all right? The man jumped from the vehicle, his face a mask of regret, wishing he had simply bypassed Bai Lang's group. Crap, their ass still one alive. Playboy, let me take this kill. Lin E, having narrowly escaped, rushed over to claim the kill that was a clear point opportunity. In no way. Why should I give it to you? I'll take this one, and you can have the next. Qin Chong shot back, unwilling to concede. Get lost. This kill belongs to me. Wu Lei was remarkably direct, brandishing his weapon with lethal intent. As he listened to the heated argument among the three, a sense of exasperation washed over him. Hey, could you refrain from discussing such matters in my presence? I possess dignity, you know. Your words are quite hurtful. The moment the words left his mouth, for ominous gun barrels were pointed at his head. Silence! A captive must accept their fate, Lin E retorted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Fine, I suppose captives have no rights. Under the threat of the guns, the man obediently closed his mouth. Brother Lang, please let me keep this head. Qin Chong suddenly gazed at Bai Lang with a pleading expression, his tone dripping with charm that he even managed to emit an aura that caused Bai Lang to shudder, leaving Lin, E, and Wu Lei in stunned silence. Ahem, that's not possible. Bai Lang coughed a few times, regaining his composure from Qin Chong's enchanting presence, and firmly declined, I don't intend to kill him. He may still serve a purpose. The moment Bai Lang spoke, he was met with 3 resentful glares. Why spare such a valuable prize? All right, toss everything you have on the ground and strip off your clothes, Bai Lang commanded, completely disregarding the trio's expressions, his gun still trained on the man. Faced with the specter of death, the man chose to submit. With 46 individuals still alive and at least 12 teams in play, his demise would mean a significant loss of points. 3, to be precise, he had yet to earn a single point, and dying now would be a grievous blow to his survival. Brothers, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything. I just want to lose fewer points. The man, now stripped down to nothing but a pair of white underpants, squatted on the ground. His voice tinged with desperation. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate, you will not be harmed. By the way, what is your name? Bai Lang offered him a reassuring glance. That's good. My name is Li Zi. Whatever you need, I will comply without question, he replied, eager to please. All right, Li Zi, go revive your teammate, and then follow us, Bai Lang instructed, gesturing towards the man still struggling to survive on the ground. Understood. Li Zi rushed to his teammate's side, attempting to revive him while whispering, Hey, brother, when you get up, don't resist. If you do, we'll both be in trouble. The brother just said he won't kill us. We just need to play along to minimize our points lost. So please don't mess it up. I know what to do. Spare me your lectures. His teammate gritted his teeth, clearly reluctant to accept their fate, feeling they were on the brink of victory only to become prisoners. Moments later, Li Zi successfully pulled his teammate to his feet. Throw everything on the ground, leaving only a first aid kit and some drinks for yourself, Bai Lang instructed, aiming his gun at the man's head. The man complied without resistance. As the live stream audience witnessed this scene, they erupted with fervor in the comments. 6 against 4. Be careful not to get banned. Streamer. 666, can you really capture prisoners in this game? If we capture 10 or 8, won't that terrify others? Streamer, this is cheating. You're ruining the game. What on earth is going on in your head? Why do you always come up with such bizarre ideas? Bai Lang had no time to engage with the frenzied comments. As the second toxic circle began to refresh, a group of 6 started their trek towards the safe zone, with 2 captives clad only in underpants leading the way, followed closely by Bai Lang and his companions. Why are we dragging along these 2 burdens? It would be more efficient to eliminate them. Linny remarked, his gun wavering ominously towards the 2 in front, clearly intent on their demise. Humph, if anyone is to take their lives, it is Brother Lang, not you. Qin Chong shot back, knowing full well that Bai Lang would not kill the 2, merely to irritate Lin. Can you both be quiet? It's just a matter of a few heads. Must you make such a fuss? Bai Lang sighed, looking at the 2 who were still intent on plotting mischief. Exactly. Why fear losing heads while following Brother Lang? You're nothing but trash. Lin Yi and Qin Chong, now silenced, were met with scornful glances from the usually quiet Wu Lei. The distance to the safe zone was not great, and soon the 6 entered its confines. By now, the 3rd circle had begun, and the number of survivors had dwindled to 3-9. Be cautious. There are enemies above. As they entered the safe zone, an ominous gunshot echoed from above, reverberating through the air. They found themselves on a hillside near a row of houses by the road, with the gunfire originating from above. Those above are exchanging fire with the people from P City. Let's take the opportunity to flank them. Bai Lang quickly deduced the situation amidst the chaotic sounds of gunfire. What are we waiting for? Let's rush up and take them out. Lin Yi and his companions exclaimed excitedly, like cheetahs scenting prey. Then let's go, but remain alert and avoid being discovered. Li Zi, you 2 lead the way, Bai Lang instructed, gesturing towards the 2 who were attempting to blend in behind a tree. Brother, this isn't right. People could die. Li Zi and his teammate protested, though they had already mentally prepared for their roles as bait. The speed of their impending doom was alarming, akin to being shot down in cold blood. Brother, could you at least lend me a gun for protection? A grenade would suffice, Li Zi implored, his eyes filled with desperation. True, if you 2 perish, who would scout for us? Fine, I'll give you both guns. Bai Lang conceded, nodding slightly. Upon hearing this, Li Zi and his teammate were ecstatic. They had not expected Bai Lang to be so accommodating, genuinely offering them firearms. With weapons in hand, they would at least have the means to retaliate. Thank you, brother. We will complete the mission, they exclaimed, their eyes lingering on the superior weaponry wielded by Bai Lang and his companions. each equipped with a rifle and a sniper, whether it be a SCAR-L or a 98K. All were formidable firearms. Seeing their eagerness, Bai Lang nodded and turned to Qin Chong and Wu Lei. Old Qin, Lei Ziyu. Before he could finish, Qin Chong interrupted him with a brusque declaration. No way. Brother, I refuse to part with my 98K and SCAR-L. They are my steadfast companions, and I will not allow them to be sullied by others. Qin Chong's words left Li Zi and his teammates' expressions frozen in shock, and Bai Lang was momentarily taken aback as well. When did I say you had to give them your SCAR-L and 98K? Are you overthinking things? Bai Lang retorted, gazing at the obstinate Qin Chong. Isn't that what you meant? You just implied, but you two still have handguns. Just give them your pistols. Bai Lang pointed at the handguns strapped to their legs. Why didn't you say so earlier? You had me worried sick, Qin Chong exclaimed, finally generous enough to remove his handgun and toss it at the feet of Li Zi and his teammate. Wu Lei, who had remained silent, followed suit and threw his gun even faster than Qin Chong. Brother, it's a handgun. Li Zi and his teammate looked at the P1911 and P92 lying on the ground, tears welling in their eyes. They had not anticipated that the guns Bai Lang referred to would be pistols. In gaming contexts, the term gun often conjured images of submachine guns or rifles, while pistols were typically overlooked. Yet this did not change the fact that a handgun was still a gun. What's wrong? Didn't you ask for guns? Is a handgun not sufficient? If you don't want it, so be it, Bai Lang replied. Feigning ignorance, wait. We want it, but, brother, could we swap them for something else? After all, a handgun, Li Zi stammered, his eyes darting longingly towards Bai Lang's rifle, his intentions glaringly obvious. However, Bai Lang seemed oblivious, adopting a look of sudden understanding. Oh, so a handgun won't do, huh? Ah, Xiaolin, do relinquish your handgun as well. Let them make their choice. The expressions of Li Zi and his companion instantly fell, as they comprehended the mocking glint in Bai Lang's eyes. There was no chance he would grant them rifles. The three handguns strewn on the ground were their sole option to end Bai Lang's live stream. Countless viewers erupted into laughter. You're understanding truly that poor streamer. Their eyes are practically glued to your M416. And you dare offer them handguns? Are you even human? Report the streamer for mistreatment of captives. Watching this is exhausting. Can you not tone it down a bit? Is it so hard to play the game quietly? I am in awe of the streamer's ability to feign ignorance. It's utterly bewildering. I can only imagine the despair in the hearts of those two captives. Handguns versus rifles. How absurd at this moment in the game. With no other choice, Li Zi and his companion reluctantly picked up the handguns from the ground. Well, having a gun is better than having none, Li Zi exclaimed. But this gun has no bullets, he lamented, holding a P92 and gazing helplessly at Bai Lang. Mine doesn't either. Oh, my apologies, I forgot to grab the bullets. How about I give you some 5.56 rounds? Qin Chong shrugged, having casually picked up a handgun while looting. As he spoke, Li Zi and his teammates silently cursed. What the heck? Are you toying with us? What use is 5.56 ammunition to us? Well, whether or not there are bullets is of no consequence now. You won't need them anyway. Just take them for show. Bai Lang waved his hand dismissively. Hurry up and move. Otherwise, they'll escape. With that, the group of six began advancing toward the sound of gunfire. Liz and his teammate, each clutching a small handgun, led the way, while Bai Lang and his three companions followed closely, crouching as they stealthily approached the hillside. Brother, we see them. There are only two, Li Zi quickly shouted to Bai Lang's group upon spotting the enemy position. Before Bai Lang could respond, Lin, Yi, and the others charged ahead. On the hillside above the wheat fields east of P City, two individuals crouched cautiously behind a tree, occasionally peeking out to fire shots toward P City. Completely oblivious to the six figures stealthily approaching from behind, the first to reach the front, Lin Yi spotted the enemies and, without hesitation, unleashed a volley of bullets at one of them. Qin Chong and Wu Lei, witnessing this, quickly raised their weapons and opened fire as well. After all, they couldn't let a kill slip away. Under the concentrated firepower of the three, one of the enemies was swiftly reduced to a lifeless box, while his companion, unnoticed, managed to escape unscathed, hastily taking cover behind a tree. Damn it, Lao Qin, why did you steal my kill? I was the one who downed him first. Linny fumed as he heard the kill notification. Serves you right. Who told you to be so greedy? Qin Chong retorted, equally displeased by Lin Yi's unilateral decision to fire. Just as Lin Yi was about to speak again, he suddenly felt bullets pierce his body. Realizing with horror that another enemy still lived, he quickly dove behind a nearby tree for cover. Ha! You just keep popping pills. That kill is mine. Qin Chong laughed heartily. Damn it, Lazy, stop right there. That kill is mine. I won't let you take it. While Lin Yi and Qin Chong were bickering, Wu Lei stealthily crept closer to hell with it. I'm going for it. Lin Yi thought as he watched Wu Lei and Qin Chong flank the enemy's hiding spot. He gritted his teeth, abandoning his medication and charging forward. The initial scouts, Li Zi and his teammate, had already wisely hidden nearby, observing the advancing trio with a mix of apprehension and envy. Hey, brother, why not take this opportunity to escape? One teammate whispered to Li Zi, noting that there were no enemies nearby. This was indeed a prime chance to flee at Liz. Surprised by his teammate's suggestion, replied, Escape? I don't think so. We have nothing to lose. If we run into others, it's a dead, and it's better to stay quiet. Are you sure you don't want to leave? I'm tired of being the one to scout for them, risking my life. Perhaps we could take a gamble. Maybe we could even kill a few and score some points. His companion insisted, biting his ITS only the third circle. The safe zone is still quite large. If we manage to escape, we could still get back in the game. I'm not going to. If you want to leave, go ahead. Li Zi resolutely maintained his stance. Then I'm off. Don't you dare betray me. If you do, I'll never forgive you. With that, his teammate began to stealthily retreat toward the distant woods, frequently glancing back at Li Zi, clearly uneasy about leaving him behind. Meanwhile, Bai Lang and his group remained oblivious to the escape of Li Zi's teammate. Their focus entirely on the enemy concealed behind the tree, particularly Lin Yi, who was especially agitated. Wu Lei and Qin Chong spread out to either side, while Lin Yi charged straight ahead, and, as Bai Lang arrived, the three had already begun their assault, leaving him to provide long-range fire support. Just as the trio advanced, the enemy suddenly burst forth from behind the tree, locking eyes with Lin. Strangely, the adversary bore no weapon, almost as if taunting Lin Yi before preparing to retreat. Bang! The distinctive sound of an AWM echoed as a magnum bullet soared through the forest, cutting through the air at incredible speed toward its target. A burst of crimson erupted above the enemy's head, and his level 3 helmet, unable to withstand the AWM's might, was sent flying, leaving a lifeless body crumpled at the base of the tree. Bai Lang had executed a headshot, eliminating CF-3349. Damn it. Lang Zi. Are you even a brother? You just had to steal that kill. Lin Yi protested, watching helplessly as the kill he had been eyeing was snatched away. The pain of that moment was something only he could comprehend. Lang Zi, you already have plenty of kills. Why take ours? Wu Lei added indignantly, fully aware that he was the one most likely to claim that kill. Just a few more steps, and the enemy would have been entirely exposed to his fire. But now everything was shattered by Lang's shot. Lang Zi, this is truly disloyal. Why do you have to steal kills? Could you not show a little mercy to us three? Qin Chong chimed in, joining the chorus against Bai Lang. In that moment, the three finally found common ground. However, despite their verbal protests, their actions were swift. With the enemy downed, they only had to loot the box to soothe their wounded pride. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed, sending dirt flying, and Qin Chong, closest to the blast, felt his health plummet drastically, causing Lin Yi and Wu Lei to halt in their tracks. Damn it, who threw that grenade? Are they trying to kill me? Qin Chong exclaimed, bewildered as he surveyed the surroundings, before erupting into curses. Haha, alive. Wu Lei's words were cut short by another deafening blast that filled his ears, a green spherical grenade detonating right beneath him, sending him flying and leaving him kneeling on the ground. Haha, serves you right. Damn it. Qin Chong began to speak, only to find a grenade quietly lying beside him, which soon erupted in a magnificent explosion. This guy just can't catch a break. How insidious. Wu Lei, on his knees, felt his face twitch involuntarily as he pieced together the unfolding events. Clearly, the enemy had anticipated their demise and had preemptively scattered grenades around, waiting for them to step on them. Damn, I can't believe there are such people. Qin Chong exclaimed, his expression a mix of disbelief and annoyance, AT that moment. The live stream's chat exploded once more. After all, such occurrences were rare for the average player. 666. This guy is quite intelligent. My scalp is tingling. What an odd streamer, encountering such peculiar enemies. This round is quite fortunate. 3 grenades have claimed the lives of 2 individuals. If another were to land, it would surely finish off another. But wait, did you not notice the streamer's recent shot? How could that even result in a headshot? I must admit, despite my extensive experience, I remain utterly clueless about this game until I encountered the streamer. At this moment, Lin E and Bai Lang were completely overwhelmed by the desperate cries for help from Wu Lei and Qin Chong. Help! Help! Lin Gu, please save me. I'm about to bleed out. Qin Chong, kneeling on the ground, was paralyzed with fear. This was his 3rd fall, and his health was plummeting. In contrast, Wu Lei, though also down for the 2nd time, maintained a significantly healthier status. Ha! This is what you get for being so cocky, stealing my kill. This is karma, Linny exclaimed, running towards Qin Chong with a gleeful tone. Lin Gu, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Please hurry. Qin Chong, ever the pragmatist, was unfazed by the slight humiliation, recognizing that survival outweighed such trivialities. Humph. Old Qin, remember this. You owe me a life. Lin E reached Qin Chong and spoke with a serious tone. Lin Gu, I understand. Please save me quickly. I'm dying. Qin Chong, suppressing the urge to shove Lin E to the ground, pleaded in a subdued tone. Stay still. I will save you. Satisfied with Qin Chong's demeanor, Lin E began to administer aid, while Qin Chong's health was nearly depleted. Meanwhile, Bai Lang had also reached Wu Lei's side, but instead of rushing to save him, he glanced towards P City and tossed a smoke grenade onto the ground, enveloping the area in a thick cloud, concealing both their figures. After all, those two had just engaged in a gunfight with the inhabitants of P City and could not afford to be complacent. At that moment in P City, a squad was hiding in a 2-story building, observing the movements across Dongshan through the windows. Those two must have been eliminated by another team, right? I think I heard gunshots and grenades from that direction, remarked a wary individual crouched in the corner, holding a UMP-9 and keeping a vigilant watch on the staircase. That should be the case. I also heard something. Let me locate their position, he said, retrieving his 8X scope-equipped 98K, cautiously peering out the window. Those two were taken out by another team. They're attempting to revive one another. Through the scope, he clearly spotted Lin E and Qin Chong. Let me take one down first. How dare they save someone right in front of me? He raised his firearm slightly, aiming at the kneeling Qin Chong. Unbeknownst to Qin Chong, who was entirely focused on the countdown timer, he had become a target. With a sigh of relief, he thought, phew, I finally survived. Just then, the shooter in P City squeezed the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted as a 7.62 bullet whistled through the golden wheat fields, heading straight for Qin Chong. Thud! The chilling sound of the bullets striking flesh echoed as it accurately hit Qin Chong, depleting his remaining health and snuffing out the flickering hope of survival. WF-43-21 eliminated Wei Meng, the first of strong. What the hell? Who shot me? Show yourself. Was so close, just a bit more, and I would have been revived. That bastard. Already knocked out, Qin Chong was utterly enraged. For who could bear such misfortune? Just as he was about to be rescued, he was unexpectedly taken down by a single shot. Lang Zi, someone from P City shot me. Old Qin has fallen valiantly. Startled by Qin Chong's sudden demise, Lin E quickly took cover behind a tree, shouting, Old Qin, go in peace. I will carry on your legacy. In a furious state, Qin Chong immediately retaliated with a barrage of verbal attacks toward Lin E. How dare you say that? If you hadn't T-dawdled and actually saved me, would I have been shot? If you had acted sooner, I wouldn't be dead. It's just one kill. Why are you so chatty? Qin Chong unleashed a tirade, leaving Lin E bewildered. You had bad luck, and you blame me? Lin E muttered under his breath, feeling somewhat hurt but refraining from retaliating. All right, old Qin, enough of that. You died. It's no big deal. Listening to Qin Chong's incessant complaints, Bai Lang frowned slightly. His tone laced with annoyance, he found Qin Chong's behavior distasteful, blaming others for his demise, especially within a game. It's just old Qin. He died before. So why blame Xiao Linzi? Chimed in Wu Lei, who was recovering from his injuries. Qin Cheng stammered, beginning to falter under Bai Lang and Wu Lei's remarks. He didn't genuinely blame Lin. He was merely caught up in the heat of the moment. I'm sorry. After a brief silence, Qin Cheng finally admitted, I was too impulsive. It's all right. I was at fault too. Linny replied with a smile upon hearing Qin Cheng's apology. Well, we're playing a game to have fun. Dying is part of it, so there's no need to dwell on it. With Qin Cheng's apology, Bai Lang chose not to press the issue further, suggesting, just be more careful next time. Now, old Qin, let me avenge that moment. Bai Lang positioned himself with his AWM, ready for action. Xiao Linzi, where are their positions? Bai Lang inquired, peering out from behind the tree to assess the situation in P City. Furrowing his brow at the multitude of buildings obscuring the enemy's exact location, I have no idea. I was too busy rescuing old Qin to notice. Lin Yi admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Bai Lang, hurry up and gather your teammates. Bai Lang called out to Li Zi, who was hiding behind a tree. If they couldn't find the enemy, they needed to devise a way to force them into revealing themselves. This was where the importance of a hostage became evident. Liz, hearing his name called, felt a shiver run down his spine. Regretting not fleeing with his teammates, that he realized he was being sent to act as bait. Bro, I'm here. What's up? Liz emerged from behind the tree, a pained expression on his face as he looked at Bai Lang. Go, run down the hill and back, Bai Lang ordered, aiming his weapon at Liz. Noticing he was alone. Where are your teammates? Why haven't they come yet? They ran away. Lin Yi's voice suddenly rose in pitch, his expression one of disbelief, gripping his weapon as if ready to fire. They ran? Why didn't you tell us? You just watched them leave. Lang Zi, I told you we should have eliminated them. Now one has escaped, and we've lost a kill. Lin Yi turned to Bai Lang, voicing his frustration over the lost point. Exactly. Let us take him out. Wu Lei, who had just finished healing, joined in agreement. As Lin Yi and Wu Lei spoke, Li Zi's face grew increasingly pale. Just then, he heard a notification sound that made his expression shift to one of peculiar relief. My teammate just got killed, Li Zi said weakly. Indeed, the notification he received was that of his teammate being eliminated, bringing him a sense of balance. At least he was still alive, right? What? Good riddance. Serves him right for running away. It's a pity he didn't die in my hands. Lenny laughed heartily. Since he is dead, let it go. Forget about him. Bai Lang, who had initially intended to scour the map for the fleeing enemy, abandoned that plan upon hearing the news of the kill. Now, you go draw out the people from P City. Dear brother, could you kindly provide me with a helmet and armor? I possess nothing, and what if I were to be killed? Realizing the futility of escape, Li Zi began to contemplate his own safety. Well then, perhaps you should go and lick Lao Qin's backpack, and while you're at it, strap that 98K to your back, Bai Lang suggested after a moment of thought. But brother, are you not concerned about sparing his life? What if he betrays us? Linny interjected, his voice tinged with urgency. And you're allowing him to wield a weapon. Doesn't that put us in greater peril? Then I shall eliminate him, and you can deal with the P City residents once they emerge. Bai Lang retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the dissatisfied Lin Yi, who was rendered speechless. Such high-risk endeavors were not something Lin Yi was willing to undertake. He might as well bid farewell to the game altogether. Perhaps we should just leave him be then. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, retracting his weapon from Li Zi, turning instead to feign an interest in the situation in P City. This moment, the third circle of the toxic zone was about to refresh, and the safe zone had shifted towards P City. The east of P City lay a vast expanse of wheat fields, with scant cover available, but if they did not eliminate the inhabitants of P City, they would undoubtedly become easy targets during their retreat. Brother, I'm heading out, Li Zi announced, having finished equipping himself. He donned Lao Qin's level 2 armor and helmet, brandishing Lao Qin's 98K with a 4x scope. Exuding an air of heroic sacrifice. Go on, circle around the hillside and draw them out. Bai Lang nodded in agreement. Under the watchful gazes of the three, Li Zi reluctantly stepped out from behind the trees and began sprinting down the slope. They can't hit me, they can't hit me, Li Zi chanted, darting down the hill, alternating quickly between left and right, his movements unpredictable. Meanwhile, in P City, one of them is coming down. Hurry and take him out. The individual wielding the 8x scoped 98K, who had previously eliminated Lao Qin, had been observing the hillside, and the moment Li Zi appeared, he spotted him. Where is he? Let me show him the might of my Scar-L. The teammate with the UMP-9 switched to the Scar-L and squeezed into a window, peering out just in time to catch a glimpse of a figure rushing down the slope. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat! The sound of the 98K and Scar-L firing resonated simultaneously. Bullets striking the earth at Li Zi's feet, sending dirt flying. Brother, they're shooting at me. Can I come back? Upon witnessing the P-City residents finally open fire, Li Zi felt a mix of joy and anxiety. He was glad to have completed his task, but troubled by the fact that he was now facing a hail of bullets. One careless move could cost him his life. Rat-a-tat-tat. A 5.56 bullet pierced his shoulder, causing a spray of blood and reducing his health slightly, prompting Li Zi to instinctively seek cover. Ah, I found you, Bai Lang exclaimed with glee as the P-City residents began firing. Their positions were laid bare under Bai Lang's keen hearing, leaving them completely exposed. Where are they? Where are the shots coming from? Lin E, who had been searching for the source of the gunfire with his own 98K, grew increasingly frustrated, unable to locate the enemy. They are in the second-floor window of that small building to the west, two of them. Bai Lang, looking through the 8-time scope of his AWM, clearly spotted the two P-City inhabitants unleashing a barrage of fire at Li Zi. With the muzzle of his AWM slightly raised, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The exhilarating sound of the AWM echoed through the forest, and a magnum bullet cut through the golden wheat fields. A large burst of blood erupted from the window of the second-floor building, and the individual with the 98K collapsed instantly under Bai Lang's AWM. Damn it, they have an AWM! Get away from the window and come help me. The fallen man cried out to his teammates still firing. Just hold on a moment, I only need one more shot. The teammate, however, did not rush to assist him, continuing to unleash fire upon Li Zi, who was now on the brink of death. Brother, I'm dying. They can't hit me, Liz shouted with a sorrowful expression, desperately maneuvering to avoid being struck. Where the hell are they? Seeing Bai Lang had already downed one enemy, while he and Wu Lei were still fruitlessly searching for the assailants. Lin Yi couldn't help but curse. Where are they? Come out already! At that moment, Bai Lang had no mind for anything else. Having downed one enemy, he quickly retreated behind a tree, skillfully reloading his AWM with a magnum bullet. With the bullet loaded, Bai Lang wasted no time that he swiftly emerged from behind the tree. His AWM trained accurately on the same window as before, the 8-time scope instantly activated, the red centering on the enemy's head, and confidently pulled the trigger, silencing the gunfire from P-City. Qin Xiong, who had been spectating, was utterly astonished. Bai Lang's first shot was merely ordinary, lacking anything remarkable, but what truly amazed Qin Xiong was the second shot. He hadn't even seen the enemy's silhouette, yet Bai Lang had confidently squeezed the trigger. Lang Li Guli used AWM to headshot kill Washer Di Meng. Lang Li Guli used AWM to headshot kill ET-3395. I say, Lang Zi, can't you be clearer about where they are? Your vague directions make it seem like you're afraid I'll steal your kills. Wu Lei grumbled, displeased as he put down his 98K. Exactly. If you have the ability, just report the position directly next time. Lin Yi chimed in supportively. Bai Lang chuckled softly. Phew, I didn't die. I'm still alive. Upon hearing the gunfire for P-City cease, Li Zi, relieved that no one was shooting at him, quickly ran to take cover in a house at the foot of the hill. He pulled out a first aid kit from his backpack to heal himself, which he had secretly taken when he looted the box. Let's move. The poison is closing in. Use your healing items, and let's head in the safe zone. Bai Lang instructed Lin Yi and Wu Lei. Noting that the toxic zone was about to refresh in 10 seconds, he then pulled out a smoke grenade and threw it on a Lao Qin's loot box. Lang Zi, what are you doing tossing a smoke grenade? Wu Lei questioned, perplexed by Bai Lang's strange action. Lao Qin was our teammate. Now that we are leaving, he remains forever in this forest, unable to fight alongside us. We should pay our respects to him as we depart. Bai Lang said, his back turned to the others, his voice laced with sorrow. Hearing this, Wu Lei and Lin Yi fell silent, then quietly pulled out smoke grenades from their backpacks and tossed them to the ground. Lao Qin, may you rest in peace. We will carry on your wish and continue the fight. We will definitely secure a chicken dinner this time, Wu Lei declared dramatically, his face filled with anguish. His voice low but tinged with sadness. Wah. Lao Qin, you died so tragically. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for not saving you in time. Lenny lamented even more exaggeratedly, collapsing to the ground and sobbing uncontrollably. Hearing Lin Yi's cries, Qin Chong snapped back to reality. Witnessing through Bai Lang's perspective, Lin Yi sprawled on the ground weeping in Wu Lei's sorrowful expression, as if he had truly perished, causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily. Hey, could you not behave like this? I'm not really dead, Qin Chong said, exasperated, looking at the two who were dramatically overacting, wishing he could leap up and shoot them both with a few rounds. Lao Qin, go peacefully that we will transform our sorrow into strength and eliminate all our enemies. We are leaving now. Please rest well, Bai Lang spoke with a somber yet sorrowful tone, making a final farewell. Come, let's fire our weapons in tribute to Lao Qin. He was a dignified man. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, a final tribute to Qin Chong, a last farewell. Enough already. Qin Chong gazed at the 3 individuals engrossed in their theatrical antics, twitching his lips and lamenting bitterly. The viewers in the live stream could not contain their laughter at the scene of the trio bidding farewell. Huh, dear host, are you attempting to make me die of laughter? A bunch of drama queens. It's a shame you're not on stage. Could you perhaps play the game quietly without all these flamboyant maneuvers? Just how vast is your teammates' mental fortitude? Goodness, the 3 of them are acting as if it's all too real. It's merely a game death. Does it warrant such dramatics? At that moment in the game, Bai Lang and his companions had completed their homage to Qin Chong and began their march towards the safe zone, hastily retreating down the hill as the toxic zone began to encroach. Everyone was aware that the refresh rate of the toxic zone varied. The closer one was to the safe zone. The slower the toxic zone advanced, Bai Lang and his companions found themselves at the edge of the toxic zone, with the safe zone within arm's reach, allowing them adequate time to escape the impending danger. By the way, where's Lizzie? He hasn't run off, has he? Lin Yi suddenly recalled, voicing his concern as he remembered that Lizzie had not returned since venturing out. Humph, he must have fled, with a weapon for self-preservation. Why would he stick around with us? He should have eliminated us ages ago. Wu Lei coldly concurred. Bro, I'm right here waiting for you. Just as Wu Lei finished speaking, Lizzie emerged from a building, fully healed and grinning widely. Let us go. The poison is closing in. Bai Lang nodded in satisfaction at Lizzie's presence, appreciating his awareness. Wu Lei, eyes shining with eagerness, regarded Lizzie, acutely aware that he had yet to secure a single kill. Now, let us tally the achievements of the 4 thus far. Bai Lang had amassed 4 kills, 2 in the villa and 2 during the assault on the prison, while scavenging an airdrop. He had eliminated 3 more, and subsequently, he had run over 4 enemies with a vehicle. He had just secured another 3 kills with an AWM, totaling 14 AS for the remaining trio. Lin Yi had secured 1 kill during the airdrop, while Qin Chong had 2, 1 from the prison and another just recently. Only Wu Lei remained empty-handed, yearning for a kill to soothe his bruised spirit. The 4 of them stealthily traversed the golden wheat fields, gradually approaching the vicinity of P City. Unbeknownst to them, not far away in the wheat, lay an individual clad in a wheat-colored ghillie suit, silently observing their every move. Clutching a groza, he lay in wait, hardly daring to breathe, his camouflage making him nearly undetectable at a cursory glance. Internally, he grappled with indecision as he watched the 4 pass by, unsure whether to strike. His team had dwindled to just himself. The other 3 had sacrificed their lives to ensure his safe retreat while he looted the airdrop. Now he bore the weight of his entire team's hopes, seeing Bai Lang's quartet entirely oblivious to his presence. He knew he could potentially eliminate 1 or even 2 of them, yet doing so would undoubtedly reveal his position, leading to his own demise at the hands of the remaining teammates. Conversely, refraining from firing might allow him to survive, albeit at the mercy of the unpredictable chaos of the battlefield. What do you think? Should I shoot? He queried his remaining teammates. Do owe it? You can take out 2 at the front. It's a surefire win. Go for it. There's no chance of a chicken dinner left anyway. Only 25 players remain, and a spot in the top 10 is still achievable, just a minor point deduction. Fire. A kill is a kill. Even 1 eliminates the loss. and anything beyond that is a profit. The voices of his teammates echoed in his ears, all urging him to take the shot, for such a prime opportunity to ambush should not be squandered. All right, I'm going for it. He gritted his teeth, raising his Groza, not even bothering to engage the scope, directly aiming at the unsuspecting Wu Lei who had just strolled past. He pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the stillness of the wheat field. Bullets erupted from the magazine, splattering blood across Wu Lei's body as his health plummeted to zero. He collapsed into the wheat, never comprehending what had transpired before succumbing to the follow-up shots. As the bullets rained down upon Wu Lei, the killer's heart raced with exhilaration, but Bai Lang was already turning towards the direction of the gunfire. Despite the assailant's ghillie suit, the flame from the gun's muzzle betrayed his location, revealing a figure crouched in the grass. Bai Lang's hands swiftly reached behind him, grasping a deep green AWM. With the barrel slightly shifting to the left, he aligned it with the assailant's head. Aiming, the red dot of the 8-time scope settled atop the man's head. He squeezed the trigger, unleashing a shot. Bang! The AWM's report shattered the silence of the wheat field, a splatter of crimson erupting as the magnum round tore through the assailant's level 3 helmet, claiming his life in an instant. This sequence of events unfolded in mere seconds. From the moment the ghillie-suited shooter ended Wu Lei's life, to Bai Lang drawing his AWM and executing the assassin, only a handful of moments had passed, leaving Lin Yi and Li Zi utterly unprepared for the rapid turn of fate. Not only Wu Lei, but even the ghillie-suited man had no time to fathom how he met his end. How did I die? Did anyone see who killed me? I have no idea. It was so sudden. I think I heard the AWM. You must have been shot in the head. Did you not know this game has a death replay feature? Quickly, check how you died. I was stunned when I saw you drop dead. The four gathered to watch the death replay, their collective silence profound. Old Four, dying at the hands of such a skilled player is not in vain. At least you took one down with you. Enough talking. Let us focus on the game. I want to grab an AWM for myself this round. With that, the four joyfully immersed themselves back into the game, though Bai Lang's shot lingered vividly in their minds. Old silver coin, how crafty of you to hide in such a spot. Could you be any sneakier? The ghillie-suited player, now exposed, revealed his location, prompting Wu Lei to unleash a string of curses, completely disregarding his earlier exploits under Bai Lang's guidance. Gosh, a ghillie suit. No wonder I didn't see him. Phew, I'm relieved I ran fast. Lin Yi recalled passing the man moments earlier and felt a shiver run down his spine. Had he fired sooner, it might have been him who felt it seemed Wu Lei had inadvertently taken the bullet for him. Wow, this person was exceptionally well hidden. Even I, a seasoned player, failed to notice him. Lei Zi, your death was not in vain, Bai Lang remarked as he approached the fallen player's crate, offering his admiration. Finally someone to keep me company. Qin Chong chimed in, relishing the moment without a thought for Wu Lei's heartache. You all must secure a chicken dinner this round. I've yet to claim a single kill that if you don't win, my points will be deducted. Wu Lei, having recounted his demise, began fretting over his points. Had he secured a kill before his death, he might have salvaged his standing, but now, the stakes were different. Lei Zi, rest assured, you and old Qin will be all right down there, that we will undoubtedly claim victory. Applying what I've learned, I must commend Lin Yi for his adeptness in this regard, from the 500 yuan incident to the airborne chicken and now the smoke bomb tribute. Lin Yi truly embodies practical application. Lei Zi, time is of the essence. We cannot linger here. Fear not, you will forever reside in our hearts. This moment, the poisonous circle had once again encroached upon the trio, leaving them with a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the safe zone, compelling them to flee from the toxicity. The group shook off the sorrow of losing their comrade and bid farewell to the heart-wrenching golden wheat fields, leaving behind two lifeless bodies, now mere specters in the wind. Without the ominous presence of the old silver coin, the three managed to reach the safety of the zone, entering the perimeter of P City. Under the guidance of Bai Lang, they darted into the room where the two unfortunate souls had just been felled by Bai Lang's WMT that moment. The poisonous circle had fully contracted, and the safe zone for the fourth circle began to refresh. It must be said that Bai Lang's luck was rather unfortunate. From the very beginning, he had been plagued by the wrath of the heavens. Perpetually forced to run from the poison, and now it remained the same. The safe zone for the fourth circle appeared to have manifested in the northern water city, which was nearly 1,000 meters away from Peace City, a true ultimate punishment circle. Goodness, this safe zone is toxic. It seems to be perpetually against us. Damn it, it has directly spawned on the other side. Lenny exclaimed as he gazed at the map, unable to contain his frustration. Bai Lang, what should we do now? We must run from the poison. This is already the fourth circle, and the poison is quite painful, inflicting a damage of 1 health point per second. Shh, do not speak. There are footsteps below. Bai Lang signaled Lin Yi to quieten down, and Lin Yi immediately fell silent, listening intently to the faint sounds of footsteps beneath them. Both then turned their gaze to the corner of the room where Li Zi was crouched. Bai Lang gestured towards the stairs, and Li Zi's face once again wore a helpless smile, clearly aware that Bai Lang intended to employ the same tactic, using him as bait to draw fire. Under duress, Li Zi had no choice but to yield to the intimidating presence of Bai Lang and Lin Yi. Gripping his 98K tightly, which was now his sole reliance, he steeled himself and charged up the stairs, ready to face his fate. Tat. As Li Zi dashed out of the room, he stumbled upon an adversary crouching nearby, gun aimed at the doorway. Without hesitation, the enemy pulled the trigger as soon as Li Zi emerged. Hearing the gunfire from above, Bai Lang quickly deduced the enemy's position, drawing out his M416 and leaping through the front window of the house. With a swift landing on his hands, Bai Lang steadied himself behind the enemy, who, due to the cacophony of gunfire, failed to notice the sound of Bai Lang's landing. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Lang raised his weapon and aimed at the enemy's head, adorned with a level 2 helmet. Pulling the trigger decisively, the bullets erupted forth, shattering the enemy's helmet and sending him crashing to the ground. Just as Bai Lang intended to finish him off, a commotion of hurried footsteps erupted from the corner behind him, suggesting at least 2 companions of the downed foe. With little time to spare, Bai Lang pivoted to engage the new threat, and at that moment, 2 figures emerged from around the corner, 3 individuals. 6 eyes locked in a tense confrontation. Bai Lang was already prepared, reacting with lightning speed as he squeezed the trigger first, unleashing a barrage upon one of the foes. Blood erupted from the enemy, who was instantly felled by Bai Lang's surprise attack. At the same time, the other adversary regained composure, raising his rifle to retaliate. Tat. Bullets rained down upon Bai Lang, his health plummeting rapidly. Bai Lang took down one enemy. He swiftly shifted his aim to eliminate the other, but misfortune struck. His magazine ran dry. The opposing combatant seemed to catch on to this, a smug grin spreading across his face, yet he showed no mercy, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward Bai Lang, whose health was now perilously low. One more shot would spell his doom. In that critical moment, a figure suddenly descended from above, landing squarely in front of Bai Lang. Tat. The incoming bullets were entirely absorbed by this new arrival, saving Bai Lang, who was left with but a sliver of health. The savior was none other than Lin Yi, who had leaped from the second floor, drawn by the fierce gunfire below, intent on claiming a kill. However, before he could touch down, he was already met with a hail of bullets, collapsing upon landing. Realizing he had survived, Bai Lang quickly adapted, switching from his M416 to the AWM. With the AWM in hand, Bai Lang leaped sideways, adjusting his aim to settle on the head of the adversary. Bang! The trigger was pulled, and the bullet found its mark, striking the enemy squarely in the head. Bai Lang landed gracefully, surveying the scene around him, where 3 fresh corpses lay sprawled. He and his companions emerged victorious from this skirmish. Bai Lang, hurry and revive me. This is the 4th time I've gone down. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Lang rushed to Lin Yi's side, staunching the flow of his diminishing health. The final circle was fast approaching. Having an extra teammate meant a greater chance of survival, even if it made little difference to Bai Lang himself. That was terrifying. Thank goodness the opposing team lacked skills like Wrath of the Barbarian King or Windwall. Otherwise, I would truly be done for, sighed Wu Lei, relieved by the outcome of the harrowing ordeal. Why didn't you inform me there were enemies below? You nearly cost me my life, Bai Lang. Lin Yi lamented, his face a picture of frustration as he knelt on the ground. Initially intent on claiming a kill, he found himself nearly sacrificing his own life instead. That it wouldn't matter if you died, At least Bai Lang would have a chance to secure a chicken dinner. If Bai Lang dies, what would you do for a win? Wu Lei remarked, his hopes resting entirely upon Bai Lang, naturally wishing for his survival. Indeed, with your skills, if you had even 1% of Bai Lang's talent, it would suffice to this moment. Qin Chong was entirely in awe of Bai Lang's marksmanship, firmly aligning himself with Bai Lang's side. True, my skills may be lacking, but at least I am still alive. Which is certainly better than being among the fallen. Lin Yi's words struck a chord with Qin Chong and Wu Lei, both falling silent with a huff. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted with comments upon witnessing Lin Yi's dramatic descent. Shielding Bai Lang from gunfire. 666. I've seen justice descend from the heavens, but this is the first time I've seen a teammate drop from the sky. What a stellar ally. If only I could have 3 teammates like this. Winning every match would be a dream. At this point, it seemed that only the unluckiest would encounter such a situation. This plot twist is hilarious. I thought the streamer was done for, yet a teammate suddenly appeared out of nowhere. No, he dropped in. The audience speculated on the nature of the bond between the two, suggesting that their camaraderie had reached the level of shielding one another with their bodies. As the screen was inundated with comments. Bai Lang had no time to spare for distractions. After reviving Lin Yi, he swiftly dashed into the room to apply a first aid kit, downing a painkiller and a drink to recover his dwindling health. Once they both finished looting and healing, they realized they had roughly half a minute before the poison circle refreshed. If they did not start moving soon, they would surely succumb to the toxin. If the next circle didn't favor their position, they could easily meet their demise by poison. Bai Lang, we must flee from the poison. The distance is too great. Lin Yi glanced at the remaining time. First, let us loot the boxes outside to replenish some ammunition, grenades, and smoke bombs. As he spoke, Bai Lang already darted outside, beginning to loot the boxes. Before Lin, he could gather more ammunition or replenish his grenades. Bai Lang had swiftly looted 3 boxes. All done. Let's go. Bai Lang called out. Move out. In a hurried frenzy, Lin Yi hastily collected 2 grenades and subsequently abandoned the notion of scavenging, recognizing that evading the encroaching poison was of paramount importance. Having recently touched down in Peace City, the two found themselves compelled to embark on their journey once more. Just before their departure, Bai Lang deliberately approached the box containing Li Zi and tossed a smoke grenade in homage to the industrious and uncomplaining captive. Ever since Li Zi had been captured by Bai Lang, he had been plagued by the fear of his own demise, and ultimately, he met his end, forced to flee from the building under Bai Lang's coercion, drawing enemy fire only to find refuge beneath their gun barrels. However, a flicker of joy arose within him as their team's ranking climbed into the top 10, incurring merely a 2-point deduction, an admirable feat given the prolonged endurance of humiliation and hardship that had cost him a single point. What a pity it was for such a commendable captive to perish in such a manner. He mused that he hoped not to be captured again next time. Bai Lang lamented, acknowledging that Li Zi's presence had indeed spared them from numerous predicaments. Truly regrettable, to lose a point so frivolously due to another's actions. Lin Yi mirrored his companion's expression of regret, albeit his sorrow stemmed from not having claimed Li Zi's head as a trophy. The duo swiftly exited the confines of Peace City, gazing upon the expansive, unobstructed plain that lay before them. Sprinting across the vast terrain made them feel like live targets. Lin Yi instinctively shrank his head, exclaiming, "How I wish we had a vehicle right now. Running like this, if spotted, would surely lead to our doom. Run quickly, as if there could be," just as Qin Chong was about to mock Lin Yi for his fanciful thinking. A cacophony of engine roars suddenly pierced the air. Bai Lang turned abruptly. Disbelief etched across his face as a solitary jeep careened out from Peace City at that moment. The driver also caught sight of the two and hastily attempted to turn around to enter the safe zone from another direction. But Bai Lang would not let such an opportunity slip away. "Take him down, and the vehicle will be ours," he shouted to Lin Yi, who was still stunned by the unexpected turn of events, and swiftly aimed his M416 at the jeep's cabin. Unleashing a barrage of fire. 2 splashes of blood erupted, yet the driver remained unscathed, the jeep successfully veering away. "Leave the vehicle for me," Lin Yi bellowed. Regaining his senses as he witnessed the jeep attempting to escape, readying his weapon for a volley to secure the vehicle for himself. However, before he could squeeze the trigger, blood suddenly spurted from the driver's seat, followed by a body tumbling from the Jeep, which began to slow down without its operator at that moment. Bai Lang, Qin Chong, Wu Lei, and the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream were all taken aback by the shocking scene. What a terrifying display of power! To have silenced a living soul with a mere shout, such supernatural events were truly unfolding before their eyes. What sort of live stream is this? Is this a joke? How can such things occur? Exclaimed the audience in a frenzy, astonished by Lin Yi's verbal prowess. When did you acquire such abilities, Shaolin? I've never known of this. Qin Chong gasped in astonishment, urging him to assure that he would pass his final exams. Lin Yi rolled his eyes in response, conveying a sense of disbelief. Bai Lang, hurry and seize the vehicle. We can't concern ourselves with whether that person was indeed shouted to death. The most pressing matter is to commandeer the Jeep, as the poison is encroaching, and we have just exited Peace City. Without a vehicle, we are destined to succumb to the poison that in truth, such occurrences were easily dismissed with rational thought. It was merely an improbable coincidence that created the illusion of something extraordinary. Without needing Lin Yi's prompting, Bai Lang had already dashed toward the Jeep. The person in the vehicle was taken down by me. Let's hurry and secure the Jeep before it disappears into the safe zone. He called out. Not far from the left side of the Jeep, another team, having just emerged from Peace City in search of safety, had also set their sights on the vehicle. One member, wielding a Scar-L, shouted to his remaining companion, and together they sprinted toward the Jeep. Meanwhile, Bai Lang and Lin Yi were also making their way to the vehicle. Both teams found themselves atop the northern slope of Peace City, with Bai Lang's duo positioned to the east and the opposing team emerging from the west, the Jeeps situated perfectly between them, effectively obscuring their line of sight from one another, with powerful strides echoing upon the verdant grass. All four approached the Jeep, a confrontation imminent. Not good. Their adversaries coming for the vehicle. As they neared the Jeep, Bai Lang finally discerned the footsteps of the opposing team and urgently warned Lin Yi. The occupants of that vehicle were shot down by us. They are approaching. Due to the clamor of Lin Yi's previous shout, coupled with the roaring engine of the Jeep, Bai Lang had initially failed to hear the gunfire from the opposing team. The Jeep's position had cleverly obstructed their view, leading Bai Lang to prepare for a hasty retreat into the safe zone, only to realize the impending clash at the last moment, as both teams converged upon the Jeep. They caught sight of one another through the narrow window gaps, tension mounting palpably in the air. Each side comprised two members, making it an even contest. Victory would hinge upon marksmanship, reflexes, and the availability of skills. In this narrow encounter, only the brave would prevail. This was a battle of survival, where the victor would continue to live, while the defeated would pay the ultimate price. The flames of combat ignited in the gazes of the four individuals locked in this deadly standoff. Eliminate them for your own survival. The insatiable whisper of greed echoed in their minds, tempting them toward violence. The first to react was Bai Lang, who swiftly drew his M416 from his back. Leaping backward to gain distance, he raised his weapon and began firing through the narrow space of the window at the two adversaries. Under Bai Lang's precise control, 5.56 mm bullets flew flawlessly through the opening, striking the enemy and causing blood to spill as their health diminished. The opposing team, now aware of the situation, prepared to retaliate. One of them raised their weapon, finger poised on the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets that struck the Jeep's door, sending sparks flying and leaving a flurry of bullet holes. Yet none breached the window to harm Bai Lang. How could this be? The enemy exclaimed in frustration, momentarily forgetting the distance from the Jeep, realizing too late that their shots could not penetrate the barriers that protected Bai Lang. Undeterred, Bai Lang continued his focused assault, firing accurately and inflicting further damage upon the opposing shooter, whose health now teetered on the brink of collapse. Just as Bai Lang prepared to finish him off, the enemy suddenly vanished from sight. As an experienced player in this survival game, Bai Lang swiftly adapted, readying himself to flank around the vehicle to eliminate the foe, who had evidently crouched down to escape his line of sight. One of them is critically wounded. Let's encircle him. While Bai Lang engaged in this exchange, Lin Yi had already sprinted to the front of the Jeep, while the other enemy positioned themselves at the rear, both intent on confronting the Jeep head-on. Little did they know, their plans were eerily aligned, both aiming to confront one another directly. I understand now. Lin Yi responded loudly to Bai Lang, stepping out from the front of the vehicle to appear at the side of the Jeep. At T's first glance, he spotted a figure crouched by the rear door, frantically applying a first aid kit. The individual, startled by Lin Yi's sudden appearance, hastily halted his actions and reached for the gun on his back. However, Lin Yi would not grant him this opportunity. His finger, poised on the trigger, pulled sharply, sending a bullet whistling forth, tat-tat-tat. Desperation filled the man's eyes as he beheld the flames erupting from the muzzle of Lin Yi's Scar-L, watching the bullets that threatened to snuff out his life. In that moment, he seemed to resign himself to fate, the hand that had grasped for his gun slowly lowering as he awaited his impending demise. Bang! 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 Bullets, propelled by fierce gusts of wind, whizzed past his face, striking the Jeep behind him and igniting a flurry of sparks. These bullets, as if possessed of a will of their own, expertly avoided his body, leaving only an outline of his form on the vehicle. Staring at the dissipating flames, the man could scarcely believe his luck. A wave of relief surged through him, kindling a flicker of hope for survival. The hand that had once surrendered now rose again, reaching for the gun at his back. Observing his emptied Scar-L and the bullet holes left on the Jeep, Lin Yi was suddenly struck by a pang of frustration. What an abysmal display of marksmanship he had exhibited, failing to hit his target even once. Equally perplexed was Wu Lei, who watched in astonishment at Lin Yi's shooting skills, momentarily forgetting to mock him as he gaped at the masterpiece on the Jeep. The crouching man had now drawn the rifle from his back, and Lin Yi, feeling a sudden chill run down his spine, swiftly dodged to the front of the car. The man, seeing Lin Yi vanish, chose instead to retreat behind the vehicle to continue bandaging himself. At that moment, another figure emerged from the rear, encountering Bai Lang. Bai Lang immediately switched his M416 to full auto mode, taking a quick step forward to press against the side of the Jeep. His weapon now aimed at the rear. His finger rested on the trigger. Just then, a shadow darted from the back of the Jeep. The man, unaware of Bai Lang's new position, instinctively glanced at where Bai Lang had just been, only to find it empty. In that instant, Bai Lang squeezed the triggered tat-tat-tat. The gunfire, along with the blood cascading from a man, alerted him to Bai Lang's presence, yet he was already on the brink of death. Windwall, just as the bullets were about to claim him, a sudden shout rang out, and a wall of wind materialized before him, fully absorbing Bai Lang's gunfire and averting his demise. Unbelievable, he still possesses a skill. And it's a wind wall. Qin Chong, watching from the sidelines, could not help but curse at the unexpected turn of events. Initially, he believed Bai Lang was about to secure a swift victory by eliminating the man. But he hadn't anticipated such a development. Get out of the way. The wind wall, capable of lasting 5 seconds, blocked incoming bullets and grenades. In a standoff without any cover, one side using wind wall meant that while they couldn't hit the opponent could still strike back. This skill was timely for the man. Had he delayed even slightly, he would have met his end from Bai Lang's next bullet. However, this skill proved fatal for Bai Lang. 5 seconds may seem brief, yet it was sufficient to deplete Bai Lang's health entirely. The man wielded an AKM, firing at a rate of 0.1 seconds per round. Thus, in that span, he could empty an entire magazine. Bai Lang, clad in level 3 armor, would sustain 22 points of damage per bullet, meaning it would take merely 5 rounds, or 0.5 seconds, to drain his 100 health points, and a headshot would hasten that process. Of course, if his aim was as poor as Lin Yi's, the outcome might differ, but Bai Lang was unwilling to gamble on the likelihood of missing at such close range, so he took action. Upon seeing the wind wall materialize, he realized the gravity of the situation and that inaction could lead to his own demise. Suddenly, Bai Lang sprang up, leaping sideways. While still airborne, he discarded the emptied M416 and drew forth his formidable weapon, the AWM. Just as Bai Lang rose, the man's AKM erupted in gunfire, the barrel shaking violently, as if on the verge of disintegration. Yet this did not hinder the bullet from screaming toward Bai Lang. Tat-tat-tat. 2 rounds struck Bai Lang's body, causing him to grunt as his health plummeted nearly by half. Fortunately, the wild recoil of the weapon prevented further hits, most bullets instead striking the Jeep, observing Bai Lang's evasive leap. The man naturally adjusted his aim to follow the moving target. Bang! Bai Lang landed deftly, but the ensuing bullets found their mark again, a spray of crimson blossoming from his chest, further diminishing his already scant health. Yet at that moment, Bai Lang's focus remained unwavering. Survival was the only concern. He wasted no time, sprinting toward the man's flank. During his leap, Bai Lang had fixed his gaze on the wind wall before his foe. Just 2 steps forward, Bai Lang grunted again as another bullet struck him, yet he remained undeterred, even as the next shot could spell his end. "You shall die." The man, wielding the AKM, viewed Bai Lang as a mere acrobat. And with a surge of force, he attempted to steady the restless gun for a final, lethal shot. At that moment, Bai Lang leaped once more, bullets striking the earth beneath him. In midair, Bai Lang pivoted, aligning his AWM's crosshairs to the man's head. With a confident smile, he squeezed the trigger, firing without the aid of scope, relying solely on instinct. This shot would determine his fate. Bang! The distinctive sound of the AWM resonated as a magnum bullet tore through the air, hurtling toward its target. The man, witnessing Bai Lang wielding the AWM, could not suppress a mocking smile, convinced he had ample reason for derision to him. The wind wall was a testament to his superiority over Bai Lang, and he doubted the AWM could find its mark, let alone deliver a fatal blow. His final assurance lay in the conviction that his next shot would extinguish Bai Lang's life. Yet reality delivered a harsh lesson. The magnum bullet, whistling past the edge of the wind wall, struck the man squarely in the head, a crimson eruption marking its impact. The powerful round shattered his level 2 helmet, obliterating his skull, and he collapsed, the AKM falling silent in his grasp. In that fleeting moment, the world around seemed to still, all captivated by the brilliance of Bai Lang's shot. Impossible, it's impossible. How could the bullet breach the wind wall? How could he score a headshot? The man collapsed to his knees, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief, muttering to himself as he struggled to accept the outcome. In stark contrast, Bai Lang, despite being reduced to a mere sliver of health, bore an expression of nonchalance, having survived against all odds, even though his opponent wielded the seemingly invincible skill of Windwall. Ultimately, Bai Lang triumphed over him. In truth, from the very moment Bai Lang witnessed the man deploying the Windwall, he had already formulated a plan to strike from the side. Anyone who has played League of Legends knows that when marksmen encounter Yasuo's Windwall, they maneuver to the side to evade its obstruction and continue their assault. Bai Lang employed this very tactic, for the Windwall does not provide omnidirectional coverage. Bai Lang's survival hinged critically on the shot from the AWM that landed a fatal blow, for had he failed to secure a one-shot kill, even circumventing the Windwall would have left him vulnerable, and he would have inevitably been the one to fall. It may seem slow in recounting, yet the entire sequence transpired within mere seconds, from Bai Lang darting to the side to evade the Windwall, to the decisive shot that concluded the skirmish, even as the Windwall remained intact. Although Bai Lang had eliminated one adversary, his peril was far from over. The fallen man had revealed the silhouette of his teammate, who was hastily applying a first aid kit behind him. In an instant, their eyes locked, both startled and filled with intensity. Upon meeting the gaze of the man's teammate, astonishment washed over them. Bai Lang's surprise was tinged with a peculiar expression, while the other man's shock was laced with incredulity. Bai Lang was taken aback to see that the individual he had injured through the car window was still alive, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Lin Yi's position. With years of experience, he knew it would only take one shot to extinguish the man's life, and he had witnessed Lin Yi rush to confront him. Yet, the reality struck him. Lin Yi had not dispatched this foe. Conversely, the other man was astonished that Bai Lang had survived. In the close-quarters battle initiated by his teammate's Windwall, Bai Lang had managed to eliminate his comrade and lived to tell the tale. Well, this was hardly the time for astonishment. Their paths had crossed, and a confrontation was inevitable. Bai Lang found himself escaping from one danger only to plunge into another. His M416 and AWM were devoid of ammunition, and regardless of which weapon had bullets left, the opponent had more than enough time to eliminate him. Thus, Bai Lang's immediate instinct was to flee to the side, seeking to escape the man's line of sight. Hurry and finish him off. He's low on health. The man, kneeling on the ground, heard his teammate's urgent call and hastily abandoned his half-finished healing, retrieving the rifle from his back to aim at the fleeing Bai Lang, ready to pull the trigger. But at that moment, a cold barrel pressed against the back of his head, and Lin Yi's voice rang in his ears. This time, you won't escape. And then his head was obliterated by the bullets that erupted from the gun's muzzle. Bai Lang, using the AWM, had scored a headshot on DF 8876. Feng Sa Dai Shui executed a headshot on TN 4436 with a Scar L. Listening to the sounds of victory and glancing at the two loot boxes lying at the rear of the Jeep, Bai Lang finally exhaled in relief, quickly seeking refuge beside the vehicle to administer a first aid kit. This heart-pounding battle had reached its conclusion, a tale of twists and turns within such a brief span. Although Lin Yi had showcased some human outline shooting skills, the outcome was ultimately favorable. The adversary had perished at Lin Yi's hands, which was a positive result overall. Bai Lang and Lin Yi emerged as the final victors, while the vanquished became mere loot boxes resting at the back of the Jeep, with the triumphant duo now entitled to the use of the vehicle. After treating his wounds and restoring his health, Bai Lang immediately leaped into the Jeep, neglecting the loot. The poisonous circle had begun to close in, leaving him no time to scavenge, while Lin Yi had already settled in the passenger seat, waiting. "Hurry up, we can't afford to be caught in the poison," Lin Yi urged as he observed the encroaching toxic zone after Bai Lang had entered the vehicle. Bai Lang wasted no time. He slammed the gas pedal, and the Jeep surged forward. By the way, why didn't you finish off that guy earlier? As the Jeep made its steady way toward the safe zone, Bai Lang suddenly recalled the last man and voiced his confusion. "Oh, you want to know about that? He had already run away by the time I circled around, so I didn't TC him." Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, his expression unchanged. "What?" You might wonder why Lin Yi wouldn't simply tell the truth. It was a rather embarrassing moment to admit. Would he confess, "I missed every shot"? Absolutely not. Seriously, how could you be so inept? Bai Lang had yet to speak, but Wu Lei, who had been observing, could no longer contain himself. He had long wanted to interject, but had not found the moment until now. "How could you possibly miss every single bullet? You nearly wrecked the Jeep door, yet not a single round hit its target. That's some impressive marksmanship, claiming you didn't TC him." Wu Lei's words pierced through Lin Yi's facade, leaving him awkwardly smiling as he attempted to justify himself that it was a moment of excitement. "I didn't stabilize the gun properly. Ultimately, he still fell to my gun, right?" Bai Lang felt his cheeks twitch involuntarily, pondering if this was what they refer to as human outline shooting skills. "Heavens, you nearly got us killed. You had the barrel pressed to his head. If you couldn't hit him, you might as well not play." Wu Lei scoffed, clearly unimpressed. "Wow, I never anticipated your shooting would be so abysmal. If I had known, I would have switched to spectate earlier," Qin Chong added, his tone laced with regret. "But I must say, Bai Lang's maneuver was truly remarkable. I was thoroughly impressed. The final shot, grazing the edge of the wind wall to take down that man, left me speechless." When discussing Bai Lang's actions, Qin Chong's voice was filled with admiration. The viewers in the live stream were equally captivated by Bai Lang's dramatic reversal of fortune. 666. How could he pull off such a kill? Truly impressive. Which deity are you, streamer? Is it really just a bronze rank? That last play looked to be at least diamond level. I was convinced you were a goner. I never expected you to turn the tables. That final shot was pure skill. The skill displayed in that last kill left me in awe. Even a god wouldn't necessarily be able to replicate that. Are you accepting disciples? I'm either a wealthy patron or a girl. Impressive. Enough said, here's my donation. As Bai Lang soaked in the flood of praise and the rising donations, his heart soared, and he couldn't help but hum a tune. How lonely is invincibility? How hollow is invincibility? The moment he began to sing, chaos erupted. His voice was nothing short of excruciatingly off-key, yet it resonated in a way that burrowed into the minds of his listeners, driving them to the brink of madness. Lin Yi, Qin Chong, and Wu Lei stood at the forefront, the most direct victims of his melodic misfortune. Lin Yi, Bai Lang, please, for the love of all that is good, stop singing. My ears, I can't take it anymore. My head is about to explode. Bai Lang, please, just stop. Wu Lei had succumbed to the auditory assault, rendered speechless. Is it really that bad? I think I'm singing quite well, Bai Lang retorted, slightly disgruntled by their reactions, searching for validation in the chat. However, upon glancing at the barrage of comments, his spirits plummeted. The screen was flooded with pleas for him to cease singing, with not a single compliment in sight. A bunch of unappreciative mortals, unable to recognize my exquisite vocal talent. I shan't stoop to your level. In the depths of his heart, Bai Lang quietly sought a justification for himself, ultimately deciding that it would be preferable to remain a serene and handsome man. The enchanting melody that had captivated his audience ceased, and a collective sigh of relief resonated among the onlookers, particularly Lin E and his companions, who were profoundly grateful to have narrowly escaped disaster. Lang Zi. I've never heard you sing before. I never imagined your voice could be so mesmerizing. That last lyric was quite impressive and resonated with me. Why have I never encountered it before? Lin E inquired, his eyes reflecting lingering traces of fear as he gazed at Bai Lang. Would you like me to sing it again for you? Bai Lang asked, his tone laced with melancholy. Perhaps not. Lin E instinctively interjected, unwilling to allow Bai Lang the opportunity to sing once more. However, you could share the lyrics with me later. Before Lin E could finish his thought, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from the direction of Shui Cheng, and a spray of blood erupted from Lin E, who was seated in the passenger seat. Oh no! Lang Zi, someone is shooting at me. There are people in Shui Cheng. Lin E exclaimed, his previous concerns about lyrics forgotten in an instant. At that moment, their jeep had drawn alarmingly close to Shui Cheng, making it hardly surprising that they were under fire. This isn't a safe zone. Let me reach the safety zone first, Bai Lang remarked. Glancing towards the source of the gunfire, in the distance, he spotted an individual standing at a window on the western side of Shui Cheng, aiming an SKS rifle at them. Don't worry, it's just a flesh wound. We'll make it to the circle first, and once I get to the back, I'll take some medicine, Lin E reassured, shifting positions within the vehicle. He swiftly moved from the passenger seat to the rear, producing a painkiller for himself. Bang! Just as he retrieved the medication, another bullet struck him, causing him to grunt in discomfort and interrupting his attempt to medicate. Damn it! How can they still hit me? I refuse to believe this, Lin E shouted in frustration. Abandoning the painkiller and swiftly changing positions again, he darted between the remaining 3 seats in the jeep, refusing to linger in any one spot. I won't believe that you can still hit me like this, he declared as he maneuvered. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, he was struck for the 3rd time, a crimson bloom blossoming on his chest, further depleting his health. Haha, Lin E, have you been up to some nefarious deeds lately? Why do the bullets keep seeking you out? Look at Lang Zi. He's sitting there unscathed. Qin Chong's voice rang out, dripping with schadenfreude. Shut up, you idiot. This time I'm staying still. Let's see you. Lin E gritted his teeth in retort, but was abruptly interrupted by Bai Lang. Stop. Don't say anything more. I fear that if you do, the bullets will come raining down. Upon hearing this, Lin E recalled his previous experiences and shivered, obediently sealing his lips. The viewers in the live stream erupted with laughter at the spectacle. Wow, this is a rhythm that spares no one. One viewer commented, why did the host stop him? I really wanted to see what would happen next. The infamous golden tongue strikes again. Whatever is said comes true, perhaps due to Bai Lang's intervention. Lin E's luck momentarily shifted, as no further bullets found him, with the majority instead striking the jeep, which had already endured considerable damage, now billowing black smoke, threatening to explode at any moment. Fortunately, they had reached the outskirts of the safe zone. The jeep sped across the plain, racing into the safety zone and coming to a halt behind a slope. Lin E, who had been frozen in place, finally exhaled in relief, hurriedly disembarking to apply a first aid kit, while Bai Lang, cradling his AWM, began to scout the surroundings. As the poison circle completed its final contraction, the number of remaining players dwindled to 15, with 13 others besides Bai Lang and Lin E still alive. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the ruins and Shui Cheng, as the circle now only encompassed these 2 locations. Most players preferred to hide within buildings, likely believing they offered a sense of security. What should we do, Lang Zi? Lin E, having administered his medication, squeezed beside Bai Lang, frowning at the intense gunfire erupting on either side. Their position was precarious, situated on a slope between the ruins and the water, and the safe zone had regrettably not favored them, instead appearing on the bridge in Shui Cheng, encompassing a significant portion of it. With their jeep rendered useless, they would have to make their way on foot. Let us skirt around the edge of the poison circle, Bai Lang suggested, studying the map. They had no choice. Waiting for the 2 sides to settle their conflict would leave them vulnerable to being caught in a crossfire. Bai Lang had no intention of attempting to eliminate the players on either side, as he had only heard gunfire and had not seen anyone. Bang. Just as Lin E stepped out from behind the slope, A bullet struck the ground beside him, prompting him to retreat in alarm and call out to Bai Lang. Lang Zi, that person is still watching us. What do we do now? Don't worry. Just run down. I'll cover you, Bai Lang replied, peering out to assess the enemy. Spotting the shooter retreating back into the building, he turned to Lin Yi. Then my life is in your hands. Initially, Lin Yi hesitated, feeling like Bai Lang was using him as bait, but he remembered Bai Lang's sharpshooting skills and ultimately agreed. Shaolin Zi, you know how skilled Lang Zi is. You'll be fine. Qin Chong chimed in, confident in Bai Lang's marksmanship. Here I go, Lin Yi declared, steeling himself as he dashed out from behind the slope once more. Bang! Clearly, the shooter had been monitoring Bai Lang's movements. As soon as Lin Yi emerged, the individual reappeared at the window, firing at him with the SKS. In that instant, Bai Lang surged over the slope, lifting his AWM and swiftly aiming at the window. Pulling the trigger with precision, a spray of blood erupted from the window, followed by a kill notification. As time passed, the safe zone continued to shrink, and the remaining players grew increasingly cautious, reluctant to reveal their positions. The final showdown was imminent, and none wished to jeopardize their chances of victory by exposing themselves. Finally, the safe zone entered its sixth circle. Bai Lang and Lin Yi lay cautiously at the edge of the bridge, anxiously watching the swaying grass around them, while the safe zone encompassed the bridge itself. With 6 players remaining, as the 6 circle's poison began to contract, a figure emerged from beneath a large tree near Shui Chong. Rushing towards the safe zone, bang! The AWM in Bai Lang's hands exhaled a puff of smoke as he claimed yet another victim. His kill count now stood at 23, while Lin Yi had managed a meager 2. There are 3 left. You must hold steady. Lang Zi, Wu Lei, who had been momentarily mesmerized by Bai Lang's singing, now regained his senses and urged them on as he surveyed the dwindling numbers. Where could the remaining players be hiding? Why aren't they showing themselves? Lin Yi wondered aloud, furrowing his brow as he scanned the shrinking poison circle. Surely they can't all be together. Shut up! Can you not keep your mouth shut? Qin Chong exclaimed, having witnessed the uncanny power of Lin Yi's golden tongue. It seemed that whatever he said came to pass, as soon as Lin Yi's words fell silent. Bai Lang's ears were met with a voice. Brothers on the other side of the bridge, are you 2 together? The 3 of us here are a team, so you might as well self-destruct. You stand no chance of winning. Damn it, Lin Yi, could you refrain from speaking in the future? Now we're in a dire situation, 3 against 2, and our hopes are dwindling. Wu Lei's voice brimmed with frustration towards Lin Yi. With the opposing team having the advantage in numbers, no matter how formidable Bai Lang was, he couldn't simultaneously eliminate 2 adversaries. Furthermore, with no cover on either side of the bridge, engaging in an open firefight became even more precarious. You can't blame me. I merely spoke my mind, Lin Yi awkwardly explained, adding, besides, the next safe zone hasn't even appeared yet. If it spawns on our side, we could still have a chance to win. Just then, the toxic circle had fully contracted, and the next safe zone was revealed. Upon seeing the newly refreshed safe zone, an eerie silence enveloped everyone. If Lin Yi could have glimpsed Wu Lei's expression at that moment, he might have felt as if he were being lethally glared at. Hey, brother, look! Even the heavens are on our side. The safe zone has appeared here. How do you expect to win now? Just spare yourselves the agony. It would save us all some trouble. The voice from the opposing side rang out again, laced with confidence and arrogance. Oh, you see, I didn't jinx it this time, did I? Lin Yi's heart sank in despair. Why did his words always seem to bring misfortune, while good fortune eluded him? I told you not to speak, but now look where we are. We're bound to lose this round. Qin Chong's voice echoed with hopelessness. At that moment, the livestream audience began flooding the comment section. This is pure jinxing. One careless word, and you bring ruin upon yourself. No matter how skilled you are, you can't outrun fate. This match is doomed. The streamer should just restart. What a pity. We were so close to victory. Just when despair engulfed everyone, Bai Lang suddenly spoke up, who says there's no chance to win. Have you forgotten that Lin Yi still has his skills unutilized? So what? Are you suggesting we use curved realm teleportation to get over? They'll surely notice us in advance. And as soon as we appear, they'll take us down. Bai Lang's initial words reignited a flicker of excitement in Qin Chong and Wu Lei. But they quickly sank back into despair upon hearing the rest. Hey, how about a wager? One meal each. A glint of cunning flashed in Bai Lang's eyes as he spoke enticingly to the two. You really don't have to do this, Bai Lang, Wu Lei said bashfully, mistakenly believing Bai Lang was attempting to console them by proposing a bet. However, as they got to know Bai Lang better, such thoughts would soon dissipate. Just tell me if you're in or not. It's just a meal. I'm betting, Bai Lang insisted. Seeing Bai Lang's serious demeanor, Wu Lei promptly accepted the wager, realizing there was no way he could lose in the end. If Bai Lang lost, he would still receive a comforting meal from Bai Lang. If Bai Lang won, it would be even better, as he would earn 5 points despite having to treat Bai Lang. I'm in as well. Qin Chong chimed in. Lin, what about you? Are you betting? With a smile on his face, Bai Lang turned to Lin Yi, awaiting his response that I think I'll pass an bet. Lin Yi stammered, feeling an inexplicable chill at Bai Lang's seemingly innocent smile, shaking his head vigorously in firm refusal. Seeing Lin Yi's reluctance, Bai Lang didn't press further, with Qin Chong and Wu Lei on board. That was sufficient. Brothers on the other side, we will not concede. Brace yourself for a decisive battle. Bai Lang shouted resolutely towards the trio on the opposite bank, simultaneously producing a smoke grenade and hurling it onto the bridge, creating the illusion that he intended to charge forward. Stubborn fools. If you can make it across, I'll concede defeat, the opposing voice replied nonchalantly. After all, the safe zone was in their favor, and all they had to do was hold their ground on the bridge and by the water to secure victory. With his acute hearing, Bai Lang quickly deduced their positions from a voice. They were likely stationed at the bridge's head, and the distance between them was not far. Lin Yi, how many grenades do you have? Bai Lang suddenly inquired. I only have 2 left. Why? Do you want to throw grenades? That won't work. I have 5 grenades, so 7 should be sufficient. Hand over your grenades, Bai Lang replied without addressing Lin Yi's question. After picking up the grenades Lin Yi had thrown, Bai Lang continued. When you activate curved realm teleportation, the landing point should be right at the bridge's head. Then, you just need to charge across to the other side. But that would be asking for death? Even with smoke grenades, that won't work. Lin Yi protested, gazing at the obscured bridge, still struggling to comprehend Bai Lang's plan. Stop questioning so much. Just do as I say. We need to act now. Bai Lang gestured impatiently. Time was of the essence as the toxic circle was about to close in again. All right then. Lin Yi acquiesced and promptly activated his skill, curved realm teleportation. 2 circles of radiant white light appeared simultaneously on either side of the bridge. After using the skill, Bai Lang signaled to Lin Yi, who gritted his teeth and sprang up, charging towards the opposite bank. As Lin Yi used curved realm teleportation, the 3 opponents also noticed the white circles appearing beneath them. Are they out of their minds? They dare to use curved realm teleportation to come over now. It's tantamount to suicide. The trio, initially tense, felt a wave of relief upon seeing curved realm teleportation. But no, this must be a trick. Someone's rushing across the bridge. At that moment, Lin Yi's footsteps echoed on the bridge, startling the trio into shifting their focus. Meanwhile, Bai Lang, upon seeing Lin Yi use curved realm teleportation, swiftly retrieved grenades from his backpack, pulled the pins, and tossed them into the white circles. The guiding time for curved realm teleportation was 5 seconds, while the grenades would explode in about 6 seconds. Ensuring Bai Lang's safety from the blast point, 7 grenades were quickly primed and thrown into the white circles with Bai Lang's swift hands. After tossing the grenades, Bai Lang also drew his M416 and charged towards the opposing side of the bridge. As Bai Lang rushed out, gunfire erupted from the opposite bank. Lin Yi had already engaged in combat with the 3 adversaries. Then Bai Lang heard the notification of his teammate being eliminated. He was not the least bit surprised by Lin Yi's demise. Even a wounded foe could be taken down with a single volley, let alone facing 3 opponents. The trio, emboldened by Lin Yi's fall, felt a surge of excitement as they took another step closer to victory. Wait, they still have 1 person left. Be careful of his teleportation. Their enthusiasm did not lead to carelessness. After eliminating Lin Yi, the trio, having not spotted Bai Lang, swiftly turned to aim at the curved realm teleportation circles, anticipating Bai Lang's appearance. Yet, Bai Lang was poised to disappoint them. Die. Bai Lang suddenly shouted as he reached the center of the bridge, simultaneously pulling the trigger of his M416. The muzzle spat fire as bullets flew towards the opposing bank. His aim was haphazard, making it impossible to hit the 3 foes directly, but that was not Bai Lang's intention. Not good. He's on the bridge. The moment Bai Lang's gunfire erupted, the trio's attention shifted from the curved realm teleportation circles back to the bridge. This was precisely Bai Lang's objective. Both his fierce shouts and gunfire were meant to draw their focus at that instant. The guiding time for curved realm teleportation reached its conclusion that a flash of light illuminated the scene as the grenades from the bridge's head were instantaneously transported behind the three adversaries, who had been lured by Bai Lang's ruse and turned away, oblivious to the 7 green grenades lying just behind them. "Charge in and take him down," one of the individuals bellowed, and the 3 were about to charge forward. Just then, the booming sounds of thunder resonated from behind them, and in an instant, the 3 who had intended to rush out were transformed into mere boxes beneath the 7 strikes of lightning. Utterly caught off guard, Langley Gulang utilized grenades to eliminate VT-7853. Langley Gulang utilized grenades to eliminate QY-2561. Langley Gulang utilized grenades to eliminate CZ-8625.3 notifications chimed in succession. Following this, the scene shifted. The 4 reappeared within the armory, and simultaneously, a line of text appeared on their screens. "Great fortune and prosperity. Tonight we feast on chicken." Upon witnessing this spectacle, the majority of the audience in the live stream remained in a state of bewilderment. What? How did they suddenly win while playing so well? This plot seems off. Shouldn't the streamer have been beaten to death by the 3 burly men? Why were the adversaries instead blown to bits by grenades? The confused viewers began flooding the chat with comments. "I don't understand. How did the streamer suddenly win chicken dinner? I'm utterly baffled. How could those 3 fools have been killed by grenades? Help me out. Cute girl, please explain. Oh, is there anyone who understood? Come out and clarify." The streamer's tactic was indeed impressive, employing curve boundary and leap to directly teleport the grenade behind the 3 opponents while simultaneously diverting their attention, achieving a decisive kill. I am in awe truly. Soon after some explanation, most of the audience began to comprehend that in truth, White Wave's strategy was quite straightforward. Yet at that moment, the audience's focus had been on whether White Wave would engage the 3 opponents head-on, thereby overlooking his initial actions that led to the victory. Am I dreaming? Did we truly win? Qin Chong gazed at the words on the screen, momentarily unable to fathom the reality of the situation. To be frank, he had never considered the possibility of victory, yet White Wave had undeniably accomplished it. I adore you, Wave, for achieving victory like this. If one were to ascertain who among the 4 was most eager for chicken dinner, it would undoubtedly be Wu Lei, as failure to win would result in a deduction of points, whereas a victory would yield 5 points, creating a 6-point disparity. Wave, how on earth did you manage to win? I didn't catch on at all. Linny was still in a state of confusion. After utilizing curve boundary and leap, he had slipped away and thus missed the moment White Wave threw the grenade. I understand this. Wave, did you use Lin's curve boundary and leap to teleport the grenade behind them? I never imagined this skill could be employed in such a manner. I always thought it only allowed for the teleportation of individuals. Before White Wave could respond, Qin Chong answered Lin Yi's query on his behalf, having been spectating from White Wave's perspective and thus having the clearest view of the event. Wave, how did you conceive of this method? Why couldn't I think of it? Hearing the explanation, Lin Yi's eyes widened as he looked at White Wave. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he now realized that this good friend, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time, had undergone significant changes. What can I say? I'm just handsome. White Wave chuckled and did not elaborate on the matter. His ability to devise this strategy stemmed from a profound understanding of both PUBG and LOL. One must recognize that in his previous life, he had invested countless hours in mastering these 2 popular games, perhaps surpassing even the professional teams in his depth of knowledge. Old Qin, Lei, don't forget that you still owe me a meal. Understood. Don't worry. I'll gladly treat you to 10 meals. Really? That's what you said, Old Qin. That was just a casual remark. Humph. After successfully securing the first chicken dinner, Qin Chong and Wu Lei had developed a direct recognition of White Wave's skills, fully embracing him as a valuable ally, while Lin Yi's understanding of White Wave deepened, solidifying his thoughts even further. In the training room of the renowned BZL team in Jiangchong, Zui Qiusheng and another young man stood before screen, watching intently as it displayed the live stream of White Wave. Captain, what do you think of this person? Zhuai Qiuxing asked nervously, glancing at the frowning young man beside him, who was none other than Jiang Lu, the captain of the BZL team and a formidable presence in the realm of PUBG LOL, famously known as the Controller. The title Controller was a nickname reflecting his prowess, while Master denoted his elevated rank. When PUBG LOL had first emerged, he had already attained the highest tier, and as of now, no one had yet been reported to reach the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Zhuai Qiuxing observed Jiang Lu, who remained silent for a long time. Feeling no dissatisfaction, he was well aware of his captain's nature, which was to remain objective in all matters, never allowing personal feelings to cloud his judgment, now that he was recommending White Wave. Should Jiang Lu express dissatisfaction, he would undoubtedly receive a severe education in return. Not bad. His skills, awareness, and marksmanship are all quite impressive, especially his sniping ability. Jiang Lu's words relieved Zhuai Qiuxing, while simultaneously causing him to pause in surprise. He was taken aback that Jiang Lu specifically praised White Wave's sniping skills, for Jiang Lu seldom complimented others, elevating Zhuai Qiuxing's assessment of White Wave even further. However, his rank is too low, being in the bronze and silver tiers. You know, the disparity in perception between high and low ranks isn't trivial. I wonder if he can maintain such performance against true experts. Moreover, his understanding and application of skills seem peculiar. He appears not to prioritize the synergy between skills, leaning more towards the use of individual abilities, which could complicate team coordination. If White Wave were to hear Jiang Lu's remarks, he would scoff. Having dominated the leaderboards in PUBG across various servers in his previous life, he had certainly encountered many experts. Would he not understand the interplay of skills in LOL, having consistently reached the top 3 in the rankings every season? That would be inconceivable. Meanwhile, in the training room, Zhuai Qiuxing, listening to Jiang Lu's words, felt his heart sink once more as he cautiously inquired, "Captain, should we invite him to join our team? We can certainly consider it. If he is willing, he can come on board as a substitute. The rest will depend on his future performance." "All right, I'll reach out to him soon." "Yes, let's proceed with that. Your training regimen has been lacking lately. Make sure to catch up and don't slack off at all. And participate less in low-tier matches." Jiang Lu's tone shifted to address Zhuai Qiuxing's training, delivering a barrage of advice, to which Zhuai Qiuxing could only accept begrudgingly. As he had indeed reduced his training volume recently, it was evident that the next few days would be spent immersed in rigorous training. Of course, White Wave was entirely oblivious to the fact that Zhuai Qiuxing had recommended him to join the BZL team. In reality, he had no knowledge of the existence of the BZL team, having only learned about Zhuai Qiuxing from Lin Yi previously. He was currently engaged in battle on the desolate island alongside his 3 amusing teammates. "Where are you guys? Wave, where are you? Wave, come save me. I'm about to die. Wave, someone is attacking me." "Who is attacking you?" "I don't know. Wave, there's so many people here. I'm out of here." Such was their daily banter. This time, the 4 had agreed to land at G-Port, yet only White Wave remained, as Lin Yi and the others had already flown off to who knows where. Following this, a fierce battle ensued, with White Wave single-handedly taking on 4 and 3 opponents, ultimately taking down 5 individuals before succumbing to the rage of the Barbarian king from the opposing side. "Damn it, you were just so impressive. Now let us see you be arrogant again." After knocking White Wave down, the opponent refrained from executing him immediately, opting instead to rain down punches upon him, as White Wave had wiped out his 3 teammates, shattering his hopes of victory. Die, as the final punch landed, Bai Lang ultimately transformed into a mere box, and shortly after his demise, the unsettling notifications of his teammates being eliminated echoed in his ears. Their final rank solidified at 21st, with each player penalized 5 points. Such occurrences were certainly not unprecedented, yet they were by no means the last, and an entire afternoon slipped by quietly, and Bai Lang, feeling utterly exhausted, rose from the gaming pod. In stark contrast, Lin Yi and the other 2 were brimming with excitement. Over the course of that afternoon, they had engaged in nearly 7 matches, winning only once after their initial game. And that victory was solely due to Bai Lang, who single-handedly turned the tide after the trio had met an early demise. Nevertheless, even amidst this, Lin Yi and his companions managed to accrue 6 or 7 points. which, while seemingly modest, was sufficient for them to strive for several days. The prospect of gaining such points was uncertain, and they might even end up losing more DAS for Bai Lang. He soared from the second tier of bronze to silver 4 with a remarkable 16 points in just one afternoon, especially after amassing a staggering 62 points from his 2 chicken dinners, much to the envy of Lin, E, and his friends. Yet, this was not what delighted Bai Lang the most. It was the prospect of having accumulated a tidy sum of pocket money throughout the afternoon, even though he could not yet see those earnings. Had it not been for that player sporting an additional level 3 vest, I would have dispatched him under my 98K, Qin Chong exclaimed as they exited the esports center, still animatedly discussing the recent game, displaying no signs of fatigue. Darn it, that match. I just picked up my weapon when someone ambushed me from behind, costing me 2 points without a single kill to my name. Lenny interjected, his tone laced with indignation that I was equally wronged in my match. I was fully equipped, only to be obliterated by a well-aimed death missile while I was driving a perfectly fine vehicle. Leaving nothing but wreckage, Wu Lei joined in the lamentation. As the sky gradually darkened and his stomach protested intermittently, Bai Lang observed the exuberance of his 3 amusing yet inexperienced roommates and suddenly realized that gaming with them had been a grave mistake. He thought back to his previous life as a top-tier gamer, now reborn to play alongside these 3 jesters, and lamented that victory was not guaranteed every time. All right, I'm about to starve, and you lot are still in the mood to discuss games. He interjected, clutching his stomach, which brought to mind his role as the team's unsung hero. Let us go. Barbecue it is. My treat, Qin Chong shouted, prompting Bai Lang to marvel at the enduring popularity of barbecue. Even in the interstellar age of Blue Star, this meal doesn't count as a bet. By the way, Lang Zi, I'm surprised to discover you have this side to you. Did it take you this long to realize? The 4 of them linked arms as they made their way to the barbecue stand. The entrance of the barbecue joint, Bai Lang, in high spirits, leisurely picked his teeth with a toothpick, occasionally smacking his lips as if reliving the delectable barbecue that had left him craving more, reluctantly averting his gaze from the enticing establishment. Speaking of that barbecue, it had truly opened Bai Lang's eyes. Blue Star, having entered the interstellar era, offered a barbecue experience unlike anything on Earth, with a dazzling array of options that left him dazzled. The diverse alien ingredients captured his attention, and he sampled everything he had never encountered before, only halting when Qin Chong pleaded with him to stop. The barbecue here is simply exquisite. Not only is the variety impressive, but the chef's skills are commendable, and the hospitality is warm and generous. We must return here at the next opportunity, Bai Lang remarked, eliciting eye rolls from Lin, E, and the others that, of course, after you devoured so much, it's no wonder the owner is pleased. Lang Zi, shall we consider this meal as a fulfillment of our afternoon wager? Qin Chong asked, his face a mask of distress as he gazed at Bai Lang. He had grossly underestimated Bai Lang's appetite, as this meal had cost him 1/3 of his living expenses, and another such outing would leave him scraping the bottom of the barrel, or rather, in Blue Star, unable to even afford dirt. All right, I'll consider this my treat, Bai Lang replied, noting Qin Chong's pained expression and feeling a twinge of guilt, smiling apologetically as he acquiesced. That's a relief, seeing Bai Lang agree. Qin Chong finally exhaled in relief. However, this left Wu Lei in a quandary, as he too owed Bai Lang a meal. After witnessing Bai Lang's prowess, Wu Lei resolved to think carefully about finding a place that was both delicious and affordable to settle this debt. At this point, Bai Lang had unwittingly earned a reputation as a glutton in the eyes of the trio. Bai Lang found this quite amusing, as it was only natural to wish to sample the vast array of unfamiliar dishes laid before him. Shaolin, please take me back. After satisfying his hunger, and with the evening drawing near, Bai Lang naturally wished to return to his cozy abode, where he could drift into a blissful slumber until dawn. Hey, Lang Zi, are you not planning to stay at the school? Wu Lei inquired curiously. Bai Lang paused, for he had not truly considered returning to the dorms, as he was quite content with his little nest. Enjoying the convenience of solitude, that I won't be going back just yet. I have quite a bit to manage, and moving things around would be rather cumbersome. Not going back? I was hoping we could all have a round together when I got back. But it seems that's off the table now. Lang Zi, you really must hurry back. We can't manage without you. Qin Chong clasped Bai Lang's arm, his eyes glistening with tears, making Bai Lang wish he could kick him away. Indeed. Lang Zi, you must return soon. We need you. Wu Lei pretended to cling to Bai Lang's arm, causing him to hurriedly evade and grab Lin Yi as they dashed toward the hovercar. Lang Zi, we'll be waiting for you in the dorm. Come back soon. As the hovercar ascended safely toward his cozy enclave, Bai Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He harbored serious doubts about whether spending too much time with these two would lead him to become gay. Lang Zi, have you given any thought to what I mentioned yesterday? As the hovercar came to a steady halt outside Bai Lang's dwelling, Lin Yi, unable to contain himself, posed a question as Bai Lang prepared to disembark. Bai Lang momentarily froze. What matter? The professional gaming opportunity one discussed yesterday, after a brief silence. Let us talk about that later. I'm quite content with my current life. Very well. I'll head back now. I truly hope you take some time to think it over. There are things I cannot elaborate on, but trust me, I would never deceive you. Yes, I understand I will give it careful consideration. Watching the hovercar drive away, Bai Lang couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Professional gaming? Huh? I used to do that. Upon returning to his cozy abode, Bai Lang indulged in a refreshing shower and lay on his bed. Reflecting on the day's events, from everything that had transpired, Bai Lang gleaned that this world held a remarkable reverence for the game of PUBG, to the point where it was almost universally recognized. The fervor surrounding it suggested that the status of skilled players in this game would soon rise significantly. In his previous life on Earth, the gaming industry had not been nearly as vibrant as it was on Blue Star. Yet renowned professional gamers were regarded by players akin to current-day celebrities. Coupled with his friend Lin Yi's persistent encouragement after realizing Bai Lang's abilities, it became clear that there was more to this than met the eye. And it was certainly not merely an ordinary game. Bai Lang could discern these truths, yet understanding did not necessitate action. The scars of his past life weighed heavily on him. What am I even pondering? What does this game truly mean to me? None of this is my concern. Time for sleep. Lying on his bed, Bai Lang shook his head slightly, attempting to expel the thoughts swirling in his mind, and murmured to himself beneath the covers. Soon, he drifted into a deep slumber. That night, he dreamt of embarking on a professional path, leading his team through trials and tribulations, triumphantly vanquishing all rivals and lifting the coveted trophy that symbolized glory. Standing on stage, Bai Lang raised the trophy high, surveying the crowd that cheered for him. Just as he reveled in this moment, the piercing ring of his communicator shattered his blissful dream. "Hello, who is this?" he grumbled, glancing at the unfamiliar number displayed on the device. "Greetings, I am Zhu Wanlin, assistant to the BZL team. May I ask, what BZL team? You must have dialed the wrong number," Bai Lang muttered irritably, squinting as he recognized a gentle female voice emanating from the communicator. Without a second thought, he hung up, closing his eyes once more in an attempt to reconnect with a dream that had just been so cruelly interrupted. Beep, beep, beep. Meanwhile, in the training room of BZL, Zhu Wanlin listened to the persistent beeping of the communicator, momentarily rooted in disbelief. As the assistant of the BZL team, she had never encountered a situation where a potential recruit hung up before she could even finish speaking. Could it be a wrong number? No, it was definitely the right one. After meticulously confirming the dialed number, she immediately called back. Just as Bai Lang was about to re-enter his dream, the communicator he had carelessly tossed aside rang once again, breaking the spell of sleep. "Hello, who is it now?" Bai Lang asked, his patience wearing thin. "Good day, I speak with Mr. Bai Lang." This time, Zhu Wanlin had the foresight to address him by name first. "Yes, who are you? What do you want?" Upon hearing his name, Bai Lang gradually began to awaken, peering at the communicator and noting that he did not recognize the owner of the number, although the voice on the other end was quite soothing. Sensing that he had not hung up yet, Zhu Wanlin let out an involuntary sigh of relief. As long as he remained on the line, she could convey her message. "Mr. Bai Lang, I am Zhu Wanlin, assistant to the BZL team in the Game League of Legends. Our team is interested in having you join as a substitute player." Before Zhu Wanlin could finish her sentence, Bai Lang's deep voice abruptly interrupted her. "I'm sorry, but I don't know how you got my contact information, and I am not interested in joining any team at the moment. Please do not contact me again." "Thank you." As he hung up the communicator, a disdainful smile crept onto Bai Lang's lips. How foolish he had been in his past life to trust those who would devour one whole. Humph, you think you could deceive me? I won't fall for it again. On the other end, Zhu Wanlin stared at the communicator in disbelief, a wave of incredulity washing over her. Did he not hear my words clearly? Did he not understand what BZL stood for? How dare he hang up on me? Yet, despite her struggle to accept it, the reality remained unchanged. Well, never mind. I should report this to the captain, she decided, suppressing the urge to call back from Bai Lang's tone. She had detected a hint of disdain and hostility, yet she could not fathom the source of these feelings, so she resolved to report the matter first. Lin Jie, what's wrong? You seem a bit off today. Did something happen yesterday? Just then, Zui Qiuxing walked in and noticed Zhu Wanlin standing there. Qiuxing, why are you training so early today? Zhu Wanlin asked gently. Zui Qiuxing wore a bitter expression. The captain said my training time has been too short lately, so he forced me coming early to make up for it. Huh. You know the captain's personality. He won't let you slack off, Zhu Wanlin teased, playfully poking Zui Qiuxing's forehead with her slender, fair fingers, embodying the affectionate older sister figure. Oh, come on. I didn't mean to slack off. Lin Jie, could you please talk to the captain and ask him not to make me train today? I promise to train on time from now on. Besides, I'm not training just for myself. I was scouting for potential team members. I even recommended someone to the captain yesterday. Zui Qiuxing pleaded, aware that only Zhu Wanlin's intercession might have any influence on Jiang Lu. Forget it. Just focus on your training. You got to make up for it. Zhu Wanlin replied with a smile that be by the way. You mentioned you were scouting someone. Is it someone named Bai Lang? Lin Jie, you already know? Oh no, I forgot that you're in charge of recruiting. Zui Qiuxing exclaimed. Did you manage to contact him? Was he excited? Once he joins, I want him to thank me properly. He rambled on, envisioning Bai Lang's future under his thumb. However, Zhu Wanlin's expression grew increasingly peculiar as she listened to I'm sorry, Lin Jie. I got too carried away. Realizing Zhu Wanlin's odd demeanor, Zui Qiuxing quickly halted his chatter. Heh, I never expected our team as Prodigy would take such an interest in a newcomer. He must be quite impressive. Upon receiving Jiang Lu's instructions to recruit Bai Lang, Zhu Wanlin had promptly researched his background, including his rank and gaming hours. Her initial impression was that Jiang Lu had made a mistake, yet she proceeded with the recruitment process as usual, which led to the recent incident of being hung up on twice. Zui Qiuxing's comments only piqued her interest further. Indeed, he is quite remarkable, and the captain has praised his sharpshooting skills, Zui Qiuxing added. His tone now serious and respectful though he has received praise from the captain. Zhu Wanlin was taken aback. That single statement was enough to convince her of Bai Lang's capabilities. By the way, Lin Jie, have you made any progress with him? Well, I haven't managed to contact him yet, but I'll let you know when I do, Zhu Wanlin replied, omitting the details of her earlier conversation with Bai Lang. Now, she was genuinely intrigued by him. All right then, please keep me posted once you have any updates that I'll head to training now. Otherwise, the captain will catch me, and I'll be in trouble, Zui Qiuxing said, his enthusiasm waning at the mention of training as he reluctantly walked toward the gaming chamber. I'll remember, train well. Zhu Wanlin smiled as she glanced at the stack of documents concerning Bai Lang in her hands. How intriguing. Someone who received the captain's accolades yet rejected the BZL team. Jiangxing University, huh? Unbeknownst to Bai Lang, who was currently unaware of the happenings in the BZL training room, his communicator rang once more as he sat on his bed. Hello, is this Mr. Bai Lang? I'm a representative from Tiendo live streaming platform. Initially thinking it was another call from the BZL team, Bai Lang was ready to explode with irritation, but upon hearing it was Tiendo, a smile immediately brightened his face. The Tiendo live streaming platform was his lifeline, a source of income for him. Yes, this is Bai Lang. How may I assist you? He replied, narrowing his eyes in curiosity. We apologize for the interruption, Mr. Bai Lang. Your viewer count on the Tiendo platform has now reached the threshold for signing a contract. The subsequent lengthy explanation faded into the background as Bai Lang's focus sharpened on the word contract. Finally, it has arrived. I thought you had forgotten. Bai Lang mused inwardly, having anticipated this call since noticing his viewer count. As a former streamer on another platform, he was no stranger to contract negotiations, and he had already reviewed the signing requirements of Tiendo. I wonder what kind of contract they plan to offer me. The soft voice of Bai Lang resonated, and now that the signing had been confirmed, the next natural step was to negotiate the terms of the contract. In this regard, Bai Lang also possessed considerable prowess. I apologize, but since your contract was personally authorized by the vice president, I do not possess the authority to review it. However, if you're interested in signing, I will send you the contract shortly for your perusal. Should you have any requests, please feel free to contact us at any time. Xiao He respectfully replied. Indeed, it was Xiao He who had called Bai Lang, notifying him that his live broadcast will be featured on the homepage. Bai Lang was momentarily taken aback, although he did not know that the vice president was Li Yu. It did not diminish his understanding of the significance of the title, a contract personally issued by the vice president. How impressive. All right then, please send me the contract to review, Bai Lang said, suppressing his excitement. And I will contact you afterwards. Certainly, we will send a contract shortly. Once again, I apologize for the disturbance. Goodbye. Yay. After hanging up the phone, Bai Lang could no longer contain his joy, as he realized he no longer had to worry about suddenly running out of money and facing starvation. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted his exuberant celebration, and Lin Yi's voice came from outside. Longzi, what's going on? Open the door. Just a moment, I'll be right out. In a cheerful mood, Bai Lang overlooked how early Lin Yi had come to find him and quickly jumped out of bed. Swiftly dressing and washing up before opening the door, all within 5 minutes. How did you get ready so fast? What do you need me for this early? Don't you know we have class today? Had I known, I wouldn't have come to pick you up. You didn't tell me yesterday. How was I supposed to know? Have you eaten breakfast? No, I came to get you right away and didn't have time. Then let's eat together. It's on you. Lenny wore an expression that seemed to say I knew it would be like this as he followed Bai Lang into a restaurant. The two quickly finished their breakfast and hopped into a flashy sports car, heading towards Jiangcheng University. Here we are, Longzi. We're here. Upon entering, Bai Lang and Lin Yi were greeted by the expectant voices of Qin Chong and Wu Lei, who immediately approached them. Their classroom was quite similar to those in Bai Lang's past life, the only difference being its more futuristic design. Longzi, let us train after class. As soon as Bai Lang sat down, Qin Chong and Wu Lei leaned in, their eyes filled with anticipation, after returning to their dormitory the previous night. The two had naturally not been idle and had once again entered the game. However, without Bai Lang as their anchor, the duo of novices had practically become boxers, humorously dubbed box spirits, consistently meeting their demise in the game and failing to break into the top 10, with their ranks nearly dropping to bronze. Hence, they were eager to cling to Bai Lang's expertise, hoping to regain their lost points. Training? I have something to attend to after class. Let's skip it. Bai Lang thought for a moment before declining that it wasn't that he didn't want to play with them, but he genuinely had matters to attend to. First and foremost, he needed to procure some necessities for his little abode. Although his dwelling was compact, it was fully equipped with a kitchen, bathroom, and living room, yet the contents were woefully insufficient. Therefore, Bai Lang resolved to embark on a shopping spree, at the very least to make use of his little kitchen. As the saying goes, a poor man's child must grow up quickly. In his past life, Bai Lang had become an orphan and had thus honed these life skills early on. Moreover, he had just finalized the signing contract with Tiendo, which left him with little time for gaming. Given that he was on the verge of signing with Tiendo, he naturally had little regard for the meager prize money of 50,000 divided among 4 people in the school competition. After all, his current earnings from tips had nearly reached 100,000. Nonetheless, having already made a commitment, it would be improper to withdraw now. Something to attend to? What is it, Longzi? Just tell me. Wu Lei and I can handle it. Qin Chong exclaimed, suddenly anxious. If there was something urgent, how could they expect to regain their lost points? Exactly, Longzi. The school competition is just around the corner. You can't do this to us. We need to practice. Wu Lei chimed in, eager to emphasize the urgency of the situation, as he too had suffered significant losses the previous day. But I really do have something to attend to. How about tomorrow? It's not like it's a big deal to miss a day or two, Bai Lang gently suggested, fearing that if he spoke too sternly, the two would truly be disheartened. Enough, you two. It's just a few lost points. With Longzi around, you'll recover in no time. Look at your lack of confidence. Linny interjected, playfully slapping Qin Chong on the back of the head in disdain. Fine, Longzi, you must not have anything on your plate tomorrow. Wu Lei, realizing there was no other option, reluctantly conceded, his face a picture of disappointment. All right, I understand. Bai Lang offered them a comforting glance, slightly restoring their confidence. You lot are hopeless. No matter how much you train, you'll still be mediocre. At that moment, a jarring, abrasive voice pierced through the air. Gao Lu, what did you just say? Qin Sheng slammed his palm on the table, rising in anger, his imposing height exuding an undeniable pressure. Yet Gao Lu remained unfazed, crossing his arms with an increasingly contemptuous expression. Oh, are you looking to fight? Did I say something wrong? If you're not trash, then who is? 4 bronze and silver no-hopers daring to join the school competition. It's simply laughable. I heard your team name is the Bronze and Silver Squad. I must say, that name suits you perfectly. Please do us a favor and don't embarrass our class. At that moment, Bai Lang turned around to see the speaker clearly. A long face adorned with tightly set features that only grew more comical the longer one looked. What a nuisance. Where did this mad dog come from so early in the morning? It's giving me a headache, Bai Lang remarked, unimpressed by Gao Lu's hostile demeanor as he casually cleaned out his ears. Who are you calling a dog? Bai Lang, you worthless fool. Do you want to die? Don't think I don't know your pitiful bronze rank gives you any right to speak. Gao Lu glared at Bai Lang, his anger intensifying. I'm not sure about my qualifications to speak, but I do know that if you don't leave soon, misfortune will befall you, Bai Lang replied calmly, unperturbed by Gao Lu's words. He had always been tolerant toward individuals of such low intelligence. Today I'll see who brings me misfortune. It seems trash like you're crawling out of the woodwork. 4 of you. No less. Please be mindful, Gao Lu. Just as Gao Lu finished speaking, a cool, clear voice resounded from behind him. Startled, Gao Lu stiffened and slowly turned around to find a tall, strikingly beautiful girl radiating an air of aloofness standing behind him. The brashness he had displayed toward Bai Lang and the others immediately evaporated, replaced by a sycophantic grin and a glimmer of infatuation in his eyes. Oh, it's you, Mingyue. Class is about to start, and there are so many students in the classroom. Chun Xn, please be mindful of your influence, Ling Mingyue said coldly, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. Whether others choose to participate in the competition is their own business. We treat all students equally in our class, so please refrain from disparaging your classmates. Yes, I was wrong. Mingyue, please don't be angry. How about I treat you to dinner later as an apology? Gao Lu quickly backtracked, nodding in acknowledgement, and oh need. Gao Lu, please be more considerate of your relationships with classmates in the future. Ling Mingyue coldly declined, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Bai Lang and the others before she took her seat in the front row. You 4 better pray you don't run into me during the competition. Gao Lu shot them a challenging glance before eagerly trailing after Ling Mingyue. Poor child. It's clear he has no chance. Bai Lang shook his head. It was evident from Gao Lu's earlier demeanor that he harbored feelings for Ling Mingyue, yet it was equally apparent that she held no interest in him. Damn it, how disgusting. Just because I didn't pass him a ball during the last basketball match. He keeps looking for trouble. Qin Sheng fumed, slamming his fist on the table as he watched Gao Lu's retreating figure. Relying on his family's power to bully others at school, and he thinks he can pursue the class president. What a pipe dream. Wu Lei, with a face full of indignation, remarked that he had evidently harbored dissatisfaction towards Chun Xin for quite some time. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that it was not worth engaging with such a person. Getting angry over someone like him was simply not worth the trouble. Bai Lang, overhearing their exchange, cast a surprised glance at his good friend. In his understanding, Lin Yi was not the type to suffer in silence without retaliating. His father held the position of deputy district chief in Jiangxing, and while Bai Lang's family was not intimidated by him, it was still unwise to offend him. Don't take him seriously. He merely relies on empty threats. If he dares to act out, I reckon his father would deal with him before anyone else gets the chance. Lin Yi explained quietly, noticing Bai Lang's puzzled expression. Oh, so he is a second-generation official. Clearly, he is just a burden, Bai Lang replied. The administrative system on Blue Star was exceptionally stringent. Any official daring to commit misconduct would certainly face thorough and merciless investigation, thus preventing the kind of occurrences seen on Earth. The hours spent in class felt interminable, but after what seemed like an eternity, Bai Lang finally concluded his lessons for the day. Lang Zi, what are your plans now? Lin Yi inquired as they exited the classroom. Qin Chong and Wu Lei had rushed back to their dormitories after class, possibly provoked by Chan Xian's words. They had declared their intention to achieve a high rank before the upcoming school competition to show Chen Xian what they were capable of, and Bai Lang fully supported their resolve. Bai Lang scratched his head, asking, "Do you know where I could buy something nearby? I need to pick up a few items." He then added, "By the way, do you know any lawyers? I need an introduction. Tiando just sent me a contract to sign, and there are some parts one don't quite understand and I'd like someone to review it." Shortly after their conversation, Bai Lang received the contract from Tiando via his communicator, and its stipulations were surprisingly overwhelming, akin to a divine agreement. However, the more enticing it appeared, the more cautious Bai Lang became, understanding that the platform had no personal ties to him and would not be offering favors without a price. "Tiando signed you up. Your livestream popularity now surpasses that of many seasoned streamers," Lenny said, taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. "Send me the contract. I'll have someone take a look at it for you. By the way, what are you planning to buy? There is a large supermarket nearby." "Lang Zi, what are you buying all this food for? Can you even cook?" Lenny asked, glancing at the various items in his bag. Unable to suppress his curiosity, as he had never seen Bai Lang cook before, Bai Lang rolled his eyes, retorting, "What do you think I bought them for? To play with? What? I had no idea you could cook. Is it even edible?" Lin responded, clearly skeptical of Bai Lang's claim. "Then don't eat any," Bai Lang replied nonchalantly as they continued their conversation on their way back to their abode, the entrance of Bai Lang's residence. A young girl sat slumped over with her head resting on her arms, her long hair cascading down. It appeared she had fallen asleep, and beside her lay a pink suitcase. "Lang Zi, how about we play some games tonight? You haven't streamed today. Didn't you say you were tired? How do you still have the energy to play games?" Lenny questioned with surprise. "Who said I was tired? For the sake of PUBG and LOL. I can overcome any obstacle." Bai Lang began before Lin interrupted. "Hey, it looks like someone asked at your door, a girl, no less." As Lenny spoke, he noticed the girl at the door and nudged Bai Lang. "Have you done something inappropriate? She seems to have come to find you. And look, she's even carrying a suitcase. Looks like she is planning to stay. Get lost. You think I'm like you, a rich second generation?" Bai Lang laughed, scolding him before walking over to investigate the situation. "You jerk, why aren't you back yet?" As they approached, they heard the girl mumble in a drowsy complaint. Bai Lang's expression turned awkward, while Lin chuckled brightly, hastily setting down his belongings to step forward. "Hey, wake up! Are you looking for Bai Lang? Bai Lang, where are you?" The girl sprang to attention at the mention of his name, rubbing her sleepy eyes before focusing on the two boys before her. Upon seeing her clearly, Lenny gasped and quickly stepped back, hiding behind Bai Lang, muttering, "Why didn't you tell me your sister was coming? If I'd known, I would have come up with you, my sister." Before Bai Lang could respond, Bai Lang erupted, "Where have you been, Bai Lang? I've been waiting for you all afternoon. I snuck out of the house to see if you were dead. And you're not even home." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over to tea this moment. Bai Lang recognized the girl as indeed his sister. He instinctively took a step back, but, upon seeing her distressed expression, approached her gently and asked, "What are you doing here? You waited all afternoon. Why didn't you call my communicator? Let us go inside first." As Bai Lang spoke, Bai Ling entered, carrying her suitcase. "Humph. I suppose you are somewhat perceptive, but do not think that this will earn you my forgiveness." Listening to Bai Lang's concerned words, Bai Ling felt a slight sweetness in her heart. Yet the thought of having waited aimlessly for an entire afternoon caused her to let out a cold snort inwardly. "Lingzi, what brings you here? You didn't even inform your brother, about your arrival. So I could have come to fetch you. You must be tired. Come on, hurry inside and rest." Upon entering the house, Lenny quickly approached Bai Ling, speaking with great enthusiasm. "How come you are here as well? Did you take Bai Lang out? I waited outside for an entire afternoon for nothing." Bai Ling shot Lin a frosty glance, her voice laced with irritation. "Impossible. It was Longzi who asked me to accompany him to buy things. If you don't believe me, look at all the items he purchased." Bai Ling's words sent a shiver through Lin, evidently reminding him of some unpleasant memories. He hastily defended himself while raising the food in his hand to prove his point. Bai Ling glanced at the food he held, thinking, still trying to deceive me, Bai Lang can't possibly cook. How could he have bought these things? With that, she shot Lenny a look that said her in deep trouble and walked further into the house. "Lingzi, I swear everything I said is true. You can ask Longzi." Lin Yi hurriedly followed her inside, loudly protesting his innocence, not wanting to attract the attention of this little witch. Why did you suddenly come here? Do your family members know you're here? You should go back tomorrow, Bai Lang said coldly as he observed Bai Ling, who was surveying her surroundings while sitting on the sofa. Her unexpected arrival stirred unwelcome memories within him. Bai Ling, taken aback by the reprimand, felt her beautiful eyes begin to redden, tears welling up in her gaze. Fine, I shouldn't have come looking for you in the first place, that if you want me to leave. Then I will. No need to wait until tomorrow, Bai Ling shouted, abruptly standing up to grab her suitcase, ready to storm out, all the while cursing Bai Lang in her heart. That wretched Bai Lang. How could he chase me away when I sneaked away from my father to see him? I thought you had already. At this thought, tears finally streamed down her delicate cheeks. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Lin Yi quickly stepped forward to grab her suitcase, saying, Longzi, you're being unreasonable. Lingzi has gone through so much to see you. Why would you send her back? Lingzi, please stay. If Longzi insists on making you leave, I shall sever ties with him. If he wants me to leave, why should I stay here? Bai Ling cried, pointing an accusing finger at Bai Lang. Oh, come on. Longzi is just worried about Uncle and Annie being concerned for you. I isn't that right? Longzi? Lin Yi winked at Bai Lang, but Bai Lang remained silent, appearing unperturbed. The room fell into a silence until an unusual noise broke the stillness. Gurgle, gurgle. Both Lin Yi and Bai Lang quickly turned their attention to Bai Lang, who, with tears in her eyes, lowered her head in embarrassment, having not eaten anything all afternoon. You should stay here for now. Return when you feel like it. I'll go prepare some food. Bai Lang shot a cold glance at Bai Lang, his eyes flickering with an unusual emotion. Having been an orphan in his past life, he had never experienced familial affection, and thus found himself at a loss on how to respond to his sister. Coupled with the memories of their earlier family discord, he instinctively felt a bit of aversion towards Bai Ling, however. He could sense that Bai Ling genuinely cared for him, which ultimately led to his reluctant concession. Perhaps I should try to accept this, Bai Lang thought to himself. But he knew that this wouldn't be an overnight process. It might take a considerable amount of time to go on. Didn't you say you could cook? Now that Lingzi is here, let her taste your culinary skills. Let us celebrate her arrival. Lin Yi chimed in eagerly. Lingzi, you can stay here without worry. Come to me if you need anything. He added, Here, Lingzi, try this. It's quite delicious. This one is good too. Tasty. Wow, Longzi, I didn't expect you to really know how to cook, and it's even better than what my family's smart home robot makes. In the dining room, Lin Yi stuffed his mouth while giving a thumbs up in praise, while Bai Ling, nearly famished, had no time to speak, their chopsticks never pausing since they began. It's all right. I just casually cook when I have nothing to do, Bai Lang said with a smile as he watched the two devour the food. However, Bai Ling suddenly shuddered at his words, her mind flashing to the hardships Bai Lang had endured alone after leaving home, forcing him to transform from a pampered young master into who he was now. Her eyes involuntarily turned red again. Fortunately, Bai Lang remained oblivious to Bai Ling's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly praised her vivid imagination and suggested she try her hand at writing novels. Since he was unaware of the hardships she had never known, having arrived in his current state. Burp. After finishing the meal, Lin Yi lay back on the sofa, not wanting to move, letting out a loud burp. Oh, what a delight. Longzi, you've truly kept your skills hidden. I've decided to have lunch and dinner here every day from now on. 5,000 for meals each month. Bai Lang shot a glance at Lin Yi, who lay sprawled like a dead pig, waving 5 fingers in front of him. Puffed. So what if it's 5,000? I'll just transfer you 2 months' worth. This time, Lin Yi's actions were truly reminiscent of a wealthy heir, nonchalantly transferring a total of 10,000 yuan to Bai Lang. Bai Lang was taken aback upon receiving the funds. He had merely been joking, not expecting Lin Yi to actually transfer the money without haggling. He looked at Lin Yi with an expression of disbelief. What else would that look, Longzi? I'm still a rich heir. You know that I can afford this much. Lin Yi retorted, feeling slightly offended by Bai Lang's expression. It's nearly 10 o'clock. I need to head back, or my father will kill me. Glancing at the time, Lin Yi sprang up from the sofa and suddenly leaned in close to Bai Lang's ear, whispering, by the way, although I don't know what exactly happened between you and Uncle Bai, Aunt Zhao and Bai Ling are genuinely concerned for you that I hope you won't blame them because of Uncle Bai. Bai Lang nodded, indicating he understood that I'm off then. I'll come by in the morning to pick you up. With that, he rushed out in a hurry. Once Lenny left, only Bai Lang and Bai Ling remained in the room. After a brief silence, Bai Lang spoke first. You want to stay in my room, right? I'll be at the school tomorrow. Then I'll go to sleep now. Bai Ling, who had been sitting at the end of the sofa, suddenly changed her demeanor, lowering her head and speaking softly. Her cheeks flushed as she pulled her suitcase toward the only room. Her heart raced like a lively little rabbit, unable to calm down. In her memories, the last time she had chased after Bai Lang into his room was before their family had a falling out. Upon entering the room, Bai Ling gently closed the door, surveying the somewhat disheveled space before collapsing onto the bed, taking a deep breath and murmuring shyly, "Brother, are you really back? Lingzi misses you so much." Soon, the weariness of the day washed over her, and she fell into a deep slumber. Sigh, what is this all about? Siblings living together. In the empty living room, Bai Lang lay on the sofa, staring at the lamp overhead, muttering softly, "Forget it, I'll probably go back to the dorm tomorrow. If that girl wants to stay here, then let her." Meanwhile, in the Bai family villa, a stern-looking middle-aged man sat on the sofa. Next to him, a graceful woman in her 30s. "Where's Ling? Why haven't he? I seen her today." Bai Chung, reclining on the soft sofa with his eyes closed, spoke wearily, while Zhao Qin stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. "That girl left early in the morning. I don't know what she's up to, and she didn't even tell me." Zhao Qin replied, her tone reproachful yet filled with affection. "That you've been so busy lately. You need to take care of yourself and get more rest." "Ah, I know it'll be fine once this busy period passes." As Bai Chung listened to Zhao Qin's gentle voice, he extended his hand to pat her small hand in a gesture of comfort. "Linger must have gone to find that wayward child," he suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qin paused her massage and chuckled. "You already know, don't you? After all these years, that prodigal child has suffered enough out there. You two should reconcile. Why not?" Before Zhao Qin could finish her thought, Bai Chung abruptly interrupted her, saying, "Humph, since that wayward child spoke such words back then, he shall never set foot in the Bai family again. Unless I am dead, why go to such lengths?" Zhao Qin sighed, attempting to defend Bai Lang that he was merely, "Enough, do not speak of this matter any further. Since Linger is gone, let her stay wherever she is." Bai Chung waved his hand, effectively closing the door on the unpleasant topic, and shut his eyes once more. Zhao Qin gently shook her head, realizing that her man's stubbornness rendered any further discussion futile. The following morning, Bai Lang, nestled on the sofa, awoke with a groan, his body aching from an entire night on the couch. Upon rising, he cast a glance at Bai Ling, who was still asleep, and proceeded to prepare breakfast. He retrieved an unknown animal egg he had purchased the previous day from the department store and boiled some noodles. Just as Bai Lang finished cooking, the enticing aroma roused Bai Ling from her slumber. With bleary eyes still half closed, she stumbled toward the kitchen, drawn by the delightful scent. "Wake up quickly, wash up, and come eat breakfast," Bai Lang teased, noticing her dazed expression as he playfully tousled her already messy hair. His actions jolted Bai Ling to full awareness, and with a smile gracing her face, she exclaimed before retreating back to her room, "How embarrassing! He actually saw me like this. What a mortifying moment." Hiding in her room, Bai Ling patted her well-developed chest and muttered to herself, then hastily retrieved her cosmetics from her suitcase and dashed into the bathroom. "This should suffice," she whispered to her reflection, blushing slightly as she emerged, her face adorned with a light makeup. Seated at the table, Bai Lang's eyes flickered with surprise at the sight of Bai Ling. Though the moment was fleeting, she caught it, causing her heart to flutter as she approached the table with a light step. The two shared a quiet breakfast, and to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Bai Lang inquired, "Don't you have any classes today? I recall you're a freshman, right?" "Yes, I took a week off," Bai Ling replied, her head bowed as she took a generous bite of noodles dough. Bai Lang suddenly felt an urge to leave, struggling to think of a topic to continue the conversation. Remembering he had to head to school soon, and that leaving Bai Ling alone at home seemed unwise, he softly asked, I have to go to class shortly. Would you like to accompany me?" At this, Bai Ling paused, her chopsticks halting midair as she lifted her gaze to meet his. Bai Lang, feeling flustered under her scrutiny, quickly waved his hands. If you don't want to, that's fine. I was just asking casually." "Well, let's go take a look then. There has nothing to do here anyway. Bai Ling beamed brightly. Oh, then you can join me, and I won't bother Linny anymore. Soon, the two finished their breakfast, and Bai Lang notified Lin not to come over. They left the house, Bai Lang leading the way while Bai Ling followed closely, her face alight with joy. Upon reaching the ground floor, the prearranged self-driving vehicle awaited them. Once inside, it whisked them away to Jiangshan University. That Jiangshan University? It's much larger than our school, Bai Ling exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the floating island of the university. Yes, it's quite impressive. You can explore the campus while I attend my class. I'll find you after as class time approached, Bai Lang hurriedly instructed Bai Ling before racing to his classroom. Just leaving me here. How irresponsible. Is that how you act as an older brother? Bai Ling pouted, watching Bai Lang's retreating figure. I'll remember this, and we'll settle it later, suddenly recalling Bai Lang's earlier embarrassment. She stifled a giggle. Bai Lang rushed into the classroom just as the bell rang, drawing the attention of his classmates as he took a seat next to Linny. Where Lingzi? You didn't leave her alone at home, did you? Linny inquired eagerly as Bai Lang settled and no, she's outside. I'll find her after class. Bai Lang reassured him. Good. I was worried you might neglect her. By the way, I've inquired about your contract, that if you have any questions, just ask him directly. Linny then sent Bai Lang a contact number. He my family's legal representative. You can reach out to him. All right, I actually have a few questions about the contract. Bai Lang nodded, saving the number on his communicator. Longzi, you have to help me, and Lei Zi. As soon as class ended, Qin Chong and Wu Lei rushed toward Bai Lang. Clinging to his legs with tearful eyes, Bai Lang rolled his eyes at the sight of them, having noticed their odd behavior during class when they had been staring at him intently. What is going on? Can you two let go of my legs? He said, slightly annoyed, aware of the implications of their actions, relieved that no one else was watching. You have to promise us you'll help, or we won't let go. The two pleaded, looking pitiful as if they would burst into tears if Bai Lang uttered a single no. What could possibly be the matter? They probably lost points playing games last night. Linny interjected with a knowing smile, as if he had figured everything out. Am I right? You two didn't drop to bronze, did you? Qin Chong and Wu Lei's faces turned crimson with shame. They had been devastated by their loss of points the previous night and had logged back in to recover some. This time, they opted for a cautious approach, jumping to less frequented areas. Initially, they managed to enter the top 5 and even eliminated a few players, gaining some points. However, their luck quickly waned, and despite their cautious strategy, they continued to be eliminated, plummeting down to the brink of Silver 4. With no points left to spare, one more loss, and they would descend into bronze, bidding farewell to the silver rank altogether. Longzi, please save us. We worked so hard to get there. We can't fall back to bronze. They pleaded, still clutching his legs desperately. Seeing their dramatic antics, Bai Lang couldn't help but tease, seriously? It's just a rank drop. Is it really that serious? All right, I'll help. Can you let go of me now? Bai Lang sighed in resignation. Really? You're not tricking us? Really? Now let go, please. Lang go, I love you. Let us go. We're off to the Esports Activities Center. Qin Chong and Wu Lei immediately released their grip and sprang to their feet, dragging Bai Lang along. Hey, what is the rush? I promised I'd go, so of course I will. No need to hurry. I have to find someone first. Bai Lang rolled his eyes as he held back the two. Find someone? Who? We'll help you look. The sooner we find them, the quicker we can go, Qin Chong asked eagerly. All right, you two go ahead and apply for 5 gaming pods at the activity center. I'll catch up with Bai Ling and join you shortly. Lin Yi suggested, aware that Bai Lang needed to locate Bai Ling before heading to the esports venue. Okay, let us go, and you must come. Longzi, in a flurry, the two individuals hastened towards the activity center. Alas, I am quite bewildered. It was merely a loss of points, yet their excitement seems utterly disproportionate. Once they departed, Bai Lang seized the opportunity to voice his thoughts freely. Now you comprehend the significance of this game to players, do you not? The entire universe is caught in a frenzy over it, and you, who ascend the ranks as effortlessly as one might dine or drink, should refrain from comparing yourselves to us novices. You cannot fathom the struggles we face in our pursuit of points. Linny remarked with a dismissive curl of his lip upon hearing this. Bai Lang fell silent, lowering his gaze as if lost in contemplation. Let us find Ling Zi first, then we shall seek them out. Otherwise, they may become anxious and perhaps even lose their wits. Lin Yi suggested, patting Bai Lang on the shoulder. Coming back to reality, Bai Lang nodded. Wait a moment while I contact her to ascertain her whereabouts. Xiao Linzi, where are you taking me? Bai Ling, seated in the passenger seat of the hover car, gazed out the window with wide eyes. Her curiosity piqued. Ling Zi, I am older than you. Could you refrain from calling me Xiao Linzi? Lin Yi protested as he drove, unable to suppress his annoyance at Bai Ling's nickname. While Bai Lang or Qin Chong might call him that, it felt particularly awkward coming from Bai Ling. Oh, you have an objection? Bai Ling shot a glare at Lin, causing him to instinctively shrink back, hastily changing the subject. We are heading to the Esports Activity Center. The Esports Activity Center? Are we going to play PUBG or LOL? Bai Ling tilted her head, adopting a big sister demeanor while playfully patting Lin Yi's shoulder. I can play that game too. I even got some kills last time. Would you like me to lead you? At that moment, Bai Lang in the back seat burst into laughter, causing Bai Ling's face to flush with embarrassment as she recalled their first gaming session together. Glaring at Bai Lang with indignation, she crossed her arms defiantly and declared, "Humph, I don't care. I want to play with you guys from now on. Or Xiao Linzi, you know the consequences. All right, you'll join us later. Is that acceptable?" Lin Yi replied, exasperated. Originally, the four of them formed a perfect squad, but with Bai Ling's unexpected addition, one person would inevitably have to bow out. Bai Lang was certainly not the one to step aside. Otherwise, Qin Chong and Wu Lei would surely contest him fiercely, given that both Qin Chong and Wu Lei were already red-eyed from losing points. They too were unlikely to withdraw, leaving him as the only option to exit. As the hover car landed in front of the activity center, Wu Lei, who had been waiting outside, quickly approached them. "Why are you all so slow? You've made me anxious. Let us hurry inside," he exclaimed, leading the way without even noticing Bai Ling's presence. The trio followed Wu Lei to the third floor, where 5 gaming pods awaited them. "Lang Zi, you finally made it. Let us get started," Qin Chong exclaimed, but as he spoke, he noticed Bai Ling standing behind Bai Lang, and his eyes lit up with curiosity. "Who is this young lady?" Lin Yi promptly wrapped an arm around Qin Chong, pulling him back slightly. "That is Lang Zi's sister, and also my sister. I warn you not to entertain any inappropriate thoughts about her, or I will not spare you," he added, shaking his fist threateningly. "Hello, I'm Bai Ling." She greeted Qin Chong and Wu Lei with a wave and a sweet smile, leaving them momentarily starstruck. "Hello, I'm Qin Chong. You can call me Lao Qin." "Hello, I'm Wu Lei. All right, look at you two. This is our little sister, do you understand? So do not get any ideas," Lin Yi interjected, playfully giving them a light tap on the head. "That aren't you all eager to play? Then let us get started and let Ling Zi join you." "That sounds splendid. Let us dive right in." Qin Chong and Wu Lei rubbed their hands together, stepping aside to make room for Bai Ling's sister. "This is your gaming pod." Cough, cough. Realizing he was being somewhat overlooked, Lin Yi pretended to clear his throat. "Lang Ge, this one is yours. Hurry up and lie down." Qin Chong promptly stepped forward, respectfully ushering Bai Lang into the gaming pod. Okay, that sounded a bit off. After arranging for Bai Lang and Bai Ling, Qin Chong and Wu Lei eagerly settled into their own pods, leaving Lin Yi standing alone. "That I can't believe these two brutes didn't even bother to ask me." Lin Yi grumbled, gesturing rudely towards Qin Chong and Wu Lei as the 4 gaming pods illuminated. "Why is my luck so dire? I guess it's just me now. Heaven help me not to lose points." In the game, Bai Lang and the others successfully formed a team, appearing together in the armory. "Sister, don't be afraid. Just follow us once we enter the game, and we will protect you," Qin Chong assured her. "With us around, there's nothing to fear. We will definitely secure a victory," Wu Lei chimed in, eager to bolster Bai Ling's confidence. "Understood," Bai Ling nodded, though her gaze remained fixed on Bai Lang. She had played with him before and had faith in his abilities, far more than in those of Qin Chong and Wu Lei. As the live stream commenced, Bai Lang declared, "I'm starting now," and initiated the game, instantly transporting them into the virtual world. It's starting. "Is it starting? This is my second time playing," Bai Ling exclaimed excitedly, observing the cockpit surroundings. "Oh, which skills should I choose? There are 10 in total. That is so many. Lang Zi, what skill should we take?" Qin Chong and Wu Lei turned their attention to Bai Lang, seeking his guidance. "Choose whatever you like. Just inform me of your selections later, Bai Lang replied, nonchalantly, in the bronze and silver tiers. The combination of skills holds little significance. Individual skills are far more practical. Having advanced to Silver 4, Bai Lang now had access to a total of 26 skills, all of which were familiar to him. His gaze swept across the array of skills displayed on a screen before settling on one in particular. Phantom Clone creates an identical decoy to confuse enemies. The decoy can attack under the player's control for 30 seconds. But the original cannot move while controlling the clone. This skill, adapted from the passive ability of the Trickster Champion in LOL, have been slightly modified for compatibility with PUBG. Alright, have you all made your selections? Please share your skills. Bai Lang raised his head to address the trio after confirming his choice of the Phantom Clone skill. Smoke Bomb, Qin Shong declared, evidently influenced by Bai Lang's previous successful use of it to obscure visibility and then run over 4 opponents. I am taking Mushroom Bomb, Bai Ling chimed in, simply drawn to the cuteness of the skill that I'm going with Berserker's Rage, that Wu Lei chose this skill, which was quite popular among bronze and silver players, as it could save their lives in critical moments, making it a sensible choice for him. Alright, let us prepare to parachute. The flight path goes from L port to G port, so let us jump at the school. Directly beneath the flight path, Bai Lang remarked after glancing at the map, I don't want to jump at the school. I almost died last time. Can we choose another place? Bai Ling protested angrily, recalling her near-death experience from their previous game. There are too many people at the school. Let us avoid it. Qin Shong and Wu Lei quickly supported her, emphasizing that they had no intention of engaging in direct combat. The principle of a novice player is always to land in less populated areas. There are places they would avoid rather than risk immediate conflict. Bai Lang glanced at the 3 of them helplessly and sighed. Fine, let us pick another location. How about our city? Qin Shong and Wu Lei quickly shook their heads in refusal once more to AS for Bai Ling. She was utterly unaware of the location of her city. For her, as long as she wasn't jumping into a school, everything was perfectly fine. Never mind, you 3 can land in the residential area by the eastern bridge of our city, while I will parachute alone into the school. After I gather my supplies, I will come find you. Observing the resolute decision of the 2 to avoid crowded areas, Bai Lang had no choice but to separate from them, knowing that without scavenging in the early game, he would have nothing to confront opponents with. You plan to jump into the school alone? What if you die? How about I accompany you instead? I have Wrath of the Barbarian King, Wu Lei queried with concern. For Bai Lang was their pillar of strength. Moreover, in a squad of 4, Bai Lang jumping solo into the school meant he might have to face 4 enemies alone, if he were to fall. The remaining 3 would be left helpless. And no need. You all jump there, I'll manage the school alone. It's nothing to worry about, Bai Lang declared with unwavering confidence. In his previous life, soloing in a squad of 4 was merely child's play for him. Although the game had introduced an additional skill, as long as he avoided indestructible skills like Wrath of the Barbarian King, it was fundamentally similar to PUBG. Alright, we'll head over to the school to support you once we find some weapons. Qin Shong replied. Okay, let's prepare to jump. Before Bai Lang could finish his sentence, a piercing scream pierced his ears, and Bai Ling's figure had already vanished from the aircraft, indicating she had leapt into the fray. Let us jump as well. At that moment, the airplane had reached its zenith above the school. As the 3 exited the aircraft, they dispersed. Bai Lang plummeted straight towards the school below, while Qin Shong and Wu Lei directed their descent towards the bridge. As they descended to lower altitudes, Bai Lang unfurled his parachute and surveyed his surroundings, observing 2 squads descending towards the school rooftop nearby, while 2 more teams aimed for the dormitories. With a soft thud, he disengaged from his parachute, landing securely atop the school building. Alongside him was another squad, while the other 2 members of a separate team aimed for the schoolyard, with 2 more targeting the swimming pool. This meant that 5 individuals had landed atop the school, 4 of whom were part of 1 squad. Concurrently, on the rooftop, 1 individual called out, "Someone come assist me in eliminating him, I'll join you. You 2 go search for weapons first. Once we clear out the other squad, the school will be ours. Understood, be cautious. Don't fall victim to him. Come on, the 2 of us can't possibly be bested by just 1. After a brief exchange, they had assigned their roles, and as soon as they landed, 2 individuals charged towards Bai Lang with clenched fists. Brother, you're quite bold to jump into the school alone. Stand still, and we'll make it quick for you, one of them shouted as they rushed towards Bai Lang. Upon touching down, Bai Lang noticed the approaching duo but paid them no mind. Swiftly bending down to retrieve the S686 shotgun lying at his feet. With a click, Bai Lang held the S686 in one hand, while with the other he slapped the barrel, loading two 12GA shells into the chamber. As he raised his head, a brilliant smile spread across his face, directed at the two advancing individuals. "Oh no, S686, run!" The moment the two spotted the S686 in Bai Lang's grasp, their pupils dilated in terror. Their hearts racing as they turned to flee without a second thought. "Have you two found any weapons yet? Hurry over, or we'll both be done for. I only have a pistol. You two run." "I've got an UMP9. I'm coming now." Just as the two heard their teammate had a gun, a flicker of hope ignited within them. Yet the S686's gunshots that echoed behind them ruthlessly shattered their dreams. Bang, bang! Bai Lang, now armed with the S686, could not simply stand by and watch the two escape. He surged forward, firing a shot at each of their backs. The S686 is renowned for its invincibility in close combat. Even with level 3 armor, it could not withstand the force of a single shot. Thus, it is said that in the face of the S686, all armor becomes irrelevant. Anyone struck is destined to perish. The two fleeing individuals instantly had their health depleted, collapsing to the ground, their voices tinged with despair as they called out for their teammates. "Damn it! Are you coming or not? Hurry up, we've been downed." "He is coming. We're coming. Where is he?" Bai Lang had landed atop the rooftop of the school's lecture hall, while the other two from the squad had landed on the roof of the gymnasium. Bai Lang's position was cleverly obscured by the small structure near the stairs, meaning that in order to hit him, they would need to advance to the lecture hall. After firing at the two, Bai Lang didn't rush to finish them off. Instead, he reloaded his S686 and positioned himself behind the small structure by the stairs, listening intently to the approaching footsteps right behind the stairs. "Be careful. He has an S686. Don't let him hit you." The downed individual reported Bai Lang's hiding place to his teammate, unaware that Bai Lang had already discerned their location. "It's fine. I am equipped with Wrath of the Barbarian King. If he manages to kill me, he'd be his grandson." The one armed with the UMP9 had dashed to the center of the two staircases. Preparing to flank Bai Lang from behind the small structure, that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Bang! Under Bai Lang's acute auditory perception, all of the enemy's plans were rendered futile. He had already seen through their intentions, and with a single shot, another adversary fell. How did he know my position? Damn it, I told you to be cautious. You never listen. It's my fault. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to save you. If only I had activated Wrath of the Barbarian King. He would have been finished out of course. There would be no what-ifs. Bang, bang, as Bai Lang brought down another opponent. His own position was compromised. The last remaining enemy stood atop the gymnasium, wielding a handgun and firing at Bai Lang. The bullet struck Bai Lang, causing blood to spurt forth. Narrowing his eyes, Bai Lang aimed his S686 at the shooter below, delivering a fatal shot, swiftly looting the fallen's box to reveal an UMP9 in his hands. Upon seeing the UMP9 in Bai Lang's possession, the remaining adversary was struck with panic, instantly abandoning his pursuit of Bai Lang and opting to leap from the rooftop. As he was midair, a burst of gunfire erupted from the swimming pool's third-floor window, claiming his life and transforming him into a mere box upon impact with the ground. Just as Bai Lang had finished reloading the UMP9, ready to clear out the last enemy, he suddenly heard gunfire and instinctively glanced towards the swimming pool, spotting a figure at the window. It was evident that this individual had just eliminated the last member of the rooftop squad. In total, 9 individuals had parachuted into the school, and with Bai Lang's prowess, the squad that had landed on the rooftop was now entirely wiped out. It could be said that their luck had truly run out. The 4 had been taken down by Bai Lang before they even had a chance to unleash their skills. Among them, the abilities they had initially aimed to unleash against Bai Lang were wishing in true sight, yet the overwhelming power of the S686 rendered them utterly futile. The individual wielding the UMP9, adorned with the title Wrath of the Barbarian King, was swiftly eliminated before he could even react. The final survivor bore the moniker Curved Realm Breaking Through, proving to be of little use in the early stages. Without further ado, the camera shifted back to Bai Lang. Upon spotting a figure at the third-floor window of the swimming pool, Bai Lang noticed that the individual seemed to sense his presence and turned to look in his direction. Startled, the man instinctively raised his weapon to eliminate Bai Lang. Tat, tat, tat. Just as the gun was being lifted, Bai Lang's UMP-9 was already in action. The reflex sights activated, and he pulled the trigger. The UMP-9, known for its exceptional stability, exhibited no tremors in Bai Lang's grip as the 9mm round swiftly poured forth from the muzzle. The bullet struck the man's level 2 armor, causing his health to plummet rapidly, soon leaving him with a mere sliver of life. Just as the next 9mm bullet was about to take him down, an invisible wall of wind materialized, blocking all subsequent shots and saving his life. Fortunately, I brought the wind wall. Now, prepare to meet your end. The man, glancing at his dwindling health, sighed in relief and was about to raise his gun for vengeance. Yet Bai Lang's silhouette still loomed above him. Do you think I'm foolish enough to stand there and let you shoot me? Upon seeing the wind wall in front of his adversary, Bai Lang wasted no time and slipped away. Already at the stairway entrance. Damn it. I refuse to believe you can escape. The man, realizing Bai Lang had vanished, cursed under his breath and began notifying his teammates to encircle Bai Lang that there's still someone on the school rooftop. You all go up and deal with him. Understood. You all come too. The 4 of us will ascend together. Unbeknownst to Bai Lang, the remaining team had commenced a hunt for him, while he crouched at the stairwell corner. Eavesdropping on the happenings within the school, 1 on the 2nd floor, 1 on the 3rd, and 2 more in the swimming pool. Now let's take out the 3rd floor one first and tea that moment. The man on the 3rd floor remained oblivious to Bai Lang's presence. Preparing to sprint down the corridor towards the lecture hall to regroup with his teammates. Tap, tap. As the footsteps grew closer, Bai Lang's S686 was firmly gripped in his hands. Whoosh, just as the man reached the stairway. Bai Lang suddenly emerged from hiding. The man was taken aback by the fleeting shadow before him. What the hell? In the next instant, he found himself kneeling at the mercy of the S686 barrel. As he crumpled to the ground, his 3 remaining teammates were momentarily stunned. How did you get taken down? Where's he at? Damn it, get over here, quickly. That old silver coin is hiding at the stairs, armed with an S686. Don't engage him in close combat. The man exclaimed in frustration, feeling the chill of despair as he realized he had been ambushed without warning 8T the 3rd floor stairway. Wait for me. I'm on my way. We're coming too. Just be careful not to get eliminated. Just as the one who had activated the wind wall finished speaking, the sound of gunfire erupted nearby. Bai Lang had just eliminated WT 7536 with his S686. Let's go. Take him out first. With that, the 3 from the swimming pool and the 2nd floor stealthily approached the 3rd floor stairway. Having dispatched one foe, Bai Lang did not rush to loot the body. Instead, he held his loaded S686 and sprinted toward the lecture hall. Meanwhile, the individual on the 2nd floor had also ascended to the 3rd floor, intending to ambush Bai Lang from behind while he was busy looting. As he stealthily approached the corridor, just as he neared the corner, he suddenly collided with Bai Lang. What? He didn't loot. The man thought frantically as he raised his weapon, but Bai Lang, with lightning-fast reflexes, would not grant him that opportunity. He casually aimed the S686 and fired, quickly following up with another shot, extinguishing the man's life with ease. How did you die to? Didn't I tell you to wait for us? At that moment, the 2 individuals from the swimming pool had just exited, ready to charge into the schoolyard. But before they could act, they heard the notification of their teammate S' demise. He came charging in himself. Didn't even loot the box. Just be cautious. We can't afford to lose our entire team to him. That he seems a bit formidable. That rooftop team was wiped out by him single-handedly. Shall we retreat? One of the remaining 2 began to harbor thoughts of retreat. Damn it. Let's let him go this time. We should leave. The one wielding the wind wall skill recalled how he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Bai Lang. And now, with 2 teammates lost, he shot a resentful glance at the school before leading his companions away. Meanwhile, Bai Lang was hastily rifling through his spoils within the school, donning one piece of gear after another. After a swift search, Bai Lang emerged with a level 2 backpack, a level 2 helmet, an AKM in hand, and a 4x scope-equipped SKS slung across his back. Clutching the AKM, Bai Lang approached the southernmost window of the school, aiming to observe any movement at the swimming pool, only to spot 2 figures fleeing towards the wooded area south of the school. Attempting to flee. Are we? Did you consult me? Observing the 2 silhouettes. Bai Lang drew his esquisse. Tat, tat, tat. Just then, a fierce gunfight erupted from the dormitory building, indicating that those two had been spotted by the team at the dormitory, with no cover on the road. They became easy targets. The two struggled briefly before being riddled with bullets by four assailants. How dare you steal my kill? Then let us use your own to repay the debt. Bai Lang glared menacingly at the dormitory's direction. Clutching his SKS as he dashed towards the lecture hall, "Da-da! Help! Someone save me!" At that moment, Bai Ling's cries for help reached Bai Lang's ears. He abruptly halted, gazing towards the bridge, furrowing his brow as he inquired. "What happened? Weren't you with Qin Chong and the others?" "Ah, no, Lingzi wasn't with us. When we landed, Lei Zi and I searched everywhere, but couldn't find her," Qin Chong replied helplessly. "What on earth is going on?" "Fine, I'll come find you," Bai Lang sighed, feeling utterly exhausted, before hastily finishing looting another crate within the school and setting off towards Qin Chong's location, abandoning his plans for revenge against the team in the dormitory. In the small river beside our city, a figure struggled violently, bobbing up and down as if on the verge of drowning. The individual waved their arms, attempting to swim, but to no avail. "Help. Help me. I'm going to drown." Indeed, the figure in the river was none other than the distressed Bai Ling drown. The three of them were momentarily taken aback upon hearing her voice. I jumped into the river. "I can't swim. Hurry and come save me." Bai Ling's frantic splashes echoed through the air. The three, hearing her cries, were at a loss for words. Their expressions darkened. As Bai Lang commenced his livestream, viewers began streaming into the chat, laughing uproariously at Bai Ling's plight. She is not drowning. She is probably just suffocating. 666. I've never heard of drowning in such a way. Hey, sounds like a girl. What the heck, the streamer is playing with a girl today. Why didn't you bring me? I'm a girl too. Seriously, I'd be willing to drown just to play with a girl. You all back off. The girl is mine. No one is allowed to steal her. Shouldn't the streamer explain a bit? Introduce us to such an adorable girl. Having just exited the school, Bai Lang cast a glance at the viewer count in the live stream, a joyful smile gracing his face. "Hello, the streamer is live again. I miss you all terribly after just one day apart. I was unable to stream yesterday, as I was busy with a contract from Tiendo." He continued, "Well, enough chit-chat. Sit back and enjoy as I embark on a slaughter." Bai Lang, opting not to drive, given that there were 4 people back at the dormitory, feared that doing so might expose his whereabouts. Instead, he chose to make his way on foot, as the distance to his destination was not great. "Let us go check on my sister, who seems to be drowning," he reassured himself. This game, 1T let you drown. Simply swim over slowly, a T that moment. Qin Chong and Wu Lei, having thoroughly searched a few houses, had reached the riverbank, gazing at Bai Ling, who was struggling in the water, somewhat bemused. But I can't swim. Hurry and save me." Bai Ling's voice quivered with a hint of desperation. "Hold still for a moment. In this game, you won't sink," Wu Lei instructed. "Really? Please don't trick me." As she spoke, Bai Ling gradually ceased her struggles, closing her eyes in resignation. "Indeed, you 1T sink." Bai Ling, finding herself floating peacefully in the water, expressed a look of delight, but soon her expression turned troubled. "However, I still can't swim. That means I 1T be able to reach the shore." "Don't worry. Just move your arms and legs slowly, and you will swim," Wu Lei encouraged. "Oh, really? I'll give it a try." She began to mimic Wu Lei's instructions and soon found herself gliding through the water. "I can swim." Bai Ling appeared to be enjoying herself, frolicking in the river and refusing to come ashore. Suddenly, gunfire erupted and bullets struck the water, sending splashes flying. "Someone is shooting at me. Protect me." The cheerful Bai Ling was startled by the gunfire and hurriedly swam toward the shore, calling out for help from Qin Chong and Wu Lei. Gunfire rang out again, and this time, a bullet struck Bai Ling, blood blossoming on her chest as she panicked and frantically swam toward the bank. "Weren't you two supposed to protect me? Hurry and shoot back," Bai Ling complained as she scrambled behind Qin Chong and Wu Lei, her tone filled with indignation. We're looking for where they are. Don't fret." Qin Chong and Wu Lei scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the gunfire, but they felt as if they were like headless flies, unable to find the shooter. Beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads under Bai Ling's watchful gaze. "This is truly embarrassing." Meanwhile, Bai Lang, who had reached the eastern hillside of her city, called out to Qin Chong and the others. "Come over here. We'll discuss things later." Overjoyed, Qin Chong and Wu Lei quickly led Bai Ling toward Bai Lang. "Is this all the gear you have?" Bai Lang regarded their equipment with a sidelong glance, his cheeks twitching involuntarily at the sight of their meager supplies. Qin Chong carried a UZI submachine gun, donned a small green hat, and lacked armor and a backpack. Wu Lei, on the other hand, wielded an AKM and a Vector, equipped with only a level 1 vest and backpack, devoid of a helmet. "That's all we could find in the houses." Qin Chong and Wu Lei lowered their heads in embarrassment, comparing their gear to Bai Lang's, acutely aware of the disparity. "All right, let us eliminate the city inhabitants, so you can upgrade your equipment." Bai Lang waved his hand. "I don't have a gun. Can someone lend me one?" Bai Ling, who was hiding behind them, implored pitifully. "I have an extra Vector. You can take it," Wu Lei said, tossing the gun and bullets onto the ground. "This gun looks awful. I want that one." Bai Ling wrinkled her nose in distaste at the Vector, pointing at Wu Lei's AKM instead. Fine, you can have the AKM. This one has too much recoil, so be careful not to hit your teammates." Wu Lei reluctantly relinquished the AKM, picking up the ugly Vector from the ground. "Sigh. What can I say? She is a girl. After all, even if I'm reluctant, I must comply. Let us go, let us go. We must hasten to slay our foes." Bai Ling, eager to wield the gun, inadvertently aimed it at Bai Lang, causing him to hastily duck behind Qin Chong. "Cough, cough. Our city has a full squad. Lao Qin and Lei Zi. You keep an eye on them while Bai Ling and I head to that hillside." Bai Lang directed, pointing to the elevated area between the school and her city, which offered a clear view of the entire area. "Quickly, let us go." Bai Ling, clutching the AKM, dashed forward without a hint of stealth, seemingly intent on boldly running up the road toward the hill. Bai Lang could only smile wryly. Hastily following her, as Bai Ling ran ahead, she caught sight of Bai Lang hurrying after her and couldn't help but smile. "Be cautious. Watch out for our city's players," Bai Lang urged as he caught up to her, instructing her to stay behind him to avoid revealing their position. "Oh." Bai Ling complied, and Bai Lang led her swiftly across the road, stealthily making their way up the back of the hill. Meanwhile, our city squad was in discussion. "What is going on? Is anyone there? I saw someone at the river just now, near the eastern bridge. It seemed like a whole squad. Oh, a squad. Should we sneak over and take them out?" After some deliberation, the four decided to head toward Qin Chong and Wu Lei's location. Just as they began their approach, Bai Lang and Bai Ling reached the summit, where Bai Lang peered down at her city, spotting 3 individuals moving between houses, while another was crouched by the roadside, heading east. "Lao Qin, it seems they're heading your way. You draw their attention, and I'll pick them off from the hilltop," Bai Lang instructed. "Understood." In the next moment, Qin Chong and Wu Lei fired their weapons, startling the approaching four. "Did they hear gunfire? Is someone hit?" "No one shot me. Perhaps they're engaging someone else." "What are you afraid of? Just charge in. They're probably occupied with other players. We can take advantage of the situation." Gunfire continued from Qin Chong and Wu Lei's position. But after the initial shock, the four regained their composure and pressed forward. "Should we shoot? They're about to escape," Bai Ling exclaimed anxiously, watching the four below. "Wait for my shot before you fire." Bai Lang readied his SKS, using a 4-time scope to aim at the individual by the roadside, pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 3 precise shots rang out, each finding its mark, causing the one donning a level 1 vest to collapse to the ground. Amidst Bai Lang's successful shot, Bai Ling, clutching the AKM, also opened fire, fingers tightly squeezing the trigger, her eyes shut as she wildly sprayed bullets down the slope, causing the AKM's muzzle to rise uncontrollably. Upon witnessing their teammates suddenly fall, the 3 remaining players in the house froze in confusion. What happened? Why did he drop? "Wait, there is someone shooting from the hill," Bai Lang, observing the 3 from his vantage point, glanced helplessly at Bai Ling, who had run out of ammunition. "You can open your eyes now." "Oh, I'm out of bullets. Did I manage to kill anyone?" Bai Ling asked, her eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. "Sigh, where did they go?" "They've vanished. They were all frightened away by you. Now you just stay here and watch closely, and please refrain from shooting." However, Bai Lang's words were met with unanimous opposition from the viewers in the live stream. "What the heck, host? On what ground do you stop the girl from firing? I enjoy watching her shoot." No, I would rather you not kill anyone than miss out on seeing her, girl. Hurry and leave the host. Come into my embrace. Let me show you off and take you on an adventure. Host, your ego has inflated. A trashy host. If you keep this up, we'll unsubscribe. As Bai Lang glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, he helplessly exclaimed, "Hey, whose fans are you anyway? How can you treat me like this? My heart aches." "Ah, who are you talking to?" Suddenly noticing Bai Lang speaking to the air, Bai Ling, feeling a bit downcast from not being allowed to shoot, curiously inquired, I'm talking to the viewers in the live stream." "What's the matter?" Bai Lang instinctively replied, "Are you live streaming? Can they see me?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ling's eyes lit up as she leaned closer to Bai Lang and spotted a small camera hovering nearby. "Hi everyone, can you see me? Hello cute girl. Wow, you're adorable." In an instant, the viewers in the live stream were captivated, bowing down to Bai Ling's charming smile. "Ahem, are there still enemies below? Could you please let me have a moment?" Observing his betraying fans, Bai Lang quickly redirected their attention to the 3 individuals below. "Damn it, they're ambushing me. Who's coming to save me?" The fallen individual clutched his abdomen, slowly crawling towards his teammates while pleading for help. "Crawl over here first. I'll throw a smoke grenade to cover you." Point one of the nearest teammates ready to smoke grenade, but just as he peeked out from behind the house, Bai Lang's SKS fired from the mountaintop. The 7.62 bullet zipped through the air, striking his level 2 helmet, causing him to shudder as his health plummeted dramatically. Forgetting the smoke grenade, he quickly retreated, shouting, "He's watching me from above. Take your time, crawling over. I'll come to save you. Find a place to hide. Don't let them see you." Another teammate attempted to rush out from behind the cover. Bang! The moment he emerged, Bai Lang had already spotted him. As the gun's barrel aligned with his body in Bai Lang's 4x scope, he pulled the trigger. The bullet swiftly flew from the magazine, hitting him and forcing him to retreat in haste. "This is bad. The guy up top has some serious aim. He almost took me out. Let me heal first." The individual who had been shot cowered behind cover, trembling as he pulled out a medkit to bandage himself. Seeing that the 3 below seemed unwilling to rescue their fallen comrade, Bai Lang urged, "You should finish off that guy below." To appease the rebellious viewers in the live stream, Bai Lang had no choice but to relent. "All right, let me take him out." With a look of excitement, Bai Ling grasped her AKM, activated the red dot sight, and slowly aimed at the downed enemy. "Lang Z, what's the situation over there? Have they approached?" At that moment, Qin Chong's voice rang out from the hillside. "They've spotted us. I knocked one down." Bai Lang spoke. He glanced at Bai Ling, who had been aiming for quite some time without firing. "The other 3 were all hiding behind the house. Why don't you try sneaking up on them from the side?" "Okay, Lei Z and I will sneak over this way to see if there's a chance." With that, Qin Chong and Wu Lei exchanged glances, crouched low, and began to stealthily approach our city. Tap! After a prolonged aim, Bai Ling finally fired her first shot, and the bleeding enemy on the ground was taken out by her bullet. "Yay! I got a kill!" Bai Ling exclaimed joyfully upon hearing the kill notification. "Damn it, I told you to hurry and save me. Now I'm dead." Useless teammates. The fallen individual angrily yelled at his teammates. Having failed to crawl to safety, is it our fault? Who told you to get knocked down? The 3 scolded back, rolling their eyes in silent agreement. "Damn it, watch me blow them all to bits." One individual, seemingly fed up with Bai Lang's antics, activated his death missile skill, and in the next moment, a fierce rocket launcher was hoisted onto his shoulder. With a cruel grin, he aimed the rocket launcher at the direction of the mountaintop. "I'll send you all to the afterlife." The next moment, he dashed out from behind cover and launched the missile toward the summit. "Damn it! Death missile! Watch out!" As Bai Lang, who had been preparing to speak to Bai Ling, suddenly noticed the missile trailing a long plume of smoke and hurtling toward the mountaintop at high speed, he was startled and yelled at the oblivious Bai Ling to move. "What are you talking about?" "Watch out for what?" Bai Ling, confused by Bai Lang's sudden panic, questioned him. Just then, the missile arrived before her and a resounding explosion erupted at the mountaintop, with smoke gradually dispersing. Bai Ling, hit directly by the death missile, collapsed to the ground, while Bai Lang, who had sheltered behind her, only suffered a reduction in health. Witnessing Bai Lang use Bai Ling as a human shield against the direct impact of the death missile, viewers in the live stream erupted in outrage. "Damn it, the host actually used that girl as a shield. That's utterly intolerable. Clearly, the host has no girlfriend. If he did, it would be a travesty. He is inhuman. How can he not feel guilty for such actions? Oh, wait. I forgot the host has no conscience. Poor girl. Hurry and leave the host. Come into my embrace. Of course, Bai Lang feigned ignorance to the barrage of criticism. What just happened? Why was there a missile? Bai Ling, kneeling on the ground, spoke with a quivering voice, still unaware that the death missile was one of the 10 basic skills. Help! Help me! Help! Help! Help me! I got it! I'm coming to save you. Seeing Bai Ling's pitiful state, Bai Lang disregarded his own healing and began to help her up. At the same time, the 3 in her city began to stir. I took one out. They must be trying to revive him. Let's charge in and take out the other. The individual with the death missile shouted to his teammates before leading the charge. Bai Ling lay on the ground. Qin Chong and Wu Lei stealthily reached the easternmost house in her city. Lang Zi, what's going on? Why is Ling Zi down? Wu Lei asked in surprise. They used the death missile. I'm reviving her. They should charge at us soon. Where are you? Can you hold them off? Although Bai Lang believed that the time spent reviving Bai Ling would prevent the 3 below from reaching the mountaintop. It would be enough for them to reach the foot of the mountain. By then, Bai Lang, with half health, would have to face 3 opponents, 2 of whom might still possess skills, significantly increasing the risk of defeat. I see them. They're rushing toward you. Just as Bai Lang finished speaking, Qin Chong and Wu Lei saw the 3 charging up. Take them out. The Uzi and Vector in their hands were already aimed at the trio. Yes, they were all using reflex sights. Tap, tap, tap. A burst of flame erupted from the gun barrels, bullets flying, but miraculously, every shot missed the 3 targets entirely. This is bad. The ones from the east are coming. Find cover. Although they hadn't hit their targets, the intended effect was achieved, as the 3 were startled by the gunfire and halted their advance toward the mountaintop, seeking refuge behind cover. This one do. If the people at the top are revived, we'll be caught in a pincer attack. The eyes of the individual with the death missile darted between the mountaintop and the position of Qin Chong. As he charged forward, eliminating the 2 at the summit without a second thought, disregarding the others. Understood, allow me to take the lead. The wind wall I possess can shield us, he declared, and the 3 of them surged forward in succession, the one wielding the wind wall taking the forefront. Their movements did not escape the notice of Qin Chong and Wu Lei, who, while firing at the trio, called out to Bai Lang, Rogue, that he descended without a scope. Lazy, and I can't hit them. At that moment, the 3 paid no heed to the gunfire from Qin Chong and Wu Lei, pressing onward up the slope, having already reached the midway point. Lie down and apply the bandages. Remember, do not move. Bai Lang, who had just rescued Bai Ling, heard Qin Chong's warning that he tossed a first aid kit to Bai Ling and stealthily crept to the side with his weapon drawn. Meanwhile, Bai Ling, like a startled rabbit, crouched on the ground, administering aid to herself. As the trio drew nearer, their footsteps became increasingly audible. Spotting them advancing along the mountain path, Bai Lang wasted no time and opened fire. Tat, tat, tat. The 7.62 rounds poured forth from Bai Lang's AKM, which, usually rebellious, behaved like a docile kitten in his hands, steady and unwavering, as it took down the last of the 3 to hurry up and charge. ILL, cover you. The gunfire alerted the remaining 2, and the one with the death missile quickly turned to see Bai Lang atop the mountain. He shouted to his teammate while raising his M16A4 and pulling the trigger. Without hesitation, the teammate surged up the mountain, clutching the wind wall skill, prepared to activate it at any moment. Bai Lang remained unperturbed by the 2's assault, leaping forward from the summit, positioning himself directly above one of them. Clearly taken aback by Bai Lang's unexpected maneuver, the individual attempted to adjust his aim to shoot him down. Yet, Bai Lang was quicker. As he soared through the air, he lowered the muzzle of his AKM, targeting the man's head and squeezing the trigger, tat, tat, tat. Following a volley of gunfire, the man collapsed at Bai Lang's feet, 2 of the trio already dispatched at that moment. The remaining individual with the wind wall skill reached the mountaintop, but found no trace of Bai Lang. And seeing his comrade fall once more, he was momentarily stunned. Where is he? Why isn't he at the summit? He exclaimed, damn it. He jumped down. Quickly kill him. Hearing his teammate's warning, he dashed to the edge and peered down the slope, only to be met by the cold barrel of Bai Lang's weapon. Farewell. Tat, tat, tat. Upon seeing the gun aimed at him, the man immediately activated the wind wall skill, a massive barrier shielding him from the lethal bullets. Damn, this game is infuriating. Bai Lang, who had initially thought the man was a goner, changed his expression upon seeing the wind wall, cursing internally as he sprinted down the mountain. The wind wall loomed above, making it impossible for Bai Lang, positioned halfway down, to circumvent it and kill the man. He could only wait for the wind wall to dissipate before retaliating, provided he remained alive. Damn it, die already. The man atop the mountain activated his holographic sight and squeezed the trigger at Bai Lang, who was retreating down the slope. Tat. The man's shooting skills were commendable, bullets whizzing through the air, striking Bai Lang and rapidly depleting his health. I can't believe I need to show my true skills now. It has time for some real footwork. Pay attention, everyone. A 1T charge you this time. Observing his dwindling health, Bai Lang flashed a confident smile at the camera. Godly skill. Serpentine movement. As he ran. Bai Lang's agility transformed into a graceful dance, darting left and right, occasionally leaping high, leaving his opponent guessing his next move. Tat. It must be said Bai Lang's serpentine movement proved effective, as the man's shots all went wide. Why can't you finish him off? I'm running out of health, urged the man who had been initially downed, his health dwindling to a quarter. His movements are too erratic. I can't hit him, he replied, frustration creeping into his voice. Just one more shot would do it, but I can't seem to land it. It's so frustrating. His teammate dismissed the blame on Bai Lang, scoffing, what kind of pathetic shooting is that? If it were me, he'd be dead by now. Hurry up. How about that? You've got nothing to say about my footwork. If you can't hit me, then you can't, Bai Lang boasted as he neared the house at the foot of the mountain. Knowing that once inside, he'd be safe. Damn it, die already. Frustrated, the man shouted, pressing the trigger hard, bullets spraying wildly. Bang. One bullet struck Bai Lang, taking away his last sliver of health, and the cocky streamer collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen. Seeing this unfold, the viewers in the live stream began to flood the chat with comments. Streamer, stop showing off. Your gear is cursed. This is hilarious. Look at you getting your comeuppance. Are you scared now? What is the streamer's current sentiment? Hurry and tell us, so we can laugh. Noob streamer showing off online. Bai Lang, embarrassed by the barrage of comments, stammered, that was a misstep. Everyone makes mistakes. This was definitely an oversight. If you're not satisfied, I'll find another opportunity to perform for you. I promise it won't happen again. Meanwhile, the man atop the mountain, seeing Bai Lang down, felt a flicker of triumph. Did I get him? Hurry and revive me. I'm out of health. Wait a moment. Let me finish him off first, he retorted, ready to finish Bai Lang off on the other side. Qin Chong and Wu Lei had initially planned to remain hidden until Bai Lang dealt with the three opponents, then relish in the spoils. However, they never anticipated that Bai Lang would be taken down so swiftly. This was dire. If Bai Lang fell, their skills combined with a novice would spell certain doom. Damn it, how did Rogue fall? Was the immediate thought of both. Qin Chong and Wu Lei exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock. Without the need for further words, they grabbed their weapons and charged up the slope. Rogue, hold on. You mustn't die. What will we do if you do? They shouted as they emerged from the house, spotting the man at the summit aiming at the prostrate Bai Lang. Seeing this, they realized they could not allow their ally to perish here, and shouted in unison, damn it, stop right there. The sounds of their Uzi and Vector erupted in an attempt to thwart the man's actions. However, upon noticing Qin Chong and Wu Lei's movements, the man hastened his aim. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a barrage of gunfire suddenly erupted behind him. On the slope, Bai Lang lay low in the grass, hardly daring to breathe, for not far ahead stood an adversary. Suddenly, upon hearing the sound of Bai Lang being downed, her heart raced, and biting her lip, she retrieved her AKM from her back and slowly aimed it at the man. I must hit him. You can't do this. Bai Lang silently encouraged herself. At long last, the muzzle of the AKM had zeroed in on the figure before her. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A burst of flames erupted from the gun's barrel, and the formidable recoil of the AKM made it nearly impossible for Bai Lang to maintain her grip. The gun's aim wavered, drifting from the man's waist upwards as the bullets followed suit. And eventually one struck him squarely on the crown, sending his little green armor flying. Reluctantly, he collapsed to the ground, transforming into a box. The exclusive Darling had executed RT-9835 with a headshot using the AKM. I've killed someone. Did you all see that? Bai Ling, her large eyes blinking in disbelief, seemed almost unable to comprehend her own actions. Wow, impressive, Lingzi! Thank goodness you took him out. Otherwise, the wastrel might have been finished off by him. That was truly timely. Qin Chong and Wu Lei exclaimed in hurried praise, for Bai Ling's shot had indeed saved Bai Lang, rescuing them from the brink of bronze rank. I told you I was formidable. Now you see it. Bai Ling, basking in the compliments, appeared to have entirely forgotten her earlier anxiety. Amazing, amazing, truly amazing. Qin Chong and Wu Lei chimed in, while the audience in Bai Lang's live stream erupted in a barrage of comments, suggesting that Bai Lang was rather inept while Bai Ling was exceptional, causing Bai Lang a moment of exasperation. Hey, can you two hurry up and revive me? Bai Lang, still kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but voice his impatience that, oh, lazy. Quickly revive the wastrel. I'm off to loot the box, Qin Chong said, dashing towards the crate without waiting for Wu Lei's response, completely disregarding the scornful look from Wu Lei. By the time Wu Lei helped Bai Lang to his feet, Qin Chong had already finished looting the box. I haven't looted that box yet. It's yours to house that for loyalty? Qin Chong, grinning while holding a Scar-L and sporting a Min-14 on his back, pointed to the crate on a mountaintop. In no way, I killed that person, so you all don't get to loot it. Everything inside is mine, Bai Ling declared protectively, brandishing her gun at Wu Lei, who retreated in alarm, begrudgingly returning to loot the box left by Qin Chong. After the four of them finished looting, their gear was completely rejuvenated. The team that had been eliminated had hoarded all the resources in her city, and their box was indeed quite bountiful. Among the four, Bai Lang retained his AKM along with a 4x scope SKS, a level 2 helmet, a level 2 vest, and a level 2 backpack, having merely replenished a few bullets. The most unfortunate of them all was Wu Lei, who managed to scavenge a red dot M16A4 and a few bandages, while first aid kits, painkillers, and drinks had long been stripped away by Qin Chong. Wastrel, where are we heading now? Qin Chong, cradling the 4x scoped Scar-L, asked with an air of confidence, feeling invincible with the gun in hand. The first safe zone had already contracted, and the second zone included the school. So they had no intention of running into the poison. Let us take care of the people in the dormitory first. There is still a team there, just as Bai Lang finished his sentence. A shot from a 98K rang out from the dormitory, and Qin Chong fell to the ground in response. Damn it, the dormitory folks have spotted us. Hurry and save me. The once confident Qin Chong now knelt on the ground. A look of despair etched across his face. Lazy. Save me first. I'll cover. Bai Lang glanced at the first building of the dormitory, spotting a figure atop, aiming a 98K at them, taking cover behind the nearest obstacle. He pulled out his SKS. Peeking out, he brought the scope to bear, and the figure fell neatly into the crosshairs. With a bang, he landed a shot right on a man's head, before the man could react. Another bullet flew out, once again striking his head, causing his level 2 armor to explode off. Although the SKS lacked the sheer power of the 98K, its rapid-fire capability was not to be underestimated. 2 headshots swiftly ended the man's life, leaving him sprawled on the ground until that moment. The man was stunned, his expression one of disbelief as he slowly moved towards the staircase, signaling his teammates for help. Hurry, come help me. I'm done for. What happened? Where are they? His teammates inquired. I was taken out, and if you want to save me, give me that 98K that you fool. What a loser. How could you get killed by him? Though they voiced their criticism, they still hurried towards the rooftop. Bang, bang, bang. Perhaps feeling disheartened from having just been eliminated, Bai Lang was unwilling to provide his teammates with the opportunity for rescue, unleashing a torrent of 7.62 round from his SKS that swiftly claimed another life, just as the man's teammates arrived at the rooftop to find his box. Damn, they're on the mountaintop near the school. Let us take them out. The man who had been eliminated shouted to his teammates, lamenting that his 98K had barely warmed up before he was taken down. Who stole my kill? Just watch. I'll get back at him. The revived Qin Chong shouted, I'm not a pushover. Just because I'm quiet doesn't mean I'm weak. Yet despite his bravado, he remained faithfully crouched behind cover without making a move. Rat-a-tat-tat. After Bai Lang eliminated the man, the remaining 3 teammates immediately began retaliating. 2 of them were holed up on the 3rd floor of the second building, while the other occupied the rooftop of the first building. the very spot where their teammate had just fallen, clearly aiming for the coveted 98K. How do they see me? I'm done for. Someone save me. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the grassy field. It was Bai Ling, who had foolishly thought that lying flat would render her invisible after hearing the gunfire. Oh dear, you came over here all by yourself. Bai Ling facepalmed upon seeing his naive sister. You all better cover me. I'm going to get shot. Bai Ling cried, scrambling towards cover. Don't worry. We coming. Seeing Bai Ling in trouble ignited Qin Chong and Wu Lei with renewed vigor as they peeked out from behind cover, armed with a SCAR-L and M16A4, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the dormitory. Not caring whether they hit or not, only the intensity of their assault mattered. In the midst of the exchange, Bai Ling seized the opportunity to strike again. Suddenly peeking out, he aimed his gun at the man on the rooftop, who was obliviously looting his teammate S-Box, completely unaware of the impending doom. With a 4-time scope engaged, bang, bang, 2 more headshots, bang, bang, bang. Without holding back, he shot again, eliminating the man, who now lay alongside his teammate. Both bodies cold on the floor, a sight of utter tragedy. Oh no, how did we lose another one? The 2 remaining members on the second floor gasped in disbelief, quickly retreating from the window. Frustration evident in their voices. Damn it, there's a sharpshooter on the other side. He hit me twice with the SKS right after I got my hands on a 98K. I was also taken out by his SKS. You 2 better be careful. Got it. Let us just wear them down today. With that, the 2 once again positioned themselves at the window, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Phew, that scared me. I thought I was a goner. Bai Ling had dashed to Bai Lang's cover, patting her chest in relief. Hee, with me around, you're safe. Qin Chong grinned, having emptied a magazine. Humph, it's not your accomplishment. What are you so proud of? You couldn't even kill a single person. I'm clearly better, Bai Ling scoffed. Though she had only just begun playing this game, she could still discern who was skilled and who was not. Realizing that Qin Chong and Wu Lei were merely novices, the expressions on Qin Chong and Wu Lei's faces instantly fell, their spirits plummeting. Beside them, Bai Ling could not contain his laughter, which drew the attention of both individuals, their gazes filled with resentment. It's fine. You 2 continue. Don't mind me. Huh? Qin Chong and Wu Lei, their faces flushed with embarrassment, parted their lips as if to refute Bai Ling's words. But after a moment of contemplation, they realized they had no valid counterarguments, sinking further into awkwardness. All right, if your skills are lacking, you can always practice. It's not like you'll ever catch up to me. But still, give it your best shot. Having finally stifled his laughter, Bai Ling began to console the 2. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals at the dormitory building continued their frenzied onslaught, yet Bai Ling and his companions, sheltered behind their cover, paid them no heed. Gradually, the 2 began to grow increasingly agitated. Damn it, let us use our skills and blow them up ourselves. Weren't we supposed to save them for last? Forget it, let us take out this team first. Let us aim directly at that mountain peak together. That I refuse to believe we can't annihilate them. Understood. With that, the duo activated their skills, marked by an icon resembling a cannon, accompanied by a brief description below. Artillery barrage. Unleashes 3 waves of cannon fire over a circular target area with a diameter of 5 meters, each wave inflicting 20 points of damage while reducing enemy movement speed by 30 for the duration. The intervals between waves are 1 second, and players can avoid it while inside buildings. It is usable across the entire map. Let us see if you could survive this. The 2 at the dormitory building glanced towards the mountain peak, cruel smiles adorning their faces as they pressed the skill activation button. The interface before them promptly shifted to the map, and without hesitation, they selected the location whereby Lang and his companions were situated. Just as they confirmed their selection, a vast shadow suddenly enveloped Bai Lang and his friends atop the mountain. What is happening? All 4 simultaneously looked up to the sky, their faces marked with confusion. Boom! As they raised their heads, the first wave of cannon fire descended, a deluge of artillery raining down with tremendous force. What the hell, they called it an artillery barrage. Run for it. Upon seeing the cannonballs in the sky, Qin Chong's expression changed, and he shouted to Bai Lang and the others, already sprinting towards the perimeter. The artillery barrage consists of 3 waves, each dealing 20 damage, so be cautious, Wu Lei added as he ran. At the mention of Qin Chong and Wu Lei's words, an image of the cannon barrage skill from League of Legends flashed through Bai Lang's mind, strikingly similar to the one they were facing. Realizing this, he wasted no time and turned to dash outside. This skill could only be unlocked in the game at a rank of Silver 3, while Bai Lang had only reached Silver 4. Hence he was unaware of it. Although Qin Chong and Wu Lei were inexperienced, they had at least reached Silver 2, and thus were familiar with the skill. Boom! At that moment, the first wave of cannon fire finally struck. Upon impact, Bai Lang and his companions groaned in unison as their health dropped by 2/5. When the world was that? It took so much of my health. How irritating. Bai Ling, belatedly aware of the situation, had been crouched on the ground, and only after feeling the pain from the cannon fire did she stagger to her feet, joining Bai Lang in a hurried escape. Wait, they both have the artillery, barrage skill. There's a 1-second interval between each wave. We have to make a break for it. Qin Chong, noticing his health had plummeted by 40 points, grew increasingly anxious and quickly stowed his weapon, accelerating his pace. With the two artillery barges overlapping, one wave could inflict 40 damage, 2 waves would total 80, and 3 waves would result in an instant defeat. There was no way to endure it, due to their differing positions. Bai Lang and Bai Ling took shelter behind one cover, while Qin Chong and Wu Lei shared another. When the barrage began, the four were separated. Qin Chong and Wu Lei ran westward, while Bai Lang and Bai Ling headed east. Qin Chong and Wu Lei were closer to the edge of the artillery barrage range, and despite the 30 slow effect, they managed to escape its reach. However, Bai Lang and Bai Ling were not as fortunate. Finding themselves nearly at the center of the barrage, unable to escape within a second due to the hindrance. Hurry up! The second wave is coming. Qin Chong and Wu Lei, now outside the danger zone, shouted anxiously to Bai Lang and Bai Ling. Boom. Just as they finished speaking, the second wave of cannon fire struck, leaving the two with only 20 health points remaining. We're done for. We're done for. What do we do? What do we do? Bai Ling's eyes reddened as she stared at her dwindling health, her face paling to, "It's all right. Just run quickly. You can make it." Qin Chong and Wu Lei encouraged from the sidelines. At that moment, the two from the dormitory building reappeared at the window. Damn it, they're out now. Let us see where they can hide. In a desperate bid to evade the artillery barrage, the four had no choice but to flee from their cover, exposing themselves entirely to the enemy's line of sight. Aim and fire. They must be low on health by now. Let us secure a kill with a shot each, starting with those two standing still. One of them pointed at Qin Chong and Wu Lei, who were rallying. Bai Ling understood. You know my aim. I'll take out that one in the yellow shirt. As Qin Chong and Wu Lei fell into the crosshairs of their adversaries, the sound of gunfire erupted. Tat-tat-tat. Bullets exploded from the barrels, slicing through the air and striking Qin Chong and Wu Lei, each sustaining severe wounds as their health plummeted significantly. Damn it, they're shooting at us. Quickly, find cover, Qin Chong yelled, attempting to dash down the slope. However, as he took his first step, his health was completely depleted, causing him to collapse to the ground. Seeing Qin Chong fall, Wu Lei immediately activated his skill, Rage of the Barbarian King, causing a phantom of the Barbarian King to appear behind him, saving him from the same fate as Qin Chong. That one activated Rage of the Barbarian King, he can't be killed, the shooter targeting Wu Lei remarked. Then forget it. You take out the other two. I'll finish off the down one. With that, he began firing at Qin Chong relentlessly. Lazy, hurry and save me. They're going to finish me off. Crawling slowly towards Wu Lei, Qin Chong, now kneeling, was in a vulnerable state, while Wu Lei, invulnerable, had already retreated behind the hill, out of sight from the dormitory shooters. Get over here. I'll throw a smoke grenade. Quickly, a smoke grenade landed on the mountaintop, enveloping the area in a shroud of smoke. Hurry and save me. I'm down to my last bit of health. After being hit twice more, Qin Chong's health was on the brink of collapse, and he remained motionless amidst the smoke. I'm coming. Once the smoke had fully risen, Wu Lei rushed in to pull Qin Chong to safety. At the same time, Bai Lang had escaped the artillery barrage zone. Disregarding his own health, which was down to 20 points, he swiftly drew his SKS, and the shooter who had failed to eliminate Wu Lei now set his sights on Bai Lang, as the shooter aimed at Bai Lang. Preparing to take him down, he glanced through his scope and saw Bai Lang readying his SKS. Panic surged within him as he recalled the fates of his two fallen teammates. Instinctively, he squeezed the trigger. He was already low on health. One shot would suffice to bring Bai Lang down, he reassured himself and thought. But it was too late. Bai Lang, SKS fired. With a resounding bang, a burst of blood erupted from the shooter's head. Even with a level 2 helmet, he lost a significant portion of his health. Alarmed by the sight of his dwindling health, he instinctively sought refuge back inside to heal, but Bai Lang would not afford him that chance. Bang! The second shot rang out, undoubtedly striking his small head once again. The man, who had just intended to retreat into the confines of the room, hesitated momentarily before kneeling beside the window, thereby slipping out of the view of Bai Lang. "What the hell? How did you fall?" he exclaimed, noticing that their last remaining teammate had gone down. Just as he was preparing to eliminate Qin Chong through the smoke, he turned around in astonishment and asked, "Damn it, that old guy's marksmanship is simply divine. He hit me with 2 headshots from an SKS. If he had been wielding a 98K, I would have been dead with a single shot." The man kneeling at the window spoke bitterly. "It's not that we are too inept, but rather that the enemy is overwhelmingly powerful. You crawl to the corner, and I'll rush over to save you." Weighing the options between killing through the smoke and rescuing his teammate, he ultimately abandoned the idea of targeting Qin Chong, muttering "consider yourself fortunate" under his breath as he turned to run towards his ally. Having eliminated one opponent, Bai Lang was just about to redirect his weapon and finish off the last remaining enemy when that very individual dashed past to save his teammate, slipping out of Bai Lang's line of sight. Unbeknownst to him, this action had inadvertently spared his own life. Had he opted to finish off Qin Chong, he might never have had the opportunity to rescue his teammate. Meanwhile, the third wave of artillery shells began to descend. The thunderous roar echoed in Bai Lang's ears, intertwined with a distinct cry, "Ah! Ah! I'm down! Hurry and save me!" Yes, that was Bai Lang's voice calling for help. "What is going on? Where in T you supposed to have fled the artillery barrage zone?" Losing sight of his target, Bai Lang sheathed his SKS and turned to see Bai Ling trembling as she knelt at the edge of the barrage, looking utterly desolate. "Ooh, please come save me, I'm going to die." Bai Ling cried, her heart-wrenching sobs piercing through the air. "All right, crawl down here to avoid getting hit by the dormitory's occupants," Bai Lang instructed, waving his hand while simultaneously shrinking his body towards the mountain's backside. He quickly bandaged himself with a first aid kit. "Hurry and save me." After patching himself up, Bai Ling crawled to Bai Lang's side, her large tear-filled eyes pleading. Without further ado, Bai Lang began to assist her. At that moment, Qin Chong had already been rescued by Wu Lei. "I almost died. Thank goodness you brought the rage of the Barbarian King, or both of us would have perished." Qin Chong, looking visibly shaken, wasted no time and hurried down the slope to bandage himself, while stating, "Ugh, now you care about me? You didn't even think of me when you were looting the box." Wu Lei rolled his eyes at Qin Chong's words. "Give me some painkillers or a drink. I'm out." "Haha, here you go. Take it all." Qin Chong awkwardly chuckled as he tossed his last bottle of painkillers and 2 beverages to Wu Lei. "This team is truly insidious. They brought 2 barges that if there were even 2 more, we would have all been wiped out." Qin Chong grumbled, rejuvenated. The artillery barrage skill is exceptionally useful in outdoor skirmishes. A single skill can force the enemy out from behind cover and into a hail of gunfire. "What? You say you can't just charge in and take it? After all, you want T-die, right? If they don't come out, we'll just charge in ourselves. 3 waves of barrage with 60 hit points, and 2 bullets afterward will finish them off." "Lang Zi, what's the situation at the dormitory? Where are the 2 of them? I can't see them." Wu Lei cautiously climbed the slope to observe the dormitory's direction, but found no sign of the enemy. Prompting him to ask in confusion, "I just took one down. They must be in the process of rescuing him," Bai Lang replied, not lifting his head as he continued to aid Bai Lang. Hearing this, Qin Chong's eyes lit up. "Oh, they took one down. Should we take the opportunity to charge in and finish them off?" Wu Lei shot Qin Chong a look of disbelief. "Without a vehicle. At this distance, before you even reach them, you'll be spotted. There is hardly any cover on the way. What will you do then? Can you use your brain when playing games?" "Lazy, what do you mean? Is it—" Qin Chong began, only to be interrupted by Bai Lang. "Stop talking. A vehicle is coming." At that moment, Bai Lang, who had been down, was just helped up. "Stay here and bandage yourself. Don't move around." After instructing Bai Lang, Bai Lang heard the engine noise growing closer. He signaled to Qin Chong and Wu Lei, indicating they should follow him back to their previous position at the mountain's peak. Buzzing, upon reaching the summit, the trio calculated the source of the sound and saw a motorcycle speeding towards them from the south, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Lang Zi, let us handle this. You take a break. Seeing the motorcycle approach rapidly, Qin Chong and Wu Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to hounds spotting their prey. All right, you take the lead. I'll keep an eye out for anyone at the dormitory. Bai Lang, sensing the fervor of Qin Chong and Wu Lei, refrained from objecting, fearing that his dissent might earn him their ire. Now, there's only one target left. Since I'm not participating, the rest is a contest between Qin Chong and Wu Lei. They exchange a glance, igniting the flames of competition within. Wait until it gets closer, then we shoot together. Whoever takes it down claims the kill, and no stealing. Qin Chong quickly laid down the ground rules to prevent Wu Lei from scaring off the motorcycle rider by shooting first. No problem. Wu Lei nodded in agreement. Hey, it's almost here. Are you going to shoot or not? Bai Lang called out, watching the motorcycle approach the foot of the mountain. As it neared, they had no time to waste. Responding to Bai Lang, the two no longer hesitated. They emerged from cover, taking aim and pulling the triggers. In an instant, bullets rained down from the slope towards the motorcycle. Originally, Qin Chong and Wu Lei believed their surprise assault would catch the rider off guard, swiftly dispatching him. However, the outcome unfolded quite differently. Just as they revealed themselves, the motorcyclist appeared to have sensed their presence beforehand, a confident smirk curling at the corner of his lips, a dismissive smile that spoke volumes. With a sudden jerk of the handlebars, he propelled the motorcycle upward, evading their bullets, which instead struck the ground, sending dirt flying. That bastard! Lazy! Bring him down! Qin Chong shouted in frustration as he witnessed the motorcycle soar. Without needing Qin Chong's command, Wu Lei was already in motion, carefully tracking the airborne motorcycle with his aim, yet he couldn't land a single shot on either the bike or its rider. Hearing Bai Lang's response, Ah-san was filled with excitement, launching into the chat once more. Streamer, I'm the one you shot down earlier while riding that motorcycle. I'm part of the motorcycle gang and a fan of yours. Perhaps the audience was still in shock, resulting in a significant decrease in chat activity, allowing Ah-san's message to easily catch Bai Lang's attention. You're that person? Bai Lang pointed at the corpse beside him, astonished yet slightly embarrassed for having taken out his own fan. You ride pretty well, Bai Lang chuckled. Thank you. Thank you. I practiced for a long time to get to this level, but I'm nowhere near your skill. Ah-san replied, flattered and respectful, that I wonder if you could perform some stunts for us. I'm also a streamer, and my audience loves watching motorcycle tricks. This moment, the viewers in the live stream began to flood the chat with requests, urging Bai Lang to showcase some motorcycle stunts, showering him with gifts. I haven't ridden in years, but since you're all asking, I suppose I'll give it a try. Bai Lang, with an air of pretentiousness, expressed a facade to mask the excitement within. The multitude of gifts amounted to mere trifles. Of course, he would never admit that his performance was merely for the sake of the presents. At that very moment, the occupants of the dormitory building had been rescued and were once again launching an assault on Bai Lang. You still want to kill me? To hell with you. If you succeed, I shall share your surname. Qin Chong and Wu Lei, who had fled from cover to evade the motorcycle gang, naturally became targets for the two assailants. Having just regained full health, they were struck once more, causing them to hastily retreat to their previous position of safety. Lang Zi, think of a way to eliminate those two. Otherwise, when we attempt to flee the poison, they will block our path. And it will be disastrous, Qin Chong said, his urgency palpable as he opened the map. That juncture, the second poison circle had concluded, and the safety zone for the third circle lay precisely near the dormitory building, effectively positioning the two adversaries in a critical choke point. Into the circle, they would have to take a detour, but lacking a vehicle, they found themselves in an awkward predicament. Meanwhile, the occupants of the dormitory had also noted the location of the safety zone, and smiles crept onto their faces. Let us ambush them here. Damn it, let us see how they manage to get past us. Let them taste the poison. Indeed, the poison won't kill them. Perhaps we should take a detour while we still have time. Otherwise, it will be too late. Wu Lei frowned, realizing that his suggestion was undoubtedly the best option at that moment. However, Bai Lang shook his head dismissively, declaring there's no need. With just those two, they can't force me to take a detour. You wait here and keep an eye on Bai Ling. Turning to the live stream, Bai Lang announced, "Watch closely, for I shall now demonstrate true motorcycle stunts, showcasing what real skill looks like, without hesitation." He mounted the motorcycle provided by San, which, after enduring considerable damage, was now emitting black smoke, teetering on the brink of explosion with just a few shots. The viewers in the live stream began to fret for Bai Lang, fearing his motorcycle might be obliterated. "Lang Z, are you really planning to charge in on that motorcycle? Perhaps it's best to reconsider. It's on the verge of blowing up. Let us take a detour. If you perish, we're done for." Qin Xiong and Wu Lei urged from the sidelines, "Ha, you're too naive to you think they can hit me. As long as I'm fast enough, the bullets 1T catch me." Bai Lang flashed a confident smile. "Stay put and don't wander. I'm off to take care of those two." Revving the throttle, the engine roared as the motorcycle belched forth a cloud of black smoke, then surged forward at a breathtaking speed towards the dormitory building. "What the hell? Someone is coming on a motorcycle. Shoot him down." As Bai Lang barreled down the slope, the occupants of the dormitory quickly noticed. Unleashing a barrage of fire upon his motorcycle, "We must take them out. We can't let them shoot down Lang Z." Seeing the two adversaries open fire, Qin Xiong and Wu Lei immediately leaped into action, providing distant fire support for Bai Lang. "Everyone pay attention. If they manage to hit me, then I concede defeat." Bai Lang, charging forward, faced the opposing fire with unwavering resolve. The motorcycle began to swerve erratically under his control, evading the hail of bullets, creating the illusion that Bai Lang was skillfully maneuvering to dodge incoming fire, a spectacle that left the live stream viewers utterly astounded. "He's coming. Quick, bring him down. We can't hit him. He's too fast." As the motorcycle drew nearer, panic set in. The distance between the mountaintop and the dormitory building was roughly 400 to 500 meters, and at the speed of the motorcycle, it swiftly reached the base of Building 2, given that Buildings 1 and 2 of the dormitory complex were situated on elevated ground. A small slope lay before the buildings, which Bai Lang barreled down upon. "Get up!" As the motorcycle approached the slope, Bai Lang abruptly yanked the handlebars, launching the motorcycle into the air with remarkable inertia, soaring to the height of the 3rd floor. While airborne, Bai Lang shifted to the rear seat, retrieving a green grenade from his backpack, pulling the pin, and tossing it through a window, landing it squarely inside the room. After releasing the grenade, Bai Lang swiftly disengaged from the motorcycle, soaring through the air. Meanwhile, the gunfire from the dormitory erupted once more. The motorcycle, suspended in mid-air, became an easy target, and soon bullets rained down upon it, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal engulfed in flames, plummeting to the ground. However, Bai Lang had already detached himself from the motorcycle, descending towards the rooftop. The two adversaries, fully focused on the motorcycle and Bai Lang, failed to notice the small green orb that had appeared at their feet. "Be cautious, he hasn't been killed." Alarmed, they realized that despite destroying the motorcycle, the kill notification had not sounded, and anxiety gripped them as the sound of landing echoed from the rooftop. "He's on the rooftop. Let us rush up and take him out." As they turned to ascend the rooftop, their eyes caught sight of the grenade lying before them. When did this grenade appear here? They wondered before the grenade exploded before their eyes, showering them with shrapnel that claimed their lives. When did he throw that grenade? Was their final thought? At the foot of the verdant mountains, a figure clad in a black trench coat stood with his back to the towering peaks. A gentle breeze caressing his face, he gazed into the distance, an enigmatic melancholy etched upon his features, drawing one in with its allure. Life is truly as lonely as snow. Here, I wish to convey a single sentiment to you all. To those present, you are all trash. The live stream audience, along with Qin Xiong, Wu Lei, and Bai Ling, were momentarily silenced. Though Bai Lang's words were undeniably irritating, they resonated with the moment. His recent motorcycle maneuvers had utterly astonished the viewers. Evading bullets while executing stunts and tossing grenades from the rear seat, expanding their horizons. Damn, that was absolutely brilliant. The streamer is undoubtedly the leader of the motorcycle gang. I support him. So damn impressive. I am left speechless. Tossing a grenade from the rear seat is truly a display of skill, and he even managed to land it inside. I can barely throw it in from below. The streamer is so cool. I want to have your children. What a show, a magnificent performance. You've completely won me over. Streamer, I'm logging off to practice motorcycle stunts. I'll return when I reach your level. Goodbye, brothers. This may be our last meeting. Did no one notice how pretentious the streamer's last remark was? I can only say, to those present, you are all trash. For some reason, the comments suddenly veered off course. Flooding the screen with to those present, you are all trash. All right, this is merely basic operation. Don't take it too seriously. Bai Lang waved dismissively, embodying a no big deal attitude. Just watch and learn. Don't waste your time trying to practice. You want to be able to replicate it anyway. The viewers in the live stream chimed in. I suddenly feel like punching someone. Did you see that? Did you see that? In Tigerhead, Asan's live stream. Asan was left speechless, astonished by Bai Lang's motorcycle performance. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself, saying, truly, the founder of motorcycle stunts is beyond my comparison, that I wonder if I could seek him as my mentor. No, I must find him in person and ask to learn from him. This concludes today's stream. I'm signing off. Ignoring the reactions of the live stream audience entirely, he hastily logged off, leaving only the thought of finding Bai Lang and becoming his disciple in Asan's mind. I can't take it anymore. At this rate, I'm going to uncontrollably fall in love with you. Qin Chong lamented, clutching his heart and feigning being smitten by Bai Lang. Damn it, I considered you a brother. And now you want to seduce me? Get lost, you damn gay. Bai Lang retorted harshly. Hurry up and come here. The poison is about to start. Coming. Lazy. Just as Qin Chong called out to Wu Lei. He turned around only to find the space beside him empty, devoid of Wu Lei's voice. Damn it, Lazy, you're being ungrateful. Wait for me. Don't loot my gear. With that, he chased after Wu Lei. Though they seemed to have forgotten something important, as Qin Chong and Wu Lei departed, tranquility began to settle atop the mountain, where a figure lay motionless on the grass, seemingly forgotten, as if asleep. I still need an M416. Give me one. There's a sniper rifle suppressor here. I'll hold on to it for you. This is so damn rich. I can't believe there's even a medical kit. Do you want a medical kit? The three of them were blissfully looting boxes inside the dormitory building, indifferent to Bai Ling and the like. After a wave of scavenging, they congregated in building Nota T this moment. Bai Lang held a 4x scope 98K. While his AKM had been upgraded to a fully equipped Scar-L, along with a level 2 helmet, level 2 armor, and a level 3 backpack. Qin Chong's gear remained the same, but all his attachments were now complete. Among the trio, Wu Lei's equipment had seen a significant upgrade, boasting an SKS and an M16A4-8S for medkits, painkillers, and drinks. Each backpack was well stocked, sufficient for them to drink and toss aside at will. The poison is about to start. Let us check the next circle's location, Bai Lang remarked, glancing at the countdown on the screen, with only 10 seconds remaining before the poison began. Suddenly, he looked around and continued. Where's Ling Zi? Is she still looting? Ling Zi. Qin Chong and Wu Lei jolted at the mention. It seems she didn't come along. She's still lying on the slope. Ling Zi. Where are you? Bai Lang attempted to call out twice, but received no response. Sigh. She must have turned off the team voice chat. Otherwise, she would have heard us. I'll go call her. You guys wait for me. With that, Qin Chong dashed downstairs, determined not to miss this opportunity. Meanwhile, atop the slope, Bai Ling seemed to have finally regained her senses, slowly rising from the ground, only to find that Bai Lang and the others had vanished, causing her to panic and shout. Hey, where are you? Where are you guys? Where is everyone? Where did they go? Hey, Bai Lang, you died. Despite her frantic calls, no one answered. Frustrated, she muttered, I'm so mad. They must have muted me. Humph. What's so great about them? I can win on my own. I don't need you to she spoke. Her eyes began to redden that moment. Qin Chong had already exited the dormitory building and was sprinting towards the slope, while the poisoned circle began to shrink. Bai Ling also started to run from the poison. When Qin Chong reached the edge of the dormitory area, he spotted Bai Ling running towards him. Humph. Now I want to find me. It's too late. Seeing Qin Chong approach, Bai Ling bit her lip, pretending not to notice him, and continued towards the safe zone. Ling Zi, turn on your voice. I can't hear you. Qin Chong called out, gesturing to his ear to signal. Bai Ling completely ignored him, continuing to run ahead. Hey, you're going the wrong way, Ling Zi. They're in the building. Watching her disregard him and veer off course, Qin Chong grew anxious. Ling Zi can't hear me. And she's ignoring me. What should I do? Bai Lang and Wu Lei, hearing the commotion, looked out the window to see Bai Ling and Qin Chong running one after the other towards the eastern plains of the dormitory building. Without a second thought, Bai Lang raised his 9.8K.I in an instant. He zoomed in and fired. A 7.62 millimeters bullet whistled through the air, bursting into a shower of blood above Bai Ling's head, causing her to halt abruptly and collapse to the ground. Ah, who shot me? Someone come save me. Startled by the sudden gunshot that had struck her, Bai Ling knelt on the ground, frozen in shock. Is anyone there? We've been shot at. Ling Zi got headshot. Hurry up and come help. As Bai Ling suddenly knelt down, Qin Chong was equally startled, immediately abandoning her and sprinting towards the nearby dormitory building, easily flipping inside and taking cover in a corner while calling for Bai Lang's assistance. Meanwhile, within the dormitory, Wu Lei stood in stunned silence at the sight of Bai Ling being shot in the head by Bai Lang. WTF? Such a move exists. It was terrifying. He couldn't believe that even a teammate could be killed. Especially one's own sister, Wu Lei covertly assessed Bai Lang, swallowing nervously, inwardly relieved that he had always followed Bai Lang's lead, thus avoiding such indiscriminate behavior. And oh, one else. It was me who shot. Bai Lang replied nonchalantly, she's not lying still anymore. Go tell her to turn her voice back on and help her up at You did it? Qin Chong, hearing this, still found it hard to believe. Bai Lang. It was me. Hurry over and have her turn on her voice. The safe zone is about to shrink. Oh, I'm on it. Receiving a confirmation, Qin Chong hurriedly exited the building, muttering under his breath. How ruthless, just one disagreement, and he shoots her in the head. Upon reaching Bai Ling, Qin Chong quickly brought up his screen, adjusted it to the voice settings, and presented it to her, pointing to the voice option and then to her, signaling her to open her interface. Well, what are you doing? Hurry up and save me. I'm going to die. At that moment, Bai Ling had no time to care about anything else, desperately wanting Qin Chong to help her up. After pleading for some time and noticing that Qin Chong showed no signs of helping her, she began to comprehend what he was trying to convey. Is it asking me to open this interface? Kneeling, Bai Ling reluctantly complied with Qin Chong's request, pulling up the relevant interface. Seeing that Bai Ling finally understood, Qin Chong sighed in relief. Indeed, her voice setting was turned off, and he gestured for her to turn it back on. Ling Zi, can you hear me now? Qin Chong inquired. I can't hear you. Hurry up and save me. I'm going to die. At this point, Bai Ling realized that she had inadvertently turned off her voice chat at some point, which was why she hadn't heard Bai Lang and the others. Thinking of this made her cheeks flushed at don't move. I'll help you up. Qin Chong quickly nodded in response before long. Bai Ling was helped to her feet. Observing the gear on Bai Ling, Qin Chong noted that she still had the AKM without a helmet, armor, or backpack and scratched his head, saying, there are still guns over there. Let me take you to grab them. Soon, Bai Ling's gear was mostly complete, at least with a helmet, armor, and backpack, wielding an AKM and an M16A4. Just then, the poison circle had finished shrinking and the safe zone was revealed. This was already the fourth circle, with only 25 players remaining in the match. Among the four, only Wu Lei's Fury of the Barbarian King had been used, while the skills of Bai Lang's trio were still intact. And their equipment was decent, making them a formidable force. Should we head into the circle now? Wu Lei opened the map and saw that the fourth circle safe zone was marked near the air defense cave, still quite a distance away from them. Let us find a vehicle to get into the circle. Bai Lang nodded in agreement. I saw a car on the road over there. I'll go fetch it. With that, Qin Chong dashed towards the road. Hiss! In no time, Qin Chong returned driving a yellow sedan. You take the wheel. As Qin Chong leapt from the vehicle, he willingly relinquished the driver's seat, just as all four passengers settled in and prepared to venture towards the safe zone. A thunderous roar surged overhead, the unmistakable sound of an aircraft. Both Qin Chong and Wu Lei stiffened at the sound, and by the time they turned their gaze toward the driver's seat, Bai Lang had already vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the sharp crack of a 98K rifle echoed from outside, prompting a resigned expression to cross the faces of the two men. Longzi, you haven't shot down another airdrop. Have you? Qin Chong inquired, his tone tinged with anxiety upon witnessing Bai Lang return to the vehicle after dispatching an airborne foe. Truth be told, he was quite reluctant to accompany Bai Lang in retrieving the airdrop. It was simply too exhilarating, and one misstep could spell disaster. He was already satisfied with his current gear. No, I didn't hit it, Bai Lang replied with an inscrutable expression. That's a relief. Qin Chong and Wu Lei exhaled in unison, relieved to learn that the airdrop remained intact. However, Bai Lang's subsequent words shattered their moment of respite. Damn it, this is too disrespectful. I absolutely must claim that airdrop today. Brace yourselves, I'm taking you on a quest for dreams. Qin Chong and Wu Lei exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Without waiting for a response, Bai Lang pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward, trailing behind the aircraft, eagerly anticipating the airdrop's descent. Where are we headed? Bai Lang exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement as they sped along. Collect the airdrop. Wu Lei replied, his tone lacking energy. Airdrop? Does it contain an AWM? I've heard that's incredibly powerful. Can I try it out later? Bai Ling's enthusiasm grew, clearly unaware that airdrops represented both fortune and peril. Once again, Qin Chong and Wu Lei fell silent. They had yet to even glimpse the legendary AWM, let alone the rare 98K, while Bai Ling was already clamoring for an AWM. The small car raced through the safe zone, following closely behind the aircraft, yet the large machine showed no signs of releasing the airdrop until it reluctantly dropped it at the edge of the safe zone. Strangely enough, in their fervor to pursue the airdrop, Bai Lang and his companion sped through the entire safe zone in their car without encountering a single soul. The crimson crate, its base flickering with red lights, descended slowly from the sky, and the four eagerly awaited its arrival. They dashed towards it before it even touched the ground, their anticipation palpable. However, their hopes were swiftly dashed by the contents of the airdrop. What the hell? Is there no one who wants this junk? Qin Chong lamented, his energy waning as they had chased after the airdrop only to find it filled with rubbish. Bai Lang, upon opening the airdrop, quickly grabbed a level 3 helmet and turned away without a second glance. Give it to me. I want it, Bai Ling chirped, gleefully discarding her AKM in exchange for the worthless item from the airdrop. Look at this gun, it's so stylish. It must be powerful. Bai Lang and the others chose to ignore her enthusiastic claims. Let us hurry up and leave. It'll be trouble if someone shows up. Wu Lei urged, his gaze darting anxiously around. Just as the four climbed back into the vehicle, Bai Lang suddenly recalled something and turned to Bai Ling, who was clutching the worthless item as they prepared to depart from the troublesome airdrop site. Bai Lang appeared to have an epiphany, halting the car and addressing Bai Ling to Oh, you have the skill mushroom bomb? Huh. Let me check. Oh yes, I have mushroom bomb. Longzi, what are you planning? Qin Chong and Wu Lei exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Bai Lang's sudden inquiry that if he wanted to ask, shouldn't he do so after they left this place? Come with me. Ignoring their confusion, Bai Lang led Bai Ling out of the car. Bai Ling obediently followed him to the airdrop box, which was enveloped in swirling red smoke. Use your skill and place the mushroom bombs around the airdrop box, Bai Lang instructed, gesturing towards the crate. Okay, without further questions, Bai Ling complied, deploying her 10 mushroom bombs strategically around the crate, 3 on one side and 2 on the other. All done. Now can we go? The two hopped back into the vehicle and sped away. Longzi, is this really a good idea? Surely no one will fall for it. Qin Chong pondered aloud, beginning to grasp Bai Lang's intention, but still uncertain, hoping that no one would be foolish enough to trigger the traps. Who knows? Maybe someone will step right into it, Bai Lang shrugged, acknowledging that it was merely a whimsical thought. If he didn't use the bombs now, then Bai Ling's mushroom bombs would hold little value later, when everyone would be more cautious. Moments after Bai Lang and his companions departed, a vehicle skidded to a halt beside the airdrop. A figure leaped from the car and dashed toward the crate. No one has taken this airdrop. It's all mine, the individual thought gleefully, envisioning an AWM or M24 in his grasp. However, as he fantasized about wielding an AWM and dominating the battlefield, a cloud of toxic smoke erupted beneath his feet. Boom! 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 3 explosions sounded in rapid succession, the mushroom bombs enveloping him in a poisonous haze before he vanished, leaving only a crate behind. Who the hell is so sneaky, setting mushroom bombs around an airdrop? He fumed as his game came to an abrupt end. Following his demise, Bai Lang's group received a kill notification. Exclusive Darling used mushroom bomb to eliminate someone. Qin Chong's face stiffened, internally cursing, "Damn it, someone actually fell for it. Can't they see the airdrop has already been taken?" As he silently vented his frustration, the live stream became lively once more. 666. The girl actually got a kill again. How miserable must that guy have felt? Finding an airdrop only to be blown to bits. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. The streamer is truly crafty. Who would have thought of such a strategy? I'll definitely be more cautious around airdrops in the future, if I get blown up. I'm coming for the streamer. Why is everyone focused on the streamer when it's the girl getting the kills? Is she not as captivating? Who knew mushroom bombs could be used this way? I've learned something new. By the way, didn't T the streamer's teammate say no one would go for it? Talk about a quick slap in the face. Bai Ling, upon realizing she had scored another kill, was momentarily taken aback before excitement washed over her. Wow, I've killed someone again. That's my second one. He must have been taken out by the mushroom bomb I threw earlier. Huh, how foolish of him. Bai Ling beamed with joy, while Qin Chong and Wu Lei felt a pang of despair. Why? Why is this happening? We haven't seen a single enemy, and she has already claimed 2 kills, and this is only her second game. Qin Chong and Wu Lei, their voices tinged with frustration. Confronted by Lang, who was driving, they believed Bai Ling's success was entirely due to Bai Lang's influence. What do you mean by that? Bai Ling retorted, clearly offended that I did it all by myself. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Chong and Wu Lei. Ha, so it's my fault now? I didn't help her get those kills. Bai Lang shrugged, bemused. Isn't it nice to just win without having to fight? Why would you want to go for kills with your skills? Oh, you're the expert. I concede. You're right. The words of Bai Lang rendered Qin Chong and Wu Lei speechless. The prospect of earning 5 additional points for a chicken dinner was already substantial for them, and it was evident they had perhaps been a tad too greedy. Yet, who would ever complain about an abundance of points? The yellow sedan sped across the plain, and by the time they stumbled upon the airdrop, the countdown for the poisonous circle had already concluded, ushering in a fresh wave of toxicity. Let us first head to the large warehouse ahead. At this juncture, they had raced back from the periphery of the safe zone to the location of the air raid shelter, which Bai Lang referred to as the warehouse situated to the north of the shelter. Qin Chong and Wu Lei readily acquiesced, fully obedient to Bai Lang's directives, especially after witnessing his ruthless efficiency in eliminating foes. As for Bai Ling, well, her opinions appear to be of no consequence whatsoever. Tat tat tat. Just as Bai Lang was about to drive the car into the large warehouse, 2 heads suddenly emerged from the warehouse's entrance, brandishing guns and unleashing a hail of bullets towards the sedan, seemingly asserting their claim over the warehouse. The bullets struck the vehicle with a clang, sending sparks flying, and both Bai Lang and Qin Chong felt the sting of blood erupting on their bodies as their health dipped slightly. Damn! There are people in the warehouse, Qin Chong exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. Hurry up and drive away. Tat tat tat. Meanwhile, Wu Lei, seated in the back, had already leaned out of the window, initiating counterattack. However, firing from a moving car proved exceedingly difficult, compounded by Wu Lei's lackluster marksmanship, making it even harder to hit the target. The moment the gunfire erupted, Bai Lang caught sight of the 2 individuals in the warehouse. The sedan was now billowing black smoke under the relentless barrage, and attempting to escape in the vehicle would surely result in their demise. It would be a case of 4 lives lost in one fell swoop. They were merely 2. They could take them out directly. With that, Bai Lang skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, positioning the car sideways on the plane. Naturally, it was Qin Chong, seated in the passenger seat, who was now aimed towards the warehouse. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Bai Lang was the first to leap out, followed closely by Qin Chong and Wu Lei. However, Bai Ling remained seated, showing no inclination to exit the vehicle. Get out quickly. The car is about to explode. Qin Chong shouted at Bai Ling while hastily maneuvering around the vehicle to take cover. With a resounding boom, the sedan, succumbing to the onslaught of bullets, finally could bear no more and was gloriously engulfed in flames. Rendered utterly inoperative, IT did not depart in solitude. Bai Ling, who had remained inside the vehicle, perished alongside it as the car was reduced to a fiery wreck. Wah wah wah. How could I die? You both didn't save me. Weren't you supposed to protect me? Bai Ling lamented, having met her end without even the chance to be assisted. Now you realize we promised to protect you? What were you doing just now? Qin Shong and Wu Lei silently pondered, though they would never voice such thoughts in the presence of a lady. However, at that moment, they had no time to concern themselves with Bai Ling, as both of their exits had placed them squarely in a line of fire from the opposing force. Having already disembarked, Bai Lang now wielded his 98K, addressing the two who were poised to sprint to the side of the vehicle. You two, charge forward. Startled, the two paused, instinctively reluctant to comply. Yet upon seeing the 98K in Bai Lang's hands, they begrudgingly halted their retreat and turned to charge towards the warehouse. Once he had issued his command, Bai Lang paid them no further mind. He raised the 98K, aiming it at the warehouse. With the scope activated, a head adorned with a white level 2 helmet came into view. Bang! The shot rang out. A 7.62mm bullet swiftly traversed the expanse of the plane, reaching the warehouse in an instant and precisely striking the individual's helmet. In an instant, a bright red spray of blood erupted as the targeted individual fell lifelessly to the ground. After claiming one life with a single shot, Bai Lang reloaded the 98K, preparing to deal with the next adversary when Qin Shong's excited voice interrupted him, halting his actions. Nice shot, Bai Lang. Leave the last one to me and Lei Zi. The duo, charging towards the warehouse under a hail of gunfire, felt a surge of exhilaration upon witnessing their foe fall. While a 2-on-2 confrontation might have posed a challenge, a 2-on-1 scenario favored them significantly, even if both were already low on health. The numerical advantage was undeniable. All right then, the remaining one is yours. Bai Lang clapped his hands, holstering the 98K and nonchalantly striding towards the warehouse, completely oblivious to the peril surrounding him. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? I just died, and none of you care? Bai Ling pouted, feeling neglected as she witnessed the indifference of the three men toward her demise, as if she were a mere specter. Bai Lang shrugged. Just now, Lao Qin told you to get out of the car quickly. Why did you remain inside? Bai Ling's position was on the side of the warehouse, and had she exited the vehicle, she would have undoubtedly survived. I just reacted a bit slowly. Who knew that the car would explode after just a few shots? Bai Ling pouted, stammering her defense. Whom can you blame? We couldn't have forced you out. Bai Lang replied with a shrug. Humph. You're all villains. Just wait. At this moment, Qin Shong and Wu Lei had successfully breached the warehouse, with Wu Lei claiming the final kill. Damn it, next time. That kill is definitely mine. Qin Shong grumbled, venting his frustration as he vigorously looted the box. Who can predict next time? It might still be mine. Wu Lei beamed, exuding the satisfaction of a job well done, as if he had just finished an exhilarating endeavor. Bai Lang ambled into the warehouse, observing Qin Shong and Wu Lei obsessively looting the boxes, a scornful smile gracing his lips. If there were no M24 or AWM, he wouldn't even spare a glance. Damn it, how come there are no guns? What a waste, Qin Shong muttered. Clearly displeased with the meager loot, it appeared that these two had not fared well either, having come from the upper area in a jeep, seizing control of the warehouse only to meet their untimely demise when Bai Lang charged in to reclaim the territory. Once the two had finished looting, the poisonous circle had fully contracted. Suddenly, a jeep thundered into the safe zone from Y City, its occupants seemingly oblivious to the situation at the large warehouse. They drove straight towards the restroom, for which three burly men emerged, hastily jumping out of the vehicle and making their way towards the restroom. Ha! Watch me put on a show. Bai Lang smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he addressed his audience in the live stream. You all help me cover those in the restroom. As he spoke, Bai Lang had already taken the driver's seat in the jeep, revving the engine. Wait, can jeeps fly? Qin Shong, thinking Bai Lang was about to perform a stunt, watched with a puzzled expression as he sped off. However, Bai Lang did not respond. He had already surged forward in the jeep. With the pedal to the metal, Bai Lang propelled the jeep to its maximum speed, barreling straight towards the restroom. Lang Zi, what are you doing? Charging in like that is tantamount to seeking death. Wu Lei scratched his head, echoing the thoughts of many viewers in the live stream. Inside the restroom, the three men huddled in a corner, applying their first aid kits, having emerged from the fourth circle of poison with significantly diminished health. You think will be spotted here. The car isn't even parked yet. One voiced his concerns. Relax. Even if we're discovered, they can't hit us from here. Hurry up and bandage yourselves. The safe zone is about to refresh. Another scoffed. Wait, something's off. Oh, you hear that sound of an engine? The last one perked up, his expression turning anxious. Let me check outside. You guys keep healing. The individual closest to the door ceased administering the medication and cautiously made his way towards the side of the entrance. Tap, tap, tap. To his astonishment, as he opened the door, bullets whizzed past, landing perilously close, prompting him to hastily retreat and slam the door shut. Oh no, we've been discovered. They're targeting us. What should we do? Stay calm. First, replenish your health. When the time comes, we can simply throw a smoke grenade and charge through. As they conversed, the trio perceived the sound of an approaching vehicle growing increasingly louder. Why does the sound of the car seem to be getting closer? Could it be heading our way? Before he could finish his sentence, a loud bang echoed at the restroom door. What on earth? Are they ramming the restroom with a car? Have they lost their minds? This thought raced through the minds of the three individuals inside. Let us step outside and see what is happening, but be cautious. The person nearest to the door gingerly approached the entrance once more, this time taking extra care. He crouched beside the restroom and extended his hand to push the door open. However, when he attempted to push it, he found it immovable, as if something were blocking it from the outside. He exerted more force, yet it still wouldn't budge, turning to his teammates in alarm. What the hell? Why won't the door open? What are you talking about? The door can't possibly be stuck. Maybe your technique for opening it is flawed. Exactly, you must not be pushing hard enough. Stand up and give it a proper shove. If you get knocked down, won't we be here to rescue you? His teammates wore skeptical expressions, clearly doubting his claims to know. I swear it's truly stuck. Come over and see for yourselves. At this point, he stood up and tried once more, but regardless of how hard he pushed, the door remained obstinately shut. I asked this for real. It can't be. Step aside. Let me give it a try. He strode toward the door, exerting all his strength. Still not opening. Let me try again with more force. Yet it proved futile. He scratched his head awkwardly and admitted, it seems it really is stuck. How can it be stuck? That shouldn't happen. Is there a malfunction? Come on, this game can't possibly be malfunctioning. Are you out of your mind? Then why on earth won't the door budge? Step back a bit. I'll blow the door open with my GU and in an instant. Both teammates huddled in the corner of the restroom, clearing a path. Tap, tap, tap. The gunfire erupted, bullets striking the door, sending splinters flying as a large hole formed in the wooden barrier. Revealing the front of a Jeep. Oh my God, the doorway is blocked by a Jeep. It must be that bastard from earlier. What now? At that moment, Bai Lang, clutching a grenade, crouched at the restroom entrance. A smile playing on his lips as he addressed the occupants. Hey, brothers inside, can you hear me? The three men paused, then quickly reacted, erupting into a chorus of curses. To hell with you. You're the one who drove the car to block the entrance. Hurry up and move it, or we'll come out and kill you. Yes, we want to let you off easy. We'll beat you 100 times over. Did you hear that? You'd better move that car quickly. Outside, Bai Lang dug into his ear, placed the grenade near his mouth, and bit off the safety pin. Hearing the sound of the pin being pulled, the trio inside fell silent, their previous bluster evaporating. Did you guys hear the grenade pin being pulled? The remaining two nodded, terror swiftly overtaking their expressions. Big brother, please don't. We were wrong. We shouldn't have insulted you. Have mercy. We don't want to die. We're sorry. We'll kneel and beg for your forgiveness. Just don't throw it in. Listening to their pleas, Bai Lang's lips curved into a slight smirk. Why beg now? Where were you earlier? It's too late. The grenade slipped from his hand, shattering the small window of the restroom and crashing against the wall, landing at the feet of the three men. Damn it, just don't let me cross paths with you again. Their curses were promptly drowned out by the explosion, while Bai Lang, clad in a trench coat, turned and walked away, addressing the viewers in the live stream. A handsome man never looks back at an explosion. Accompanied by the blast behind him, he captivated a multitude of viewers in the chat. I can't believe it. I've completely fallen for the streamer, but I'm a man. What should I do? I swear in this game, I am not afraid of anyone. Only the streamer turned an otherwise tense game into a comedic spectacle. All of you are worthless. A Jeep blocking the door, then tossing a grenade. Did the streamer invent something incredible? I am off to experiment. The despair of the three men was palpable. Well, it wasn't just the viewers in the live stream who were shocked. Qin Chong and Wu Lei were equally astounded by Bai Lang's audacious maneuver. A single grenade for a triple kill. That's 3 kills. 3 points. Mom, when will we ever be this exceptional? What are you all staring at? Quickly jot this down. Bai Lang, exuding a disappointed and ewe demeanor, pointed at the viewers, eliciting another wave of laughter. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Bai Lang returned in triumph, a sudden burst of crimson erupted from his body. He turned to see 2 figures on the hillside north of the warehouse, each standing on either side of a tree, firing at him. How dare you shoot at me? Who gave you the audacity? As he sprinted towards the warehouse, he reached for the 98K slung across his back. At that moment, another bullet struck his chest, diminishing his health, yet Bai Lang paid it no mind. Once he had drawn the 98K, he halted, aimed at the individual to the left of the tree, activated the scope, elevated the barrel slightly, and fired. The opponent's level 2 helmet shattered instantly. The 7.62mm sniper bullet penetrated his skull with tremendous force, causing him to collapse to the ground. Simultaneously, Bai Lang was hit again, his health dwindling dangerously low, while the remaining assailant continued to fire upon him. After taking down one opponent, Bai Lang reloaded the 98K with one hand, while simultaneously executing a dramatic leap to the side to avoid being hit. Click! In midair, he completed the reload. A new bullet chambered. Bang! As he landed, the 98K was raised once more in a blink. The gunfire rang out, with no unnecessary movements. Even the aiming was executed in an instant. Done. After firing, Bai Lang had no desire to linger, swiftly stowing away the 98K, while humming a tune as he advanced. In the next moment, 2 kill notifications chimed his ears. Langley Gulang used the Kar 98K to headshot and eliminate GT6932. Langley Gulang used the Kar 98K to headshot and eliminate CE 7421. The number of survivors on the field dwindled by 2, leaving only 10 remaining. Now the toxic circle had shrunk to the 5th stage. And aside from Bai Lang and his companions, only 7 remained. The safe zone had reappeared, with half of the large warehouse where Bai Lang and his team took refuge situated within it. Aside from this warehouse, only trees provided any cover. Another kill. How many is this now? Forget it. I can't keep track. Hearing Bai Lang's kill notifications, Qin Chong remarked with a hint of numbness, when will I ever be able to shoot like Lang? Buffed with your skills? Not in this lifetime. Upon hearing the sound, Wu Lei unhesitatingly offered his scorn. Just at that moment, Bai Lang had also returned to the large warehouse. The position of the safe zone was indeed advantageous for Bai Lang and his companions, as at least half of the large warehouse lay within the safe zone, which was located to the north of the warehouse. There were no structures to serve as cover, only trees to utilize. Soon, the countdown came to an end, and the toxic zone began to contract. Let us stay here. Let's observe the location of the next safe zone, as he watched the toxic zone shrink in the distance. Qin Chong suggested, to which Wu Lei nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were now in a decisive moment. None knew the locations of the remaining enemies. Reckless actions could easily lead to being overwhelmed by concentrated fire. You two, keep an eye on the main entrance. Be cautious. Someone might try to flank us, Bai Lang commanded. That's the only building within the safe zone. The large warehouse was certainly tempting, necessitating extra vigilance. Understood. Leave it to you as. And no one will escape our watchful eyes. The two replied, nodding. Humph. Don't get carried away. Do you even know your own capabilities? Bai Ling, who had been sulking in silence since her elimination, suddenly interjected, making both Qin Chong and Wu Lei uncomfortable. The two chuckled awkwardly, pretending they hadn't heard, and hurried to the entrance. That moment, Bai Lang smiled slightly and walked to a corner of the large warehouse, crouching down to open his skill interface. Let me see what this skill is all about. The skill Bai Lang possessed was Phantom Body, capable of creating a duplicate identical to himself, which he could freely control. Bai Lang didn't quite understand what free control entailed. Although he knew this skill was a modified version of a more powerful passive ability, he had refrained from using it recklessly until now, as it was the perfect opportunity for testing. Upon activating the skill, a circular light appeared above his head, casting a beam that scanned his entire being before shifting to his side. The light moved swiftly, and a figure gradually emerged in Bai Lang's line of sight. There stood two identical Bai Langs, both equipped identically, showing no signs of alteration. Wow, high technology, truly. I am as handsome as I thought. Bai Lang remarked with intrigue to the streaming audience. All right then, let us see how to control this. As the Phantom appeared, Bai Lang's skill interface displayed an additional control button, allowing him to maneuver the Phantom at will. Clicking it, Bai Lang felt a jolt, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself inhabiting the Phantom, while his original self remained crouched in the corner. So, it's like this. The Phantom is identical to my original. Bai Lang moved his limbs, feeling no discomfort. It was exactly like before. The only difference was that the Phantom possessed merely 100 health points. Once depleted, it would vanish, leaving the original unharmed. Watch carefully. I'm going out to wreak havoc. The Phantom, unafraid of death, was not to be wasted. Exploring was a good idea. Suddenly, a few gunshots rang out from outside the warehouse, likely the remaining teams encountering one another while on the run from the toxic zone. Engaging in tentative exchanges without any casualties. What are you doing? Are you going out? Or should we wait for the safe zone to refresh? At this moment, the Phantom approached the main entrance and began to walk outside, prompting Qin Chong to inquire, "It's fine. This is merely a Phantom. My original is still here." The Phantom pointed toward the corner of the large warehouse. "I'll scout ahead. It's no problem if I die." "All right then, we'll guard your original here. Go ahead and be at ease." Qin Chong and Wu Lei, having also used the Phantom body skill, understood its formidable nature. Able to create an identical duplicate, excellently suited for reconnaissance or luring enemies. However, the drawbacks were apparent. While controlling the Phantom, the original could not move, and if the original died, so would the Phantom. This meant one had to hide the original well or have teammates nearby for protection. As the Phantom stepped outside the large warehouse, it spotted two figures moving on the hillside to the north, weaving through the trees toward the safe zone. Not far from them, two more individuals were also heading toward the safe zone. The two teams exchanging gunfire to deter one another, yet overall remaining unharmed. Of course, now that Bai Lang had observed them, things would not continue peacefully. The Phantom drew out a 98K and initiated a slaughter against the first team. 4x scope, activated. After a moment of calculation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A blood flower erupted from the head of the swiftly moving figure, who then collapsed to the ground. The sudden fall of his teammates startled the other, who quickly sought refuge behind the nearest tree, retaliating against the other team. With a teammate down, the other team naturally became the prime suspect, and there was no time for contemplation. They fired back without hesitation. The targeted team, now unable to escape the toxic zone, also took cover behind trees to retaliate, while the true assailant, Bai Lang, remained unnoticed. He, 2 against 1 is unfair. Let me lend you a hand. He fired another shot, and one of the pair fell. The two teams were now left with a one-on-one confrontation, yet the toxic zone had begun to consume them, sealing their fate. When the toxic zone concluded its refresh, the remaining 2 individuals from the teams inevitably perished within its grasp, leaving only 6 survivors in the arena, with Bai Lang counting as 3.5, thanks to his Phantom. What is the situation? I can't see the remaining 3. Qin Chong, peeking out from behind the warehouse door, called out to Bai Lang, who was cautiously advancing forward. Should we move into the safe zone? He suggested, noting that the refreshed toxic zone did not encompass the warehouse. Though it lay close by, you two wait inside. I'll scout ahead. Oh, and Lao Qin, your skill is still active, right? Follow my commands. Use it when I tell you. As he spoke, Bai Lang maneuvered the Phantom towards the streaming audience, announcing, "Have you ever heard of human bomb? Prepare for a rather bloody and thrilling show." With that, Bai Lang stowed his weapon, retrieving a grenade from his backpack, ready to pull the pin at any moment. While within the warehouse, Qin Chong stood poised to activate his smoke grenade skill out in the hushed woods. Only the gentle rustling of leaves accompanied the breeze, marking the final battleground where 3 figures lay in wait. They held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, eyes darting around, ears attuned to the slightest sound. The first sign of trouble, their fingers would unhesitatingly press the triggers. Bai Lang, in this perilous forest, crouched low, treading softly as he sought to uncover the hidden enemies, ears pricked and eyes sharp. He scanned the dense underbrush for any signs of movement, but the foes remained too well concealed for the naked eye to detect. Gripping the grenade, Bai Lang traversed the surroundings, gradually inching closer to the center of the safe zone, the area yet to be searched dwindling and the danger amplifying. Finally, fortune favored the diligent. Bai Lang paused, having spotted the outlines of two figures concealed within the grass not far ahead. Cautiously, he edged behind a tree for cover, observing intently, while the two unaware individuals were blissfully ignorant of their impending doom. "Hee, do you see those two? Now, watch me execute a suicide attack." With a mysterious smile directed towards the audience in the live stream, Bai Lang gripped a hand grenade and began to approach the two individuals slowly. As he neared them, he suddenly yanked the pin from the grenade. "Did you hear the sound of the grenade's pin being pulled? Is someone about to throw it?" one person lying on the ground said to his teammate. However, before his teammate could respond, he spotted Bai Lang charging towards them with wild abandon. "Oh no, someone is rushing over there. Hurry, let's take him down," he exclaimed, scrambling to his feet while unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Bai Lang. The rapid gunfire echoed as bullets struck Bai Lang, causing blood to splatter. Yet he seemed oblivious, relentlessly charging forward. The countdown for the grenade in his hand had begun. Bai Lang was already relatively close to the two, and with his reckless charge, he managed to reach them just before collapsing. In that moment, his last remaining health was extinguished by a single bullet, leaving him with a total of 0 health points. With a loud pop, the now lifeless decoy burst apart like a deflated balloon, transforming into countless specks of light that danced in the air before vanishing. The decoy disappeared. The green grenade he had held fell to the ground. "Phew, it was just a decoy. You scare me to death." As the decoy vanished, the two members of the opposing team exhaled a sigh of relief. But their respite was short-lived as they noticed the grenade rolling on the ground. Oh no, the decoy was holding a grenade. "Run!" Just as the words left his mouth, the countdown concluded. With a thunderous explosion, a violent tremor shook the earth, accompanied by a fiery burst and a cloud of debris, enveloping the two and sealing their tragic fate. Bai Lang's audacious maneuver undoubtedly ignited fervent discussions among the viewers in the live stream. It truly was a suicide attack, living up to its reputation. 666, this skill can be utilized in such a way. I always use it for scouting, never thought it could be used like this. I've learned a new trick, quick, jotted down in my little notebook. Streamer, I beg you, stop showing off. It's making my scalp tingle. After the decoy's demise, Bai Lang returned to his original form, having eliminated 2 players in such a brazen manner. Only 4 remained on the battlefield. Among them, 3 were teammates, and 1 stood alone as a lone wolf. Wow, it's down to just 1. Let us hope that last one is someone I can handle with lazy. Seeing the situation unfold, Qin Chong felt a surge of excitement. When had he ever encountered a final circle with a 3-to-1 advantage? Wait, scratch that. Perhaps he had never even made it to the final circle. That kill is mine. Just watch. Lao Qin. Wu Lei licked his lips, his face brimming with impatience, eager to charge out that moment. Bai Lang reached the entrance, intending to speak when a voice called out, filled with excitement. "Hey, is that the streamer from Tiando? I'm your fan." Both Qin Chong and Wu Lei were taken aback. "Whoa, Lang Zi, how long have you been streaming? How do you already have fans? Is it easy to stream nowadays?" They only knew that Bai Lang was live on Tiando, but were unaware of the specifics, mistakenly believing he was just another obscure streamer, not realizing he had garnered fans, especially in the finals. "It's only natural to have fans. You should know who I am." Bai Lang replied with a smug grin. "Since you recognize me and know my shooting skills, I'll give you a chance. Let us fight, one-on-one, winner takes all." "Really? I'm starting to feel a bit unsafe. Your 2 teammates won't ambush me, will they? They seem pretty eager for kills," the fan expressed, clearly wary of Qin Chong and Wu Lei's presence. "Are we that obvious?" Qin Chong and Wu Lei silently pondered. "Don't worry, buddy. With me here, there's no need for ambushes. Just come out." Bai Lang chuckled at the fan's concern. "All right, I'm coming out, but don't gang up on me." As he spoke, a figure clad in camouflage crawled up from the grass nearby, rushing towards Bai Lang and his companions. "It's really you. I've been watching your streams lately," the fan exclaimed, chattering away. "You're so funny, always with the clever remarks, and you're, While the compliments started well, the latter part about him being so funny made Bai Lang wince, leaving him questioning whether this person was truly a fan. All right, time is of the essence. Let us make this quick. Bai Lang interrupted, fearing he might lose control and shoot him if he continued. We're starting now. How do we fight? The fan asked, puzzled, while Qin Sheng and Wu Lei looked on curiously, understanding Bai Lang's words but not quite grasping the fighting method. Fighting. It sounds straightforward, but there need to be rules. Otherwise, the different levels of armor and helmets could create an unfair match. First, throw down your guns and take off your helmets and armor. Bai Lang began to outline the rules that we will each take turns fighting you, and no rescuing during the match. Whoever falls first loses. The four quickly discarded their gear, standing in the safe zone wearing only shorts divided into two sides. Who's going first? The fan bounced on his feet. Eager to begin. I'll go. You guys can sit this one out. I'll handle him alone. Qin Sheng stepped forward confidently. I admit I'm not the best shot, but I've never lost in a fist fight. The two began to spar. Qin Sheng charged forward with ferocity, leaping high to deliver a powerful blow, but the fan deftly dodged to the side, countering with a punch to Qin Sheng's waist. Seizing the moment, he pressed the attack, jumping up to strike Qin Sheng's head with a devastating blow. Moments later, Qin Sheng fell to his knees, clutching his abdomen, too shaken to lift his head. While the fan remained unscathed, pathetic, and you still dare to step into the ring. Wu Lei remarked disdainfully at the fallen Qin Sheng. Just watch me. I've got this. Nice try, but you've met your match. The fan taunted, beckoning him forward. Here I come. Wu Lei charged, launching a straight punch aimed at the fan's head. Just as his fist was about to connect, the fan crouched low, skillfully dodging the punch and countering with an attack to Wu Lei's lower body. Wu Lei, however, was no pushover. After taking a hit, he leaped to avoid another punch, raising his fist to deliver a decisive blow. Yet the fan anticipated this move, quickly shifting from a crouch to a prone position, evading Wu Lei's strike, causing Wu Lei to land atop him and be thrown off balance. In that instant, the fan sprang up, pursuing Wu Lei relentlessly. Bang! As Wu Lei barely touched the ground, the fan was upon him, unleashing a flurry of punches that left Wu Lei with no chance to retaliate, ultimately sending him to join Qin Sheng on the ground. Lang Zi, it's all up to you now. You have to win. Lying side by side on the ground, Qin Sheng and Wu Lei gazed tearfully at Bai Lang. Regret washed over them as they pondered why they had agreed to fight. After all, they had initially been 3 against 1. Yet now it had devolved into a one-on-one situation where a single misstep could lead to their defeat. Bai Lang had already claimed 2 victories, and the moment of reckoning was fast approaching, causing the viewers in the live stream to grow increasingly anxious. The host casually remarked, if I lose, I'll just laugh. Comments flooded in. 666, how can you not win with 3 against 1? This is a losing rhythm. I'm so tense watching this. The betting had commenced, with wagers being placed on whether the host would win or lose. Betting on the host to lose. Betting on the host to lose 43.96. Observing the multitude of bets against him, Bai Lang felt a pang of indignation. How can you all lack faith in your host? You will come to regret this. He then turned to his opponent and said, you should regain full health first. We will battle fairly, without any advantage. The opponent was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated a continuous battle, but quickly scurried off to heal himself with a medical kit. The two stood in the forest, fully healed, as a gentle breeze caressed their cheeks, an air of desolation quietly enveloping them. With all eyes fixated upon them, last, the opponent could no longer contain himself and launched an attack against Bai Lang. His movements were sharp yet carried an unusual grace, making it difficult to discern where he would strike next. Bai Lang remained steadfast, and when the opponent reached him, he threw a straightforward punch, yet missed entirely. Although Bai Lang's swing did not connect, the force behind it was commendable, seemingly startling his adversary into momentary inaction. Rather than linger in the fray, Bai Lang swiftly retreated, while his opponent, sensing Bai Lang's trepidation, hesitated to pursue aggressively. Just as the opponent was about to catch up, Bai Lang suddenly turned and dashed toward a large tree, prompting the opponent to follow closely behind. Bai Lang then executed a maneuver reminiscent of Qin Wang Yao Zhuzhou, circling the tree with his opponent in pursuit, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. What is going on? Is he running away because he can't win? encircling a tree. How humiliating. At that moment, Bai Lang seized the opportunity. He spun around and delivered a punch to his opponent, followed by a crouching strike aimed at his lower body. Just as the opponent prepared to counter, he discovered that Bai Lang had once again begun to circle the tree. Having learned from the previous encounter, the opponent refrained from chasing and instead attempted to flank Bai Lang from behind. In a swift turn, they faced each other, with the opponent ready to strike. However, Bai Lang seemed to anticipate this, launching his attack before the opponent could react. He leaped into the air, delivering a colossal punch aimed at the opponent's head, the air crackling with the force of his blow. With a resounding impact, Bai Lang's fist connected, delivering a decisive blow that concluded the game with a flourish that, "Is it really over?" How could that have been so effortless? The viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback by Bai Lang's unexpected victory. Just moments ago, it had appeared he was outmatched. How had the tables turned so dramatically? "Oh, you ignorant mortals. Did you think I fled because I was overwhelmed? The entire scenario has been under my control since the beginning." Bai Lang boasted, shaking his head. "I understand tactics. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When they tire, I disrupt. And I strike decisively." What nonsense is this? The viewers struggled to grasp the significance of such grand tactics. And to that fan who was just feeling down, don't be disheartened. You were quite impressive, even if slightly inferior to me. You can't always compare yourself to me. After all, the host's charm is unmatched. The game concluded, and Bai Lang took a moment to console the aforementioned fan. Those words hardly sounded comforting. Honestly, that guy wasn't half bad. Had I not taken pity on him as a fan of I could have easily knocked him out. Returning to the armory post-game, Qin Chong seemed to have forgotten the earlier embarrassment of being bested, launching into a self-aggrandizing monologue. "Can you keep your bragging to yourself? You didn't land a single punch," Wu Lei mercilessly retorted. "I was merely giving him a chance, you know. Besides, you weren't much better off." Qin Chong glared at Wu Lei, his face flushed with indignation. "What happened to being good friends? I finally had a moment to shine, and you couldn't cooperate at all. At least I managed to land one punch, unlike some people. Could you two imbeciles please shut up? You're driving me insane." As Qin Chong and Wu Lei engaged in their usual banter, the righteous girl, Bai Ling, could no longer contain herself. "You're both pathetic. You can't even kill a small fry. And you dare compare yourselves to me?" Humph. Qin Chong and Wu Lei were left speechless, begrudgingly thinking to themselves, if it weren't for your brother. While the girl was undeniably important, they decided it was wiser to refrain from provoking someone so adept at verbal sparring. After Bai Ling's scathing remarks, the two ceased their squabbling and turned their attention to Bai Lang, who was now staring intently at something, prompting their curiosity. "What are you up to?" "Oh, nothing much. Shaolin just messaged me, saying the esports center is preparing to hold a training match, and asked if I wanted to participate," Bai Lang replied, pulling up the relevant interface. The content indicated that the esports center had secured the competition qualification and was organizing a training match for participants to experience the competitive atmosphere before the official competition. With notification for the formal event expected in a day or two. What? Shaolin didn't inform us. We must participate. Why not? This isn't a formal match, so what is there to fear? Have him sign us up quickly. Qin Chong waved his hand decisively, eager not to miss out on such an opportunity, as familiarizing themselves in advance would be far better than facing the actual competition in ignorance. Having never participated in a similar event before. What do you think? Should we join? Unlike Qin Chong's impulsiveness, Wu Lei regarded Bai Lang with a questioning look, understanding that if they wished to win, Bai Lang's involvement was crucial. Let us participate. It's a good chance to familiarize ourselves. Bai Lang shrugged, seizing the opportunity to explore this game that combined elements of his past experiences in PUBG and LOL, keen to see how it differed in a competitive setting. "Hey, what match are you guys talking about? Can I join?" Bai Ling, feeling neglected amidst their enthusiastic discussion, interjected, her lips pursed in annoyance upon hearing her. Qin Chong and Wu Lei scratched their heads, realizing that if they participated in the training match, Bai Ling wouldn't be able to join them. They were momentarily at a loss for words. "Oh, we might be joining a training match soon, and we can't take you with us. You can either play by yourself for a while or watch our match on my live stream." Bai Lang replied without a hint of hesitation. "Absolutely not. I want to join too. Tell Shaolin not to participate." No one will know, Bai Ling protested fervently, attempting to charm Bai Lang, though it had only been about a day. Bai Ling sensed that Bai Lang was no longer the same person who had turned cold towards her after a fallout with their family. She could feel a subtle change in him. Though she was unsure how to navigate their evolving relationship at that moment, a communication from Lin Yi came through. I've signed us up. The training match is about to begin. Hurry up and log out so I can pull you in. As Lin Yi's virtual image appeared, he spoke with eager anticipation. Humph, not happening. Shaolin, hurry and let me play on your account, or I'll go tell Uncle Lin that you're bullying me. Bai Ling declared defiantly. Upon the appearance of Lin Yi, Bai Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she, exhibiting a female tyrant demeanor, threatened with her words, This, Ling Zi, we truly cannot do this time. Can we perhaps engage in some fun next time? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's features twisted in distress, yet she ultimately gritted her teeth and refrained from refusing. Fearing that Bai Ling would persist in her entreaties, she hastily ended the communication, offering Bai Ling no opportunity to speak further. Shaolin Zi, have you grown some prowess? Just you wait. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's departure, Bai Ling swiftly turned her head, casting a menacing glance at Qin Chong and Wu Lei. Well, I still wish to go out. You two siblings continue your conversation. With that, Qin Chong promptly excused himself. I shan't intrude any longer. Farewell. Wu Lei followed suit, albeit slightly slower than Qin Chong. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had just fled, lamented in despair. Alas, what a calamity. This time, I am truly in dire straits, completely ensnared by her. Resolutely she thought, no, I cannot sit idly by. Indeed, it is best to avoid appearing for a while. But what to do? And perhaps I should seek the rogue for assistance later. The duo, Qin Chong and Wu Lei, had fled as if avoiding venomous serpents, leaving Bai Ling in a state of exasperation as she stamped her foot in frustration. All right, behave. Amuse yourself for a while. You are no longer a child to throw tantrums. With a gentle pat on the head from Bai Lang, the irate Bai Ling quieted down, feeling the warmth of his hand atop her head. Although she still pouted, a hint of shyness crept onto her face as she lowered her gaze. If you wish to play, let us wait until we return home to enjoy it properly. Shall we? For now, do not be willful. Come watch our competition in my live stream. Then I shall head out first. Bai Ling, akin to a meek little kitten, nodded obediently before retreating. Once back in her private space, she cradled her flushed cheeks with her hands, her face radiating a blissful smile. The gaming pod could flawlessly simulate everything, allowing one to perceive it as a genuine world. How utterly embarrassing. On the other side, Bai Lang reveled in his triumph, nodding vigorously while internally exclaiming, Indeed, the legendary head pat has such formidable power. It does not deceive. However, Bai Lang would not admit that he had resorted to this online technique out of sheer necessity, for he had not anticipated such effective results. With Bai Ling secretly noting this tactic, Bai Lang resolved to deploy it whenever Bai Ling misbehaved. At this moment, Lin Yi extended an invitation, which Bai Lang accepted. Entering the room, Rogue, you must save me. As soon as he entered, Lin Yi rushed towards him, her face contorted in despair. What has happened? Bai Lang inquired, utterly bewildered. I had not consented to Ling Zi earlier. Can you reason with her? Calm her down and prevent her from reporting me to my father. You know what will happen if he finds out. He would surely beat me to a pulp. The more Lin Yi contemplated, the more terrified she became, as if she could foresee her imminent suffering due to Bai Ling's potential betrayal. Surely it cannot be that dire. Observing Lin Yi's expression of utter hopelessness, Bai Lang found his reaction overly dramatic. Rubbing the back of his head, he replied, It cannot be that severe. It is quite severe. You are my only ally, Rogue. I implore you to placate Ling Zi. Afterward, I shall treat you to meals for an entire week. If that suffices. Just as Bai Lang was about to inform Lin Yi that Bai Ling had already been calmed, he was taken aback by the request and hesitated, saying, Well, you know Ling Zi's temperament. My words might not hold sway. What about 2 weeks? Witnessing Bai Lang's fingers wiggling in front of him, Lin Yi felt a surge of frustration. What a conundrum. Is this a case of taking advantage of my misfortune? I thought we were brothers in arms. Nevertheless, Lin Yi considered the even graver consequences of refusing and ultimately relented through gritted teeth. Fine, 2 weeks it is, but only after you resolve this matter. Deal. Leave Lingzi to me, but do not forget your promise. Bai Lang clapped Linny on the shoulder, his tone suddenly lightening as if he had successfully executed a scheme, leaving Lin Yi with a feeling of having been duped. Meanwhile, Qin Chong and Wu Lei exchanged strange glances. Having effortlessly secured 2 weeks of complimentary meals, Bai Lang's spirits soared as he casually inquired, "When does the competition commence? What are the rules?" "It should begin shortly. This training match only includes teams currently at the Esports Center. They are now dividing into groups, and once that is complete, we can commence," Linny explained. Just as she finished speaking, an announcement echoed in their ears. All teams participating in the training match, please assemble in the virtual hall. All teams participating in the training match, please assemble in the virtual hall. At that moment, a glowing button appeared on the interface before the 4 of them, evidently leading to the hall upon being pressed. "Let us go and see what transpires." With that, Bai Lang pressed the button, transforming into a stream of data and vanishing, followed closely by Lin, Yi, and the others. "Members of the Celestial Squad, gather here. Where are the members of the Battle Axe team? Hurry and assemble. Hey, is your team's skill level this low? You dare to compete with only a Gold 3 ranking. How amusing! Our team boasts a Gold I'm Master." As the 4 entered the hall, a cacophony of voices assaulted their ears, and the throng of people made it arduous for them to find a place to settle. Goodness, why are there so many people? Was it not stated that only those at the Esports Center could participate? Why are there so many others? And why is this virtual hall not larger? "It's packed," Wu Lei, standing in a corner and feeling rather diminutive in the crowd, expressed his grievances, unlike the towering Qin Chong, who could command space merely by standing.